brows furrowed immediately upon hearing that name. It sounded like a name from a certain country. Seeing the man's Asian features, Bill's suspicions grew. Why would a commoner from that country suddenly escape to my territory? Is there something suspicious going on? Is this person sent by players from that country to spy on us? With this thought, Bill almost rejected Anna's proposal right away. However, seeing the handsome man surrounded by numerous female commoners made him even more puzzled. What's going on with this guy? Why is he so popular? Bill found himself increasingly interested in the handsome man, even feeling a twinge of jealousy. The Lord's Treasure, the hero list, tracks the popularity of both lords and commoners. The most direct manifestation of this popularity is how well-liked they are within the territory. This man hasn't even officially joined yet, and he's already garnered a wave of female admirers. If he does officially join, it would be a sure thing for him to take the vacant 5th spot on the hero list. This is a talent. Could he have some powerful innate ability? Bill had been troubled for days about the 5th spot on the hero list. After being repeatedly beaten by a certain player, and with the deaths of the previous heroes, the commoners in the territory had lost their desire to become heroes. Previously, the territory was thriving, with commoners living harmoniously, eager to do good deeds, help one another, and explore every possibility to enhance their popularity. Now, however, the atmosphere is bleak. Any slight disagreement among commoners could lead to arguments or even fights, as if they wanted to be disliked by others. This trend is truly terrible, making it difficult for new heroes to emerge. Even the existing heroes have been affected, with their popularity growth slowing considerably. Now that Bill has suddenly discovered such an outstanding potential hero, it would be impossible not to be intrigued. Recruiting commoners is one of the game system's functions. Bill began to search for reasons to recruit this suspicious newcomer. Once a commoner is recruited, the Lord can view all their information. If this person has any ill intentions or is carrying something dangerous, it would be clear upon checking their details. Nothing could be hidden. Players from that country should understand this rule well. Bill's azure eyes sparkled as he fell into deep thought. The fact that this person came to him likely indicated that they had faced some unfair treatment within the territory of another player. Bill had encountered many players who treated summoned citizens like mere animals while conquering territories. From this perspective, it was natural for him to associate this individual with those cruel players. He decided to recruit him first. Before the recruitment, language barriers were an issue, but afterwards, they could communicate through the game system. Additionally, the Lord had the authority to execute citizens. Bill believed that if he discovered any ill intentions from this new recruit, he could still execute him if necessary. With a wave of his hand, he brought the handsome and wealthy individual into his territory. This action earned him unanimous praise from the female citizens and boosted his popularity. However, this surge in popularity was short-lived, as it quickly diminished due to the dissatisfaction and anger from the male citizens in the territory. Bill was indifferent to this. He immediately opened the citizen interface to check on the newly recruited handsome individual. Name: handsome, wealthy. Talent: Sea King, affection towards the opposite sex 1000. Loyalty: 20 WTF? What kind of talent is this? Why is this ability so bizarre? While there were certainly talented citizens in Bill's territory, their abilities were typically quite ordinary, like a lumbering speed of 20, an additional mining yield of 5, or an attack power of 10, with only modest increases. He had never seen such an exaggerated talent before. An entire 1,000 points added to affection towards the opposite sex. Was this talent mutated? What a rare chance it must be to summon such an oddity. No wonder this person was so welcomed by the female citizens upon arrival in the territory. Now Bill finally understood why such a uniquely talented citizen had been expelled by players from another region. With such strong charm towards the opposite sex, it was likely that the women in the territory were unable to resist his allure. Perhaps he had even charmed the women of those players? Many player lords indulged in relations with female citizens. Even Bill himself had a few attractive citizens in his command center. However, seducing another lordess woman was a serious taboo, and being caught could lead to severe punishment. This wealthy individual was merely expelled from the territory, which was a relatively light punishment. After coming to this realization, Bill's wariness towards the handsome individual significantly decreased. He felt that this person was a gift from the heavens, the ideal hero in the making. As for the concern that his talent might attract all the women in the territory, it didn't matter. Bill was quite indifferent to women. In his view, a hero's value far exceeded that of ordinary female citizens. As long as he could raise the handsome individual's loyalty and ensure he wouldn't betray the territory, he believed he could keep the women firmly under his control, preventing any upheaval. The only negative impact is that there will be quite a bit of resentment among the male civilians in the territory. However, in this other world, women are not a necessity. Sustenance and safety are what truly matter. Bill believes that these men won't lose their minds over such trivial matters. At that moment, Bill suddenly received a system notification. A new hero has been added to your hero list. As expected, a hint of excitement flashed across Bill's face. The handsome and wealthy individual had barely joined the territory for 5 minutes, and his popularity had already placed him on the hero list. This speed was unprecedented and incredible. Bill couldn't wait to pull out the hero list to check. Rank 5, Mindseer Handsome Gao. Mindseer? This hero title clearly relates to mental abilities. Bill then checked Gao's attribute interface and found a new hero ability named Mindseer. Mindseer. Probe into the thoughts of others and convey their ideas completely. Mindseer can ignore language barriers, allowing Handsome Gao to directly understand others' thoughts. Chapter 156. Level 6 Monster, Nightmare Dragon on the other side. The remaining oil painting soldiers continued to advance within the monster canyon. A few hours later, they exited the canyon and arrived at a rather eerie place. It was a forest shrouded in black mist, appearing exceptionally deep and tranquil, with the path from the monster canyon extending all the way into the depths of the misty woods. Qin Yang felt puzzled. Logically speaking, after traveling such a distance, they should be beyond the borders of the Nora Basin, right? So why does this additional area still exist? Is this a dungeon? After all, Qin Yang was currently playing a real-life game. Suddenly, he felt extremely drowsy. For some reason, as the oil painting soldiers entered the black misty woods, Qin Yang was overcome by a heavy sense of sleepiness. His eyelids began to droop, and his thoughts started to dull. Fortunately, he realized something was wrong in time and removed the fish monster's head before falling asleep. In an instant, the drowsiness washed away like a tide. Does everyone who enters get hypnotized into sleep? What a strange place. Qi Yuan must have fallen here. Hypnosis is merely a negative state and poses no hostility. Qi Yuan's innate ability would be ineffective here. He had come out too quickly and hadn't noticed Qi Yuan's whereabouts. I wonder how the oil painting soldiers are doing over there. Qin Yang wanted to continue observing the situation with the fish monster's head, but he feared being hypnotized and falling into a deep sleep. He then called over 2 female secretaries to stand guard beside him, one on each side. If I fall asleep later, you must wake me up immediately, no matter what method you use. Understood. Qin Kaiwei nodded obediently in response. Oh, any method is acceptable? Ai Fu revealed a charming smile, her captivating eyes blinking as if she was concocting a plan to tease Qin Yang. Cough, cough, it's broad daylight, so be mindful of the impact. Qin Yang cleared his throat and reprimanded the unruly Ai Fu. He then turned his gaze towards the green glowing head of the fish monster, took a deep breath, and put the skull back on his head. The scene shifted, and he saw the situation at the end of the monster canyon. He noticed that the oil painting soldiers had stopped advancing. In front of them appeared a group that was a mix of beasts, monsters, and humans. The creatures in this group were enveloped in a black mist, exuding an eerie and malevolent aura. Although they could all move, they appeared to have completely lost their consciousness, becoming puppets under someone else's control. Were they all sleepwalking? Qin Yang sensed something. These creatures had their eyes closed, but their vital signs were still very apparent. Several wild boar monsters were snoring loudly, clearly in a deep sleep. They had all been hypnotized by the mysterious power here. Another wave of drowsiness hit him, and Qin Yang's eyes began to uncontrollably droop, his mind slipping back into chaos. Just at that critical moment before he fell asleep, he felt a slight pain in his arm. The sensation brought a little clarity back to his mind. Was it Kai Wei or Ai Fu? This cautious reminder should be from Kai Wei. If it were Ai Fu, she would have directly come over with heavy-handedness. Qin Yang gathered his focus and noticed that the group of monsters had already moved within several meters of the oil painting soldiers while he was dozing off. At that moment, he noticed an inconspicuous male human among the monsters. Wasn't that Qi Yuan? This guy had indeed been hypnotized into a puppet. Ugh, sleepy again. This time, Qin Yang felt someone pinch the area above his lip hard. Instantly, a refreshing sensation drove away the chaos in his mind, making him feel as if he had been injected with a stimulant. This must be the work of Ai Fu. However, after this, he should be able to hold on for a few more minutes. The puppets had reached the front of the oil painting soldiers, but they did not launch an attack. Instead, they continued to advance. Qin Yang immediately ordered the oil painting soldiers to extract Qi Yuan from the group. It would be best if they could take him out of this hypnotic realm entirely. Once out of this realm, Qi Yuan should be able to break free from this sleep state. The oil painting soldiers acted according to Qin Yang's command and successfully approached Qi Yuan. 2 oil painting soldiers lifted Qi Yuan, one on each side, and then turned to leave the main group, heading back the way they came. Was it really that simple? Another wave of drowsiness hit Qin Yang, this time accompanied by a strong thump on his shoulder. Kai Wei's strength wasn't quite enough. He estimated he couldn't hold out for more than 10 seconds. He forced himself to focus and gave the remaining oil painting soldiers the command to continue moving forward. The oil painting soldiers were incredibly useful. They were not living beings, so they did not need to eat, drink, or sleep. They were perfectly suited to operate in this hypnotic environment. I want to see what exactly is here. Qin Yang felt he was about to collapse again and quickly removed the monster fish head, then asked Ai Fu and Qin Kaiwei, who were standing nearby, to fetch a bucket of well water. After washing his face with the well water, he felt revitalized. Qin Yang cheerfully put on the monster fish head again. At the moment the scene restored, he was astonished to find that his oil painting soldiers were all lying on the ground, unable to move, including the two soldiers who had escorted Qi Yuan out of the hypnotic realm. What is going on? I was only offline for a short while. He quickly observed the state of these oil painting soldiers. They didn't seem to be hypnotized. Rather, they appeared to be bound and suppressed on the ground by some powerful and invisible force. Suddenly, a strange sound came from above his head. Qin Yang strained to look upwards and finally saw the source of the noise. What on earth is that? Right above him, within a thick, eerie black mist, a massive lizard head was slowly revealing itself. The lizard head had 2 rows of 6 eyes in total, with deep black pupils that seemed to hide swirling patterns inside. Its mouth was slightly open, continuously exhaling more of the strange black mist. This black mist instantly surrounded the area, and with its presence, it seemed the hypnotic energy in this region had intensified significantly. In an instant, Qin Yang felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and his eyelids began to close at an alarming speed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, an information prompt popped up in front of him, displaying a brief message. Nightmare Dragon, Level 6 Monster, Chapter 157. I want to hear your inner thoughts. When Qin Yang woke up, it was already noon on the 28th day. This sleep lasted over 10 hours. Rubbing his swollen temples, he felt a throbbing pain in his head and was in a terrible mental state. The cause of this condition, aside from oversleeping, was the continuous nightmares he had while asleep. In his dreams, zombies and monsters took turns chasing and biting him, making him miserable. No wonder it's called the Nightmare Dragon. This ability is truly a bit disgusting. The gatekeeper boss of the novice village turned out to be a level 6 monster, which is quite challenging. Before this, the highest level monster he had encountered was only level 3. I wonder how powerful a level 6 monster can be. Given the current strength of Qin Yang's territory, dealing with a level 3 monster is a piece of cake. He hasn't encountered a level 4 monster yet, but he figures that unleashing the full firepower of 20 golden figures should handle a level 4 monster without issue. However, if he were to face a level 6 monster, he would have no confidence at all. The commoners with shared talents have a combat power limit. Take strength as an example. Ding Dali's strength is 300 times that of an ordinary person. If we take an average person's strength to be 100 gene, then 300 times that would be 30,000 gene, or 15 tons. Higher level monsters will only be stronger. There will definitely be entities with pure strength reaching 15 tons or more. At that time, it will be the golden light army of Qin Yang that gets blown away with a single slap. Qin Yang felt the pressure, especially now that the Nightmare Dragon's hypnosis domain had completely suppressed his civilians. Defeating this level 6 monster seemed utterly impossible. Speaking of which, after I was forcibly logged off, I wonder what happened to the oil painting soldiers. Were they taken down by the level 6 monster? With the strength of the oil painting soldiers, they definitely couldn't inflict any damage on the Nightmare Dragon. Their antique firearms could probably only give the Nightmare Dragon a light scratch. Moreover, the oil painting soldier's ability to withstand blows should also have a limit. Qin Yang remembered that before he logged off, the oil painting soldiers were all pinned to the ground by the Nightmare Dragon's power, unable to move. It was clear to see. He took out the fish monster's head and put it on. However, the images corresponding to the oil painting soldiers in the head had already vanished. Had they gone offline completely? Was the eyeball destroyed? This possibility is quite high. Qin Yang took a glance at the summoning interface. Indeed, the remaining 100 or so oil painting soldiers had completely disappeared. He wasn't too heartbroken about the loss of these oil painting soldiers. After all, he could just have the slaves paint more. But the fish monster's eyeball, there were only 4 in total. One was with Ding Qingfu, who went out to sea. One was with Qi Yuan, and one was with the oil painting soldiers. The one with Qi Yuan was still intact, just sealed by the Nightmare Dragon's power. The one with the oil painting soldiers was gone, which pained Qin Yang greatly. Qi Yuan's rescue plan had also failed. Based on the current information, before Qin Yang gained the strength to fight against the level 6 monster, Qi Yuan would likely remain trapped within the hypnosis domain. The ability of the Invisible Man could not be included in the talent-sharing package, which significantly reduced its effectiveness compared to the Golden Light Army. By the way, I wonder if enhancing mental strength could counter the hypnosis domain. Qin Yang recalled that previously he had used physical means to boost his spirits, which seemed to have had some effect. Hypnosis is a negative state affecting mental aspects. The better one's mental state, the less likely they are to fall asleep. Mental strength is indeed a crucial attribute. Qin Yang felt that the civilians in his territory were like students with severe learning disabilities, well-developed in body but severely lacking in intellect. So, did Ding Qingfu gain anything overseas? He just needed to catch a giant narwhal to prepare food. With this thought, Qin Yang put on the fish monster's head again, selected Ding Qingfu's channel, and began to check. After repeated testing, Bill had completely understood the new hero, Mind Seeker Fu Shuaigao's abilities. Fu Shuaigao's ability was to read others' thoughts at will, and even language barriers wouldn't hinder this mind reading. However, this ability had a rather annoying flaw. Once Fu Shuaigao read someone else's thoughts, he would immediately announce them in a broadcasting manner. Yesterday, the wealthy and handsome Gao Gang became a hero and, upon gaining his powers, accurately read the thoughts of several male onlookers. Onlooker A. Huh? I can't believe there are still fools who choose to become heroes. Don't they understand the saying about the bird that sticks its head out? Onlooker B. Miss Anna's legs are really long. With those legs, I could have fun for 3 years. Onlooker C. The new guy stole my beloved Monica. I wouldn't let him off the hook. Tonight, I'll show him what it means to suffer. At that moment, Bill's face turned green. But the next second, Gao Gang, standing nearby, read his thoughts. The Lord tells me that you bunch of useless fools, I will eventually send you to feed zombies. And yes, Anna's legs are indeed nice. I've only played around 10 times. As for you, I think the territory of that certain player across the sea would suit you better, since they value swordplay and certain cultural practices. As Gao Gang ruthlessly revealed these thoughts, Bill's face shifted from green to red, and then to black. A curse was stuck in his throat. However, when he saw Gao Gang looking at him again, he quickly suppressed his thoughts and cleared his mind. Gao Gang said, "The Lord's inner thoughts are, I'm having steak for lunch, noodles for dinner, and milk for breakfast. You really are quite boring." Bill hastily fled the scene, leaving the opportunity for social embarrassment to others. Today, Bill gathered 4 allies to discuss their plan against the player from a certain country, Qinyang. The meeting was to be held in the territory of Bodo Jie, and Bill specifically brought along the new hero, Gao Gang. "I think the best approach is a diversion," said the player from a certain country named Bell. "We'll draw all of Qinyang's light-bearing people to Bodo Jie, and the strongest among us, Bill, will hold them off while I sneak into his base. This plan is sure to succeed." Chris, the player from another country, quickly agreed. "I think this plan will work." Bodo Jie immediately shook his head. "I'm sorry, you know my abilities are limited. I can only control up to 15 light-bearers at most." Kant, the player from a certain nation, remained silent, looking as if he would go along with whatever was said. "You make a valid point," Bill acknowledged Bell's suggestion, then added, "but I'm more interested in hearing your true thoughts." Chapter 158. Killing Frenzy. Just as everyone was puzzled, a young man of a certain nationality standing behind Bill suddenly looked at Bell and spoke in the language of that country. "I hear your inner thoughts saying, once I capture the command center of the players from that country, my power will greatly increase, and then taking down Bill won't be impossible." Bell's expression froze instantly. He clearly didn't expect his true thoughts to be exposed right there. "Damn it." Bell glared at Gao Gang, slamming his massive fist on the table. "Oh, you want to take me down?" Bill looked at Bell with a half-smile, his murderous intent evident in his eyes. Bale quickly shook his hand, denying repeatedly, "It's not me. I didn't do anything. Stop making wild claims." But before he could explain further, Fushwago's gaze turned to Chris, who was sitting nearby. Chris immediately became tense, pressing his hands against the edge of the table. Just as he was about to voice his objections, he heard Fushwago reading his thoughts with a blank expression. "Just now, your mind was saying, if Bill tries to block the Golden Light people, he will most likely fail. At that time, I can send someone to lie in ambush near his sub-base for an easy takeover." Chris covered his face with his hands, lowered his head, and pleaded, "Please, don't say any more." Bill shot Chris a glare and raised his hand towards Fushwago. "Continue." Fushwago couldn't stop, immediately shifting his gaze to the next person, Kanda. Kanda's expression instantly turned into one of agony. Fushwago said, "Your mind is saying, go ahead, you all fight. It has nothing to do with me if you die. I've almost cleared the zombies on the east side of the central city. Give me 2 more days, and I can take this city and reap all its benefits." "It's all over," Kanda howled, getting up to leave the tent. "Right, the central city, we've been busy dealing with players from another country recently. We almost forgot about this matter." Chris, the player from another country, slapped his forehead, recalling that he had also considered the central city at the beginning. Kanda has secretly gained quite a bit from the central city. Bill's expression turned cold, and he bluntly stated, "He is no longer useful to us. I think we can kick him out. Let's put this matter aside for now and discuss it later." Bill tapped his fingers lightly on the table, signaling Fushwago to continue. Fushwago had gone berserk and quickly looked at the next person, Bajuoji. However, Bajuoji's reaction was completely different from that of Bale, Chris, and Kanda. When she saw Fushwago looking at her, she appeared unusually excited. "Little handsome guy, my heart is open for you to read," she said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Fushwago. "What the heck? What's wrong with this girl?" Bale and Chris frowned, exchanging baffled looks. Fushwago didn't show any mercy just because Bajuoji was charming. He continued to read her thoughts bluntly. "Her mind is saying, in fact, I gathered enough points 2 days ago and enhanced my abilities. I intentionally controlled only 15 Golden Light people. If I didn't do this, once Bill eliminated the players from another country, I would be next. After hearing Bajoji's true thoughts, Bill's expression turned extremely ugly. UBH. Just because you hid your strength, I got beaten so badly by the Golden Light people. So disappointing. How can a person lack even a bit of integrity? Aren't we allies? Bajoji, on the other hand, was quite generous. Seemingly unbothered even after her true thoughts were exposed. She is now fully focused on the wealthy and handsome guy. Speaking to Bill in a tone that is half a request. Bill, if you give me this young man, I promise I will do my best to help you deal with those flashy individuals next time. Bill coldly replied, give it up. He is an important member of my territory, and I won't accept this deal. Unexpectedly, Bodo-K decisively said, since you are unwilling to make this trade, how about letting me become your slave instead? I don't have much confidence in surviving in this other world anyway. I'm not suited for this game. As she said this, Bodo-K's face flushed with embarrassment, and she added shyly, more importantly, from the moment I saw this young man, I fell deeply in love with him. I want to be with him forever. Bill, please make this happen for me. I'm begging you. This statement left both Belle and Chris dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, what the heck? Is Bodo-K out of her mind? Giving away someone and their abilities along with their territory? Why isn't this happening to me? Upon hearing this, Bill's face lit up with joy. You want to join my territory? Of course, that's no problem. I welcome it wholeheartedly. Let's establish the slave contract right away. Knowing the true reason behind Bodo-K's transformation due to the handsome guy's extraordinary abilities, Bill was genuinely surprised that the allure of this young man was so powerful that even players were unable to escape his charm. The two parties quickly signed the slave contract, and Bodo-K joined Bill's territory. Not only that, but her army of zombie monsters also became Bill's summons. Ready to follow his orders. In a good mood, Bill patted the shoulder of the handsome guy, praising him. Well done. I'll make sure to commend you in front of all the commoners when we return. However, the handsome guy immediately backstabbed him with a sword, reading his mind. But what Lord Bill is really thinking is, I heard that Bodo-K is particularly skilled in verbal techniques. I want to experience her eloquence tonight. Bill's blood pressure and murderous intent surged instantly. In the real world, the new episode of the Otherworld Chronicles had been fully prepared and was set to air at prime time tonight. Since this program started early and gained a lot of popularity, it overshadowed other programs related to the Otherworld. Now, the Otherworld Chronicles had become the most watched show in its category. However, as players from the Otherworld continued to be eliminated, the live broadcast focused more on contestants from several countries, which further increased the show's viewership. The officials from the surviving countries also began to get involved with the program, enhancing its authority in this regard. Just like today's episode, the production team invited the relatives and friends of the surviving players to share their growth stories with everyone. Chapter 159, the story behind. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the program officially began. The regular guests included AI Dejin, the young fresh meat, and others. Additionally, many special guests were also invited. The guests sat in a semicircle, featuring a mix of various ethnicities, including individuals of fair complexion and light hair, individuals with dark skin that glimmered, and those with yellow skin. Good evening to the viewers watching the show. The host, Mr. He, took the stage and delivered a brief opening statement, with his language and tone noticeably more formal. In this episode, we are honored to invite the relatives and friends of the surviving players to share the stories behind them. He then introduced the special guests present this time. Sitting in the first position on the left was a middle-aged man of fair complexion, who was the elder brother of the player from a certain country. In the second position sat a young black man alongside a Caucasian woman in her 50s, who were the parents of another player. In the third position was a stout man with a greasy face, a childhood friend of a player from a certain country. The fourth position was occupied by the brother of another player, who bore a striking resemblance to him. In the fifth position sat the boyfriend of yet another player, an unkempt middle-aged man with a face full of acne. In the last position were the parents of another player, who appeared quite reserved and uneasy. After a few welcoming remarks, the host began inviting the guests to introduce their corresponding surviving players, starting with the brother of the first player. My dear brother, he is truly exceptional, so much so that I hardly know where to begin. He has always been a model student, graduating from one of our country's best universities, where he received numerous awards. After graduation, he chose to enlist in the military and became a proud member of the Air Force, making his family proud of his decision. He is the kind of person who succeeds in whatever he does, including becoming an explorer after retiring, trekking through some of the world's most dangerous uninhabited areas. In short, he is a flawless, perfect individual. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the program, the comments were flooding in, with most coming from viewers in another region. So, what this episode is really about is whose parents can boast the most. Brothers, I have 10 gigabytes of high-definition fencing videos from the changing room of the player. DM me if you want it. The heightened enthusiasm for learning made me eager to delve into philosophical research. Honestly, I think it's only a matter of time before he gets eliminated. Next, it was time for the parents of another player to speak. The mother seemed a bit disoriented as she spoke, saying, "To be honest, I wasn't very involved in his education when he was young. Everything little Bill has achieved is due to his own efforts. He is very intelligent and more mature and resilient than most kids. I believe he will be the ultimate winner of this game." You may not know this, but Bill's biological father was a notorious alcoholic who died from alcohol poisoning when little Bill was only 10 years old. To make a living, I had no choice but to work in the red light district. All right, dear, let me take over now." The young man next to her quickly interrupted as he noticed Bill's mother getting more and more outrageous. He took the microphone from the host and continued, saying, "Here, regardless of whether this can be conveyed or not, I want to take this opportunity to say to Bill, who is far away in another world, Bill, my good buddy, you don't need to worry about things here anymore. I will take good care of your mother." While saying this, the young man put his arm around Bill's mother's shoulder, looking affectionate as he said, "I've made up my mind. From now on, we each call each other what we want. You can call me brother, and I'll call you dad." The audience in the live broadcast room was laughing uncontrollably. Wow, this relationship is a bit complicated. Can someone help clarify it? Such a bizarre and convoluted plot. Even online novels wouldn't dare to write it like this now. The show's effect was maximized, and the young man was encouraged to speak more. After Bill's outrageous family background introduction, it was time for Kant's childhood friend to speak. This person was relatively clever. Knowing this was a show, and having learned from the previous experiences of Bill's parents, he chose to highlight only the good things. "I know Kant the best. He has had grand ideals and aspirations since childhood. Kant completed his studies at the best university in our country and obtained dual master's degrees." The childhood friend spoke endlessly, repeatedly exaggerating Kant's few accomplishments, before finally concluding his speech. Next up was Chris's younger brother, who seemed a bit agitated. He stood up from his seat and pointed forcefully at the camera, saying, "Here, I want to denounce this damn game from another world. After irresponsibly taking my brother away, I was forced to inherit the hundreds of billions he left behind. I can only wake up every day in a mansion of thousands of square meters, owning mansions around the world, with no less than 100 luxury cars worth millions, along with his supermodel wife and a pair of children. How infuriating. My life had just begun, and I've already reached the peak. I clearly wanted to strive and fight with my own hands, and my dreams have been ruthlessly shattered by you. You are all bastards, demons." This wave of extravagant speech caused strong discomfort among the live audience, with many sincerely cursing Chris's younger brother's ancestors. Then it was time for Boda's boyfriend to speak. The man, who looked sleazy with a face full of acne scars, sighed and said, "Boda and I are both actors. We met during a collaboration on a film. From the first moment I saw her, I was deeply enchanted. She is so charming, so outstanding. She is also the only woman who makes me reluctant to give my all at work." This speech led to a shift in the atmosphere of the live broadcast room, becoming lively and bustling, with numerous comments flooding in. "Could you please tell us about your work? Be more specific. I don't mind this bit of traffic." The Death Knight, Bo Duo Jiang, is also the enlightening teacher for many present here. It's a pity that just now, Bo Duo Jie's feelings have already shifted. And for this boyfriend, do you think the grass on his head is already a vast green field? Chapter 160 New Effects. Everyone for me after Bo Duo Jie's boyfriend finished speaking. It was finally time for Qin Yang's parents to take the stage. Our little Yang has always been a very sensible and obedient child. Qin father, Qin Zhengwo, is an honest and straightforward man, speaking frankly without embellishment or exaggeration. Although his academic performance isn't great, mainly due to severe subject bias, he usually likes to stay home playing games, and we've criticized him for that. While he was speaking, Qin Zhengwo suddenly noticed that his wife sitting next to him was nudging him with her elbow and constantly giving him glances, signaling him to look around. Qin Zhengwo glanced at the relatives of other surviving players nearby. One by one, these people wore expressions of disdain and contempt, looking down on Qin father and mother with a proud demeanor. A few even began to murmur sarcastically, "I've heard that players from the summer country are just very ordinary students. I really didn't expect them to be this ordinary." Yeah, you know, Arbel was already the top student in high school, with the grades in all subjects, winning scholarships left and right. Exactly. My brother has received elite education since he was young. He could write poetry at 3, finished high school at 6, traveled the world at 15, and speaks 8 languages by 18. I've heard that young people in the summer country are mostly living off their parents, homebodies who just play games every day, not working, just asking their parents for money. In our country, once young people turn 18, they consciously leave their parents to earn a living. There's absolutely no situation of living off parents. To put it bluntly, the road education in the summer country can't possibly cultivate top talents. They only produce high-scoring, low-capability exam machines. Qin Jingwo was quite speechless upon hearing this. Bastards. Did you all conspire in advance? Is there something wrong? I just said a couple of sentences. And you can jump to conclusions about our summer country's education environment? But anger aside, Qin Jingwo's honest character made him reluctant to refute. Compared to the nearly perfect resumes of Bell, Kant, and others, his own son hadn't even entered society yet. And his resume was as blank as a white sheet of paper, indeed not as impressive as theirs. This left him without confidence, as if he was inherently a head shorter. However, just because Qin father conceded, that didn't mean Qin mother would follow suit. Her son had risked his life in another world, bringing wealth to their family and resources, technology, and infinite glory to the country. In Qin mother's eyes, these were remarkable achievements. Her son was the most outstanding existence in her heart. These people could look down on her and Qin Jingwo, but they absolutely could not underestimate her son. What is there to be proud of? Seeing her husband back down, Qin mother slammed the table in frustration and stood up directly from her seat. She stood with one hand on her hip, pointing at the relatives of several other players present, and spoke in a tone that was almost playful. Yes, your sons and childhood friends do have high cultural levels and have achieved quite a bit in reality. But so what? In the other world, they were all beaten down by my son. Tell me, which of your sons or childhood friends hasn't been defeated by my little Yang? As she spoke, Qin's mother glared fiercely at those people. The brother of Bell, the childhood friend of Kanda, and the stepfather of Bill instinctively avoided the fierce gaze of Qin's mother as if it were a question. Indeed, every surviving player had either directly or indirectly been beaten by Qin Yang, especially Bill Wilson, who had been beaten the most and the hardest. They really couldn't say anything. All right, that's enough. Qin's father awkwardly tugged at his wife's sleeve. No way. I still have more to say. Qin's mother, her chest heaving, declared with a determined attitude. To put it bluntly, everyone here, your sons, childhood friends, brothers, will eventually be eliminated by our little Yang. Little Yang is the strongest player in this other world. In the live broadcast studio, Qin's mother's series of statements stirred up a huge wave. The audience from Xia country went into a frenzy. Wow, Qin's mom is amazing. Qin's mom is so strong. Every word hits home, slapping those foreigners in the face. It's just too satisfying. These surviving players were about to be eliminated by our Qin Yang. Yet these foreigners could still calmly participate in the show to seek a sense of superiority? Who gave them that confidence? Exactly. If we don't put them in their place, these foreigners won't realize who the real boss is. Now they are here complaining about our Xia country, but when their country is invaded by zombies, it will be this group of people looking for shelter. Let these people go. I've wanted to ask, why is that AI dying still in the show? Why doesn't he go back to his own country? On the 29th day of the other world, about 10 kilometers east of the number 1 subbase, with the help of over 50 civilians and 3 steam vehicles armed with cannons, a massive beast resembling a tiger let out a wail and fell to the ground. It had multiple wounds on its body, and blood pooled on the ground, forming a large puddle. In the command center of the main base, Qin Yang immediately received a notification. Your civilians have killed a level 3 monster. Points earned, 1200. Having killed this monster, my points finally broke through 50,000 again. Qin Yang glanced at the points bar, and the current total was 50,115. Over the past few days, he had sent civilians out to hunt monsters, clearing almost all the monsters around the main base and the number 1 subbase. In addition to earning thousands of points, Qin Yang had also collected a large amount of monster flesh and blood. Different effects from the muscular family bucket had already been produced in 3 batches. Now, the average attributes of the main combat civilians in the territory had reached an attack of 70, armor value of 20, and stamina value of 1300. With such combat power, even without activating the talent sharing effect, ordinary citizens can easily defeat level 3 monsters. The points have been accumulated, so it's time to exchange them for new ability effects. This was decided beforehand. Qin Yang then opened the points shop and chose option 2 to unlock a new effect for the citizen leader skill. A flash of light appeared, and he immediately received a notification about acquiring a new active effect. Qin Yang opened the skill description to check. Active effect 5. Everyone for me. Extract the talent abilities of 3 ordinary citizens, doubling the effect for oneself. Lasting 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Ordinary citizens whose talent abilities are extracted cannot use their talent abilities for the next 12 hours. Chapter 161. The Edge of the Sea. Seeing this effect description, Qin Yang's breath became heavy. Wow. The previous effect made my citizens stronger, and this new effect makes me, the Lord, stronger. Not only can I extract the talent abilities of 3 ordinary citizens, but I can also double them. What does this mean? Let's take Ding Dali's talent of immense strength as an example. With a 300-fold increase, that translates to 15 tons of power. When Qin Yang uses everyone for me to absorb this talent, his strength will double on top of Ding Dali's, reaching 30 tons. That's equivalent to the weight of 2 heavy trucks. When Qin Yang throws a punch, it feels like his opponent has been hit head-on by 2 heavy trucks. Once strength reaches a certain level, even an increase of 1 ton, or even 10 pounds, could be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Take Bill as a comparison. In pure strength, Bill can overpower Ding Dali. If they were to duel, Ding Dali would definitely be beaten by Bill. However, when Ding Dali establishes talent sharing with other citizens, Qin Yang only needs to summon 3 ordinary citizens to match Bill evenly. With 4 ordinary citizens, they would begin to gain the upper hand. With 5 ordinary citizens, they would easily overpower Bill. This shows that Bill is not significantly stronger than Ding Dali in terms of strength. He certainly can't reach a doubling gap, otherwise, ordinary citizens wouldn't be able to restrain him. If Bill dares to come and challenge now, let's see if I can knock him away with a single punch. Qin Yang clenched his fist, filled with confidence. However, while the effect of everyone for me is powerful, it also has significant limitations. The short duration is one issue. It lasts only 3 minutes, which is basically the time of a single battle. Moreover, it is essential to defeat the opponent within those 3 minutes, ensuring they can't retaliate. Otherwise, once the effect ends, danger could shift to Qin Yang's side. Additionally, the ordinary citizens whose talents are extracted must wait 12 hours before they can use their abilities again. For some critical talent abilities, the impact of pausing their use can be quite significant. Fortunately, the territory has developed to this point, and Qin Yang's total population has now reached 360. The number of civilians summoned daily has increased, and among the recently summoned civilians, there are often duplicates with similar talents. For example, there are at least 5 civilians with the lumberjack talent like Wei Dong. Although Ding Dali's talent of strength to move mountains might have a different name, there are still 3 civilians with similar effects. Even if Qin Yang uses a special extraction method to summon one, there are still plenty of backup options available. So he is not worried about interfering with the use of talent sharing. The reason Ding Dali is often designated as one of the targets for talent sharing is primarily because he has been in the territory the longest, has the strongest sense of belonging, and has reached level 4 with the most ease of use. The last point is that the cooldown time for this effect is quite long, allowing it to be used only once a day. However, this limitation is expected to change after the effect is upgraded. When Qin Yang saw the purchase price of 120,000 points in the points shop for the first upgrade option, he realized that enhancing this effect would be quite challenging. On the boundless sea, a medium-sized sailboat was cutting through the waves, sailing at a very fast speed. Captain Ding Qingfu, wearing a triangular hat, walked to the bow of the ship and gazed into the distance over the sea. Thanks to Ding Qingfu's talent, the sailing speed of the boat was significantly increased, allowing them to easily navigate through any storms they encountered. After 4 days of sailing, they were very far from land. Along the way, Ding Qingfu encountered several islands, some of which surprisingly had human inhabitants. These individuals were natives of the Nora Basin who had fled overseas to escape viral infections. After Ding Qingfu informed them about the player territory, they decided on the spot to return to land to live. Ding Qingfu relayed this information to Qin Yang, who agreed to have the shipyard in a Bayside territory construct more ships to send to the islands and bring these people back. Recruiting refugees is also a crucial part of increasing the territory's population. In addition to the islands and survivors, Ding Qingfu also faced monsters at sea. Fortunately, these ocean monsters were not high-level and lacked strength. The crew members on board had all been carefully selected and completed all training programs in the level 3 training ground. Coupled with the powerful crossbows on the ship, these ocean monsters did not pose much trouble for Ding Qingfu. However, due to limited space on the ship, the supplies could only last for 10 days at most. To be safe, Ding Qingfu decided to turn the ship around and head back the next day. Just then, he received a message from the Lord. Prepare yourself, talent sharing will begin shortly. Every day around 10 a.m., the Lord would use a special power on Ding Qingfu. At that time, Ding Qingfu and all the crew members on the ship would receive assistance from a special talent. The talent sharing began. A golden energy line appeared out of nowhere, connecting to Ding Qingfu's chest. Then, he radiated a dazzling golden light. Not only him, but all the crew members on the sailboat also lit up with golden light. Ding Qingfu had heard about the effects of talent sharing, which supposedly could improve their luck. In previous encounters at sea with islands that had survivors, it was always under the influence of talent sharing. He wondered what they would encounter this time. The talent sharing status would last for over half an hour, during which Ding Qingfu's luck would improve, and the sailing speed of the boat would also be further enhanced. The sailing speed surged, transforming the vessel into something akin to a speedboat, with splashes of water reaching heights of over 10 meters on either side. Ding Qingfu didn't deliberately steer the boat. Luck would guide them to where they needed to go. After about 10 minutes of sailing, something unusual indeed appeared on the surface of the sea. Was that a monster? Ding Qingfu's eyes widened in shock, his face gradually filled with fear. Ahead of the boat, dark clouds loomed in the sky, Fierce winds howled, and the waves churned ceaselessly, with monstrous waves reaching heights of over 10 meters. Among the towering waves, numerous large, grotesque creatures could be seen continuously surfacing and diving. They swam rapidly towards the distance, but would eventually crash against an invisible barrier with a loud bang, injuring themselves severely in the process. Chapter 162. They want to enter the truth of the world. Qin Yang, who was monitoring the situation through the eyes of a fish monster, also witnessed this scene. This must be the game boundary, where the natural environment is not obstructed, but life is prohibited from passing through. Qin Yang instructed Ding Qingfu to stop advancing and observe from a distance. Not long after a marine monster had crashed to its death, another new monster appeared, similarly fearless, launching itself towards the boundary in a suicidal charge. With a loud crash, blood stained the ocean as a creature resembling a fish floated belly up to the surface. "Wow, that's brutal," Qin Yang exclaimed, praising the creature's tenacity. "Life is precious. Freedom even more so. I'd rather crash to death at the boundary than live as a caged beast." Impressive, truly impressive. However, not long after his praise, amidst the rising and falling waves, a large number of variously sized and uniquely shaped sea monsters emerged from beyond the boundary. Why were so many monsters suddenly appearing? Were they drawn here by the scent of blood from the recently deceased creatures? Those monsters floated just outside the boundary, their calls echoing in the air. At that moment, several powerful-looking monsters, clearly above level 3, opened their massive mouths as if in agreement, and simultaneously spewed forth an icy blue energy towards the boundary. The energy struck the boundary, creating a shower of shards that resembled broken jade. Yet, the boundary remained unmoved and unharmed, perfectly blocking the monsters' attacks. Were these creatures trying to rescue their trapped kin within the game? That didn't seem right. Qin Yang had dealt with monsters frequently lately and had some understanding of their behaviors. He knew that monsters, as a life form, were different from zombies. It was rare for them to coexist peacefully among different species. Not only did they not get along, but conflicts often erupted over territory and hunting, leading to brutal fights. One could say that the world of monsters was a more advanced version of the animal kingdom, governed by the law of the jungle. However, the situation with these marine monsters was quite unusual. Different types of monsters were actually able to live in harmony and even help other types of trapped monsters escape. It felt as if someone was directing them to do this from behind. Just then, within the gaming area, a fish-like monster with a massive horn on its head passed through the region. A horned whale? With such a large horn, and looking very much like a fish. It must be a horned whale. Qin Yang was instantly excited. One of the reasons he sent Ding Qingfu out to sea was to find the meat of the horned whale for the territory's recipe of whale meat stew. After more than 4 days at sea, it seemed he was about to return empty-handed, but unexpectedly encountered his target at this last moment. This was definitely thanks to his luck. The horned whale seemed a bit confused, perhaps not even knowing why it had come this way. But just as it hurried past the game boundary, a sudden commotion arose among the sea monsters outside the boundary. A creature resembling an octopus, waving hundreds of tentacles, suddenly let out a series of eerie shrieks towards the horned whale. The shrill cries were not blocked by the boundary and reached the horned whale's ears without issue. The horned whale halted, a glimmer of bewilderment flashing in its large eyes. Then, that bewilderment vanished, replaced by madness. The horned whale then charged towards the game boundary in a frenzy, just like the previous 2 monsters. With a loud crash, at the moment the horned whale collided, Qin Yang finally understood the situation. This was clearly not a friendly cooperation among monsters. Instead, it was evident that the monsters outside wanted to enter the boundary, but could not break through using any means. Thus, the creatures outside sought to use those inside to open the door for them, even if it meant the monsters inside would die upon impact with the boundary. The law of the jungle still prevailed among the monsters. The creatures outside the boundary were evidently stronger and of a higher level than those inside. With just a glance, they could compel the monsters within the boundary to sacrifice themselves. Qin Yang instinctively compared the octopus monster to the nightmare dragon lurking in the northeast region. He felt that the nightmare dragon was still more terrifying. Now, the purpose of these monsters was clear. But Qin Yang had one more question. How were the monsters outside able to unite as one? There must be a more powerful entity directing these monsters to attack the game boundary. The one capable of commanding monsters could very likely be a creature even more advanced than the nightmare dragon, possibly a level 7, 8, or even 9 monster. However, the monsters within the game boundaries still exhibit chaotic characteristics. The powerful entity commanding these monsters should not be able to extend its influence into the game world. Qin Yang let out a sigh of relief. Not to mention that powerful entity, even if this large group of monsters flooded into the game world, it would easily cause significant disruption to the ecological balance. At that time, Qin Yang might have to deal with a zombie tide, contend with players, and face formidable monsters all at once. the difficulty of the game would rise directly to Hell mode. Fortunately, the game's newbie protection is still in place. The game stage will certainly not be limited to the small area of the Nora Basin. According to the information obtained from the indigenous people of the other world, the world beyond the Nora Basin is vast. Ordinary online games often introduce new maps. How much more so for this real-life otherworld game? The game boundaries that exist everywhere will eventually open up. The reason they are still closed now is actually to give players time to prepare. However, what will be the trigger for lifting the boundaries? Qin Yang almost instinctively found the answer. The trigger would be the competition among players, right? The game system is holding a survival competition for 200 players within the Nora Basin to determine the final victor. Then, the winner will face the endless army of zombies beyond the Kia Mountains, as well as the monstrous horde to the east of the ocean and beyond the boundaries. Oh no, so becoming the final winner is actually a trap? Qin Yang felt a wave of depression wash over him. He had thought that by eliminating the remaining players like Bill and unifying the entire Nora Basin, he could lead a leisurely and mundane life in the other world. He never expected that doing so would only lead him passively into a larger trap. But if he didn't do it, he wouldn't have any other options either. The rules of the survival competition are in place, and the remaining players like Bill are trying every means to eliminate Qin Yang. Moreover, after the previous incidents of beating Bill, the conflicts have reached an irreconcilable level. If Qin Yang lies flat now, he would just be taken out by other players. Thus, he has no way out and can only move forward. Although he cannot reconcile the conflicts with Bill and the others, he can take advantage of Bill. A plan with no bottom line began to take shape in Qin Yang's mind. Chapter 163. Take a gamble. Strike at the heart. A small-scale conflict broke out among the civilians in Bill's territory. The cause was a civilian accusing the new hero, the Mind Seer, of sleeping with his wife and cheating on him. This incident escalated mainly because many participants had experienced being wronged by the Mind Seer. Over 20 male civilians gathered in front of Bill's command center, waving their fists and shouting excitedly, "He is not our hero. Get out of our territory and give me back my wife." Bill felt a headache coming on, watching his popularity decline slowly. And recalling the embarrassing experiences caused by the Mind Seer, he felt a surge of anger and irritation. However, the wealthy and handsome Gao has already become a member of the hero list. Unless his popularity drops to a certain level, his hero status cannot be revoked voluntarily. Given his popularity among the civilian women in the territory, this is simply impossible. The only option is to transfer him out. Transferring conflicts has always been a forte of certain nations, and Bill is naturally well-versed in this. He decided to send Gao to the newly acquired territory of Bajoji. However, this decision led to significant discontent among the women in the territory, including the slave Bajoji, as all the women clamored to leave with Gao. Bill was quite troubled by this, and ultimately firmly rejected their demands. When Gao left the territory, all the women bid him farewell, crying along the way, creating quite a scene. After sending Gao off, Bill's popularity took another hit. Upon checking the record of the popularity drop, he was shocked to find that 30% of it came from male civilians. What the heck? What's going on? It was you all who resisted Gao. Which is why I sent him away. It's one thing for the women to resent me, but why are the men taking it out on me? Shouldn't you be happy instead? He quickly dispatched someone to infiltrate the male civilian group to gather information. The response he received nearly made him spit blood from anger. Is the Lord an idiot? He just does whatever we say without any independent thought. I admit I was jealous. Did you see the scene when Gao left? The women were crying so heartbreakingly. I feel I can never reach their hearts again. This is all the Lord's fault. If he hadn't let this person join us, none of this would have happened. I heard Gao say that the Lord secretly brought women to his command center for overnight stays, and your wives might be among them. Gao can read minds. So what he said must be true. The Lord's preference for married women is now known throughout the territory. Damn, the Lord appears righteous on the surface, but is actually a beast inside. Just as Bill was about to lose his mind from the rumors and was on the verge of unleashing a massacre in the territory, a civilian rushed in to report that Qin Yang's golden figures were attacking again. The golden figures almost come knocking at the door regularly. After these few days, Bill's original 5 territories had been reduced to just 1, and after enslaving Bajoji, another one had been added. Bill understood Qin Yang's intentions. This was clearly aimed at messing with his mindset and restricting the development of his territory. However, Bill felt helpless and could only unite with other players to resist Qin Yang's assault. Bring it on. This time, I will make you pay the price. Bill's forehead veins bulged as he gritted his teeth and said this, then set out with the slave Bajoji to confront the enemy. 20 golden figures had already begun attacking the stone walls of the territory. They only needed to rely on brute force to smash against the thick wall, leaving it riddled with holes and defenseless. Bill quickly urged Bodo to unleash her abilities, without any reservations. The pink enchanting energy spread out, instantly freezing the 18 golden light beings in place. Great. With only 2 left, Dealing with them would be a piece of cake for me. However, Bill had no intention of doing that. The previous alliance meeting had inspired him, rather than remaining in a passive defense. Enduring daily beatings from the golden light beings until his popularity value dropped to 0 and his powers vanished, only to be defeated in a humiliating manner. Why not take a gamble and strike at the heart of the enemy? Bill was aware of the territorial positions of the players from the neighboring region. With his flying speed, he could reach there in less than 2 minutes. These 20 golden light beings were the main force of the regional player. And now that their main force was restrained here, their territory must be defensively vulnerable. As for the civilian force that had previously blocked the enemy, Bill didn't take it seriously. The enemy would fail because they were too weak enough that even ordinary civilians could handle them. If Bill had been the one to attack the city, those defending civilians would have been wiped out. With this thought in mind, Bill spoke to the late-arriving player from the neighboring region, Bell, in a commanding tone. The remaining 2 golden light beings are up to you. You should be able to hold them off for 10 minutes, right? Upon hearing this, Bell immediately understood what Bill intended to do. Damn it. This was supposed to be my job. He felt frustrated inside, but could only manage a bitter smile on the surface. I'll do my best. Then Bell raised his head and let out a roar, his hood bursting open as his enlarged head emerged, revealing a large bat-like head. His already stout body grew even larger. He shouted in anger, flapping his wings behind him, and charged at the 2 golden light beings, quickly engaging them in combat. Over the past few days, Bell had been constantly hunting and consuming monsters, significantly enhancing his strength. He could barely match 1 golden light being before, but now he could just about withstand the attacks of 2. After observing the battle for a while and deeming it manageable, Bill immediately took off. He soared up about 10 meters before suddenly accelerating, causing a violent shockwave as he flew rapidly toward the northwest direction of the valley. In less than 2 minutes, a grand player territory came into view. Is this the territory of the neighboring players? Bill stopped flying, hovering in the air, filled with astonishment. The scale of this territory seemed to surpass the total of his 5 territories combined. Furthermore, he spotted 2 command centers within this territory. How is this possible? Could 2 players be so close to each other? Continuing to survey the area, Bill noticed the triple walls surrounding the territory, along with cannons, ballistae, and well-equipped defending soldiers on the walls. The defensive strength was indeed impressive. They had even developed modern technology. However, these things would be of no use to me. With a glint of greed and confidence in his eyes, Bill began to slowly descend. The red cloak billowed behind him, and the tight combat suit perfectly showcased his strong physique. At that moment, a beam of light broke through the clouds and illuminated Bill, making him appear majestic and godlike, as if a deity had descended. In Chapter 164, let me vent my anger first. He noticed the civilians in the territory below looking up at him. Bill slowly descended a little, making it easier for everyone to see him more clearly. He opened his arms and declared in his usual grandiose tone, "Mortals, I shall become your new lord. Quickly abandon your resistance, lay down your weapons, and kneel to surrender." However, since he spoke in a foreign tongue, none of the civilians below could understand him. Who is this person? What language is he speaking? They had no idea and couldn't comprehend. The Lord had said that anyone who wasn't from their territory was an enemy, so they decided to shoot first. Yes, artillery, find a way to hit him. The civilians on the city wall immediately sprang into action. Some raised their guns and shot at Bill in the sky, while others began adjusting the cannons, aiming them at him. Not surrendering, huh? Then let us show you the gap between mortals and gods. Bill crossed his arms and allowed the civilians to shoot at him. The bullets hit him with a series of loud bangs, sparks flying, but all were deflected by his iron body. A soldier adjusted the cannon and fired directly at Bill. Boom. The blast knocked him off balance, forcing him to exert himself to regain his equilibrium. This movement made him appear somewhat disheveled, and the serious atmosphere he had created moments before was abruptly shattered. Coughing from the thick smoke of the cannonball, Bill thought, "These foolish people. It seems I need to show you what fear truly is." Crimson energy gathered in his eyes, and a scorching ray was ready to be unleashed. Just as he was about to act, a woman's voice came from below first. "Haven't you learned your lesson? Haven't you been beaten enough in the past few days to come here looking for trouble?" Bill was immediately drawn to the voice. He looked in the direction it came from and saw on the city wall a young man who, both in appearance and demeanor, was clearly another player lord like him. Beside him stood a young woman who seemed to be responsible for translation, and it was her voice he had just heard. "Are you Qin Yang?" Bill assessed the young man. The player from the neighboring territory looked quite young, with an unremarkable appearance, and his physique was merely average, lacking the exaggerated muscular definition that Bill possessed. In Bill's eyes, this indicated weakness. Compared to combat, the player seemed more adept at strategy. "I shouldn't engage in too much conversation. A quick resolution would be more beneficial for me," Bill thought to himself. "Surprised to see me here, aren't you?" Bill revealed a sinister smile, twisting his body to make his joints crackle as he said, Did you ever think that one day I would come to settle accounts when you sent people to attack my territory? This had not crossed Qin Yang's mind. He frowned, showing a distressed expression, but soon relaxed and smiled at Bill, saying, because there's really no need to think about that. Humph. Bill felt insulted by Qin Yang and didn't want to waste any more words with him. Then go to hell. His eyes turned completely crimson, and the scorching energy gathered to its peak. With a whoosh, two blazing rays shot towards Qin Yang, their immense power distorting the air along their path. On the city wall, facing Bill's attack, Qin Yang calmly raised his hands and activated his newly acquired skill effect, Everyone for Me. 3 golden lights immediately rose from within the territory. These were the 3 civilian talent abilities Qin Yang had drawn this time: enormous strength, defense, and speed. The lights successfully converged into Qin Yang's body just before the scorching rays struck him. He then transformed into a dazzling figure, glowing like those who had received talent sharing. In a moment of thought, Qin Yang pushed the translator aside. He then activated the speed talent, moving with a teleport-like speed to catch the translator just before she fell. Bill's scorching rays missed their target, hitting the top of the stone wall instead. However, they did not cause much damage. They only knocked off several surface stones. The walls of Qin Yang's main base had already been upgraded to level 4. Though the exterior appeared to be made of stone, the interior was reinforced with a sturdier steel framework, greatly enhancing its armor value and allowing it to withstand Bill's attacks without much issue. Feel my anger. Turn to ashes under my attack. Bill exerted all his strength to maintain the 2 scorching rays, which lasted for a full 4 to 5 seconds. The solid wall melted away, creating a breach about 3 meters in diameter. When the energy in his eyes was finally exhausted, the scorching rays abruptly ceased, leaving Bill panting heavily from the physical exertion. Ha ha ha, is he dead? Bill focused his gaze on the attack site, only to find a charred burn mark remaining. No, I didn't receive a system notification. Bill retracted his relaxed demeanor, tensing his body once more, and began to scan the surroundings. Stop looking, I'm right here. A voice came from the right, speaking a language from the neighboring region that Bill couldn't understand but could grasp the meaning. Bill turned in that direction and was shocked to see Qin Yang, the player from the neighboring region, standing there unharmed, looking at him with great interest. How is this possible? How did he evade my attack? Bill's expression darkened, and an ominous premonition arose within him. You've damaged my wall. Just tell me how you plan to compensate me. Due to the translator's lingering shock, this sentence was not translated into a language that Bill could understand. Although Bill couldn't comprehend it, he could roughly grasp the meaning from Qin Yang's expression while speaking. He remained silent, contemplating whether to stop here for today or to withdraw. He thought, forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. Qin Yang immediately gave up on communicating with Bill. Just let me have a moment to vent my anger first, he said. And as soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from sight. Bill, who was watching Qin Yang's every move from a distance, was taken aback and instinctively wanted to defend himself. But a punch seemed to teleport right in front of him. Bill exclaimed, no? Chapter 165. List of heroes in the real world. The live broadcast between 2 countries attracted billions of viewers globally. Bill's strategy of drawing the tiger away from its mountain might actually succeed. Based on the analysis of Qin Yang's abilities, his strength stemmed from the common people, and he shouldn't have much power himself. So, were there any fighters left in Qin Yang's territory? If not, wouldn't he be eliminated by Bill? Sigh. Qin Yang is still too young and inexperienced. In my opinion, he shouldn't have sent all the Golden Light people out. But if he didn't send them all, wouldn't it be easy for a certain player to control all the Golden Light people? This kind of harassment was unnecessary in the first place. If I were Qin Yang, I would have cleared out the weaker players first. The situation is quite complex. It's not as simple as you all think. The fight has started. Wait, how did Qin Yang also become a Golden Light person? That move is impressive. I feel like Bill is in trouble. Qin Yang's punch landed squarely on Bill's handsome face. The heavy force felt like a bulldozer coming straight at him, flattening Bill's prominent nose, sharp brow bone, and cheekbones. With just one punch, Bill's iron-like physique crumbled. He was sent flying from the impact, tumbling uncontrollably through the air for several dozen meters. But before he hit the ground, Qin Yang moved beneath him and punched him back into the sky. Then, Qin Yang soared upward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to Bill in midair, landing over a dozen hits. Each punch and kick produced a thunderous sound and drained part of Bill's vitality. Within a few seconds, it was as if Bill had bombs going off on him, with loud explosions echoing continuously. After enduring numerous attacks, his life force gushed out like a flood breaching a dam. His once robust body and extraordinary physique were instantly reduced to a fragile state, resembling a piece of paper riddled with holes. Such severe injuries made survival impossible. Ultimately, Qin Yang delivered a powerful blow that sent Bill crashing heavily to the ground. A wave of energy spread outward from the ground, causing a significant depression, with cracks resembling spider webs extending outward. Refreshing. After landing back on the city wall, Qin Yang wiped the blood off his hands, stretched his shoulders and limbs, feeling completely invigorated. It's quite nice to exercise occasionally. 2 seconds later, a system notification popped up. You have killed player Bill Wilson. You have eliminated a player, gaining 10,000 points and 3 promotion keys. In the live broadcast rooms of certain countries, all the viewers were stunned. Is this it? How long has it been? They thought it would be a world war. At least a fierce battle lasting an hour or two, but unexpectedly, it was a one-sided annihilation. And it was the seemingly weaker Qin Yang who eliminated Bill. What kind of destructive power is this? When did Qin Yang become so strong? I watch Qin Yang's streams every day. Is this really the same guy who used to flirt, fish, sleep, and slack off? Bill just died like that? I didn't even understand how he died. Yes, he's dead, and with such overwhelming force, no one could have survived. Oh no, I can't believe this result. We're going to face the same fate as the other eliminated countries, succumbing to the zombie invasion and heading toward extinction. With Bill gone, there's no one left among the otherworldly players to stop Qin Yang. This game, Qin Yang has won, and so have we. Qin Dad is amazing. Our country is the best. Just as the viewers from the other world celebrated their victory and the audience from the certain country fell into despair, Qin Yang, standing on the city wall, showed a look of disdain. TCH, this guy is clearly several levels stronger than others, yet the points gained are the same. Moreover, the command center has only reached level 3 and can provide just 3 promotion keys. Currently, Qin Yang has collected 9 promotion keys. One of the conditions to upgrade the command center from level 4 to level 5 has been met. What's still missing are the oil resource reserves within the territory and 200 energy reserves from one of the additional conditions. I heard from players of another country that the initial reward for players from that country is a lord's treasure. Thinking of this, Qin Yang looked back at the spot where Bill died. In the pit filled with cracks, faint beams of light were indeed appearing. As these lights continued to converge, the pit began to brighten. Taking advantage of the everyone for me effect that hadn't ended yet, Qin Yang jumped back down from the stone wall and appeared at the edge of the pit in an instant. TSK. Seeing the tragic state of Bill in the center of the pit, Qin Yang somewhat regretted coming to check it out himself. The light was emanating from Bill's body. A scroll-like object was glowing, suspended less than half a meter above Bill's corpse, slowly rotating. Qin Yang stepped forward and picked up the scroll. You have obtained the golden level Lord Treasure, Hero List. The Hero List only includes those who are beloved by the people, and they are the strongest heroes. By collecting and viewing popularity ratings through the list, the top 5 individuals with the highest popularity in the territory can be listed as heroes and randomly receive rewards from the list. Now that this hero list belongs to me, I should be able to see who has the highest popularity in my territory. Qin Yang's curiosity was immediately piqued. He held the hero list in front of him and spread the scroll open with both hands. The material of this scroll was somewhat like parchment, and when opened, it was initially blank. After staring at it for 2 seconds, a line of prompt text gradually appeared. The hero list is recalculating popularity ratings. Calculation successful. Sorting begins. Sorting successful. Current hero rankings. 1. Qin Yang, popularity, 42,000. 2. Chun Saiju, popularity, 27,800. 3. Elvis, popularity, 22,500. 4. Lu Yun, popularity, 16,205. Ding Dali, popularity, 11,300. Calculating rewards. Calculation successful. You have received the list reward, Path to Cultivation. Chapter 166. Rewards with local characteristics. Seeing his name in the first position on the hero list, Qin Yang was not surprised at all. The concept of popularity is actually very similar to the sense of belonging and favorability of the common people. As the lord governing the entire territory, he interacts with the common people in various aspects. Every time the territory repels a zombie wave, and every public facility constructed plays a role, fundamentally. It reflects the lord's effective leadership and contributions. If the lord understands how to care for subordinates and is good at enhancing the loyalty of the common people, then the lord's popularity will undoubtedly be high. Under normal circumstances, the lord will definitely occupy a position on this list. However, without other lists for comparison, Qin Yang was not particularly clear about whether his popularity of 40,000 was a lot or a little. What surprised him was that the second place was actually taken by Ant Saiju, which he never expected. Based on conventional thinking, one would assume that stronger commoners would rank higher on such lists. However, the popularity calculation method for this list does not depend on combat power, but rather on the degree of admiration from the common people. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It seems unreasonable, but in fact, this ranking is quite reasonable. Chun Saiju became the second on the list, with popularity only second to Qin Yang in the territory. This is inseparable from her diligent provision of delicious food for the territory's commoners every day. The common people enjoy the most delicious meals daily, and naturally, They feel grateful towards Chun Saiju, who prepares these delicacies. Her popularity gradually increased little by little. The third-ranked hero, Elvis, follows the same principle. He is the uncle who runs a milk tea shop at the intersection of the residential area. As for Lu Yingyun, her high popularity is due to her unique singing ability, which is responsible for the only entertainment activities in the territory. Every time night falls, the commoners return to their territory after work. After finishing dinner, they head to the square to listen to the beautiful singing of a certain girl or dance with the talented dancer, Gu Chalan, to relax. Over time, the popularity of Lu Yingyun has accumulated to a considerable level, and it's not an exaggeration to call her the singing star of this territory. As for the last place, Ding Dali, his popularity might stem from his solid skills. Next, Qin Yang took a look at the rewards randomly assigned on the list. Path of Cultivation? Upon seeing this reward name, Qin Yang was filled with questions. What was this reward, which was so heavily influenced by the culture of a certain country? He recalled the power used by Bill earlier. Bill's image and abilities were undoubtedly modeled after the most famous comic book hero from that country. There was also the black giant he encountered before, who could transform into a weaponized form. Could it be that this list of heroes assigns different rewards based on regional and cultural differences? If a player from that country holds it, then it rewards abilities in line with that country's style. Now that it was Qin Yang's turn as a player from another country, the rewards on the list immediately shifted to reflect a style characteristic of his own culture. Thinking of this, Qin Yang hurriedly checked the rewards and hero titles for the last 4 heroes on the list. Chun Saiju received a power called Control of Exotic Fire. Uncle Milk Tea, Elvis, got a green-edged sword and a corresponding sword control ability. Lu Yingyun acquired a state-boosting ability called Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Ding Dali received the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Wow, it really is all unique to my culture. Qin Yang slapped his forehead and continued to examine his own reward. The Path of Cultivation. Path of Cultivation, special hero ability, opens a path of cultivation for you, granting you transcendent power. The realms are divided into Qi Training, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, God Transformation, Integration, Great Ascension, and Tribulation Crossing. When the popularity reaches a certain level, the realm will automatically upgrade. Is this basically just a direct copy from the online literature's cultivation system? Cultivation is a tough job, often taking hundreds or thousands of years. But my hero ability is great. I can level up just by accumulating popularity. Excitedly, Qin Yang clicked to check the popularity requirement for the Qi Training Realm. Qi Training Realm requires 10,000 popularity points. Requirement met. Do you wish to advance to this realm? This is too easy. I have 40,000 popularity points. So I'm already at the Qi Training level. Qin Yang hadn't even meditated yet. He immediately chose to extract his cultivation. Instantly, an invisible and intangible energy surged into him, transforming into a scorching flow that ran from the top of Qin Yang's head down through his body's meridians to the soles of his feet. Then it circulated back to his lower abdomen, forming a cyclone-like energy mass in his dantian. Is this it? Qin Yang felt the qi mass in his dantian and thought it was as natural as an extra arm. This must be the legendary true qi, right? He tried to break the qi mass into strands and guide it throughout his body, immediately noticing that his physical qualities had been enhanced in various aspects. Without needing to test it, he felt that he could easily shatter a large rock with a casual punch and outrun even world-class sprinters with just a few steps. Although he had become much stronger, he was still far from entering the everyone from his state. If he were to fight against Bill Wilson in his current state, he might still get beaten badly. He wondered how things would change upon upgrading to the foundational stage. Qin Yang then checked the popularity points required to upgrade from the Qi training stage to the foundational stage. Foundational stage requires 50,000 popularity points, not yet met. Please continue to increase popularity points. Just 50,000, that's not too far off. The first to learn about Bill's elimination were the player slaves under his control. After becoming slaves, most of the system's functions were unavailable to them, and they could only passively receive system notifications. Among them was the player Budwa Jie from the Foot Basin Nation. As soon as Bill died, she immediately lost her status as a slave. This was a disaster. Budwa Jie was still controlling the 18 golden light figures, and they were now at a critical moment. Bill would have returned to help her out of this predicament, but that was no longer possible. Once the control time ended, those 18 golden light figures would be free, and Budwa Jie would definitely become their prime target. With no other choice, Budwa Jie urgently sought help from the player Bell, who was struggling against the last 2 golden light figures. She shouted, "Damn it. Bill died in the territory of the Summer Nation players." What? Bell was also shocked but quickly realized the gravity of the situation, cursing under his breath. Budwa Jie quickly urged, "Take me away." But Bell merely glanced at her coldly and said, "I'm not interested in women," before flapping his wings and fleeing without a second thought. Half a minute later, all the golden light figures were released from their control. They immediately chose to eliminate Boudoujier. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and bullets that never missed flew toward Boudoujier, bursting forth with sprays of blood from her body, quickly taking her fragile life. Chapter 167, Pig Farming Plan. The slap in the face comes too quickly. Eliminated player Boudoujier. Points 10,000. Promotion key 3. Seeing this notification, Qin Yang knew that the golden light figures attacking Bill's base had finished their battle. He checked on the 20 civilians he had dispatched. The talent sharing status had 2 minutes left. No one was dead, and no one was injured. This small team had completed their mission perfectly. After eliminating players from the Foot Basin Nation and the other nation, there should only be 3 players left. Namarin previously mentioned that the initial alliance consisted of 5 players, with Bill joining later. Calculating it out, the 3 surviving players are Bell from a certain country, Kant from another, and Chris from yet another. If the method to leave the novice area is as I suspect, I still cannot eliminate all the players at this point. The entire Nora Basin resembles a survival game. The game only ends when there is only 1 player left. At that time, the game boundaries will also open up, and the monsters outside will immediately invade the Nora Basin. The Nora Basin is essentially the player's starting territory, and I haven't even properly explored my initial territory yet. If I rashly engage with the monsters from the outside now, it will only lead to chaos and put me at a disadvantage. Qin Yang still remembers that there are many high-level monsters beyond the ocean boundaries. So far, his territory has not even faced level 4 monsters. If a swarm of high-level monsters rushes in, the defensive pressure would skyrocket to the highest difficulty, and it might even lead to being overrun by these advanced monsters. Therefore, Qin Yang's plan is to raise pigs. He will select 1 player from the remaining ones and refrain from eliminating him, allowing him to survive. The player from a certain country, a Baisai, is bound to Qin Yang due to his unique abilities after becoming his ally, so he is not counted in the victory conditions. In fact, when the other side cannot fend off the undead tide, Qin Yang will even need to send troops to assist in defense. This way, he can avoid triggering the victory condition and gain more development time for his territory. Although he needs to raise pigs, he cannot let them become too fat. Otherwise, the situation will spiral out of his control, turning the pigs into wolves. And the one who will end up unlucky will be Qin Yang. He understands the abilities of the remaining 3 players. Bell cannot be left alone. His devouring ability has high growth potential, and the longer he is allowed to roam, the harder it will be to deal with him later. Chris from the Kangaroo Country can summon civilians skilled in underwater activities, which is extremely suitable for developing maritime power. If he quietly builds up his strength at sea, it could also become quite troublesome, so he cannot be kept either. This leaves only Kant from the Teutonic Country. Kant's ability is group teleportation, but after leaving the territory, the cooldown for this ability becomes quite long. Moreover, Kant's territory development is the weakest among the remaining players. Qin Yang suspects that even if he does not eliminate him, he will not survive the upcoming 4th wave of beast attacks. With this person, there should be no major issues. After a simple comparison, Qin Yang believes Kant is the best candidate for raising pigs. News of Bill's death soon reached Kant and Chris. Bill was actually killed by a player from a certain country. Kant gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, his face filled with disbelief. To him, Bill was an invincible presence, a pinnacle of personal strength. He was initially prepared to ally with a certain influential figure. However, his allies were all busy dealing with a formidable opponent and had no time to pay attention to him. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, he thought he could quietly develop his own plans. Now that the strongest force in this temporary organization had been eliminated, he felt that his situation would take a turn for the worse. Perhaps it would be better to approach the players from another region? He was contemplating this in his mind. After all, players had only 2 choices, either be eliminated or become a servant. The latter at least allowed one to keep their life. Chris from another country shared this thought. His strength was not impressive, and he lacked the practical skills that others had. He had survived in this temporary organization, filled with ulterior motives, thanks to his keen sense of crisis and ability to adapt. Before a certain influential figure joined the alliance, Chris had accurately identified another member as a standout. He even went so far as to gift an advanced weapon to secure that member's friendship. This move proved to be wise, as many unfavorable situations for Chris were resolved thanks to his friend. When the influential figure finally joined the alliance, Chris thought about getting closer to him, but he found himself lacking opportunities. Now, just as he had not yet cemented that connection, the influential figure had already met his end. Although this disrupted Chris's plans, it also awakened him to reality. If even the strongest fell, no one could stand against their opponent. Becoming a servant was his only way out. Among the 3 in the alliance, only one was unwilling to submit and become a servant. It was laughable. There had always been a power dynamic where one nation dominated others, with no country daring to rise above. Clenching his fists, he declared with righteous anger, This nation was once subjugated by my homeland, and the lowly people there depended on my people for survival. How could I ever become a servant to the players from that nation? Not even in a game will I allow it. In the real world, the online community rallied behind him. Well done. You are the last bastion of our pride. Despite the loss, he remained a figure of honor. Yes, even in death. I will not become a servant. The words moved many to tears, celebrating him as a hero. However, less than 4 hours after the last battle, 20 formidable opponents descended upon his territory. Frustrated, he watched as the walls of his domain were breached, feeling powerless and lacking the courage to intervene. When they finally dismantled his command center, he realized there was nowhere left to run and reluctantly descended from the sky. He suddenly knelt down in front of the golden figures, raising his hands and smiling apologetically as he pleaded, I am a player from a certain nation, and I am willing to surrender and become Qin Yang's slave. The slap in the face came too quickly. Faced with the threat of death, he felt that being sincere was the most practical approach. Chapter 168. The cleanup is complete. We won. The audience on the channel was stunned by his insincere actions, booing loudly in response. Why are you so skilled at this? Damn it, my tears have been shed for you in vain. You are the shame of our nation. Is this what a gentleman from the great empire looks like? The once unyielding empire is about to fall. However, his surrender was in vain. The golden figures either couldn't understand the language or simply had no intention of sparing him. Despite his abandonment of resistance, they ruthlessly raised their weapons. In his shocked gaze, gunfire erupted like sizzling beans. By the time the golden figures retreated, a body riddled with wounds was left on the ground. Your civilian has killed player Beloit. You have eliminated a player, earning 10,000 points, and receiving 3 promotion keys. Now only Chris remained. Qin Yang immediately ordered the golden figures to continue towards the territory of the players from another nation. As for the civilians in Bell's territory, Qin Yang would send others to take over. After the lord's death, these civilians became refugees. Even if they were loyal to their former lord, that loyalty would diminish significantly once they became refugees. Therefore, most refugees would be willing to change territories. A few die-hard loyalists, even if they didn't comply now, would eventually be swayed by the better living conditions after arriving at Qin Yang's main base. Faced with the aggressive golden figures, Chris chose to surrender without hesitation. But what awaited him was the same fate as Bell. After receiving the elimination prompt, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The cleanup was successfully completed. The entire Nora Basin was now almost under his sole control. Next, he could start developing the territory. The first step was to upgrade the command center to level 5. To upgrade from level 4 to level 5, he was just short of oil resources. He had already collected 18 promotion keys, which should be enough for upgrading to level 6 as well. As for additional conditions, he only needed to meet the energy reserve requirement. Fortunately, there were already solutions for both conditions. The Technology Research Center had recently developed oil refining technology, and he just needed to build a collection site near the oil resource point to start extraction. The energy collection could be achieved by constructing the reverse-engineered power workshop. However, the fourth wave of Beast Tide was about to begin, and the monsters would attack the buildings I constructed outside during this time. So it would be best to wait until after defending this wave before starting the upgrades. In the real world, the number of live streaming rooms had shrunk from over 200 to just 4. Viewers around the world who have the conditions to watch the live broadcast are all gathered in these 4 live rooms. Among them, the number of viewers in the live room from a certain country has surpassed 1 billion. Have all the remaining players been eliminated so quickly? Truly impressive. The winner is here. This game has been a victory for our country. Wait, isn't there still a player from a certain nation who hasn't been eliminated? That's right. Why was one left behind? Is it because the player from that nation is considered too weak and poses no threat? We cannot be careless. After all, they are players. I believe it's better for the winner to eliminate them or take them as slaves. I support that. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different intentions. From previous actions, it can be seen that the winner is not someone who acts mindlessly or is overly merciful. There must be a reason behind their actions. I am a citizen of that nation, and I thank the winner for sparing my life. We are willing to become the most loyal allies. Just like a certain romantic nation. Why were players from our nation eliminated while players from that nation were not? After all, that player had previously dealt with players from your country. Even if my country falls, I will not let you have it easy. I have already joined the resistance, and I will eventually step onto your territory for revenge. The foolish person from that country upstairs. The next punishment is just around the corner. You should be worried about how to defend against zombies. The Special Operations Department responsible for the otherworldly game in our country is currently filled with a festive atmosphere. The bald staff member in charge brought a bottle of wine, poured a glass, and raised it to his colleagues, saying, if everything goes as expected, our country should win this otherworldly game. Let us all drink to celebrate. The colleagues became excited and put down their work, gathering around the bald staff member to share the fine wine he brought. Over the past month, these individuals have spent nearly every moment in front of their computers, monitoring the movements in the other world and analyzing the abilities and territorial strength of players from various nations. Now, their hard work has finally paid off. Players from our country have emerged victorious among over 200 players from around the world. This not only means that our country will receive various rewards from the otherworldly game system, but it also provides an opportunity to further study this magical game system and even explore the other world. Before long, our country will soar to new heights, becoming the sole ruler of this planet. Human technology will advance at an unprecedented speed. Perhaps, it won't be long before those concepts that only exist in fantasy become a reality. If our country truly reaches this point, then these individuals will be among the contributors and will surely be rewarded by those in power. For individuals, this is a tremendous honor. They also feel a deep sense of pride in the strength of their nation. At this moment, the lively scene suddenly quieted down. The leader? The leader has arrived. Greetings, leader. The person near the door looked nervously at the military-clad elder entering the office. The leader, a balding staff member, quickly stepped forward to greet him. The military elder, expressionless, nodded slightly at him and instructed, "Remember to analyze the reasons why Qin Yang did not eliminate the players from the Teutonic Nation and submit it to me." Yes. The balding staff member nodded seriously in response. However, the next moment, he noticed the leader patting him on the shoulder. "All right, you all continue celebrating. I won't disturb you." When the balding staff member lifted his head again, the military elder had already left the office. Chapter 169. Is not attacking me a sign of disrespect? On the 30th day in the other world, a notification appeared. 28 new civilians have arrived. Should they be summoned immediately? After completing the summoning, the entrance of the command center was immediately blocked by a dozen new civilians. Following the usual protocol, he reviewed the various information of the new civilians and selected a few with special talents. Lin Mao. Talent ability, rare plant researcher, can identify and automatically search for 10 types of rare plants. Rare plant expert, can identify and automatically search for all rare plants. Will you? Talent ability, demolition expert, after entering the Technology Research Center, can only research artillery and explosive technology, with an additional 10 research experience. Demolition genius, with an additional 1,000 research experience. Song Juanhao, talent ability, experience summary, after interviewing and communicating with specific civilians for a period. Can summarize the other's talent ability into a skill for other civilians to learn, can summarize up to 3 times. Maximum of 300 summaries. With Lin Mao's ability, it would not be difficult to produce the nourishing soup for the territory's recipe. The ability to specialize in artillery and explosives implies that various types of ammunition and explosives could be developed in the future, such as armor-piercing shells, incendiary bombs, and remote-controlled bombs. This ability is quite good, as it would at least diversify my defensive and offensive options. The experience summary allows civilians to teach each other their talent abilities, right? If this becomes widespread, wouldn't it normalize the effect of talent sharing? After assigning all the new civilians, Qin Yang began to consider the 4th round of Beast Tides. In terms of construction, the walls of the main base had all been upgraded to level 4. Level 4 walls feature an internal steel structure and a more robust stone exterior. Besides a significant increase in armor value, they can also reduce shock effects, which is extremely helpful for defending against large siege equipment, including giant monsters or natural disasters, earthquakes, tsunamis, etc. Since Qin Yang brought back the command center from the 2nd subbase, the main base had expanded once again, now encompassing a large area of grassland east of the river. The new area combined with the original area of the main base formed a massive circle with a diameter of over 2 kilometers. Unlike the initially semi-encircled northern region, which was able to forego building city walls due to the presence of rivers and hills, the main base is now fully protected by walls. Moreover, with significant resources at his disposal, Qin Yang commenced the construction of city walls with 3 layers right from the start. Therefore, if one were to view Qin Yang's territory from above, the main base would appear as 3 concentric circles nested together. The defensive facilities on the walls have also been arranged to maximize their potential. Since the research on artillery began and the basic version of cannons was successfully manufactured, Qin Yang has deployed over 30 cannons on the walls facing all 4 directions. Each cannon is operated by 2 civilians, meaning that if they unleash full firepower, the number of civilians controlling the cannons alone would reach 240. Fortunately, the civilian population in Qin Yang's territory has approached 400, and all have undergone varying degrees of training, making it reasonable to describe them as a fully mobilized force. In addition to the artillery, Qin Yang has also set numerous traps around the perimeter of his territory. Thanks to the research center's developments, these traps have evolved from basic designs like spikes and barbed wire to more sophisticated devices such as landmines and timed explosives. Compared to the main base, the scale of the number 1 subbase is much smaller, and its defensive capabilities are quite limited. However, Qin Yang has already prepared to send the civilians who have undergone talent sharing to the #1 subbase to enhance its defense. With the powerful Golden Light warriors guarding it, combined with the existing defensive forces at the subbase, it should ensure absolute security. I haven't even left the beginner zone yet, so the beast tide in this round shouldn't be too strong. With my current defensive power, it should at least be on par with the threats, if not more than sufficient. Thinking this way, Qin Yang no longer worries about the impending 4th round of the beast tide. After learning that all his allies have been wiped out, Kongda huddles in his territory, trembling in fear. Good grief. Chris should have chosen to surrender. But did he still end up dead, without even being able to surrender? What does Qin Yang really want? Kongda decisively dismissed the thought of actively seeking out Qin Yang to surrender, instead enduring the wait for judgment within his territory. However, from that afternoon until the following noon, he did not see the powerful Golden Light warriors making their appearance. What is going on? Has Qin Yang forgotten about me? Kongda was somewhat perplexed. Although he was not as strong as Bell in terms of individual and territorial power, he could at least contend evenly with Chris. Why was it that Chris was flattened while he remained unharmed? What nonsense is this? What is there to be proud of being flattened and eliminated? Kongda felt that if Qin Yang thought he was weak and therefore chose not to act, then why didn't he spare Chris? This just doesn't make sense. Nevertheless, even if Qin Yang was reluctant to take action against him, Kongda did not have much confidence regarding the upcoming 4th round of the beast tide. Kongda was quite self-aware. His group teleportation ability leaned more towards a strategic capacity. If he had a large number of city defenders at this moment, there might still be a chance for successful defense. The problem is that his territory is developing slowly, and with continuous troop deployments in the central city. He currently has fewer than 100 civilians at his disposal. Among them, fewer than 30 have combat capabilities, not to mention defending against the 4th wave of beast tides. Even the defense against the 3rd wave of corpses was completed with the intervention of others. Just thinking about the weakness of his territory makes him extremely frustrated. Perhaps Qin Yang thinks it's unnecessary to waste energy, which makes him reluctant to take action. This notion not only hurts his pride, but also seems illogical, as killing players can yield points and rewards for promotion keys. Even if he doesn't need these rewards, capturing or destroying his command center would still bring considerable benefits. The player from Xia country, Qin Yang, single-handedly flattened all players, including those from another region, so he should be aware of these benefits. Perhaps there is something of value in him, but he himself is unaware of it. He is not foolish and quickly realizes the underlying issue. In this regard, he can only pray that after Qin Yang is done using him, he will spare his life and accept his surrender. By evening, the civilian Zhang Qilan, who had gone out to explore, returned to the territory in a weary state. He once again brought back a new lord's treasure for Qin Yang. Chapter 170, Elemental Barrier. Foundation period. Qin Yang examined the lord's treasure presented by Zhang Qilan. It was a tower shield the size of a door, which seemed large, but its weight and thickness were not proportional to its size. Qin Yang lifted the shield with one hand and felt it weighed no more than 30 pounds. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the shield was engraved with intricate patterns and inlaid with different types of crystals, emitting a colorful glow. After looking for a few seconds, relevant prompts appeared before him. Elemental Barrier, Silver Level Lord's Treasure, Effective Effect, 30 Resistance to Elemental Damage. If the elemental barrier is hung in the command center as decoration, it grants all buildings within the territory a 10 resistance to all elements. It turns out to be a type of magical resistance armor. However, the crystals on this shield looked somewhat familiar. Qin Yang touched a piece of red crystal on the shield's surface and felt it was scorching hot, giving off a slight burning sensation. He then reached out to touch a black crystal nearby, which felt icy cold, as if he were touching a block of ice. These crystals looked like the clusters discovered by the previous exploration team. When they first found the crystal clusters, Qin Yang believed they would be a new type of resource. Unfortunately, since the clusters emitted an inaccessible elemental force, and there were no civilians in the territory with the mining skills, they could only give up. Now seeing the shield, Qin Yang immediately began to ponder. The person or organization that crafted this shield clearly mastered the techniques for mining and utilizing elemental crystals. I need to find them and bring them into the territory. Then we won't be helpless against those crystal clusters. However, in this world, the zombie virus is rampant, and monsters are roaming around causing destruction, making it very difficult for human survivors to continue living. Perhaps the shield maker has long since died. Identifying this shield might provide some useful information. Qin Yang recalled that when he discovered the bull demon statue earlier, he had identified it as a type of set lord treasure, and he knew that such statues were likely found in the central city of the Nora Basin. He then summoned Chang Zhou, who possessed the legendary identification talent, to the command center and ordered him to identify this lord treasure on the spot. Chang Zhou took out his magnifying glass and other tools, carefully examining the shield, occasionally touching the patterns on it, while muttering. This pattern style comes from the renowned royal craftsman of the Nora kingdom, which is quite rare. How could someone who isn't from this world know so much about it? Qin Yang thought, somewhat sarcastically, about Chang Zhou's professional tone. In less than 5 minutes, Chang Zhou put away his identification tools and stated that he had completed the assessment. Lord, this shield indeed originates from the royal craftsman of the Nora kingdom, and it was made not long ago. Chang Zhou elaborated on the origins of the elemental barrier and the artistic achievements of the carvings on it, but the latter part was too tedious. And Qin Yang had lost interest. The royal family of Nora? That should be in the central area of this basin, right? Qin Yang had learned about the existence of the central city before sending civilians to explore. He hadn't paid enough attention to it, being busy dealing with other players. Now that most players had been eliminated, Qin Yang could focus on handling the situation in the central city. So far, he hadn't encountered any zombies or monsters with elemental attacks, and giving this shield to civilians would be very useful. It might be better to display it in the command center as a decoration. Qin Yang had the elemental barrier hung on the wall of the villa. It looked quite beautiful as a decoration, especially the crystals on the shield, which emitted dazzling light. If used well, it might even serve the purpose of colorful lights in a bar. With some explosive music, I could throw a party in this other world. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Yang received a notification from the Lord Treasure's hero list. Your popularity has reached 50,000, and the list grants you a reward upgrade. Your cultivation level has been raised to Foundation Establishment Stage. With a loud boom, Qin Yang felt a surge of energy explode within his dantian. The immense energy surged through his meridians like a wild horse breaking free, rushing throughout his body. He sensed his meridians being continuously brushed by the energy, becoming increasingly transparent, and the flow of energy accelerated. At the same time, a large amount of dirty black sludge began to ooze from his skin, emitting a foul odor. The process of enhancing this realm lasted for about an hour, after which the rapidly flowing energy finally began to slow down. Qin Yang also noticed that the extent of his physical enhancement started to weaken. After continuing the enhancement for about 10 more minutes, the promotion state finally came to an end. Qin Yang immediately felt the changes brought about by the improvement in his realm. His body had been enhanced in all aspects. In terms of pure strength, Qin Yang felt he had already surpassed Bill. His speed, physical defense capabilities, and other attributes had also greatly improved. His dantian began to accumulate true energy again. During the qi refining stage, the amount of true energy in the dantian was fixed and could not increase automatically. Now that he had reached the foundation establishment stage, Qin Yang didn't need to do anything. His body could automatically absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, converting it into true energy stored in the dantian. Though the efficiency was very low, Qin Yang could only sense a faint generation of true energy in his dantian. If he wanted to utilize this true energy, it would likely dissipate immediately upon activation, unable to support the continuous flow through the meridians like before. If the qi refining stage was about accumulation and storage, then in the foundation establishment stage, this stored energy was released, akin to a buildup leading to a sudden outburst. The foundation establishment stage was already so powerful, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen when he reached the golden core stage, and even higher. The nascent soul and transformation stages. Would it be possible to destroy the world with just a flick of his finger? If he truly reached that level, he would be invincible. The stronger the ability, the harder it is to improve. To reach such a realm, the required popularity value must be immense, right? While thinking about this, Qin Yang checked the popularity value needed to progress from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. 100,000. The difficulty had doubled. Chapter 171. The fourth wave. Giant monsters attack the city in another world. 31 days. The fourth wave of the beast tide began. Before dawn, the Nora Basin was illuminated by the characteristic blue light of the teleportation array. This time, the light was quite massive, reaching over 10 meters in height, presenting a vertical oval shape, with electric arcs spreading out like snakes, crackling continuously. Hiss, roar. Two enormous monsters slowly emerged through the two teleportation gates that appeared to the south of the main base. One of the monsters resembled a lizard with 3 heads. It was over 40 meters long, with a dark golden exterior and a pair of bat-like wings on its back. The other monster appeared to be a giant wolf, exceeding 20 meters in length and over 15 meters tall. Its body was covered in white fur, and its massive jaws revealed 2 long, sharp fangs. Monsters were appearing not only in the southern area of the main base. 2 super-large teleportation gates also opened in the east, west, and north directions. Each gate revealed a different type of enormous monster. For example, in the north, a giant gorilla over 20 meters tall appeared, wielding a crude, primitive axe as a weapon. There is also a dinosaur-like monster, slightly larger than a giant gorilla, covered in hard scales. Its sturdy tail swings, destroying everything in its path. To the west, one of the monsters appears to be a gigantic bird-like creature, its wings enveloped in flames, flying low and creating a thick black smoke, igniting all the trees along its route. In the real world, there are only 4 remaining live broadcast rooms. The audience is stunned by this round of massive monsters. Is it really a monster this time? After 3 rounds of zombies, the game system is due for a change. The strength of these monsters is clearly above that of the zombies. Just their size alone is imposing. If I were on site, I would definitely be scared to the point of losing control. This is bad. Even if Qin Yang isn't dealing with our nation's caught, he can't possibly defend against this round. It seems that the fall of our nation is just a matter of time. Even if other players haven't been eliminated, very few are confident in defending against this round. If it's Qin Yang, he can definitely do it. We can always trust him. 3-headed lizard. Level 4 monster. Magical giant wolf Fenrir. Level 4 monster. Magical giant ape Gigan. Level 4 monster. Ancient magic dragon Gazura. Level 4 monster. Crimson flame giant eagle Lardin. Level 4 monster. Simplified information about the attacking monsters keeps popping up in front of Qin Yang. Due to the gigantic size of the monsters, their presence was detected even from a considerable distance from the main base. This round resembles a boss level, featuring only oversized high-level monsters without any minions. This doesn't significantly affect me, but it gives an advantage to players with insufficient city defense firepower, such as the player from the neighboring region. The sudden appearance of 8 monsters is likely due to my 2 command centers. After 3 rounds of defense, Qin Yang has learned some rules of the monster wave. The monster waves are dispatched according to the command centers, and the number of monsters attacking each command center is equal. After merging with command center number 2, the main base now has 2 command centers, thus doubling the monster attacks it faces. Qin Yang called upon Gu Zhong, who possesses long-range sniping talents, to fire at the nearest 3-headed lizard to the south. Boom. The cannon mounted on the southern city wall trembled violently as the barrel recoiled, firing a projectile that had been upgraded in power. Due to the close distance and the enormous size of the monster, this shot could not miss. Boom. A burst of flames erupted from the left head of the 3-headed lizard as the cannonball struck it. The monster let out a sharp hiss of pain, its massive body tilting under the impact, and its 3 long necks twisted wildly. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the head that was hit by the cannonball was already half collapsed and charred. It seems the effect is quite good. The power of the cannonball can evidently easily breach the body defenses of such monsters. There is nothing to worry about. Each side of the main base is equipped with no less than 30 cannons, and with full firepower, even if 10 monsters came, we wouldn't be afraid at all. He immediately ordered the civilians, everyone, open fire freely once these monsters enter range. The ground trembled continuously. The level 4 monsters quickened their pace and began charging towards the main base. As they entered the cannon range, the sound of cannon fire erupted almost simultaneously from above the city walls. The 30 cannons fired their shells, creating a barrage that flew several hundred meters through the air. 2 seconds later, dozens of fire blossoms erupted from the distant monsters. The 3-headed lizard creature, which appeared to have the weakest defense and one of its heads injured, was targeted by the most cannon fire. It couldn't advance more than 100 meters before its 3 heads were blown off beyond recognition. The giant let out a mournful shriek, its long neck slowly twisting before finally collapsing. Its massive body began to tilt and then gradually fell to the ground, slipping into a dying state. The demonized giant wolf, Fenrir, which was attacking in the same direction as the 3-headed lizard, howled loudly. With its speed advantage, it dodged many of the shells, suffering the least injuries among the 8 monsters. Fenrir's howl traveled a long distance and boosted the morale of the other monsters. Upon hearing this sound, the other 6 monsters let out furious roars, their eyes turning blood red and their bodies slightly swelling. Their advance speed increased significantly, and they no longer feared the human attacks. Fire! Fire! The civilians in charge of command on the main base's walls roared with all their might. Quick! 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 The civilians operating the cannons were nervously and orderly reloading the shells. At this moment, the fastest monster, the Crimson Flame Giant Eagle, arrived above the city walls, its vibrating wings scattering a large amount of scorching sparks downward, creating a sizable rain of flames. Get out of the way. Take cover inside the buildings. The gunners quickly ducked for cover, trying to avoid the falling sparks. Many people caught fire and let out painful screams. The formation was immediately disrupted. Without the obstruction of cannon fire in this direction, another monster, Godzilla, charged straight in and quickly reached within 50 meters of the walls. The situation took a sharp turn, becoming favorable for the monsters. Chapter 172, The Cooking Ant and the Milk Tea Uncle in the Real World, in a live streaming room. Wow, 8 monsters appeared at once. Is Qin Yang being too overconfident? Each of these monsters looks quite powerful. For other players, defending against even one would be tough. I believe Qin Yang will be fine. The more monsters he kills, the more rewards he gets, which means he can level up faster. But that big bird has already breached the city walls, and many of the wall guards have been injured. Qin, you need to do something quickly. Otherwise, other monsters will come attacking. In this other world, as the flame giant eagle launched its assault on the western city wall, the defending civilians could only shrink behind cover, avoiding the onslaught of fire rain. At this moment, the protective effect of the elemental barrier became evident. This lord's treasure is now hung as a decorative item in the command center, providing a 10 elemental resistance to all buildings within the territory. The fire rain released by the giant eagle struck the city wall, having little effect on the building's armor value, and the flames that clung to the structures extinguished themselves within seconds, making it difficult for them to cause sustained burning and spread. The defending civilians, hiding behind cover, were not idle either. They raised their weapons and began firing at the low-flying giant eagle. The city defenders were the elite of Qin Yang's territory, all having undergone rigorous training, with an average attack power of 70. Coupled with firearms that had been modified multiple times and reinforced at least 5 times by a skilled individual, their attack power surged to 100. This figure was already equivalent to that of the senior civilian Wang Baogang when he was first summoned. A volley of fire from the civilians immediately inflicted considerable damage on the low-flying giant eagle. Its burning wings were riddled with wounds, spilling forth a torrent of scalding blood. The giant eagle let out a pained cry, its flight becoming unstable. Its massive body began to wobble and started to fall. After barely gliding over the city wall, it crashed into a warehouse in the western region of the territory. The warehouse, having completed a 4th-level upgrade, was significantly more robust, and the impact resulted in a secondary severe blow to the giant eagle. One of its wings was completely shattered, rendering it unable to take flight again. However, the giant eagle's several waves of attacks provided excellent cover for other attacking monsters. The ancient Tyrannosaurus, the most defensively formidable, and the agile Fenrir had already breached the city wall, using their powerful tails and sharp claws to assault it. Boom! The tremendous force of the Tyrannosaurus's tail slammed heavily against the city wall, causing violent tremors. The guards on the wall were knocked to the ground. Nonetheless, the 4th-level wall's sturdiness and earthquake resistance allowed it to withstand this attack, with only minor cracks appearing on the surface. In contrast, the Tyrannosaurus's tail suffered from the recoil of its own force, with scales and bone spurs cracking and breaking, eliciting an angry roar from it. Fenrir also felt the sting. Its sharp claws couldn't shred the bricks on the wall and ended up injuring itself due to its reckless actions. Fenrir was in so much pain it nearly cried. In the command center's observation tower, Qin Yang lowered the telescope produced by a skilled craftsman. After a thorough observation, he gained a clear understanding of the strength of 4th-level monsters. Compared to 3rd-level monsters, their size, strength, and defense were significantly superior, and they all possessed special powers. For example, the giant eagle can create a rain of fire by flapping its wings. The giant wolf can howl to make its teammates go into a frenzy, thus enhancing their combat capabilities. The Tyrannosaurus can shoot icy rays from its mouth, freezing the artillery on the city walls. These abilities are beyond the reach of monsters ranked 3 and below. In terms of combat power, a level 4 monster could easily defeat 10 level 3 monsters, highlighting the gap in strength. Fortunately, I had the elemental barrier, a lord's treasure, in advance. Otherwise, the city walls would have been completely destroyed by these giant monsters. Seeing the giant and the wolf jumping around the city walls, trying to break through with their special abilities, Qin Yang couldn't help but frown and said with some frustration, "All right, the show is over. It's time to end this." He immediately operated within the hero list and dispatched 2 heroes still within the main base's range. In the live stream from Xia Country, viewers were questioning Qin Yang's actions. What is he doing? The monsters are about to breach the walls, and he still hasn't taken action? Yeah, the previous Golden Light beings were so powerful, why not send them out? Is he an idiot? The Golden Light beings are at Qin Yang's other sub-base. You can see that in the Romantic Country channel. Aren't there other defense methods? I remember Qin Yang took down Bill with 1 punch. It looks like he doesn't plan to intervene. Wait, I think I see someone flying with a sword. Wow. Isn't that the uncle from the milk tea shop? He's actually flying with a sword. And he has got someone with him. The person with him was the ant responsible for cooking. These two seem to be quite extraordinary. Is Qin Yang's territory really that full of hidden talents? The hero list only has 5 slots. Besides the Lord Qin Yang, Ding Dali and Lu Yun have been dispatched to Sub-Base 1. Only Chun Saiju and Elvis remain at the main base. These two are ranked 2nd and 3rd on the list, with one controlling strange fire and the other skilled in swordsmanship. At the milk tea shop at the crossroads, the rugged Uncle Elvis took off his apron, tidied himself up, and then formed a sword gesture with one hand. The flying sword hanging nearby unsheathed with a clang and flew out of the shop, happily circling in the air twice. Elvis elegantly leaped into the air, stepping onto the flying sword, and shouted a command. The flying sword slowly ascended, taking the uncle towards the northern city wall. Along the way, Elvis lowered his flight altitude and picked up Aunt Saiju. Once they arrived at the northern city wall, Aunt Saiju jumped off the flying sword first. Although the giant eagle couldn't take off again, it still possessed some combat capability, actively creating chaos within the territory. It was flapping its remaining wing, continuously starting fires in the area. After Aunt Saiju arrived, she casually waved one hand, and the surrounding flames seemed to gain consciousness, all rushing towards her, before being completely absorbed into her body. Chapter 173, Energy Crystals. Dragon summoning. The ability that Aunt Saiju gained from the hero list is the control of strange fire. She is able to control even the rarest flames in the world, let alone these ordinary flames created by the creature. The flames, drawn entirely to Aunt Kaiju, began to swirl around her, continuously rotating. Aunt Kaiju slowly spread her palms, and the flames surrounding her leaped towards her palms, gradually forming a spherical fireball. Once the fireball reached the size of a basketball, with a flip and push of her hand, it emitted a fierce howling sound and surged at high speed towards the creature not far away. The creature immediately sensed the threat of death and let out a fearful scream. At the same time, it flapped its damaged wings, desperately trying to move out of the way to dodge the attack. However, the fireball gave it no chance, crossing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Boom! The fireball exploded upon impact with the creature. The highly compressed flames generated a force 100 times stronger than before. The creature's robust body was instantly penetrated by the fireball, and the flames clinging to its surface continued to burn, expanding the damage and spreading the flames all over its body. In an instant, this creature, over 10 meters long, was reduced to a pile of blackened char. You have killed a level 4 monster, gaining 5,000 points and 15 energy crystals. Qin Yang at the command center immediately received the kill notification. Energy crystals? Another reward item I haven't seen before. He opened the resource interface and noticed that the energy crystal resource appeared at the very end of the list. Energy crystal, a high-grade energy condensate, cannot be used due to lack of conditions. Damn, always giving me things that are useless right now. It would be better to reward more points. A level 4 monster only gives 5,000 points. Currently, there are 8 monsters besieging Qin Yang's main base. So the total points from this round would be 40,000. This is even less than the previous wave of corpses. Qin Yang felt that his plan to upgrade skills through the points from this beast tide might be in jeopardy. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Teutonic Kingdom, watching the giant monsters continuously approaching outside his territory, Kant felt small and helpless on the stone wall. This is simply something I cannot withstand. His civilians were still using primitive weapons like bows and arrows, with an attack power of only 10. The overall defense of the territory was as fragile as tofu in front of the monsters, easily crushed. Kant thought that even if he performed extreme maneuvers with group teleportation, he might not be able to take down a single level 4 monster. A bat-like creature arrived at Kant's territory at high speed. The civilian guards on the stone wall quickly shot arrows at the creature. However, as soon as the arrows made contact with the creature's surface, they were deflected away, unable to inflict any damage. Greed glinted in the creature's fierce eyes as it opened its massive mouth, unleashing terrifying sound waves at the civilians on the stone wall. The civilians on the wall covered their ears in pain, blood streaming from their eyes and noses. Kant quickly transported the civilians on this side to a safe location. However, the massive bat-like creature relentlessly pursued them, flapping its wings and lunging at the civilians as they teleported away. Kant's skills were still on cooldown, leaving him helpless against the creature's attack. As the gigantic monster closed in, the pressure from the wind made Kant feel as if he were about to topple over. Feeling as small as an ant, just as he closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to arrive, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the northeast. The sound resembled a mix of a beast's roar and a bird's call, distant yet clear enough for everyone, including the monster, to hear. The greed in the eyes of the descending bat creature instantly vanished. It turned its head towards the northeast, displaying a hint of confusion. It halted its descent, merely flapping its wings to maintain altitude. Not only this creature, but the other 3 monsters attacking Kant's territory also stopped and turned to look in the same direction. What was happening? Kant couldn't comprehend the situation, but he felt a flicker of hope at the prospect of surviving and protecting his territory. At that moment, another call echoed from the northeast, sounding as if it were summoning something. The monster's eyes grew even more bewildered. Finally, one of the creatures took the lead. It changed direction, abandoning its attack on Kant's territory, and started moving toward the northeast. With this creature leading the way, the others followed suit. The crisis on Kant's side was instantly alleviated. As the summoning sound from the northeast emerged, Qin Yang's main base had just finished off the last gigantic monster, so he was unaware of the monster's unusual behavior at first. What is that sound? Upon hearing it in the command center, he looked toward the northeast. Wasn't that where the nightmare dragon was located? So, Was this sound produced by the nightmare dragon? What could it want? Why was it suddenly making such a loud noise? Qin Yang shook his head, not connecting the call to the monsters involved in this round of attacks. At that moment, he received a message from his younger brother Abasai. Abasai, big brother. Those monsters suddenly stopped attacking. They're all heading northeast. Qin Yang. What is going on? Could the monsters have been summoned by that sound? Is the nightmare dragon trying to stir up trouble? But no matter what it intends to do, it has drawn all the monsters away. Meaning I can't gain points by defeating them. Damn it. The point gain for this round was already limited, and now that nightmare dragon is taking it all away? How can I tolerate this? I must eliminate the monsters before they reach their destination. Qin Yang immediately issued orders to the now idle Chen Saijio and Elvis to head northeast. At the same time, he used the remaining eye of the fish creature to keep track of Jin Guangren, who was currently slaughtering gigantic monsters at base 1. Noticing that 20 gifted shared civilians had successfully defeated 4 monsters, Qin Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least the points on this side were secured. Currently, Qin Yang's score in this wave of Beast Tide had reached 60,000, and he had collected 183 energy crystals. Relying solely on Chun Saiju and Elvis might not be enough, and since there was still half the duration of the gifted sharing left, he decided to let them go help out. Qin Yang immediately issued an order to the Golden Light people at Base 1 to move north and eliminate the monsters. Chapter 174. Tazus, the Lost Energy Nightmare Dragon Tazus. One of the 7 highest generals under the Monster Queen Talon. It is at level 7 and specializes in mind control and dream creation. In its prime, Tazus can create a nightmare domain covering a diameter of over 10 kilometers, where all living beings entering this area will fall into a deep sleep and become puppets under Tazus' mental control. Since the emergence of the Nora Basin area, Tazus has been dispatched here by the Monster Queen. Its mission, aside from exploring this new area, was to establish a forward base to facilitate future occupations. However, Tazus had barely arrived in the Nora Basin when this area was selected to become a game zone. A powerful spatial force unreasonably separated the game area from the outside world. Tazus was quite unfortunate, as the temporary camp it established happened to be right on the boundary of the game. Under the cutting of the spatial force, Tazus' body was instantly split in 2. It suffered severe injuries, and its power dropped significantly, causing its monster level to fall from 7 to 6. Fortunately, Tazus excelled in mental powers, and its strong resilience in terms of the soul helped it endure this near-fatal damage. It quickly wove a nightmare domain with its mental power to survive within that realm. However, as a result, Tazus was trapped in the northeastern area of the Nora Basin, close to the game boundary. Unable to leave or complete the tasks assigned by the Queen Mother, and even unable to contact her. It could only survive while waiting for an opportunity. Luckily, the life forms within this basin were relatively weak and posed no threat to Tazus. Some oblivious creatures that stumbled into Tazus' nightmare domain were naturally turned into puppets. Over time, Tazus' territory became a forbidden zone for life, and terrifying tales about it spread in the outside world, causing no living being to dare enter its domain. Tazus remained in a state of slumber, trying to minimize the loss of life energy. After an unknown amount of time, Tazus was awakened by a human who intruded into its domain. Under the indiscriminate coverage of the nightmare domain, the human instantly fell into a deep sleep and was transformed into a puppet by Tazus' mind control ability. By reading the memories of this puppet, Tazus learned about the emergence of player lords and the corpse tide that erupted every 7 days. However, these phenomena were of no help to Tazus. It wasn't until the 4th wave of beasts appeared and the level 4 monsters were teleported to the Nora Basin that Tazus immediately sensed the thin source energy within these monsters. Both the powerful Tazus and these incoming level 4 monsters were created by the Monster Queen using source energy. The difference between them lay in the amount of source energy consumed during the manufacturing process. The energy required to create a level 7 monster could produce hundreds of level 4 monsters. Moreover, since Tazus was made up of source energy itself, it could replenish itself by absorbing the source energy from other monsters, thus healing its wounds. This was my opportunity. Tazus immediately perked up. Once monsters reach level 6 or above, they possess a certain commanding ability over monsters of lower levels. Although Tazus was severely injured and its strength diminished, it still maintained level 7 authority over lower level monsters. Therefore, Tazus merely raised its head and let out a series of roars towards the sky, immediately gaining the response of all level 4 monsters. They turned around and began heading towards the northeast area. Qin Yang's elite troops surged out, starting to chase the monsters moving northeast. Elvis flew swiftly on his sword and soon caught up with a giant wild boar that had a rocky appearance on its back. This wild boar monster seemed entirely focused on the northeast direction, its small round eyes filled with confusion, completely unaware of the impending danger. Strike! Elvis pointed his sword towards the sky, shaking it vigorously. The grass, trees, and stones on the ground immediately gathered towards the sky, forming a giant sword under Elvis's sword intent. Break. With Elvis's command, the giant sword fell with a whistling force, aimed directly at the wild boar monster. Under the threat of death, the monster snapped out of its daze, quickly arched its back, and presented the hard rocky area on its back to defend against the descending giant sword. However, its reaction was half a beat too slow. After a brief build-up, the giant sword's power reached its peak. Upon contact, the sharp blade drove straight in, piercing through the wild boar monster's back and impaling its body. After taking down one monster, Elvis didn't even glance at the corpse. He adjusted his breath slightly and readied his flying sword to continue pursuing the next monster. Meanwhile, there were 20 civilians with shared talents also performing the same task as Elvis. Their efficiency far surpassed that of Elvis, and their methods of dealing with monsters were quite brutal. Ding Dolly and others easily caught up with the monsters using Wong Tung's speed talent, employing various combinations of their abilities, allowing them to attack from both ranged and close quarters. Whether the monsters were flying in the air or walking on the ground, they could hardly escape their hunt. After several rounds of pursuit, these level 4 monsters fell one after another, their numbers rapidly decreasing. In the northeast area, the Nightmare Domain. How could this be possible? Tezis sensed the loss of source energy. This indicated that the level 4 monsters that had descended here were being continuously eliminated. Was the speed of this extermination a bit too fast? What surprised Tezis was that the rate of source energy loss was equivalent to the death rate of the level 4 monsters. Level 4 monsters were quite powerful and possessed considerable intelligence, making them the backbone of their monster faction, the cornerstone of the monster army. Even the old rivals of the monster faction, the zombie faction, would either need to send tens of thousands of low-level troops or dispatch higher-level, more powerful mutated zombies to hunt down such a large number of level 4 monsters. However, regardless of the method, the speed of clearing level 4 monsters could not possibly be so exaggerated. Who could it be? Tezis felt an urgent anxiety rising within. It thought that this wave of level 4 monsters might be its only and last opportunity. If it missed this chance, it might truly fall here. To seize the opportunity, Tezis was willing to worsen its injuries a bit more to emerge from the nightmare realm and stop those hunters killing the level 4 monsters. Chapter 175. Monster Struggle. Tezis's remaining form merged with the nightmare realm, causing the nightmare domain in the northeastern corner of the basin to suddenly expand, more than doubling in size. Under Tezis's control, the nightmare realm was compressed into black paths, beginning to stretch from the northeast towards the southwest. The black paths formed by the realm extended at an astonishing speed, reaching the main battlefield where civilians hunted the level 4 monsters in the blink of an eye. The black paths immediately began to split. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, 3 became 4, and the thick paths ultimately divided into countless black threads. These threads quickly entangled the surviving level 4 monsters, starting to absorb the source energy from the monsters while pulling them to continue moving northeast. Wow, they even came over to snatch it. Qin Yang, stationed at the command center, could feel the Nightmare Dragon's desire for these level 4 monsters through the screen. This guy must be planning something like fusion enhancement, right? The Nightmare Dragon was originally a level 6 monster, the gatekeeper of the Nora Basin, and was quite powerful. If it were to achieve something like fusion enhancement, wouldn't its strength increase dramatically? It absolutely must not be allowed to succeed. Everyone, speed up and eliminate these monsters. With Qin Yang's order given, Elvis, flying on his sword, and the 20 civilians sharing talents all accelerated. Elvis urged his flying sword, summoning a multitude of swords to continuously bombard a flying avian monster. The group of 5 shining civilians efficiently surrounded and eliminated the monster. Humans could actually become this powerful? Hiding in the nightmare realm and observing the battlefield, Tezis was stunned by the actions of these civilians. Their monster clan had been the oldest and most powerful existence on this continent. Long before Tezis was born, the monster clan was already the overlord of this land. Despite the weak humans still retaining their kingdoms and armies, they could not shake the dominance of the monsters and had no choice but to become subservient, obediently following the orders of the monstrous queen. This situation persisted until the sudden rise of the virus ruler broke the stalemate. The impact of the zombie virus on humanity was immense. Under the virus's onslaught, nearly 90% of the human population on the continent was transformed into zombies, obeying the commands of the virus ruler. The struggle between zombies and monsters continued for decades, with both sides carving up the continent. Meanwhile, for the survivors, merely evading the virus and monsters was already a daunting task, leaving them no energy to resist the armies of zombies and monsters. In the eyes of Tezis, humans were the most insignificant and worthless existence on the continent. However, now this weak existence surprisingly demonstrated an unimaginable power, directly disrupting Tezis's plans. Unforgivable, Tezis let out a series of deep, angry roars, continuing to amplify the power of the nightmare domain. More black threads wove into webs, lunging toward those humans. This thing is dangerous. Everyone, get out of the way. Without needing a reminder from Qin Yang, the civilians on site had already sensed the terror of these webs. All the gifted civilians immediately dodged at lightning speed, while Elvis controlled his flying sword to ascend. Little did they know, the black webs were merely a feint. Tazis's true objective was the two remaining level 4 monsters. After driving away the golden-lighted figure and Elvis, the black webs swiftly turned and ensnared the two level 4 monsters. The black webs rapidly constricted, with the black threads penetrating the monsters' bodies, siphoning off more source energy from within. In an instant, the two level 4 monsters were reduced to mere skeletons, ultimately dissipating into the wind. Tazis sensed a slight recovery trend in his injuries. However, due to the limited source energy consumed, the recovery speed was constrained to a very slow state. If only I could absorb more source energy. As Tazis pondered this, he extended his perception to check if there was any excess source energy remaining in the basin. The source crystal mine at the center of the region appeared to be intact. The source crystal mine in the center of the Nora Basin was something Tazis had discovered from the beginning, but it was too far away for him to reach. Moreover, as far as Tazis knew, the source crystal mine in the center had likely been seized by the zombie forces. He could clearly sense that the area was surrounded by filthy and evil zombies. Besides the source crystal mine in the central area, no other source energy responses could be detected within the Nora Basin. These damned humans. Tazis glanced reluctantly in the direction of the humans. If it weren't for his severely weakened power, he would have crushed these humble ants without hesitation. Although it was a bit regrettable, at least his injuries were beginning to heal. Now, all he could do was wait. Tazis thought for a moment and began to retract the nightmare domain that had spread out, shrinking it back to the northeastern area. Damn it. He actually took 2 of them. So frustrating. My 10,000 points. In the command center, Qin Yang slammed his palm on the nearby coffee table in anger. 1,500. With a bang, the exquisitely crafted wooden coffee table shattered. This situation startled Qin Yang. He looked at the broken table in surprise, then at his own palm. Is it really that strong? I hardly used any force. This change was thanks to Qin Yang's cultivation level improving to the foundation establishment stage. After undergoing the tempering of true qi, he had gained a significant boost. However, this level 6 monster seemed to have some sort of limitation. Although the confrontation was brief, Qin Yang picked up on some clues. The Nightmare Dragon clearly placed great importance on devouring level 4 monsters. Yet, throughout the process, it only relied on the black threads it projected to compete for the monsters, with its main body nowhere to be seen. This can only indicate that it wasn't that it didn't want to show up in person, but rather that it couldn't for some reason. The good news is that I still have time to prepare. The bad news is that I currently have no means to detect this level 6 monster. Understanding the opponent is essential to target the right strategy. Qin Yang was still unclear about the monster's attributes, attack methods, etc. Moreover, the most combat-capable units within the territory were unable to approach the nightmare domain. As soon as they got close, they would be hypnotized, lose their ability to act, and become puppets. The detection of the Nightmare Dragon was currently in an unsolvable state. For now, all he could do was hope it would remain trapped for a while longer. Chapter 176, 4th Round Reward. Super Gene Optimization Liquid. After Tazis devoured the last 2 level 4 monsters, the beast tide for this round came to a close. Qin Yang tallied the gains from this round in the command center. A total of 90,000 points were earned, and he obtained 374 energy crystals. The distribution of the beast tide was based on the command center. Currently, there were only 5 command centers left in the other world. And with each command center spawning 4 monsters, the total number of giant monsters this round was 20, with 2 being devoured by Tazis. Qin Yang had eliminated a total of 18. Including the points from previously eliminated players' rewards, his total points had now exceeded 150,000. Qin Yang began to consider how to allocate these points. Upgrading abilities would require a full 120,000 points next time. The 20 slots for talent sharing were almost sufficient, and the 40-minute duration could handle various situations. The current challenge facing Qin Yang was how to break through in combat power. Through multiple uses of the talent sharing ability, Qin Yang discovered some drawbacks. Effects of the same type of talent could not stack and would only count the strongest one. For example, Ding Dali's talent ability increased strength by 300 times, while another civilian's talent ability was 10 tons of strength. After entering the talent sharing state, the effects of the talents cannot stack. The latter's strength of 10 tons would be directly overshadowed by Ding Dali's 300-fold strength enhancement. Therefore, although increasing the number of talent sharing slots may slightly boost combat power, it cannot bring about a qualitative improvement, especially as one progresses. The point cost for enhancing abilities becomes increasingly high. Qin Yang feels that each subsequent upgrade must be approached with caution. Another option is to enhance the everyone for me effect. However, what I currently lack is not hard combat power, but rather the weak mental capacity of the entire territory's civilians. Previously, it was the weakness of mental capacity that led to a stalemate with Bill and others. Now, due to weak mental power, civilians are unable to resist the hypnotic domain of the Nightmare Dragon. If this shortcoming is not addressed promptly, perhaps when the Nightmare Dragon breaks free, everyone in this territory, including himself, will suffer retaliatory slaughter from this powerful monster. The main way to enhance mental power is through special territory recipes. Among my 2 related recipes, the ingredients for whale meat stew are ready. And I've made some progress on the other recipe, the calming soup. However, just these 2 recipes may not be enough. Qin Yang thought for a moment and decided to allocate more points for the lottery. The command center is about to reach level 5. So it would be better to wait until after the upgrade to draw. With the 4th round of giant monsters completely eliminated, this wave of beasts ended at an unprecedented speed. Audiences from Xia country waiting in the live broadcast room became eager, anticipating the reward distribution. Last time, we received a supplement pack for nuclear energy technology, which advanced our nuclear energy development significantly. I wonder what it will be this time. It should definitely be better than the last. Those eliminated countries are in trouble. Even the country with the iconic flag was eliminated this time. They will likely try to stir up trouble before the punishment is issued, so we must be cautious. What are we afraid of? The nuclear bombs have been locked and cannot be used. I don't believe that the soldiers of the country with the iconic flag can outperform our Xia country troops. Moreover, we even have zombie allies. This time, the country with the iconic flag is truly finished. A relative of mine working at the diplomatic mission said they received tens of thousands of asylum requests from citizens of the eliminated countries daily. Thanks for the invitation. I'm in a certain northern country, just got off the plane. The salary for summer peacekeeping troops starts at 100,000 per month. And zombies don't bite people from Xia country, so there's no danger at all. At this moment, the live broadcast interface started displaying notifications. This round of the zombie tide has ended. Starting reward and punishment calculations. Congratulations to the Xia country contestant for successfully resisting the zombie tide. The Doomsday Tower defense game has rewarded the Xia country contestant with 10 super gene optimization liquids. Is it another potion? The last potion helped humanity conquer cancer. I wonder what changes this one will bring. Based on the name of this potion, it seems to be aimed at enhancing human genes. Wow. Will injecting this potion turn us into superhumans? It might not make us like the big super, but perhaps it will make us like Captain America. I think this potion will make people live longer and become less prone to illness. I hope this gene optimization liquid can make me younger and improve my skin. How wonderful. The luckiest thing in my life is being born in a certain country. After the rewards were distributed, a message appeared announcing the punishment for the eliminated countries. All eliminated contestants, including those eliminated in the first 3 rounds, will have 100 level 4 giant monsters randomly descend within their home countries. As soon as this banner appeared, the comments section went wild again. The game system is as ruthless as ever. Level 4 monsters? Aren't those the ones that Qin Yang killed in the last round? It seems that these monsters pose less danger to the real world compared to zombies. At least they won't spread any viruses. Less danger? Didn't you see that each of these monsters has superpowers? I think just one would be extremely difficult to handle, let alone 100. Everyone, check the news. Monsters have started appearing in the Big Apple of the certain country. What the heck? So fast. The game system is that efficient? With the punishment in effect, a large number of teleportation portals began to appear within all the eliminated countries. Giant monsters of various shapes began to walk or fly out of the portals. As soon as they landed in the real world, they started to wreak havoc on everything around them. Some monsters, due to their massive size and brute strength, turned into demolition teams, wantonly destroying human cities. Some monsters spewed scorching energy, melting everything in their path, including houses, vehicles, and survivors. Some monsters released a multitude of tiny offspring from their bodies, sending them into cramped spaces to search for and kill hiding humans. Countries like the ones eliminated before the 4th round, such as the certain country and others, were still relatively okay. After all, they only needed to endure the punishment of the 4th round. Those countries that were eliminated earlier hadn't even dealt with the punishments from the previous rounds, and now a new round of punishment had arrived, making matters worse. The entire territory was riddled with scars, and there were hardly any intact facilities or survivors left in the cities. Chapter 177, Punishment Descends, Heroes of the Certain Country. Pacific Ocean. Military base of a certain country in the Far East. This is a military base entirely constructed by humans, large in scale and advanced in technology, primarily aimed at posing a strategic threat to the increasingly powerful certain country. The distance from the Far East military base to the certain country is less than 5,000 kilometers. And a certain country has deployed numerous defensive facilities here. Once the president of a certain country gives the order, thousands of intercontinental missiles can be launched towards the certain country's territory in just a few minutes. All right, everyone, stay alert. In a training ground of the military base, an officer in camouflage uniform clapped his hands and glanced at the neatly arranged soldiers. I'm sure you've all been paying attention to that ridiculous game livestream. Clearly, this is a cunning conspiracy devised by the certain country to deal with us. And yet, our foolish contestant actually lost the game. What an utter embarrassment. Believe it or not, I don't think losing the game comes with any penalties. Moreover, I know that those people from a certain country are about to see their good days come to an end. The officer adjusted his cap, his expression stern as he declared, just minutes ago, the leader of our nation signed the order to launch an attack against that country. In a few hours, all of you will set foot on their soil to eliminate those cunning adversaries. Remember, show no mercy when the time comes. Upon hearing this, the soldiers below displayed a mix of emotions. Some showed fear, others looked panicked, while a few barely contained their excitement. A couple of individuals silently mouthed expletives under their breath. The officer's gaze swept across their faces, a grim smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before the assault begins, we'll treat those adversaries to a taste of our missile arsenal. His words were cut short as he noticed soldiers in the distant camp fleeing in panic. A large number of troops were frantically rushing toward the aircraft and naval vessels docked at the port, seemingly in a desperate bid to commandeer them. Some even drew their firearms, confronting the guards stationed to protect the vehicles. What is going on? The officer's face twisted in anger and confusion. Abandoning his address, he hurried toward the commotion. Calm down. Do you realize what you're doing? Do you all want to face a court-martial? He fired a shot into the air, and the chaos subsided slightly. One soldier, despair etched on his face, cried out, "Sir, it's the end. The punishment has arrived." What nonsense is this? The officer frowned deeply. He had intended to redirect the soldiers' unease, but it had escalated into what seemed like a mutiny. Another, slightly calmer soldier stepped forward to explain, "Sir, we've just received word. The penalty from the apocalyptic game for the eliminated has been enforced. In my hometown, several enormous creatures, each over 5 meters tall, have appeared." The officer fell silent, his pupils contracting. His expression shifted from anger to icy severity. He muttered under his breath, "Humph. This must be disinformation spread by spies from that country, aimed at sowing panic and disorder among us. Now, I'm giving you 2 minutes to return to your posts. Anyone who disobeys will face the harshest consequences." Before he could finish, a blue sphere over 20 meters in diameter materialized in the sky above the Far East military base. Crackling with arcs of electricity around its edges, a massive entity slowly emerged from the sphere, crossing into this world. It was a monstrous creature resembling a demon, with a pair of sharp, black horns and a mouth full of fangs. Its massive and robust body resembled a tank, with a pair of large bat-like wings on its back. After emerging from the portal, the monstrous creature descended from midair, crashing heavily onto a command center within the military base. An ominous sound erupted from the monster as it took its first steps, trampling everything in its path. The entire personnel within the military base were left in shock amidst the violent tremors and howling winds. The officer in camouflage also displayed an incredulous expression, murmuring, "Impossible. This can't be happening." Soon, some soldiers who had regained their composure began to attack the suddenly appeared creature. The sounds of machine gun fire, cannon blasts, and missile explosions intertwined immediately. Dense flames erupted from the demon monster's body, letting out a painful roar. The creature clearly could not fully withstand the firepower with just its physical defenses. It opened its massive maw filled with sharp fangs and let out a deafening scream, spewing forth a torrent of black smoke. This smoke, laced with sparks and filled with malevolent power, could instantly turn anything it touched into mere bones and charred scrap. The soldiers screamed in despair, some caught in the black smoke during their escape, meeting their demise instantly. "Damn it! Stop it! Take it down!" In one of the military base's command centers, a high-ranking official slammed his fist on the desk and ordered the staff in front of the computer, "Notify those we sent out to return. They are needed here more than in the offensive." The staff hesitated, saying, "But sir, that's the president's order." The official decisively replied, "Do it anyway. I will take full responsibility for any consequences." At the coastal defense base in the eastern region, the face of the frontline commander appeared on the screen. Reporting to the command center, "Sir, the soldiers have suddenly retreated. A gigantic monster has appeared at their base." "Huh, it's truly a blessing." The officer in the command center raised his fist. The other staff members at their computers also showed signs of relief. Although the nation was not afraid of war, no one wished for it, as war meant bloodshed and sacrifice. A giant monster at their base? The officer calmed down and began analyzing the intelligence. An aide excitedly explained, It must be a punishment. Oh, punishment. The officer, not very familiar with the interdimensional broadcast, was momentarily confused. The aide quickly summarized. Our contestant, Qin Yang, defeated their contestant 2 days ago. According to the game's rules, eliminated countries will face punishment after each round of the undead wave. This giant monster should be the punishment for the eliminated country. I see. The officer nodded in realization. This Qin Yang is truly impressive. His actions in another world directly halted an impending war. He is a hero of our nation, deserving of the highest military honor from the state. Chapter 178, Super Soldier Program, Human Tower Stream. In a special operations department of our nation, a squad of armed soldiers escorted a dozen individuals dressed in black suits into the Special Operations Department building. Commander, we have obtained the items. Upon reaching the office on the top floor of the building, the leader among the black-suited individuals respectfully placed a silver briefcase on the desk and opened it. Inside the briefcase were 10 neatly arranged green vials contained within a technologically advanced mechanical device, exuding a sense of high sophistication. Well done. The elderly man nodded slightly, suddenly noticing a virtual screen that popped up next to the mechanical device holding the green vials. The screen displayed explanatory content in the national language. Humans injected with this reagent can achieve the following effects. 1. Theoretical lifespan extended by 50 years. 2. Immune capacity significantly increased. 3. An enhancement of physical qualities by at least 50, including strength, speed, neural reaction, and stamina. Specific effects may vary by individual. The manufacturing method for the reagent was also provided, detailing its effects and enabling the elderly man to hand it over to professionals for immediate mass production. 50 years of extended life. The elderly man gazed intently at the first effect of the reagent, a hint of longing appearing on his otherwise calm face. He was already over 70, with significant declines in his physical functions, compounded by injuries sustained during his youth in war. When his old wounds flared up, he found even breathing difficult. Doctors had repeatedly informed him that his time was running out. Yet he was not at ease, unwilling to accept defeat. He would rather exhaust himself on the job than retire and die alone on a hospital bed. Now, he saw a glimmer of hope. The elderly man understood that this reagent needed to undergo various tests before it could be mass-produced, just like the previous cancer treatment. Impatient, he turned to a bald staff member beside him and asked, I wonder if I could be the first tester for this batch of reagents? Ah, well. The staff member displayed a look of surprise and panic, initially intending to refuse. He saw the elderly man's eyes filled with a childlike desire for the toy he most wanted. Unable to bring himself to refuse, he nodded directly and said, No problem. Half an hour later, in a high-tech laboratory made entirely of glass, the elderly man removed the upper half of his clothing, revealing a body marked with bullet scars and knife wounds. He donned an oxygen mask and sat down in a chair covered with instruments, his hands and feet secured. He nodded to the researcher in a white coat beside him, signaling that he was ready. One of the researchers picked up an injection gun and filled it with the gene optimization reagent. He then instructed the staff outside the laboratory to start recording data. After taking a deep breath, he walked over to the elderly man, pressed the injection gun against his arm, and slowly pushed the green liquid into his body. About 5 seconds after the injection, the elderly man's fists suddenly tightened, and numerous veins appeared on his arms. His expression became somewhat twisted, as if the reagent was causing him considerable pain. However, the pain came quickly and subsided just as fast. Once the elderly man relaxed, his previously loose skin began to ooze murky sweat, releasing a significant amount of heat. The entire laboratory became somewhat hazy due to the rising steam. The staff outside worked diligently to complete the recording, entering line after line of data into the experimental report. After just 20 minutes, the changes on the elderly man's body gradually stopped. When the hazy steam enveloping the laboratory was cleared away, all the staff turned to look at the test subject seated in the chair. He had become younger, his white hair had vanished, and his skin was no longer loose but firm and smooth, as if his sagging muscles had been filled with sponge. His formerly hunched figure now stood tall and robust, shedding the aura of old age to become more masculine and resolute. It was truly miraculous. The elderly man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continuously checked himself, feeling his rejuvenated body. This reagent not only made me youthful again, but it also improved my condition beyond that of my younger days. Seeing that the elderly man was fine, the doors of the laboratory opened, and the staff burst into applause, as if celebrating the success of the gene optimization reagent and welcoming the elderly man's return. We need to expedite the mass production of this reagent, and the first batch should be sent to the frontline soldiers. Let us call this operation the Super Soldier Program. The elderly man commanded while putting on his clothes. Additionally, report the situation here and prepare to apply for the highest military honor for Qin Yang. Meanwhile, in another world, Qin Yang was unaware that he had become the recipient of the highest military honor in his nation, a hero in the hearts of all the people. He was now preparing to send civilians to an oil resource point near the southern base number 1. Oil was essential for upgrading from level 4 to level 5. Whether for resource reserves or energy production, this resource was indispensable. Sitting in the command center, Qin Yang stroked his chin in contemplation. Besides collecting oil, I also need to deal with that level 6 monster as soon as possible. Otherwise, it could lead to complications later on. The two sides had already crossed paths during the previous beast tide, and once the nightmare dragon breaks through its limits and regains its strength, it will surely come for revenge against me. Ding Qingfu was already on his way back, bringing with him an entire giant horned whale, enough to feed at least 100 people. Enhancing mental strength can be used to resist the hypnotic domain of the nightmare dragon. The mental capacity of the civilians has significantly increased, giving Qin Yang the confidence to launch a final attack towards the northeast. It would be feasible to set up artillery and giant crossbows right at the monster's lair. Humans excel at tower defense strategies. Additionally, defensive structures need to be constructed in coastal areas. Otherwise, once the restrictions in the novice zone are lifted, monsters from outside the borders may rush in, and the pressure on defenses could increase dramatically. It would then be extremely difficult to build defensive fortifications. Chapter 179. Population exceeds 1,000. Central City. Qin Yang stood on the observation deck of the command center, his gaze directed towards the southern city gate. Several steam-powered, distinctly punk-style vehicles slowly exited the main base. Inside these vehicles were construction workers responsible for the oil field development project, along with miners who would follow for the extraction of oil. The distance for this trip was somewhat far, but currently, the zombies and monsters in the Nora Basin had been mostly cleared, so there was not much concern for the safety of these civilians. Relying on these few vehicles for transporting supplies was still too inefficient. Qin Yang had previously considered building railway tracks between Base 1 and the main base to facilitate train transport, which would significantly improve transportation efficiency. However, considering the likelihood of these facilities being damaged after a zombie or beast wave outbreak, using them solely for transporting personnel and basic supplies seemed a bit counterproductive. Now that he recognized the importance of oil resources, Qin Yang felt that this plan could be prioritized. Next, he opened the system panel for a check. Survival days, 31. The fifth wave of the zombie tide will arrive on day 38. Would the next wave revert back to zombies? What new types of zombies would appear? The zombie and beast tides would progressively increase in difficulty. According to this rule, the intensity of the fifth wave would surpass that of the fourth wave's giant monsters. Qin Yang had dealt with zombies quite a bit. Analyzing from the characteristics of the zombie tides, it was likely that the fifth wave would feature zombies with stronger individual capabilities, or there could be a significant increase in their numbers. Once the cooldown for the dimensional crystal is over, I will relocate Base 1 to the main base to reduce the difficulty of defense. With that thought, Qin Yang continued to look down the panel. Territory population, 1,178, 12 children. Daily summon of civilians, 33. Wow. The population has skyrocketed by more than double. It has officially crossed the 1,000 mark. The nearly 800 additional population comes from the territories of eliminated players. Among them, the number of refugees absorbed from Bill's territory is the highest, reaching 373. Clearly, Bill is not very skilled at winning the hearts of the people. Otherwise, the popularity generated by so many civilians would be enough to enhance his strength to the level of overpowering those who share talents with civilians. Additionally, the civilians from the territory of the player Chris from the Kangaroo Nation possess special skills for underwater activities. This originates from Chris's initial abilities, which are quite similar to those of Nguyen Shixiang from a certain region. This group of water-adapted refugees has been assigned by Qin Yang to the territory of his younger brother Abasai. The potential for ocean development is not less than that of land, and Abasai's territory is a coastal area where these water-dwelling civilians can maximize their utility. The other refugees have started to migrate towards the main base after the end of the fourth wave of beast tides. The explosive population growth means that the main base, which had just expanded before the fourth wave, is clearly going to face land shortage issues again. Qin Yang opened the three-dimensional map of the territory in the system interface, preparing to arrange housing and supporting facilities for the refugees before they arrive. Looking at the limited construction projects available in the construction interface, Qin Yang couldn't help but frown. Every time construction planning comes up, he feels that the options available are far too few. This phenomenon is mainly because Qin Yang has spent his recent large amounts of points on upgrading the civilian leader skills, resulting in a decrease in points available for the lottery, and his construction interface hasn't seen any updates for a long time. However, he is about to upgrade to a level 5 command center, which will allow him to directly conduct level 5 lotteries for better types of buildings. Doing a level 4 lottery now would be a waste of points. Qin Yang decided to plan some basic facilities first, such as civilian housing and water pipelines. On the 32nd day in this new world, Kangda, along with the remaining 20 civilians, arrived at the outskirts of the central city, 10 kilometers west of the territory. This is a magnificent city, with the outer walls stretching several kilometers in length. Kangda did not stop, guiding the civilians through a side door into the city. Upon entering, they found the streets in disarray, with black sludge left by fallen zombies everywhere on the ground. Kangda explored the central city for a considerable time. Having already cleared the zombies near the city gate, a small team continued to advance, making their way towards the central area along the street. After about 10 minutes of progress, Kangda instructed the civilians to prepare for combat. They were nearing the furthest point they had previously explored. The situation behind them was uncertain. If they did not remain vigilant, they could be caught off guard by an ambush of zombies. They absolutely could not afford any more casualties. Kangda thought anxiously and prayed in his heart. His previous explorations in the central city had cost him over 30 civilians. The loss of combat power had left him in a situation where even encountering a larger number of runners would force him to flee. I've generally had good luck so far, Kangda thought to comfort himself. Hopefully, this time, there won't be any danger. He couldn't help but recall the deadly fourth wave of beast tides. At that time, the monsters were just a step away from destroying the command center. But at that critical moment, these monsters were inexplicably distracted by a sound coming from the northeast, abandoning their attack and leaving his territory. Kangda was fortunate to have survived. He still cannot figure out the reason behind it, and can only attribute the situation to divine intervention. Kant also understands that he cannot rely on luck forever. Fate should ultimately be in his own hands to feel secure. However, there is a weekly wave of undead beasts. And lurking in the shadows is the strongest player, Qin Yang. Just thinking about it makes Kant feel he has no chance at all. But after surviving in the cracks for a long time, relying on luck to escape danger time and again has gradually made Kant dependent on it. He feels unwilling to accept his fate, believing that as long as the final moment has not come, there is still a chance for him to turn things around. Isn't Qin Yang just strong among the commoners under his command? As long as he can find a control-type ability similar to that of a certain well-known character, he would have the qualifications to negotiate with Qin Yang. Perhaps there is an opportunity for a comeback deep within the central city. He can only pin his hopes on the central city, as he has invested a lot of time and effort exploring it. And no one knows the central city better than he does. After walking for a few more minutes, Kant and his companions arrived at the central area of the city. Ahead stood a magnificent building resembling a palace. Chapter 180. Elemental Zombie. Kant's good fortune, it seems this used to be a royal capital? Kant shaded his eyes and gazed at the distant palace-like structure. Places like this are usually filled with treasures. He licked his dry lips, a greedy expression appearing on his face. Just as Kant decided to let the commoners take the lead and scout the palace, suddenly, some commotion erupted from the side of the palace, and two zombies adorned with crimson crystals staggered out from their hiding place. Oh! As these two zombies emerged, the surrounding temperature seemed to rise significantly. They quickly sensed Kant and his group's position, their murky yellow eyes widening as they let out a fierce shriek. Then, like ordinary runners, they charged forward at high speed. Attack! Attack! Kant quickly ordered, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen arrows shot through the air with decent accuracy, immediately embedding themselves in the two zombies. Kant intended to shoot for the zombies' heads, but due to their running, the arrows veered off course and hit the crimson crystals embedded in their chests instead. Not good. Kant instinctively sensed danger and immediately activated his long-prepared group teleportation ability. Boom. As the arrows struck the crimson crystals, they exploded with a thunderous sound. Scorching energy burst outward, forming a small fiery whirlwind that swept towards Kant's team. The blue teleportation light enveloped them just in time, whisking Kant and his 20-odd commoners away. Half a second later, on a street in the western area of the central city, a crowd of zombies stood there, their eerie cries echoing. Suddenly, a wave of energy fluctuated in the air, followed by a burst of blue light as a large portal opened, transporting Kangda and others to this location. The situation was urgent, and Kangda did not set a specific destination for the teleportation. He only randomly selected a location within a 2-kilometer range. To his surprise, they were directly transported to a pile of zombies. The surrounding zombies immediately sensed the presence of living humans and turned their heads toward Kangda and the others, their murky yellow eyes gleaming with greedy, bloodthirsty light. The zombies reached out with their decaying hands, shrieking as they lunged at Kangda and his companions. Everyone huddled together back to back, trying to fend them off. Hold on, Kangda shouted urgently, drawing the knife he always carried and slashing it into the head of a nearby zombie. With a splatter, blood mixed with brain matter burst out, splattering Kangda's face and hair. The civilians under his command quickly drew their melee weapons to fend off the zombies, each one becoming drenched in blood. However, As the scent of living flesh spread further, more and more zombies began to converge on their location. One by one, Kongda's companions fell, only to rise again in less than a minute and join the horde, turning against their former allies. Kongda felt despair. His strength was barely enough to handle 10 runners, let alone being surrounded by at least 50 zombies. I'm definitely going to die here. Has my luck run out? Oh no. Soon, only 3 civilians remained by Kongda's side. 2 were injured, and 1 had been scratched by a zombie's claw and was infected with the zombie virus. The mutation time would be extended if they did not die on the spot. Kongda felt trapped with no way out. He surrendered to the inevitable and closed his eyes. Yet, in his mind, he began to fantasize about having a gun in his hand, with only 1 bullet left. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Huh. Kongda opened his eyes wide. A gun? Someone is shooting? After the first shot, a flurry of gunfire erupted. There were even the distinct sounds of a machine gun. The zombies surrounding Kongda trembled and fell. Some turned into Swiss cheese, others had their heads blown apart, and some had their organs scattered. In short, these zombies instantly lost their ability to threaten Kongda. He maintained his streak of good luck and was saved. What is going on? Kongda was stunned for just 2 seconds before realizing the situation. The technology in this other world had not yet developed to the point of creating such powerful weapons as machine guns. Therefore, the only ones who could possess such weapons were players like him. And now, almost all the players in the basin had been eliminated. Did players from the neighboring countries save me? Apart from Qin Yang, no one else had such technological prowess. Kongda found it hard to believe. Logically, he had no connection with Qin Yang. In fact, he had allied with Bayer and the others, standing on the opposite side of Qin Yang and assisting the zombies and doppelganger army in attacking the territory of the players from the Iron Juice Nation. Qin Yang not seeking revenge on him was already a huge favor, so there was no reason for him to come and help, right? Moreover, why would Qin Yang eliminate all the other players and leave just him? Kant found it increasingly difficult to understand the intentions of the player from the Summer Nation. Half an hour ago, a team of 100 civilians arrived at the west gate of the central city. Is this the central city? The former capital of the Nora Kingdom? Qin Yang took a look and thought that this capital was quite small. His main base was almost as large as this place. The west gate was tightly shut, and there were still many zombies roaming nearby. After the civilians cleared away the zombies, they immediately took out some parts they had brought with them and began assembling them on the spot. 2 minutes later, a small howitzer was successfully assembled. 2 civilians in charge of operating the howitzer skillfully loaded the shells. Bang! The cannon fired with a jolt, and the shell was launched. A burst of sparks erupted from the distant west gate, and a large hole was blown in the wooden door, which then collapsed with a crash. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, many staggering figures appeared. The zombies congested near the gate, sensed the smell of flesh from outside, and swarmed out through the broken gate. This well-trained team of 100 did not need any orders from their leader. They immediately began to exterminate the zombies. Gunfire erupted, and the battle lasted less than 10 minutes, resulting in over 100 zombies being killed on the spot. Qin Yang gained quite a few points and happily wondered why he hadn't sent someone to this area to farm monsters earlier. After clearing the zombies at the gate, the team began to push into the city. With overwhelming firepower, they swept away all the surrounding zombies and mutated creatures. However, after less than 10 minutes of advancing into the city, a flicker of blue light suddenly appeared about 100 meters ahead. A teleportation portal? After experiencing so many waves of zombie attacks, Qin Yang was very familiar with this light. Is the system teleporting some new type of zombie here? Confident in their numbers, Qin Yang quickly ordered the team to move towards that direction. Chapter 181. The Stone Coffin of the Palace. What a coincidence. When Qin Yang arrived at the location of the teleportation portal, he was surprised to see Kant struggling with a dozen of his subordinates, surrounded by zombies. Instead of staying in his territory to raise pigs, he came here to farm zombies? Kid, your ambitions are quite big, huh? I raised you to extend the duration of the novice area, not to give you time to build your strength. Immediately, Qin Yang instructed his civilian subordinates to observe for a while. Once the zombies had nearly killed Kant's surrounding guards, he ordered his team to intervene and help. After a fierce battle, Kant was successfully rescued. However, all his civilian subordinates had sacrificed themselves, leaving him as a lone commander. Kant was intimidated by this well-equipped and well-trained team of 100, with no thoughts of resistance. He still thought that Qin Yang was among the 100-person team. So he shouted recklessly, "Player Qin Yang from the Summer Kingdom, please let me be your slave." Since he was speaking in a foreign language, the nearby civilians exchanged confused glances, unable to understand what he was saying. At that moment, Qin Yang ordered Ding Dali through the fish monster's eyeball. Send 10 people to take him back to the main base and keep a close watch on him. Don't let him escape again. Seeing civilians coming to escort him, Kant was overjoyed, thinking Qin Yang was preparing to take him as a slave. He cooperatively allowed the civilians to bind him and was escorted out through the West City Gate. All right, the annoying flies are gone. and now this place belongs to me. In the command center, Qin Yang stretched lazily and issued a command for the 100-person team to continue advancing on the street leading to the central palace. After the 100-person team advanced here, they encountered some strange zombies. These zombies appeared no different from ordinary runners, but their bodies were embedded with various crystals, which emitted powerful elemental energy. Elemental crystals? These zombies have been enhanced by such resources? Qin Yang was astonished. He had thought that such map resources could only be mined and used by players, but he didn't expect that the zombies and monsters could also utilize them. The zombies embedded with elemental crystals began to attack the team. The crystals on their bodies started to glow. When the black crystals shone, the zombies' damaged bodies healed abnormally. The white crystals emitted gusts of wind around the zombies, as if they had activated a speed boost, causing their movement speed to surge. The red crystals would explode upon being hit by bullets, causing area damage. The yellowish-brown crystals formed a rock-like shield on the zombies' bodies, blocking damage from bullets. With the enhancement of these elemental crystals, this group of zombies became quite formidable. However, Qin Yang quickly found a way to deal with these special zombies. Everyone, aim at the zombies with the red crystals. The red crystals, when hit, would trigger a significant explosion that harmed both enemies and allies. Since zombies always moved in groups, triggering one of these red crystals could wipe out a large number of them. Upon receiving their lord's command, the civilians quickly turned their guns and began searching for the red crystals among the zombie horde. Boom, boom, boom. After a few shots, the red crystals among the zombies were detonated. A violent explosion ensued, affecting not only a large number of zombies, but also collapsing several surrounding buildings. After the explosion, the scene was filled with heat waves, thick smoke, and flames spreading over combustible materials, continuously burning. Qin Yang noticed that his points were rapidly increasing. This feels great. These zombies give quite a lot of points. The zombies carrying crystals were worth about 20 points more than regular runners. Upon clearing this small group of elemental zombies, Qin Yang gained no less than 2,000 points. Inside the old royal palace of the Nora Kingdom, a vast hall contained only a massive stone coffin and an empty throne. Boom. A loud explosion echoed from outside the palace. Moments later, the lid of the stone coffin inside the palace shifted slightly and began to slowly slide open to the left. Inside the coffin lay a woman with wine-red hair, completely naked, her hands crossed over her abdomen, quietly resting as if she were a corpse long gone. The woman's beauty was striking, her skin pale, with a high nose and lips as red as blood. She was exceptionally tall. Even lying down, it was evident that she stood over 2 meters. Her figure was mature and voluptuous, particularly with astonishing curves at her chest and hips. The woman's eyelids fluttered slightly, then she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red, eerie orbs. It seemed she was sensing something. Her eyes darted around before she began to sit up inside the coffin. Without surveying her surroundings, she extended her delicate, pale right hand, and a ball of blood-red energy appeared at her fingertips. This energy elongated, wrapping around her fingers, palm, and arm like a stream of spring water, then flowed from her arm to her entire body. As it passed, blood-red clothing began to materialize. Once the blood-like energy had enveloped her completely, a deep-necked, blood-colored gown appeared, covering her exposed skin. The woman then stepped out of the coffin, walking barefoot across the hall of the old palace until she reached the empty throne. Sitting down, she crossed her legs, revealing a section of her snow-white thigh through the gap in her skirt. "Master, can you hear my call?" she said, almost to herself. Still no contact, she added, a hint of helplessness in her expression. This period of slumber had lasted 3 months. She wondered how things were outside. Behind her, the blood-like energy reappeared, quickly shaping into a bird. Once formed, the bird flapped its wings and flew around the palace before soaring out and circling above the city. Another living person has entered here? The woman licked her crimson lips, her eyes filled with desire. And quite a few of them. Soon, the blood-colored energy enveloped her, propelling her out of the palace. Chapter 182. Enhanced Elemental Variant. Ancestral Virus Roar. A variant zombie, resembling a muscular gorilla and standing at 2 meters tall, let out a deafening roar. Unlike other elemental zombies, this variant had 3 different colored elemental crystals distributed across its body. It had white wind element crystals embedded in its thighs, earthy yellow earth element crystals on its chest, and a black water element crystal on its back. Tank, Elemental Modified Version. Advanced Mutated Zombie, capable of using elemental powers. This must be a man-made creation. After reading the description of this gorilla, Qin Yang couldn't help but exclaim. It clearly states that it is a modified version. When he first encountered the elemental zombies, he had speculated that they were naturally occurring special zombies, as the distribution of the crystals appeared random and irregular, almost as if they were parasitic on the zombie's surface. But now, the arrangement of the elemental crystals on this gorilla was very deliberate, clearly planned by humans. The gorilla immediately charged at the civilian troops. During its charge, the wind element crystal on its thigh activated first, enveloping its body in pure white, flowing wind. The zombie's speed instantly surged, causing the ground to tremble with its run. And its massive size brought a terrifying visual impact to the civilians. This group of civilians had undergone extensive training and had participated in monster hunting battles, so their practical experience was considerable. Despite the monster's fearsome appearance, it did not shake their morale. Under the commander's orders, rows of civilians quickly spread out, tightly and uniformly raising their firearms, beginning to launch an attack on the mutated zombie from 3 directions in a semi-encirclement. The gunfire erupted like beans being stir-fried. The mutated zombie's charging slowed down immediately. The earth element crystal on its chest lit up, causing rocky patterns to appear on its surface, and its muscles expanded significantly, clearly indicating a substantial increase in power. However, correspondingly, the zombie's speed also decreased. The bullets fired from the firearms clanged against the tank's surface, creating sparks. The rocky layer on the zombie's body continued to fall off, and the defense provided by the earth element was rapidly diminished. Its speed, already affected by the earth element energy, had slowed down, and now, hindered by the dense firepower, it had dropped from a running speed to a walking pace. Yet, it still raised its arms in front of itself and stubbornly moved forward step by step. Prepare to fire. Suddenly, a command was given from the back half of the civilian troops. The soldiers in the front row, who were continuously shooting, immediately made way, allowing a portable mortar that had been assembled on site to be pushed forward. As the shells were loaded, the mortar let out a loud boom. In the blink of an eye, the shell crossed over 20 meters and accurately hit the mutated zombie. In the explosion, the mutated zombie was sent flying, with a large chunk of its shoulder directly blown off from taking the hit, half of its body charred black. Is it still not dead? No wonder it's called a tank. Its defense is high. Qin Yang, who was remotely monitoring the battle, couldn't help but praise the durability of this mutated zombie. One shell couldn't take it down, so let's hit it with a few more. After the command was conveyed, the civilian fighters in the central city immediately took action. The sound of mortar bombardment echoed continuously, and the mutated zombies lying on the ground were subjected to wave after wave of artillery fire. After 3 rounds of bombardment, a kill notification finally appeared before Qin Yang. Killed mutated zombie, points 500. This point reward was comparable to that of a level 2 monster. In some aspects, these mutated zombies were even more troublesome than level 2 monsters. The characteristic of zombies is their group attack. If 100 of such zombies were to come at once, the difficulty of defense would indeed be considerable. It would take at least 3 shells to take down a single elemental improved tank. For 100, at least 300 shells would be needed, and all must hit the target. The difficulty was not to be underestimated. However, these mutated zombies would still be no match for civilians who had shared talents. Qin Yang assessed their strength to be at most 1/3 of a certain well-known figure. After eliminating this mutated zombie tank, Qin Yang was just about to have the civilian troops rest in place when suddenly, some commotion appeared in the direction of the old palace of the Nora Kingdom. A liquid-shaped blood-red energy surged out from within the palace, forming a shadow that obscured the sky like a massive serpent. What was that? Could it be another elite monster? The blood-red energy surged directly towards the position of the civilian troops. As it approached, the liquid-like energy quickly contracted and coalesced into a blood-red humanoid silhouette. A woman's laughter echoed from the indistinct blood-red figure. Delicious prey has come to me. The humanoid silhouette became complete and 3-dimensional, and 2 seconds later, it transformed into the image of a tall, mature, and stunning woman. Qin Yang was immediately struck by her impressive figure and curvaceous hips. He could only think that her resistance to impact must be astonishing. However, while he was observing the woman, she was not idle. With a casual wave of her hand, a large mass of liquid-like blood-red energy surged towards the nearest civilian soldier. The soldier had no time to react and was instantly surrounded by the blood-red energy. Then, the mass of energy rapidly tightened, as if it were a juicer, directly crushing the civilian soldier. When the blood-red energy spread out again, only a few blood-stained clothes were left at the scene. The blood-red energy began to flow back towards the woman, who reached out to grasp it, absorbing the essence of life within. It's been a long time since I've tasted this flavor. The woman squinted her eyes, licking her lips in satisfaction. She then opened her eyes, her blood-red pupils shimmering with greed. Transforming into that liquid-like blood-red energy once more, she began to rush towards the civilians. Ancient virus Galavan. Advanced virus variant life form. What the heck? No simple introduction at all. The woman looks a bit terrifying. After Qin Yang checked the target's basic information, he quickly activated his talent sharing without hesitation, connecting 20 pre-selected civilians from his troops. In an instant, golden light descended, and golden lines appeared on the surfaces of the 20 civilians. As they were interconnected, the glow surrounding them became even brighter. Chapter 183. Beautiful women are always dangerous. Gallowin. A powerful virus receptor possesses a part of the primordial virus that was separated from the virus sovereign. She is a general under the virus sovereign and also holds the title of the virus sovereign's daughter. It was previously mentioned that the Nora Basin is a newly emerged territory. After years of conflict with the monster matriarch, the virus sovereign appeared here overnight in the southeastern region of the continent. Both the virus sovereign and the monster matriarch took notice of this area almost simultaneously. When the monster matriarch dispatched the nightmare dragon Tasis to the Nora Basin, the virus sovereign also sent Gallowin here. However, the sudden spatial power not only severed Tasis's body, leaving it heavily injured and struggling to survive, but also cut off the connection between the primordial virus within Gallowin and the virus sovereign. Without the ability to maintain contact, the virus within Gallowin would continuously deteriorate until it ultimately perished. Left with no choice, Gallowin had to enter a long slumber to minimize her consumption. Beneath the central city of the Nora Kingdom lies a large source crystal vein, an important strategic resource that both the virus sovereign and the monster matriarch cannot afford to lose. Gallowin chose to make the palace her resting place to occupy this vein and prepare for the virus sovereign's future conquest of the Nora Basin. She drove out the members of the Nora royal family and, for better defense of the source crystal vein, transformed all the civilians in the Nora royal city into bloodthirsty zombies. She even extracted elemental crystals from outside to create higher-level, element-modified super zombies. However, Gallowin did not wait for Tasis's attack, but instead encountered some oblivious adventurers and remnants of a fallen kingdom. After the zombie virus spread in the Nora Basin, the central city fell into a state of tranquility. This peace lasted for over a decade until today, when Gallowin sensed that the elemental zombies she created had been disturbed and awakened from their slumber. Ahaha! Gallowin's laughter echoed like thunder. She transformed into a crimson tide, surging towards the human army before her with overwhelming force. Gallowin already knew that the humans in this basin were weak. To her, they were mere ants that could be easily crushed, as well as food to replenish her viral energy. Since transforming all the humans in the central city into zombies, Gallowin had not consumed any life essence for a long time. She was parched with hunger. Now, with nearly 100 humans before her, they could not only relieve Gallowin's thirst, but also provide a significant energy boost to the primordial virus within her. She estimated that after absorbing the life essence of nearly 100 people, she could avoid entering a dormant state for the next month. The excitement made her overlook the fact that among the human troops below, there were 20 individuals whose bodies were emitting a golden light. These golden figures quickly opened fire at the blood tide, each attack carrying incredible power. However, she was in a semi-ethereal state, rendering ordinary physical attacks ineffective. Unable even to catch her attention. Wherever the blood tide went, civilians were swept away one after another, defenselessly drained of their life essence, leaving no trace behind. Damn! Attacks are ineffective against her. This ability is too overpowered. In the command center, notifications of civilian deaths kept popping up in Qin Yang's view. He couldn't sit still and quickly issued a retreat order to the civilians. She must be immune to physical attacks, right? I wonder if sending Elvis and Aunt Kaiju would work. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Qin Yang sent orders to the two heroes. Oh no. This girl is clearly one of the gatekeeper bosses in the Nora Basin. Her strength is not at all inferior to that of the Nightmare Dragon. No. She is much stronger. The Nightmare Dragon seems to have some sort of limitation, but this girl does not. The Nightmare Dragon's goal is merely to seize the monsters in the beast tide, while this girl is greedier, aiming to kill and absorb life essence. The longer such a terrifying being exists, the greater the danger for Qin Yang. Zhang Wuji's mother was right. Beautiful women are dangerous. She must be dealt with immediately. I wonder if that is even possible. Qin Yang thought nervously. For the Lord's orders, civilians with 100 loyalty would unconditionally choose to obey. Elvis immediately summoned his flying sword and set off to the central city with Chen Kaiju. The golden figures in the central city had already given up their attack on her and switched to defense, assisting other ordinary civilians in retreating. As the blood tide surged forward, civilians with shared talents actively helped those who found it difficult to evade to move to safety. With their extraordinary strength and speed, they could easily accomplish this. Therefore, her attack this time only harvested the life essence of a few individuals, which greatly surprised her. The beautiful face of the girl emerged from the blood tide as she looked down, discovering the 20 humans glowing with golden light. Incredible! Could such an anomaly exist among these weak humans? She was astonished. However, this was merely a desperate struggle. A cruel smile crept onto her lips as she immediately intensified the offensive of the blood tide. The crimson energy spread out over a larger area, and the surge became even faster. Nevertheless, this change still did not alter the situation. The annoying golden humans, seeing the blood tide's increased speed, hurriedly quickened their pace to save others. Moreover, they seemed to possess infinite stamina, tirelessly clearing the humans below before the attack from the blood tide arrived. Enough. The delicious prey that was so close was snatched away time and again, and her patience was completely exhausted. She let out a sharp scream, and the blood tide surged to its peak. The rolling tide obscured the sky and completely covered the entire area above the central city, beginning to press downwards. At the same time, she commanded all the surviving undead in the central city through the ancestral virus to surround this area, blocking the escape route for the group of humans. But just then, she suddenly felt a searing pain in her back. She discovered that someone was attacking her from above the blood tide. Although the attack was not very powerful, it still caused her slight pain. Gollowin was both surprised and angry. She was astonished that she, in a state immune to physical damage, could still be harmed. She was furious that someone dared to attack her. This was unforgivable. While continuing to channel her blood energy, she looked upwards. There, hovering in the air, were a man and a woman, standing on a flying weapon. The female human was continuously conjuring fireballs and throwing them at Gollowin's back. On the floating sword, Shin Kaijun conjured a basketball-sized red fireball. The temperature around it suddenly rose by several degrees with the appearance of this fireball. However, before she could successfully throw it, a dense barrage of blood arrows shot up from the surging blood tide below, targeting the hovering Chun Kaijun and Elvis. Neither Elvis nor Chun Kaijun had strong defensive abilities. They could only rely on the agility of the flying sword to dodge the incoming blood arrows. However, the sheer number and density of the arrows were overwhelming. And despite their best efforts to evade, they were inevitably hit by several arrows. These blood arrows were concentrated ancestral virus, capable of changing shape according to Gollowin's will. They usually flowed in liquid form, but when they condensed into blood arrows, they turned solid. Upon contact with the two, they transformed into gas and infiltrated their bodies. Then, under Gollowin's precise control, the virus began to rapidly drain the life essence from their bodies. Elvis and Chun Kaijun immediately cried out in pain, feeling their strength suddenly drain away, becoming weak and dizzy. Restricted by the ancestral virus, they found it difficult to control the flying sword, let alone launch an attack on Gollowin. At this rate, they would eventually be drained of their life essence and perish. As the embodiment of the blood tide, Gollowin saw her tactics working and let out a smug snort. Then, she began to focus on hunting the nearly 100 humans trapped in the central city. This is the main issue. Whether I can stay online for a month now depends on this wave. The blood-red tide in the sky looms down like a curtain, continuously pressing down. The surging blood tide begins to rain down red energy within the central city. These raindrops cover a vast area, making it extremely difficult to evade. Once they make contact with a target, just like the arrows that hit Elvis and Chun Saiju, they vaporize instantly, penetrating the target's body and frantically draining their life essence, which is then returned to Jellivan. The civilians beneath the curtain, including those bound by talent sharing, all exhibit a state of weakness as soon as they are touched by the energy rain. They can no longer escape, their movement slows down, and they lack the ability to flee from the coverage of the blood tide. This is not acceptable. If so many civilians die here, it would be a huge loss for Qin Yang's territory. It has not been easy for me to accumulate this wealth, and losing so many people would take at least a week to recover. Qin Yang is anxious and urgently searching for a way to respond. After thinking it over, it seems that there is no combat power left in this territory except for himself. However, even the civilians bound by talent sharing are no match for Jellivan. Although Qin Yang possesses foundational cultivation, he is at best a high-level version of a super civilian. Perhaps his past contributions are even less than those of the civilians with talent sharing. Moreover, there is a great risk in personally going into battle, and he could easily fall in the process, which would render all his efforts in this other world futile. But it is also unbearable for Qin Yang to just stand by and watch so many civilians die, many of whom have followed him from the very beginning. He ponders whether there might be another way. Besides his foundational cultivation and talent sharing, he has one card left, the ability of everyone for me. Thinking of this ability, Qin Yang feels a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there is some talent ability that could be activated after being extracted and strengthened? He quickly opens the civilian interface in the game system and begins to sift through the long list. He skips over the recently recruited civilians, as their talent abilities haven't been enhanced 100-fold yet, and even if they were suitable, they might not be strong enough to be of use. As he scans through, he skips over targets without talent abilities or those that haven't been strengthened. After a few seconds, Qin Yang suddenly stops. In the center of the interface, a civilian stands out, the wealthy and handsome guy, with a talent ability that grants him a 1000 affinity rating from all opposite gender targets. This guy is currently a winner in life, the object of admiration for all male civilians. He had gone undercover in Bill's territory, successfully luring away all the opposite gender civilians and causing Bill's strength to stagnate. After Bill was eliminated, The wealthy and handsome guy left Bill's territory and lost the mind-reading ability granted by the hero list, becoming just an ordinary civilian. Qin Yang, in order to reward him, actually intended to keep this guy away from the female civilians in his territory, specially arranged for him a small camp that had lost its command center, letting him become the king of the mountain there. He also assigned a dozen talentless girls to serve the handsome guy. The boss guarding the central city is a girl, right? If she is, then this talent might actually work. With this thought, Qin Yang's eyes lit up. However, the handsome guy was positioned a bit far away at the moment. Sending someone to notify him would take too much time, especially since the girl in question, despite being a beauty, was still too dangerous for an ordinary civilian. If the handsome guy's charm didn't work, he would lose another uniquely talented civilian. It would be better for the Lord to face this turbulent and dangerous situation. Of course, he needed to borrow the charm ability first. After deciding on the strategy, Qin Yang wasted no time and immediately activated the Everyone for Me ability. Out of the 3 talent abilities drawn, besides one being given to the handsome guy's charm, he chose Rocket Jump and Speed for himself, maximizing his travel speed to reach the scene before the situation worsened. 2 beams of golden light rose from the main base, while another beam emerged from a camp located several kilometers away. As the golden light flowed into Qin Yang's body, the golden glow on his surface gradually became radiant. It felt really good. Whether it was an illusion or not, Qin Yang felt that his confidence had significantly increased, as if he could handle any type of girl with ease. He was also curious about the hidden functions of the charm ability. Without wanting to delay even a second longer, he immediately unleashed his speed and rocketed away from the main base, heading swiftly towards the central city. In the live broadcast room of the Summer Nation, since the camera was focused on the Lord, and Qin Yang was rather laid back, spending his days either fishing or staying in the command center reading novels, the audience's interest waned as other players were eliminated. The regular viewers were mostly those who enjoyed daily life and stock trading. Invest heavily in Siwei stock. She is cute and beautiful, unmatched. She's cute, but unfortunately, she is flat. So what if she is flat? How can one conquer the world without a level chest? Only shut-ins like flat girls. What normal man doesn't he prefer in Ifu? Humph, it's just a bit bigger chest and longer legs. What's the big deal? Big is good. Big is beautiful. Stop arguing, I want both girls. Shallow. A bunch of fantasizers. At that moment, it seemed something urgent had come up, and Qin Yang stepped out of the command center. The live broadcast perspective shifted as Ni Fu and Qin Kaiwei left the frame, causing many viewers to flood the chat with protests. Why did he go out? Hurry back. I just want to see the girls. I stuck my tongue out, almost ready to lick the screen. You're making it hard for me to recover from this. Checking out the girls here has become part of my daily routine. When Qin Yang activated his ability, a strong golden light radiated from him, and the number of viewers in the live stream started to increase. Everyone knew that this reclusive guy rarely went out, but now he looked serious, transforming into a Super Saiyan. This indicated that something big was about to happen. So, I quickly called my friends and urged those who weren't online to come back. Was there a zombie outbreak? Did monsters come knocking again? What is going on? Could it be that there are still players who haven't been eliminated? The fact that he is using his ultimate move shows that the situation is quite serious. Normally, players wouldn't need to be so cautious. By the way, could we get more camera angles in this livestream? I'm tired of just focusing on Qin Yang. The howling wind echoed in my ears. With a super double rocket jump, Qin Yang soared hundreds of meters into the air. After landing, he unleashed his speed. In just a few breaths' time, he covered several dozen kilometers, appearing almost instantaneously near the western city gate of the central city. At that moment, Golovin was expanding her advantage. A rain of blood-red energy poured down, drenching all the civilians. Those who had already been infected by the progenitor virus were surrounded by floating emerald green life essence. Like a swarm of fireflies at night, these life essences gathered towards the blood tide in the sky. A more interesting little creature has shown up. Amidst the swirling blood tide, a beautiful face emerged. Even from several kilometers away, Golovin sensed Qin Yang's presence first. With his cultivation now at the foundation building stage, Qin Yang's physical abilities had undergone a tremendous change, making his life essence far exceed that of ordinary civilians. The progenitor virus's sensitivity to life was not something that the average zombie virus could compare to. Golovin didn't even need to see with her eyes to detect Qin Yang's existence. Such a massive life essence was truly irresistible. Her voice was filled with excitement and exhilaration. Liquid-like arms emerged from the blood tide, reaching out towards that enticing life essence. By the time Qin Yang arrived at the scene, those arms extending from the blood tide were already close to the ground and started to turn towards him. Wasn't she attracted to me? After dodging the grasp of the arms, Qin Yang looked confused. No way. Could it be that the Sea King ability didn't activate? No, that is not right. This ability should activate based on some form of interaction. Any kind of interaction, Even just a glance would suffice, with the super double effect. The Seeking talent could gain a full 2,000 points of favorability. If he didn't make his presence known, it would be easy to be overlooked. So, what he needed to do now was capture Golovin-'s attention. I'm not your match in a fight, but is it wrong to just want to catch your attention? Qin Yang immediately raised his hands to the sky, channeling his inner energy, accumulating power in his throat, and then shouted towards the sky, "Reveal your true form." You vile creature. With the enhancement of his energy, this shout was no less than the legendary lion's roar. The sound waves rolled out, echoing throughout the central city area. Jelowin. She instinctively turned to look in the direction of the voice. Jelowin froze in place. The swirling blood-red curtain began to slow down, and the essence of life that had been gathering towards the sky started to fall back down. In this moment, the scene could be described by a lyric. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only myth. For the man on the ground, Jelowin inexplicably felt a surge of affection. She thought he was a flawless existence, and no matter from which angle she looked at him, it brought her joy and happiness. The moment she saw him, Jelowin was certain she had hopelessly fallen in love with this man. Bloodthirsty and cruel. She was not supposed to have the feelings of an ordinary human. Yet, this increase of 2,000 points in affection was enough to melt even an iceberg. The blood-red tide, which had been overshadowing everything, began to shrink rapidly. The sky was no longer obscured. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the pale faces of the commoners below, and the life-threatening pressure dissipated in an instant. The blood-red energy gathered on the ground, swiftly materializing into Jelowin's form. Over 2 meters tall, with a proud figure, astonishing curves, blood-red lips, and fair skin, the flowing red energy formed a beautiful red dress around her. It really worked. Qin Yang thought excitedly. I must say, this real person is much more impressive than what I saw through the monster's eye. A shy expression appeared on Jelowin's face, reminiscent of a young girl. She placed her hands in front of her, fingers fidgeting, lowering her head slightly, as she took a step closer to Qin Yang. As the distance closed, Jelowin felt her heart racing, and a blush appeared on her cheeks, making her look even more delicate and shy. Hello, my name is Jelowin. Can I get to know you? Chapter 186. Tomorrow's date in the live broadcast room of the Summer Country. As Qin Yang began to take action, the number of viewers started to rise rapidly, and discussions about his major actions quickly topped the trending topics on various social media. The fermentation of public opinion indirectly brought more viewers to the interdimensional live broadcast room. When Qin Yang arrived in the central city area, the spectators were awestruck by the blood-red tide that enveloped the city, and they began to comment. What is this? Is this another type of monster? It looks really terrifying. Everyone look. Is there a human face appearing in the sky? There really is a human face, and it's a woman's face. Until Qin Yang entered the central city and caught the attention of Golovin. Pulling her out of her blood-tied state and restoring her human form at 2 meters tall, the comments exploded. Wow, this girl is so tall. Those legs amazing. How can her waist be so slim? And those hips, how can they be that big? It's unreasonable. I'm good now, how about you guys? Don't fight with me. This lady is mine from now on. What Golovin said was completely incomprehensible to Qin Yang. Damn it, I should have drawn a translation talent first. Qin Yang urgently guessed what Golovin might be saying. Since it's our first meeting, we should probably introduce ourselves, right? But with the language barrier, what's the point of introducing ourselves? Qin Yang hadn't forgotten the main purpose of his visit. I can maintain this state for 3 minutes. Once it ends, the effect of the Seeking talent will be lost immediately. I need to evacuate the civilians here first, or all my efforts will be in vain. After making the decision, Qin Yang secretly gestured to the civilians behind him while showing a bright and harmless smile to the approaching Golovin. Golovin. After speaking 2 sentences in a row, she realized that Qin Yang probably couldn't understand her language. This phenomenon was quite unusual because the language she spoke was the common tongue of this continent, and any indigenous human should have some grasp of it. However, she was currently overwhelmed by infatuation, her brain short-circuited, and she just wanted to be Qin Yang's admirer, unable to think calmly. Golovin really wanted to communicate properly with the first person she liked in her long life, and get to know him better. She then had a thought, and the primordial virus that wrapped around her body, serving as her dress, sent out a tendril towards Qin Yang. What? What is she trying to do? Is she coming to eliminate me after regaining her composure from my charm? Qin Yang was startled and instinctively took a step back. This reaction made Golovin a bit nervous as well. She understood that Qin Yang was scared of her, so she quickly waved her hands to indicate that she meant no harm. What does she want to do? Qin Yang felt like he was walking on thin ice, afraid that any overreaction would ruin the good impression he had just established in Golovin's mind. So he could only grit his teeth and allow the tendril of the primordial virus to touch him. Whatever, it's all the same if I'm going to die. I might as well give it a try. Maybe she really means no harm. It turned out that under the influence of a high favorability of 2,000 points, Golovin had completely lowered her hostility towards Qin Yang. When the tendril of the primordial virus successfully connected to Qin Yang, he felt a buzzing sensation as his mind became much clearer. As Gu Liwen spoke, her meaning was directly conveyed to his heart. Amazing. This can actually be a form of mental communication. Jeliwen first conveyed to Qin Yang that he should not be afraid, as she meant him no harm. With that, there was no problem. Her talent truly was a nemesis for many. Qin Yang tried to communicate his thoughts to Jeliwen and found that as long as he focused on her and imagined what he wanted to say, she could understand him. Qin Yang said, your appearance just now was quite frightening. I thought you were going to kill me. Upon hearing this, Jeliwen quickly shook her head, her face showing deep regret. She replied anxiously, I'm so sorry. It was the ancestral virus that made me crave life essence, but I have it under control now, and I will never let it harm you. Qin Yang, taking advantage of the situation but maintaining a sincere attitude, said, the people behind me are my fellow countrymen. They accidentally wandered in here. I hope you can forgive their mistake and let them go. The civilians were already retreating, and Qin Yang wanted to buy them as much time as possible. As long as they promise not to return here, I can agree to your terms. Jeliwen was willing to fight against her bloodthirsty instincts to create a good impression in Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang nodded and promised, I will definitely convey your message to them. Jeliwen finally revealed a shy smile again. Although we just met, I would like to know more about you. Would you stay and have dinner with me? Have dinner with me? But I still don't even know if you're human or something else. What if our diets are completely different? That would be awkward, Qin Yang thought. Besides, I can only maintain this form for 3 minutes. Once that's over, are you sure you'll still like me? I absolutely cannot accept this invitation. Instead of refusing immediately, Qin Yang first put on a troubled expression and said, what a coincidence. I just remembered that I have something to do today. How about we meet tomorrow instead? By setting a specific time, he didn't completely reject her, which might prevent Jeliwen from getting upset. Once the 24-hour cooldown was over, he could use his abilities again. Even though a dinner would take more than 3 minutes, he could find an excuse to slip away later. The most important thing for now was to keep Jeliwen calm. Tomorrow? Jeliwen instinctively followed his suggestion and said, sure. Today is indeed a bit rushed. I will prepare well for tomorrow. As she spoke, her mood visibly improved, and excitement shone in her crimson eyes. Then we'll see each other tomorrow. Qin Yang was ready to leave. See you tomorrow. Jeliwen waved goodbye to Qin Yang obediently, watching him disappear at the end of the street. As time passed and the 3 minutes ended, Jeliwen stood still, her shyness, obedience, and sweetness suddenly vanishing, replaced by confusion and bewilderment. She rubbed her temples. Her memory of what had just happened was vivid and profound, yet it felt so out of place. This is not something she would normally do. It's so strange. What is going on with me? Chapter 187, Level 5 Command Center. Hurry up, everyone, get moving. After retreating from the central city, Qin Yang was extremely anxious. He didn't know if Gu Liwen would immediately chase them out after resisting the temptation of beauty and eliminate everyone here. With that woman's strength, even if he retreated back to his territory now, it would be of little use. The main issue was that the ability of Blood Tide could immunize against all forms of physical damage. This meant that the most lethal cannons and crossbows he had built on the city walls would be completely ineffective. Moreover, the power of the civilians had already been defeated by Gu Liwen earlier. If it came to the worst, he could only let the wealthy and handsome guy come and hold the line for a while. He just didn't know what it would feel like for Gu Liwen to develop feelings for 2 men in one day. Fortunately, until Qin Yang led the civilians away from the central city, Gu Liwen did not pursue them. The situation did not deteriorate. 2 hours later, Qin Yang successfully returned to the base with the civilians. They should be safe now. He finally let out a slight sigh of relief. However, just thinking about the date he had with Gu Liwen in the central city tomorrow made Qin Yang feel uncertain, especially since his stamina was only 3 minutes. If he had known this situation was so dangerous, he should have let the wealthy guy handle it from the start. He felt like he was walking on a tightrope, with the risk of falling at any moment. After returning to the command center, Qin Yang sat down on a chair in the living room. Qin Kaiwei obediently handed him a cup of milk tea prepared by Elvis. After taking a couple of sips, he began to further think about and analyze the information gathered from today's events. The Nora Basin is so small, with a diameter of no more than 100 kilometers. Besides the Nightmare Dragon and the current Ancestor virus, there shouldn't be any more bosses popping up, right? There's some hope in dealing with the Nightmare Dragon. As long as they strengthen their mental defenses, they should be able to resist its hypnotic domain. However, when it comes to the Ancestor virus, if they tried to defeat her, it would be impossible. The reason Qin Yang and the others survived today was thanks to the fact that the host of the Ancestor virus was a girl, and she was under the control of the Sea King's talent. Although he only temporarily borrowed the wealthy guy's talent, it was still a supercharged Sea King ability, which would leave some residual effects on the target even after the duration ended. Gu Liwen's choice not to pursue Qin Yang after breaking free from control already indicated this. Spending more time with the girl on dates, arranging the time reasonably. As the encounters increased and time passed, perhaps her feelings for him would deepen. By then, he might not need to rely on the wealthy guy's strength to get along with her. On the 33rd day in this other world, Qin Yang summoned the civilians for the day and screened their talent abilities. He wondered if it was due to obtaining the oil resource in his territory. The summoned civilians this time include many related to oil resources, either for accelerating oil collection or for manufacturing derivative products from oil. The oil resources required for upgrading the command center to level 5 are now ready. Qin Yang glanced at the resource interface, where the oil reserves had reached 1237 units. Several energy workshops, derived from the underground laboratory, have also been constructed. These energy workshops were arranged by Qin Yang in the northern area of the territory, where a large area of land has become available after gathering excess stone. It is worth mentioning that civilians can only complete 70 of the construction progress of the energy workshops. To push the progress to 100, it is necessary to first manufacture the generating machines needed for the energy workshops in the mechanical factory. Only when the building shell and the generators are fully equipped can the energy workshop be considered complete and put into use. To activate the energy workshop, fuel must be added to the internal generators. There are no restrictions on the type of fuel, and Qin Yang initially had the civilians use wood as fuel. However, the efficiency of wood is very low, requiring at least 50 units of wood to produce 1 unit of energy. He decisively abandoned this fuel and instead used the oil that had just been transported back from the collection site and refined. The efficiency of oil far exceeds that of wood, needing only about 5 units of oil to produce 1 unit of energy. However, while energy has been produced, it cannot be used without the corresponding technology and must be stored within the energy workshop. The storage capacity of the energy workshop is limited, with each workshop able to store only 100 units of energy. Moreover, if the energy cannot be used in a timely manner, it will dissipate after a certain period. With the energy reserves just reaching the upgrade standard, it is time to upgrade the command center. Qin Yang confirmed the upgrade prompt that appeared on the territory interface. The command center transformed into a phantom form again, with this upgrade extending the duration to 48 hours. 2 days' time will feel like an eternity. Qin Yang was well prepared and immediately sent someone to notify the civilian with the rapid upgrade talent. After entering the command center, this civilian completed the upgrade from level 4 to level 5 in just 1 second. A large number of upgrade rewards appeared before Qin Yang. The armor value of the command center has reached 1,200 points, although he doesn't have a clear concept of this sturdiness. As the main base's command center has never been attacked, the number of civilians summoned daily has also increased, and surprisingly, it has directly risen by 5. Additionally, 2 technology rewards were granted: cable transmission and power transformation, which address the issues related to energy use. It seems that the upgrade of the command center also leads to certain technological innovations. For instance, Level 3 introduced steam technology. Level 4 began the transition from steam technology to electric technology, and at Level 5, the territory is fully dominated by electric technology. Except for technical aspects, mechanical factories can also be upgraded once again. Mechanical factories are similar to workshops, and after reaching the 3rd level, they will undergo an advancement. After the advancement, the mechanical factory is renamed as the Engineering Research Center. From the description of the building, the Engineering Research Center can conduct research on larger and more sophisticated machinery. The research model has also changed to be similar to that of workshops, allowing civilians to conduct specialized research in individual directions, significantly advancing technology in a specific project. With this facility, it feels possible to create advanced machines in another world. Chapter 188. Technical rewards and draws regarding the technology tree of the territory. After days of continuous research and development, the most efficient group has achieved 10 technical rewards in military projects. This includes more advanced territorial traps and reinforced wall structures, making them sturdier. There have also been further improvements in firearms, resulting in more powerful sniper rifles that even ordinary civilians can use, capable of taking down a charging creature with a single shot. In terms of military technical rewards, there have also been innovations and upgrades in artillery shells. Among the new civilians, there is a talent with expertise in artillery who has already obtained over 5 technical rewards at the research center. The rewards this person received, as expected by Qin Yang, include new types of bombs and missiles. For instance, there is a bouncing shell that greatly enhances flight distance, and a burning bomb that produces a large amount of flames upon explosion. There is also a gas bomb that contains special toxins, capable of paralyzing the nervous systems of monsters and putting them into a sluggish state. In summary, these new technologies have greatly enriched the defensive capabilities of Qin Yang's territory. However, the technical research rewards for individual projects can still only be obtained 10 times. After completing the military project research, the group can only draw again for a distorted research in the architectural direction, which has already reached level 5. It is time for a proper round of draws. Long before the command center upgraded to level 4, Qin Yang had started engaging in battles with Bill and others in pursuit of rapid strength enhancement. He used his earlier points to improve the skills of civilian leaders. This led to fewer draws, making it impossible to obtain important building blueprints and territory recipe blueprints from the draw rewards. Now that the threat from players has passed, whether facing Tazis and Golovin at the moment, or in the future leaving the Nora Basin to venture into a broader world and encountering even stronger beings, individual combat power is no longer sufficient to cope. Only by enhancing the overall strength of the territory can it possibly handle future risks. Therefore, Qin Yang believes it is very necessary to use a portion of the existing points for draws. He looked at the point consumption required for level 5 draws. Damn, the draws are getting more and more expensive. A single level 5 draw requires 4,000 points, which is double that of level 4 draws. Qin Yang followed his usual practice and made 10 consecutive draws, consuming a total of 40,000 points. You drew 500 gold coins. You drew a recipe for a mixed dish of territory monsters. You drew blueprints for an apartment building. You drew 7 civilians. You drew 9 units of elemental crystal, fire. Qin Yang knew that the most valuable prize obtainable from the system lottery was the Lord's treasure. Previously, he had drawn a dimensional crystal that could be used to pack and relocate the command center. This time, his luck wasn't as good as before. He didn't draw any Lord's treasure rewards, but he did get 3 blueprint type rewards, 1 building blueprint, and 2 territory recipes. The building blueprint was for an apartment building, which is a different type of civilian residence. Apartment building. Each apartment can accommodate 30 civilians and produce 150 gold coins daily. After defeating other players, Qin Yang had recruited a large number of civilians from their territories. The original civilian residences could only house 8 people each, and due to their beautiful design, they occupied a considerable amount of space. The land within the base was very tight, making it impossible to allocate a large area specifically for civilian housing. Therefore, the housing issue for civilians had always been a headache for Qin Yang. Now, with this apartment building, the capacity for residents is more than 3 times that of ordinary houses. By constructing around 30 buildings, he can fully accommodate all the displaced civilians he has recruited. The 2 territory recipes, one of which is the mixed dish of monsters, is essentially an upgraded version of the previous all-in-one meal. Its main function is to significantly enhance the physical fitness of civilians, but the required materials are quite demanding, needing meat from at least 3 level 4 monsters for preparation. This recipe can be put into production immediately. Qin Yang's territory had just experienced the 4th wave of beast tides. The main force in this round consisted of level 4 giant monsters. Qin Yang had defeated over a dozen giant monsters in this wave, and the civilians had already disassembled and stored the monster meat. Now, it's just right to use it. The other recipe, armor soup, is rather peculiar. It requires collecting the shells of 5 types of insect monsters as ingredients. Consuming it can grant a certain increase in elemental resistance, which is somewhat similar to the Lord's treasure elemental barrier. He had not yet gathered the rare plants for the previous health soup, and now he was tasked with finding insect monsters for ingredients, making him doubt whether he could find them in the Nora Basin. Qin Yang complained to himself and continued to check the other rewards. Even elemental crystals could be drawn. However, he had spent 4,000 points to obtain only a few units of crystals, which seemed a bit costly. Clearly, relying on points to draw such special resources was not realistic. In this 10 consecutive draws, he obtained resources 3 times. Aside from 1 instance of fire elemental crystal, the other 2 were oil. Next, Qin Yang summoned all the civilians he had drawn to let them find the responsible civilians in the territory to receive their tasks. As the territory expanded and the population grew, both major and minor matters within the territory increased accordingly. As the lord of the territory, Qin Yang could not attend to every detail personally. He therefore promoted some of the commoners who had followed him from the beginning to become officials and manage affairs. He assigned various trivial tasks to these commoner officials, including distributing work to the newly arrived commoners. As the sun set behind the hills, the sky grew dim. After getting dressed, Qin Yang stood at the entrance of the command center and activated the Everyone for Me ability. Following his previous experience, he allocated the 3 extraction slots to the abilities of speed, translation, and aquatic prowess. The golden light that descended from the sky filled Qin Yang completely, making him shine brilliantly. He activated his speed ability in a flash and instantly teleported to the central city. I now feel not only a bit nervous, but also somewhat excited. What's happening? Qin Yang took a deep breath to suppress his complex emotions, then accelerated once more, arriving at the entrance of the old royal palace. Chapter 189, Potential Affection. The artisan family. Since meeting Qin Yang, Gu Liwen's heart had become very conflicted. Although it was their first encounter, she felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if they had known each other for a long time. Gu Wen held a special status as the daughter of a virus overlord, one of the dominant powers in this world, making her a figure of high standing from birth. Ordinary humans appeared to her as mere walking energy reserves, easily crushed for their life essence, hardly worth a second glance. However, for some reason, this human she had just met made a deep impression on her, embedding himself in her mind in a way she couldn't shake off. Every time she closed her eyes, Qin Yang's handsome face flashed before her. Remembering his words always brought forth a sweet feeling within her, causing her heart to race like a startled deer. What is wrong with me? Why have I become like this? Sitting on the grand throne, Gu Wen furrowed her brow, her fingers massaging her temples in confusion. As a powerful primordial virus, how could she feel such affection for a human? The primordial virus, entwined around her like a long red dress, sensed her turmoil and began to flow slowly. It conveyed a desire to feed and inquired whether Gu Wen wanted to pursue those humans she had previously let go. No. Without a second thought, Gu Wen shook her head in refusal, saying, I promised him I wouldn't harm those humans. As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a pang of regret. This was not something she would typically say, and it felt very out of character. The primordial virus, connected to her mind, expressed doubt, sensing that Gu Wen seemed like a different person. In the past, they had rarely disagreed, and often Gu Wen was even more bloodthirsty than the virus itself. I also don't know what's wrong with me. I feel like my thoughts are being controlled by someone, and I'm a bit lost right now. The ancient virus understood what Gu Wen meant and shook its head, showing a look of distress on its face. The ancient virus, seeing that it couldn't move its host, asked Gu Wen if she wanted to return to the sarcophagus to conserve energy. No need. Gu Wen thought for a moment and declined again. With the current energy reserves of the virus, she could maintain her awakened state for about a week. I had an appointment with that person to meet tonight. I might as well take this opportunity to understand him better and see what tricks he has played on me. The ancient virus believed that Qin Yang wouldn't dare to show up again. If he dares not to come, I'll go to him and make a scene. Doesn't he care about those humans? How could he let them be killed by me? The ancient virus expressed concern for Gu Wen, fearing she might fall into a trap again. Heh. Gu Wen confidently chuckled twice and waved her hand, saying, You're overthinking it. Looking back, I was too careless last time. As long as I'm prepared this time, I surely won't fall for his tricks. Seeing that the host had said so, the ancient virus didn't say anything further. I should still prepare a bit before meeting him. Gu Wen felt conflicted about her words. Clearly, in her previous conversation with the ancient virus, she had expressed hostility towards Qin Yang. Yet the next moment, she instinctively prioritized the date with him. This feeling of alternating between fondness and hostility made her feel as if she were experiencing a split personality. Gu Wen took a deep breath to ease her inner turmoil. It's strange, why am I considering dinner arrangements so thoroughly? This thought appeared in her mind almost instinctively, as if it were something she was meant to do. The ancient virus beside her was a bit confused by Gu Wen's soliloquy. Forget it, then I'll prepare a bit. Gu Wen decided to stop restraining her subconscious. As a high-level evolved virus, she had long since transcended the realm of humanity and entered a higher form of life. She didn't need to consume human food. The essence of life was her favorite delicacy. Considering that Qin Yang was human and different from her, Gu Wen felt she should prepare some human food. However, she had no cooking skills and lacked ingredients. I remember before my long slumber, I left quite a few human mind source crystal ores in the mining area beneath the palace. They should be able to solve this problem. With this thought in mind, Gu Wen had the ancient virus envelop her, transforming into a silky ribbon as they left the palace and floated straight to the lowest level of the palace. Chu Yi was a descendant of the Nora royal craftsman. He inherited the ancestral skills of carving and inlaying elemental crystals. The royal craftsman once had a very glorious period, creating some special treasures, the most representative of which was a shield barrier that could resist damage. The craftsman clan had lived for generations in the central city area of the Nora Basin, with clear divisions of labor within the clan. Only non-direct descendants can inherit the collection and refinement of elemental crystals. Only the core lineage of Chu Yi can pass down the more profound techniques of carving and inlaying. Over a decade ago, a terrifying virus swept through the central city, turning everyone into horrifying zombies. A woman who could control the virus seized the royal palace and executed the royal family members. The artisan family, having dealt with elemental crystals for generations and mastering the skills to mine the crystals, managed to escape disaster at the hands of this virus-controlling woman. Chu Yi and others were assigned to the depths of the palace, responsible for collecting a crystal that had never been seen before, and they lived there for more than 10 years. After the death of Chu Yi's father, who was also the previous clan leader, Chu Yi naturally took over the position. However, he held a pessimistic attitude towards the future of the clan. The harsh living conditions, the heavy burden of collection work, and the dwindling number of members in the Chu Yi clan led to a situation where young people no longer considered having children. By now, the clan had fewer than 100 members. Perhaps in less than a decade, the last bloodline of this clan would vanish. Chui, wearing a tattered hat, sat on a rock at the entrance of the mine, his expression numb as he contemplated. Just then, a chilling breeze swept through the mine's entrance. Chui shivered and then saw a smooth, blood-red ribbon floating in from the mine's entrance. Shocked, Chui quickly stood up, removed his hat, and respectfully bowed to the blood-red ribbon, saying, "Great Ancestor Virus Lady Guliwen, welcome to the mine." Chapter 190. This reason is beyond belief naturally. Chui despised Guliwen, the culprit behind the destruction of his nation and family. However, due to her overwhelming power, this hatred had to be buried deep within him. Chui could only obediently comply with the order given by Guliwen to prepare a banquet. He announced this news within the tribe and selected several of the most outstanding young men and women to assist him. The activities of Chui's tribe were confined to the underground mine. Food and living supplies were delivered by mutated zombies arranged by Guliwen. The environment in the mine was oppressive and the air was stifling. These tribe members, who had long been deprived of sunlight, all had pale skin and lacked spirit. The younger generation had never seen the outside world. When they heard they could go outside, they immediately became excited and were grateful to Guliwen. Sighing, Chui watched all this with deep disappointment. The long-standing confinement had enhanced the servility in these young members. They had lost their fighting spirit and regarded going outside as a reward. We humans should live in the outside world, basking in the sunlight and enjoying the fresh air, Chui thought as he led his tribe to the surface. The colorful world outside brought joy and excitement to everyone. The warm sunlight dispelled the oppression and darkness within them. If only we could live on the surface forever. Yes, after breathing in the fresh air outside, even my chronic lung condition has improved a lot. I heard the elders say that humans used to live on the surface. Why do we have to live underground in our generation? It's said that humans lost in a battle. Seeing that the topic was getting sensitive, the elder quickly stopped and led everyone to freshen up and change into clean clothes. Everyone's spirits had transformed dramatically compared to when they first emerged from the pit. Then, the elder instructed them to retrieve the food supplies stored in the palace cellar and head to the kitchen to prepare the meal. By evening, everything was ready. Following the instructions, the elder arranged the dining table in the palace hall, and bowls of food, though not exquisite, were placed on the table. The elder was unsure when the guests would arrive and didn't dare to ask the figure on the throne, so he stood by with his hands at his sides. As dusk began to fall, just as the elder lit the last candle in the hall, suddenly, the flame flickered, and a figure appeared unexpectedly to his right, startling him. Was there someone else here? The figure seemed to mutter to himself. The elder looked over and saw that it was a young man, seemingly around 20 years old. He was alive. Just one glance, and the elder was frozen in place. He instantly confirmed that the other person was just like him, a living human. In that moment, the elder felt a surge of excitement as if he had discovered a new world. My goodness, there are still living humans in this world. Didn't the outside humans turn into zombies a long time ago? While the elder was lost in thought, the young man had already walked past him directly towards the throne. Wait, don't go over there. The elder wanted to call out, but it was too late. In his mind, humans were merely walking supplements to the figure on the throne. If the young man caught her attention, she would immediately use her ancestral virus to drain him dry. It was difficult to come across a living human, and the elder didn't want anything to happen to him. He still wanted to find out about the situation outside. However, what happened next was beyond the elder's expectations. The figure on the throne, upon seeing the young man, suddenly shifted from her lazy posture. She placed her hands on her knees, leaning slightly forward, and in a voice filled with anticipation and joy said, You finally came." The young man walked up to the throne, stood tall, cleared his throat, and said in a loud voice, "I am a man of my word." The elder was a bit confused and felt that the figure's attitude towards this living person was rather unusual. The young man stepped forward, politely took the figure's hand, and led her to sit at the dining table. Throughout the process, her legs felt weak, and due to her fast heartbeat, her cheeks were flushed with 2 rosy shades. It was indeed a sumptuous dinner. Qin Yang glanced at the unappetizing dishes on the table, feeling no desire to eat, and could only hypocritically compliment them. However, "I'm afraid I won't have the chance to taste these delicacies." As soon as these words left his mouth, Jelavan immediately looked up at him. Her crimson eyes filled with confusion. "It's like this," Qin Yang quickly explained, fearing that a slow explanation might provoke her wrath. He spoke nonsense with wide eyes. "My pet, which I've raised since childhood, is about to give birth tonight. It's very important to me, and I must personally accompany it until it has its babies." Upon hearing this, not only was Jelavan bewildered, but Chui, who was serving them, also looked utterly confused. What kind of joke is this? Such a flimsy excuse wouldn't even fool a dog. Do you think you can convince the wise and powerful Jelavan with that? Chui shook his head in disappointment. This young man seemed smart on the surface, but in reality, he was just a foolish brat. He is done for. Jellivan would surely drain his life essence and turn him into a dry corpse. However, what happened next once again exceeded Shui Yi's expectations and could only be described as a complete overturning of his understanding. Jellivan was stunned for a good 3 seconds after hearing Qin Yang's excuse. When she came to her senses, she didn't immediately suspect that Qin Yang was deceiving her. Nor did she think that his excuse was ridiculous. She completely believed his absurd reasoning. Jellivan looked at Qin Yang with a pitiful expression and asked in an almost pleading tone, "Do you really not have time to finish this meal with me? This really won't do. My transformation time is only a minute and a half left. The situation is too urgent." Qin Yang took a deep breath, as if making a major decision, and firmly said, "My pet could give birth at any moment. I must return immediately. Well then, at least we should share a drink." Seeing how certain Qin Yang was, Jellivan didn't dare to insist further and quickly used her powers to levitate 2 cups from the table in front of them. "All right, let us drink." Qin Yang nodded, took the cup, and downed it in one go. "What the heck is this? Ugh, this is called wine. It tastes awful." After finishing the drink, he said, "If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Goodbye." Qin Yang placed the cup down, and without waiting for Jellivan to say anything further, he activated his speed talent and left in a flash. Chapter 191. Variables for the next 2 days, every evening. Qin Yang would take the 3-minute trip to the palace in the central city to meet Jellivan. After all, the essence of maintaining a romantic relationship lies in being attentive, bold, and meeting often. I don't know if it's influenced by the talent ability of the Sea King, but Qin Yang felt he had recently become better at saying sweet words that women love to hear. Part of it was also because Jellivan had such a high regard for him. She would unconditionally believe whatever he said. Therefore, their relationship was heating up quickly. On the 3rd day of their meeting, within a limited time frame of 3 minutes, Qin Yang had already managed to make Gu Liwen cry, laugh, and smile through tears. However, the duration of his influence was still too brief. It was so short that every time he met with Gu Liwen, they could only exchange a few words, unable to engage in more meaningful conversations, particularly regarding obtaining more information about the outside world from the ancient virus. Qin Yang felt it was necessary to enhance his influence. He had previously spent 40,000 points in a lottery. Although he had accumulated some points over the past few days, he was still only around 110,000 points, which was insufficient for the next ability upgrade at 120,000 points. Points could only be earned by hunting zombies and monsters. Currently, in the Nora Basin, apart from the lair of the Nightmare Dragon, most of the monsters and zombies that could be hunted had already been dealt with. It would be several days before the next wave of zombie tide arrived. Therefore, Qin Yang turned his attention to the ocean area outside the basin. Through Ding Chengfu's exploration, Qin Yang learned that at least 100 kilometers of sea area outside the Nora Basin was included in the game zone. The number of monsters in the sea was much greater than that on land. Moreover, eliminating these monsters in advance would reduce the number of invading monsters when the game boundaries expanded in the future. In the northeastern region, Tazis had awakened from its dormant state after absorbing energy from 2 level 4 monsters. This dragon, which had lost half of its body, stubbornly clawed at the rocky ground with its front limbs, crawling out from deep within its lair. "Humans." Tazis uttered these words in a deep, resonant voice, filled with resentment. The ones who had disrupted its recovery plan were once weak humans, no stronger than ants. Out of a total of 20 level 4 monsters, it had managed to seize only 2 with all its might. This result was an unprecedented failure for Tazis. It recalled the unreasonable assault by the 20 golden light beings, who could fly and summon giant swords from the sky. When did humans possess such extraordinary power? It found it incomprehensible. As the earliest external force to arrive in the Nora Basin, Tazis clearly remembered how weak the humans in this basin had once been. They had no extraordinary powers and could only rely on crude weapons to deal with powerful monsters. With just a breath, Tazis could have destroyed the so-called human army. A stomp of its foot could shatter the walls of the human royal city. But the humans in this basin were obviously not in such a situation. They had already mastered special powers, and their individual combat strength had surpassed that of level 3 monsters. Moreover, that flying human was on par with level 4 monsters. Tazis analyzed the situation of the golden light beings and Elvis, considering it crucial intelligence that should be reported to the monster queen promptly. The weak humans had become a thing of the past. The current humans had the qualifications to challenge the monsters. Upon thinking of this, Tezua's turned his head and released a breath containing purple-black mist towards the direction behind him. This breath traveled over 10 meters before hitting a suddenly appeared translucent blue barrier, disappearing without a trace. The barrier remained intact, showing no signs of weakening. Tezua's regarded the game boundary as some sort of barrier. The power of the barrier exceeded Tezua's understanding. Any form of attack against it would be blocked. As long as the barrier existed, Tezua's could not leave this basin nor contact the monster queen outside to relay the information he had gathered. If I weren't so heavily injured, dealing with those extraordinary humans would be a piece of cake, Tezua's thought, feeling quite frustrated. Only the source energy could heal my wounds. It would be great if I could occupy the source crystal vein in the central city right now. He knew that the source crystal vein was currently occupied by the zombie faction's Jellavon. Jellavon was a capable subordinate sent by the virus overlord to this basin, a being whose strength was not inferior to his own. However, it seemed that Jellavon had also fallen into some trouble. Tezua's recalled that after Jellavon entered the Nora basin, apart from initially causing some trouble, the two sides had maintained a state of peace. This situation was quite unreasonable. Because the virus overlord and the monster queen were mortal enemies, their subordinates would engage in relentless battles upon encountering each other. Moreover, the zombie faction couldn't directly absorb source energy crystals to replenish themselves like the monsters could. Jellavon had come to this new area alone and should not have the power to exploit source energy crystals. Tezua's, being quite intelligent, quickly deduced that Jellavon likely did not have the ability to come and trouble him. The other party's situation might be worse than his own. If the basin only had the two powers of Tezua's and Jellavon, he wouldn't feel too much of a crisis. After all, these two factions had fought for many years and knew some secrets about each other. Although Jellavon currently occupied the source crystal vein, this was only temporary. Once the barrier opened and the monster army entered, there would surely be an opportunity to reclaim the vein. However, there was now a variable in the basin, the extraordinary humans. Tezua's believed that if these extraordinary humans were allowed to rise, given time, the barrier here would become ineffective, and the monster queen would gain another formidable enemy. Therefore, this deadlock must be broken. The extraordinary humans here must be crushed in their infancy. My injuries have somewhat healed, and I can temporarily unleash peak level power of level 6. Perhaps I can first go to the central city to scout the situation. On the 34th day of the Otherworld, Ding Qingfu finally returned to the Abaisai territory on the eastern coastal area. His journey brought back considerable gains for the territory. Not only did he inform Qin Yang about the existence of the ocean boundary and the monsters lurking beyond it, but he also brought back the entire corpse of a giant horned whale. The meat of the giant horned whale, combined with the eggs of the four-winged dragon, provided the necessary ingredients for preparing whale meat stew with eggs. Chapter 192, Spirit 20. Whale meat stewed with eggs. Under the circumstance that Qin Yang dispatched an entire convoy for transportation, Ding Qingfu and others returned to the main base that day. The pieces of monster meat, already processed by civilians with disassembly talents, were moved into the cafeteria, which had already been expanded twice. The current cafeteria covers an area of over 1,000 square meters, structured in 3 levels, capable of accommodating 1,000 diners at the same time. Although Chen Saijio is a territory hero and one of the most popular individuals in the main base, her daily work still involves managing the operations of this cafeteria. However, she now has 3 civilians with relevant culinary talents assisting her in cooking, which has alleviated some of her workload. Moreover, there are more than a dozen civilians responsible for cleaning the cafeteria, washing dishes, organizing ingredients, and other miscellaneous tasks. After all, food is essential to the people, and Qin Yang pays great attention to the dietary needs of the territory's civilians. Because of this, whenever new migrants visit the cafeteria, their loyalty tends to increase significantly. This strategy is very effective in building initial loyalty among the migrants. With the ingredients for whale meat stewed with eggs in place, the crucial moment to eliminate the last obstacle in the Nora Basin was approaching. Qin Yang personally visited the territory's cafeteria to watch Chen Saijio prepare this special dish. The fewer steps involved in cooking monster meat, the less power it loses internally. Seeing that the Lord had personally come to wait for the dish, Chen Saijio did not dare to slack off. She operated while explaining the steps to Qin Yang. To preserve the original flavor of the food, I generally use roasting and steaming methods. She selected a large piece of fatty giant whale meat and handed it to an assistant responsible for cutting. This assistant had the talent for cutting, so their efficiency was remarkable. After a brief and intense period of chopping, the processed ingredients were neatly arranged on a tray. This time, I decided to try both methods. Chen Saijio instructed her assistant to divide the processed ingredients into 2 portions, one for grilling on the rack and the other for steaming in a pot. Then, she activated her hero ability, the Yaoa, Strange Fire, using a special flame with extremely high temperature for cooking. This ability was indeed a perfect match for her, almost specially designed for cooking. Qin Yang silently praised her. With the help of the Yaoa, the grilled and steamed meats were completed at an astonishing speed. The aroma wafted through the air, and Qin Yang couldn't help but swallow several times. However, the dish was not yet fully finished. Chen Saijio turned her attention to the eggs of the 4-winged subdragon. These monster eggs were quite large, with the smallest ones being the size of a basketball. She cracked open the thick shell, and golden egg liquid immediately flowed out. After filling a container with the egg liquid, she placed the grilled and steamed meats into separate containers. Then, she set the 2 containers on the stove. Huh, Aunt Saijo exclaimed lightly, using her hero ability on the bottom of both containers. The intense flames shot up immediately, and the heat was so high that even from several meters away, Qin Yang could feel the scorching temperature. This scene seemed a bit familiar. Was this not filming a certain comedic chef's film? Aunt Kaiju, you must have graduated from the Shaolin kitchen, right? Originally, Chun Kaiju's talent was called the culinary god, and this was a perfect fit for her. No wonder it felt so natural. Before long, the aroma of the roasted meat was replaced by a new fragrance. Qin Yang took a deep sniff and realized it was a scent he had never encountered before. However, it was undeniable that this smell was truly delightful. The ingredients in the 2 containers were initially boiling vigorously, but had now settled down, with the egg liquid beginning to solidify into a beautiful amber color. Almost done. Chun Kaiju began to reduce the flames, signaling that the cooking was nearing completion. Qin Yang noticed Aunt Kaiju had beads of sweat on her forehead, and her expression seemed much dimmer, thinking that it appeared to be quite challenging to mass-produce this dish. Once Chun Kaiju completely extinguished the flames, the delicious dish was finally ready. 2 bowls that looked almost identical, containing whale meat and egg stew, were placed in front of Qin Yang. He didn't rush to eat, but first checked the description of this special food. Whale meat stewed egg, special delicacy. Consuming it grants an additional 10 points in mental attributes for 1,024 hours. Maximum consumption limit, 3 times. Qin Yang was unsure what a mental attribute of 10 meant, but he felt that valuable things usually had a proportional relationship between acquisition difficulty and effect. This hard-to-prepare delicacy should not have poor effects. The maximum consumption limit of 3 times was indeed better than the previous family bucket. Currently, besides the newly arrived refugees, the older batch of commoners had already finished their family buckets. Under the influence of this special food, the strength and physique of these commoners had qualitatively improved, transforming them into little superheroes, capable of lifting several hundred kilograms with one hand, even the smallest female commoner. After reading the description of the whale meat stewed egg, Qin Yang picked up a spoon and began to savor this unique delicacy. The solidified egg liquid surprisingly tasted a bit like a chewy candy. The meat of the bowhead whale should be relatively tough, but after steaming, it melted in the mouth. So delicious. Aunt Kaiju's cooking skills are still outstanding. Qin Yang devoured a bowl of stewed egg in no time. Immediately, he felt the food entering his stomach, transforming into a cool wave of energy, surging up along his body's meridians and quickly reaching his brain. The brain was stimulated by this energy, producing waves of pleasurable shivers. With each wave of pleasure, Qin Yang felt his mind becoming clearer. This continued for 10 waves of stimulation before the cool energy was finally depleted. Was this what a mental power of 20 felt like? Qin Yang felt his brain unusually clear, even if he were to stay awake for 3 days and nights. He estimated that his mind wouldn't feel tired or fatigued. It's this feeling of clarity that makes me think, if I had been this clear-headed back then, I could have probably endured at least an hour in the field of hypnosis. Just having whale meat stew once has such remarkable effects. If I were to consume it 3 times, perhaps the civilians in the territory would truly be fearless against the nightmare dragon's hypnotic attacks. With this in mind, Qin Yang quickly instructed Chun Kaijun and some other talented civilians in cooking to work overtime and mass-produce this delicacy. Chapter 193, Miracle Concepts and Fallen Angels in the northern part of the main base. After the excess stones were cleared away, Qin Yang planned to turn this area into the industrial zone of the territory. The newly built cable factory is located in the central area of the northern district. My lord, the main materials for producing wires and cables are copper, and we currently have an ample supply of these materials, said the civilian in charge of the factory as he guided Qin Yang on a tour. Currently, there are 10 employees in the factory, including myself, and we can produce up to 1 kilometer of wire and about 200 meters of cable each day. Isn't that production efficiency a bit low? Qin Yang frowned. However, it was understandable for such factories to be inefficient due to a lack of production conditions. He picked up a bundle of wire and a section of cable for inspection. The wire can carry a relatively small amount of electrical power, making it suitable for residential areas, while the cable can transmit a larger power supply, better suited for factories or large defensive equipment. If I want to supply power to the factories and residences, I need to first upgrade these facilities for electrical power. This process is somewhat similar to when I first identified the steam engine technology. However, the steps for electrical upgrades are a bit more complicated. In addition to producing these wires and cables, I also need to build a transformer within the upgraded facilities, which will require separate production. Then the wires or cables will connect the transformer to the power workshop, allowing electricity to supply the electrical devices. Of course, completing these steps does not constitute a true electrical upgrade. The operating equipment inside the facilities also needs to be modified to function on electrical power, otherwise, even if electricity is supplied, it cannot be utilized. It seems I need to allocate more personnel to the engineering and research centers to ramp up the research and development efforts. While thinking this, Qin Yang opened the game panel and navigated to the Territory Technology interface. The former workshop is now a technology research center, and the former mechanical workshop is now an engineering research center. All acquired technology rewards are compiled in this interface, which also displays the technology rewards that Qin Yang has yet to extract. Current unextracted technology rewards for technology research, 2 engineering research. Qin Yang assigned 5 researchers to the Technology Research Center. Aside from Yang Shi, 2 other civilians also possess abilities that accelerate R&D experience acquisition. Therefore, since the research center was upgraded, Qin Yang has already gained 20 units of technology rewards, primarily in military and mining technology. Qin Yang chose to extract the accumulated 4 technical rewards. Received technical reward. Construction of Wonder Concept. Unlocks a wonder building after obtaining 5 wonder concepts. Received technical reward. Clean and tidy environment. Territorial environment value of 10. Received technical reward. Cultivating agricultural talent. Increases the probability of summoning civilians with agricultural-related talents. Received technical reward. Efficient energy generation. Reduces fuel consumption by 20 for each unit of energy produced. Currently, the research center is focusing on construction, environment, agriculture, energy, and mining. Among these research directions, Qin Yang usually pays more attention to energy and mining. A wonder building? What is that? Technical rewards in the construction direction generally provide blueprints for buildings. However, this time there is a special reward in the form of collection. It requires gathering 5 wonder concepts to unlock a wonder building. The difficulty of obtaining just the blueprints suggests that this wonder building should be quite powerful. Qin Yang does not intend to pay too much attention to things that cannot be monetized in a timely manner. An environment value of 10 is quite good. The territorial environment is a metric that appears when the command center is upgraded to level 4. If the territorial environment value is negative, the sense of belonging among civilians to the territory will decrease over time. When the territorial environment is positive and reaches a certain value, the sense of belonging among civilians living here will also improve accordingly. Environmental pollution, such as excessive emissions of waste gas and wastewater from industrial production, will inevitably lower the territorial environment value. However, if more trees are planted, green areas are expanded, or more facilities for the convenience of the public are built within the territory, this value will increase correspondingly. In Qin Yang's view, the introduction of this metric has increased the difficulty of territorial development and restricted his pace of industrialization. Nevertheless, holding onto a people-centered approach, he still values this environmental metric. The recent environmental technical reward has raised his environment value to 32 points, which means that civilians within the territory can gain an additional 32 points of sense of belonging each day. The third technical reward, agricultural talent, seems somewhat redundant. There is no shortage of agricultural talents in the territory, and agricultural production efficiency is very high. If the proportion of summoned civilians with agricultural-related talents increases daily, it means that the probability of other alternative talents decreases. Isn't this reward counterproductive? Why would I need so many farmers? As for the fourth technical reward, it corresponds to the ongoing and vigorous development of electric energy in the territory. Originally, producing 1 unit of electricity required consuming 5 units of oil. With this reward, reducing oil consumption by 1 unit for each production is beneficial. After handling the accumulated 4 research rewards, Qin Yang began to extract 2 technical rewards from engineering research. Received technical reward, Fallen Angel, advanced combat vehicle powered primarily by steam. A mechanically driven vehicle equipped with a powerful flamethrower, effective for clearing large groups of zombies. Technical reward obtained, lighting manufacturing factory, factory renovation blueprints. Building a platform for R&D and manufacturing various types of lighting. Qin Yang immediately became very interested in this reward, the Fallen Angel. This thing, judging by the description, could already be considered a mecha, right? Mecha has always been a man's romance. It must be said that the Fallen Angel vehicle is not very effective for territory defense. Cannons set up on the city walls that can fire different types of shells would clearly be more efficient in combating zombies and monsters during a city defense battle. However, if civilians are sent out to carry out tasks, having this type of vehicle would allow them to respond to small-scale zombie waves anytime and anywhere. Having been influenced by sci-fi films and comics before crossing over, Qin Yang has a strong desire for such sci-fi-themed vehicles. Regardless of whether it is useful now, I must first build one to play with. Chapter 194. The Nightmare Dragon regaining confidence. Jin Jin completed the construction of a territory defender model howitzer. He felt a wave of fatigue and sat down to rest for a moment. This area is located several dozen kilometers northeast of the main base. Not far ahead is a deep canyon. According to the Lord, there are many monsters lurking in this canyon, and there is a powerful monster leader as well. Jin Jian came here to build the territory defender because the Lord initiated a combat plan called Tower Flow. The Lord wants to install the most powerful howitzer right under the nose of the monster leader. Then, using the powerful artillery fire for suppression, they would gradually wear down this area, ultimately eliminating all the monsters here, including that powerful monster leader. Jin Jian is in awe of this brilliant combat plan. The Lord is truly a genius. Currently, out of the 10 territory defenders that need to be set up, Jin Jian has completed 6. It is still early, and he thinks that taking a break before continuing will allow him to successfully complete the construction task before the end of the day. Just as Jin Jian took out his water bottle to have a drink, he suddenly noticed abnormal black clouds gathering on the horizon. What is going on? Jin Jian immediately became alert. He quickly dropped the water bottle and called on the other civilians nearby to quickly board the completed territory defenders and prepare for battle. Load the shells. As a core elder in the territory, Jin Jian had completed all training programs. In addition to his extraordinary construction talent, he is also a qualified warrior and a temporary combat commander. With his command, the civilians responsible for loading shells nervously and orderly loaded the new type of shells into the territory defenders. The civilians controlling the territory defenders quickly adjusted the cannon angles, directing them towards the approaching black clouds. The suddenly appearing clouds moved towards them at an alarming speed. Once the clouds entered the howitzer's range, the 6 territory defenders let out a thunderous roar. The shells were accurately fired into the dark clouds. Boom, boom, boom. The shells exploded successively within the clouds, and the flames flickered and vanished. The clouds seemed to thin out considerably, and a low, angry roar echoed from within. Then, the clouds parted to reveal a massive, pitch-black lizard head. Above this head were 4 enormous horns, and its eyes glowed with a ghostly purple light, revealing sharp white teeth in its elongated mouth. Roar. Tezua's raised its head and let out a roar, causing its massive body to shake violently. The black mist coiling around its body thickened instantly, rapidly spreading towards Jin Jian and the others. The civilians controlling the territorial defenders could only fire a second round of shells before being completely surrounded by the black mist. Within the fog, Jin Jian felt his mental state plummet. Drowsiness hit him like a tidal wave, and his eyelids began to droop uncontrollably. In less than 2 seconds, he fell into the deepest sleep. At the moment he fell asleep, Jin Jian opened his eyes again. Familiar and dense screeching sounds surrounded him. He was encircled by countless zombies. They reached out with their decaying hands, starting to tear at his flesh. The pain made Jin Jian scream, and he wanted to struggle. But after multiple enhancements, his body had surpassed that of an ordinary human, yet at this moment, it was inexplicably reverted to its original state. Jin Jian was powerless to escape the grip of the zombies, and soon he watched helplessly as they devoured his body. But at the moment of death, Jin Jian screamed and opened his eyes once more. The terrifying cries returned to his ears, and he was horrified to find himself back among the horde of corpses. He was once again subjected to the zombies' feasting, experiencing that intense pain once more. This cycle of falling into the horde repeated itself over and over on Jin Jian, as if it would never end. Setting up weapons here. I really don't know whether to call these human leaders smart or foolish. After using the hypnotic field to instantly control the dozens of humans at the canyon's mouth, Tezua's let out a sinister chuckle amidst the swirling clouds. It intended to head to the center of the Nora Basin to test the state of its opponent, Golwyn, and validate some of its inner speculations. However, it did not expect to discover a human-built defensive structure upon leaving the canyon's mouth. This defensive structure had taken shape. The tall walls had been completed, and a few defensive facilities had been constructed on top. The entrance to the lair was blocked, clearly indicating that the other side wanted to shut the door and deal with the threat. No, to shut the door and slay the dragon. How could Tezua's tolerate this? It quickly unleashed its power, aiming to destroy this temporary defensive structure and eliminate the humans constructing it. It expected to encounter those radiant, extraordinary humans again. For this, Tezua's prepared all its strength, readying various powerful moves. Unexpectedly, these humans proved to be incredibly vulnerable. As soon as the realm of hypnosis was expanded, they all fell to the ground, sinking into the deepest sleep. Then, Tezuo simply wove a nightmare for these sleeping humans, depicting them surrounded by zombies. This nightmare wouldn't kill the targets directly, but would repeat incessantly, causing them to feel pain and fear, leading to mental collapse, and ultimately turning them into Tezuo's puppets. Humans were indeed as weak as ever. Tezuo scoffed with delight. Long before the arrival of the virus overlord on this continent, his realm of nightmares was a devastating weapon that destroyed human armies. Countless powerful human warriors had been transformed into puppets, obediently following his commands. Now, the same situation was unfolding again. and Tazuas felt he had mastered the most effective method to deal with these extraordinary humans. Humans no longer posed a threat to him. Regaining his confidence, Tazuas transformed back into a dark cloud and moved towards the central city. At this moment, in the main base's command center, Qin Yang, who was reviewing the game interface, suddenly received a notification that civilians were under attack by Tazuas. The Nightmare Dragon has emerged? It has broken the seal? This was earlier than Qin Yang had anticipated. Jin Jin and the others, like Qi Yuan, had been pulled into the hypnosis realm constructed by this monster. How infuriating. I didn't even have time to fully enhance the mental attributes of all the civilians. With no time to waste, as the enemy was almost at the door, Qin Yang felt he couldn't just sit and wait. Fortunately, a group of civilians in the territory had already eaten whale meat stew 3 times, and their mental strength had been boosted. He decided to pull them out first to confront this nightmare dragon and test if this food could counter the hypnosis realm. Chapter 195. Testing. Noticing that the temporary defense line in the northeast had been breached by Tazuas, Qin Yang immediately sent the territory's chief scout, Wang Teng, to investigate the incident. Shortly after, Wang Teng returned with information. My lord, the monster is heading towards the central city. Why would it go to the central city? Shouldn't it come to seek revenge on me first? Qin Yang was puzzled. The monster's behavior was quite irrational. He had first disrupted Tazuas's plan for a level 4 devouring monster, and then boldly built a defense tower right next to its lair. These actions clearly indicated a desire to go to war with it. If Tazuas had broken the seal, the normal course of action would be to return and seek retribution. If it was going to the central city, was its target Jelawin? Qin Yang knew Jelawin's current state. She was very close to the deadline for maintaining the virus energy through sleep. If Tazuas chose to attack her now, Jelawin would not be able to withstand the consumption of a battle. This nightmare dragon was indeed cunning, knowing that Jelawin might be in serious danger if it took advantage of her vulnerability. Originally, Qin Yang might have hoped that the nightmare dragon and Jelawin would both suffer greatly. After all, both of them were his rivals in unifying the entire Nora Basin. However, due to the close contact with Jelawin in recent days and the unreasonable influence of his Sea King ability, Jelawin had basically become his devoted follower. If it weren't for the fact that his duration was too short, Qin Yang might have already reached third base. Therefore, he couldn't just stand by and watch Jelawin be defeated or even killed by Tazwa. Additionally, he considered that this nightmare dragon had the ability to devour monsters to regain strength. This ability was effective against level 4 monsters, and it might also work against Jelawin. Jelawin's strength was not on the same level as a level 4 monster, and if he allowed Tazwa to defeat and devour Jelawin, it could gain power far beyond its current state. By that time, Qin Yang might have no chance left and would be waiting for his doom. Thus, Qin Yang decided to join the battle, assisting Jelawin in combating Tazwa. First, he needed to eliminate the third party, and then internal issues would be easier to resolve. Tazwa moved towards the central city, shrouded in massive dark clouds, blocking out the sun. Due to its injuries, its speed wasn't fast, taking about half an hour to reach the central city. The aura of the source crystal. Although source crystals have no smell, Tazwa sensed the energy emanating from it. Creating high-level monsters relied heavily on this resource. Thus, high-level monsters possessed the ability to perceive source crystals. Tazwa was wary of Jelawin's power. Despite having some guesses about Jelawin's condition, it remained quite cautious. It did not launch an attack immediately, but circled around the central city, trying to provoke Jelawin into making the first move. In the central city, within the royal palace hall, Jelawin had sensed Tazwa's presence long before it was 10 kilometers away. Damn it, why did it have to strike at this moment? The crimson ancestral virus appeared on Jelawin's surface, flowing like liquid and conveying its message. It was already too late to capture humans and absorb life energy. Tazwa wouldn't give them that opportunity. Jelawin's face revealed a determined expression. In this basin, only his territory had enough living beings, and their relationship had just begun to develop. He didn't want to be enemies with Tazwa. The flow of the ancestral virus around Jelawin quickened slightly, appearing somewhat anxious. Jelawin firmly refused. Stop trying to persuade me. I won't do such things. The flow of the ancestral virus slowed down, seeming to lose vitality, expressing its disappointment in its host through this behavior. But Jelawin no longer cared about his companion's opinions. She mobilized the power of the ancestral virus, merging herself with it, and transformed back into the form of the blood tide. A large amount of crimson energy overflowed from the palace, beginning to spread towards the dark clouds in the sky. Tazis saw this and stopped to hover, extending its massive lizard head from the dark clouds, and said in a deep voice, Galvin, you've occupied this source crystal vein long enough. It's time to give it up to me. You must be dreaming. In the blood tide, Galvin's beautiful face also materialized. A large source crystal vein would be the target of fierce competition between the two major factions of zombies and monsters if it were outside. Although the Nora Basin is isolated from the outside world, as long as the minions of these two factions exist, they will not allow such an important strategic resource to be taken by the other side. I can sense that the viral energy in you is running low. Tasis didn't actually perceive anything. It just wanted to bluff. Humph, with your injuries, it seems you won't be arrogant for much longer. Tasis understood Galavin's situation, and Galvin was likewise aware of Tasis's condition. However, neither side had a clear understanding of the other's remaining strength, so they could only deepen their understanding through constant probing. You must give up this place today? Tasis was losing patience. Rather than relying on words to guess the opponent's strength, it was better to engage in direct confrontation. Once they fought, everything would become clear. As it spoke, the dark clouds surrounding it rapidly expanded, seemingly intent on suppressing Galavin's blood tide. Galvin naturally couldn't show weakness and quickly urged the ancestral virus to expand her blood tide in retaliation. She still retained such strength. Tasis felt the powerful energy contained in the blood tide, which was beyond what its current peak level 6 strength could contend with. It was immediately shocked, thinking its assumptions were wrong. Galavin's situation was entirely different from Tasis's. Her main issue was a lack of energy supply, not a weakening of her own strength. Therefore, she unleashed her explosive power without regard for energy consumption, instantly overpowering Tasis, whose strength was diminished due to injury. However, Galvin was running out of energy. After pushing back the dark clouds created by Tasis, she sensed a very weak signal from the ancestral virus. She also felt her body weakening. This was a signal that she was about to enter a state of sleep. If she continued to maintain this explosive state, it might take less than 10 seconds for her to fall into slumber. Moreover, unless she had new life energy to replenish herself, she would be unable to awaken from this state. Chapter 196. Hypnosis ineffective in order to prevent herself from immediately falling into sleep. Galvin had no choice but to retract some of her power. The blood tide that had spread out also shrank a bit. Tasis immediately noticed this scene. It seemed she couldn't hold on any longer. My guess was indeed correct. Galvin was merely at her last gasp. Tasis had even considered leaving and giving up the confrontation. But now, with this turn of events, it regained its confidence. Jelen, if you hand over this source crystal vein today, I might consider sparing your life. Tezua's manipulated the dark clouds to press back, while using words to put pressure on Jelen. My retained strength surpasses yours. All your resistance is futile. In a matter of moments, the blood-red energy emitted by Jelen shrank back significantly, and the speed of this contraction was continually increasing. Tezua's became more certain that Jelen's power was running out, and he grew weary of talking, directly enhancing his strength as the dark clouds descended on Jelen like heavy lead. Finally, Jelen reached her limit, and the blood-red energy she dispersed completely contracted, returning her to her human form. She sat back on the throne in the palace, looking quite defeated, her hands gripping the armrests, her body slightly trembling. There was less than 10 minutes left before she would fall into a deep sleep. Jelen did not particularly care about her defeat in battle or the loss of the source crystal vein. What concerned her more was not seeing that face again before sleeping. Goodbye, Qinyang. Jelen closed her eyes, waiting for the impending death. In the sky, upon seeing that Jelen had escaped the tide of blood, Tezua's knew he had won. Jelen no longer had the strength to resist him and could no longer occupy the source crystal vein. Roaring, he circled in the dark clouds, letting out a cheer of excitement. However, before taking over the source crystal vein and using its energy to heal his injuries, Tezua's felt he should first completely erase Jelen from this world to avoid any lingering troubles. Die, Jelen. Tezua's began to conjure a purple-black dragon breath. Then, he unleashed it towards the palace where Jelen was. It was over. Jelen could not move and could only await the arrival of death. But just before the dragon breath struck the palace, 21 brilliant golden figures appeared in an instant near the central palace. Not too late. In a state of everyone for me, Qinyang activated his speed talent once more. Everything around him slowed, as if time had stopped. Qinyang flicked away an insect that was flying in front of him and stepped towards the palace. After descending the steps in front of the palace, he saw Jelen sitting on the throne. This woman had closed her eyes, looking resigned, desperate, and awaiting death. Sorry, but today you won't die. Qinyang strolled casually to Jelen, scooped her up in a princess carry, though her height of 2 meters made her seem quite large. He carried Jelen straight out of the palace, stopping only when they reached the small square in front of it. It was only then that the time-stop effect was lifted, and everything returned to normal. The insect blocking the way was inexplicably blasted far away, and the falling dragon's breath finally struck the top of the palace, triggering a violent explosion. Jelen was startled awake by the sound of the explosion and opened her eyes in surprise. She realized she had left the palace and was standing in a safe place. The explosion she heard just came from the direction of the palace behind her. I'm not dead. Jelen immediately noticed that there were 21 golden figures beside her, and the golden figure standing next to her was the one she had been longing for. It's so good to see you again. She felt joyful immediately, completely forgetting that she had just walked a tightrope on the brink of death a moment ago. Upon discovering that this monster was attacking the central city, I rushed over to provide support, and luckily I arrived just in time. Qin Yang nodded at Jelowin. He didn't say much more, because the more pressing matter was to deal with the nightmare dragon in front of them. Everyone attack. With Qin Yang's command, the other 20 gifted civilians immediately raised their various weapons and began to attack the dark clouds in the sky. Bullets and arrows were densely shot towards Tazis. Unlike Jelowin, Tazis did not possess immunity to all physical attacks. Its true body was hidden within the dark clouds. Thus, the attacks from firearms and bows were effective. Initially, Tazis did not take these golden figures' attacks seriously. However, when a bullet accurately penetrated the dark clouds and hit its true body, the intense pain almost caused it to lose control of its flight. What is happening? Why is the power of these attacks so great? Shocked, Tazis was hit by several more bullets and arrows. Its scales were immediately shattered, and azure blood flowed out. In less than a minute, Tazis was covered in wounds. It felt anger, but also a deep fear of the extraordinary humans below. However, not long ago, it had dealt with those humans who set up temporary camps at the mouth of its lair. It had plenty of experience in dealing with humans. Humans are most afraid of my hypnosis domain. Tazis immediately expanded its hypnosis domain. Under its full force, the entire central city was enveloped by the hypnosis field. I can end this battle early. However, when the hypnosis domain enveloped all the golden extraordinary humans, the imagined scenario of all humans falling into a deep sleep on the ground did not occur. Tazis found that these humans were actually resisting its hypnosis. Although they looked somewhat lethargic, none of them fell into a sleep state, and they all gritted their teeth and held on. My hypnosis domain is ineffective against these humans? The nightmare dragon fell into deep self-doubt. However, the attacks from these extraordinary humans quickly jolted it awake. As it continued to be hit, it felt its life energy gradually depleting. The strength it had just regained was once again diminished. It can't go on like this. Tazis was frightened and quickly lost its fighting spirit, starting to gather dark clouds and attempting to flee northeast. You can't escape. Qin Yang immediately gave the order to his subordinates to pursue. Today, they must take down this gatekeeping boss here. Chapter 197. Dragon Slayer monsters typically possess stronger physiques and defenses than zombies. As a top-tier level 7 monster, Tazis naturally had a very powerful physique. Even now, heavily injured and having dropped from level 7 to level 6, its body strength still surpassed that of ordinary level 6 monsters. This was one of the main reasons it dared to test the waters in the central city. However, now that advantage had vanished under the onslaught of the Golden Light people. Its thick scales were easily torn apart, with flesh and blood raining down from the sky. Just the wailing cries from Tazis made it clear how much pain it was enduring. The reason these civilians could inflict such damage on Tazis was due to the talent sharing, which, in addition to the usual hundredfold critical hits, immense strength, and meal enhancement attributes, had a newly added talent ability called Beast Slayer by Qin Yang. Talent ability, Beast Slayer, deals an additional 1,000 physical damage to creatures of enormous size. With the accumulation of multiple talent abilities, Qin Yang could no longer calculate how terrifying the damage from a single strike by the talent-sharing civilians would be. He just knew that Tazis couldn't withstand it any longer. Your Majesty, save me. Tazis cried out in fear in the monster language. It struggled to flap its wings, trying to fly higher into the sky to escape its opponent's attack range. However, the pursuers below had no intention of letting it go, their attack frequency showing no signs of weakening. No matter how far Tazis flew, its opponents could follow. Ultimately, the battered Tazis crashed into the game boundary nearly 1,000 meters high. Oh, its lizard-like head collided, blood gushing out, leaving it dazed and unable to maintain its balance. Its massive body fell from the sky like a broken kite. It was doomed. Qin Yang squinted to check Tazis's altitude. With its severe injuries combined with the falling damage from such a height, if it didn't die, then it shouldn't be a dragon but a cockroach instead. Tazis plummeted rapidly from the sky. During this process, it fell into a brief unconscious state due to its heavy injuries. By the time it regained consciousness, the ground was already close at hand. At this moment, it was too late for Tazis to save itself. With a loud crash, the colossal creature slammed heavily onto the ground, limbs flying and flesh mangled. Level 7 monster killed, points gained, 50,000. Energy crystal, 10,322. What? Wasn't this monster level 6? Why was its description level 6? Did it suffer some kind of seal that prevented it from displaying its full strength? Previously, Qin Yang deduced that Tazawis was unable to leave the northeastern region due to certain restrictions. Like a lucky winner scratching off a lottery ticket, Qin Yang immediately cheered with excitement. Wow, I've struck it rich. Each one is worth 50,000 points, which is roughly equivalent to the reward for one wave of corpses at a command center. Additionally, there were over 10,000 source energy crystals collected. Although he was unsure of their exact function, since he had obtained them, he planned to store them. The difficulty of defeating the Nightmare Dragon was undeniably high. From the discovery of Tazawis to the successful kill, over half a month had passed. Qin Yang had faced off against the Nightmare Dragon twice. Although he had not been defeated in either encounter, he knew luck played a part. If this level 7 monster had been at full power, it was likely that Qin Yang and his territory would have already been flattened by Tazawis. The benefits of killing the Nightmare Dragon extended beyond the immediate points and source energy crystals. The canyon where Tazawis resided also contained numerous lower-level monsters, all of which could yield points. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. So Qin Yang planned to return to his territory and send people north to hunt monsters and explore. Moreover, Tazawis had occupied the northeastern part of the basin for quite some time, and Qin Yang did not believe that its lair was devoid of treasures. He intended to have his people clear monsters while also thoroughly searching the monster's lair. The main boss in the Nora Basin had been eliminated by Qin Yang, but he did not plan to become the last player to open this beginner area just yet. While he could still continue to develop, he aimed to do so as much as possible. Once the protection of the beginner area was lost and his strength remained insufficient, he could be flattened by a powerful opponent in no time. Qin Yang understood the importance of survival. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been monitoring everything remotely from the command center, leaving all tasks to the commoners. At the palace square, Jellivan witnessed the fall of Tazawis. The strength of these golden light humans seemed to have increased significantly. She had a brief encounter with the commoners who shared her talents. At that time, Jellivan had easily suppressed them. Now, she felt she could still overpower these extraordinary humans, as long as she was given enough viral energy to activate her blood-tide form. In that state, she could be immune to all physical forms of damage. At this moment, Qin Yang returned from the battlefield. His state of everyone for me had ended, and the golden light gradually retracted until it disappeared completely. As the golden light faded, Jellivan sensed that a certain characteristic about Qin Yang was also diminishing. She noticed that her feelings of affection for him were also decreasing. However, after Qin Yang had spent days boosting her favorability, the foundation had already been deeply established, and she no longer felt hostility towards him. Recalling her previous sycophantic attitude towards Qin Yang, Jellivan frowned and coldly said, "Humph. I'm not going to hold you accountable for what happened before, considering you saved my life." "Oh, you're turning against me so quickly? Am I no longer your appa?" Qin Yang always tried his best to guide Gu Liwen within the limited time. Privately, Gu Liwen would shyly call Qin Yang appa, even though she didn't know what it meant. "I'll give you 2 seconds to disappear in front of me, otherwise, I won't be nice to you." Gu Liwen's face showed an angry expression, raising one hand as if to use the power of the ancestral virus. "Save it. Unless you want to end up sleeping here, don't waste your virus energy." Qin Yang was unafraid and pointed towards the palace, saying, "At least you need to return there before you can fight me. Even if your energy runs out and you fall asleep on the spot, I would save the trouble of dragging you back." "Humph." Gu Liwen turned her head away, no longer paying attention to Qin Yang, and walked up the steps leading to the main hall. Once she returned to the palace and stepped into the stone coffin, her energy was just exhausted. At the moment she closed her eyes, the last image in her mind was Qin Yang's handsome, yet somewhat rogue face. Chapter 198, The Miner's Underground. Finally, this pile of troubles has come to an end. Seeing Gu Liwen fall back into a deep sleep, Qin Yang showed a relaxed expression. He put his hands behind his head and leisurely walked towards the back of the palace. Qin Yang remembered that Gu Liwen had imprisoned some humans at the very bottom of the palace, ordering them to mine a source crystal vein located beneath the palace. Thankfully, Gu Liwen had fallen asleep and had no idea when she would wake up, so I can release these miners without her consent. After searching a bit at the back of the palace, Qin Yang successfully found the passage to the underground mine. The downward passage was located inside an inconspicuous building next to the palace. It was a corridor wide enough for 45 people to walk side by side, filled with an ancient feel, seemingly not built recently, but at least 100 years old. Clearly, the rulers of the former Nora kingdom had also discovered the vein beneath the palace. Or perhaps they discovered the underground vein first and built the palace above it to protect it. What makes this source crystal vein so important? Qin Yang began to understand the significance of this new resource. Indeed, if it weren't important, Gu Liwen and Tezua's wouldn't be fighting fiercely over it. However, the specifics were still unclear to Qin Yang, but there was someone who could answer this question for him. The entrance to the mine was dark, with cold and damp air rising from below, creating a naturally eerie feeling. Can people really live in such a place? With this question in mind, Qin Yang didn't wait for his subordinates to assist him and bravely went down the tunnel alone. Although he no longer had the support of others, he was still a cultivator with foundational skills. Qin Yang confidently believed that after eliminating Tazawis, there was no one left in the Nora Basin who could threaten his life. The sound of footsteps echoed lonely in the tunnel. Qin Yang didn't light a torch or any other source of illumination. His vision had been enhanced, and night vision was easy for him. After walking down for several dozen meters, he sensed some slight movements ahead. He focused his energy into his eyes to enhance his vision and looked forward. In a dimly lit section of the tunnel, he saw several miners lying there, resting. This seemed to be their break room. Qin Yang sensed more than one such tunnel, with several resting miners inside. He also sensed that the life force of these resting miners was quite weak, as if they were on the verge of death. In such an environment, no one could survive for long. Jelavan truly did not regard them as human. After saying this, Qin Yang felt it was a pointless statement. In Jelavan's eyes, humans were merely food to supplement her virus energy. If he were a normal human lord, he should have gone to kill Jelavan first, and then come to win over people's hearts with a show of strength. Soon, he arrived at a more open underground plaza. Here, Qin Yang saw Cui, the elderly man who had served him tea at the banquet. "It's you." The old man displayed an expression of disbelief. "How could you come down here? The palace is above the tunnel, and Jelavan is stationed inside. That's the tightest security. No human from the Nora Basin can come down here." Cui and his people had long given up on escaping from here because it was simply impossible. Their life force could not escape Jelavan's perception, not even when she was in a dormant state. However, recalling how Qin Yang had been chatting happily with Jelavan a few days prior, Cui thought maybe he had gained her trust and was allowed to come down. Once again, they were faced with an incomprehensible native language, and Qin Yang had forgotten to bring a translator. He felt frustrated and gestured while explaining to Cui for quite a while before the latter finally understood his meaning. "You want to take us away from here?" Cui first showed an expression of surprise, which was soon replaced by fear. He waved his hands urgently, saying, "No, no. If Jelavan finds out, she will kill us directly. It won't matter where we escape to." Qin Yang was puzzled. Did it seem they were unwilling to leave? What were these people thinking? Had they become so accustomed to this harsh environment that they could no longer adapt to the outside world? He recalled seeing some semi-wild people who had lived in the deep mountains for a long time on a television program. When brought back to modern society, they often caused a lot of trouble due to their initial discomfort. He thought Cui and his people were in a similar situation. Qin Yang did not give up and described the beauty of the outside world and the strength of his territory to Cui. However, it was quite difficult to express these ideas clearly through gestures alone. He spoke for a long time over there, but Cui still shook his head in refusal. Sigh, there was really no way out. Qin Yang helplessly sat down on a large stone nearby and took out the eyeball of the fish monster to convey orders to the civilians outside. Soon, a young lady with a talent for translation was escorted down by Ding Dali and his group. By this time, more miners had gathered in the small underground square, all attracted by the sudden appearance of these outsiders. With the help of the translator, Qin Yang's intentions were finally communicated accurately to Cui. Even though Lord Jelavan was in a dormant state, she could awaken at any moment. Cui said cautiously, "Rest assured, she won tea this time." Qin Yang briefly introduced what had just happened in the battle, as well as the fact that the original virus on Jelavan had exhausted its energy and could no longer pose a threat. Cui was still somewhat skeptical, but when he turned to see the numbness and despair on his kin's faces, his heart was deeply stirred. If he and his people continued to stay here, it would surely lead to their demise. But if they followed this young man in front of them to leave the underground, they might only face the possibility of death. How enticing the outside world was. Even if he could see the blue sky and green forests for one more day before dying, that would be enough. After thinking this through, Cui finally steeled his resolve and decided to leave. He turned back and shared the good news of their impending departure to the increasingly gathered kin. With a whoosh, the entire small square erupted in excitement. The numbness and despair on the faces of his people instantly vanished, replaced by exhilaration and hope. They ran about, spreading the word. And more people learned that they were about to escape their suffering and that the one saving them was Qin Yang. Long live Lord Qin Yang, someone shouted. Immediately, this slogan echoed throughout the underground square, rising and falling in waves. In the end, everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs. And the cheers resonated in the dark tunnel for a long time. Chapter 199, Virus Master Terra Continent. This is the true name of the otherworld. The area of this continent is only about 1/4 of that of Blue Star, and land only occupies half of it. After the apocalypse arrived, the land of the continent was quickly divided between the two major forces of zombies and monsters. The zombie faction occupied the western region of the continent, while the monster faction took over the eastern region. The surviving indigenous people of the continent had long lost their place to stand and could only hide and avoid falling victim to zombies and monsters. Dead Mountain, one of the strongholds of the zombie forces. It is a barren peak located in the central area of the western part of the continent. At the foot of Dead Mountain, numerous buildings entwined with green gas, looking strange and twisted, have been constructed. These buildings absorb a peculiar blue crystal resource, and soon large quantities of zombies or mutated beings are transported out from the other end. Before long, the small square at the foot of Dead Mountain was once again filled with various forms of zombies and mutated beings. After staying here for a while, the zombies and mutants began to line up and move in one direction. The advantage of the zombie forces lies in their overwhelming numbers. When the zombies gain a numerical advantage and charge forward like a tide, even high-level monsters will feel a sense of fear. Since the outbreak of war between the zombie camp and the monster camp, there have been multiple cases where high-level monsters were consumed by hordes of zombies. At the top of the Dead Mountain, there is a huge palace, shaped in a twisted and bizarre manner. This is one of the residences of the virus overlord of the zombie forces. Inside the palace, Karen stood in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains. He appeared as a handsome young man of Western descent, tall and slender, clad in a black robe, exuding an air of mystery and aloofness. "System," Karen called out in a low voice, and a complex virtual interface appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. As one of the strongest beings in the Terra continent, the virus overlord Karen is a traveler with a system. His system's primary function is to control and spread the zombie virus. By now, Karen has been able to draw resources from this world through the system, using the converted energy to create and replicate zombies in large numbers. Relying on the system's abilities, his zombie army has conquered the indigenous people of this continent, occupied human cities, and absorbed more living individuals to transform them into zombies. Today, Karen has become a regional overlord, with only the monster matriarch being able to compete with him. After observing the system panel for a while, someone walked in from outside. Karen closed the system and turned to look. The newcomer was his subordinate, Licio, who, like Jelavan, was also a carrier of the ancestral virus. "Overlord, the advancement speed on the Eastern Front has slowed down. Talon has finally dispatched a level 7 monster to the border," Licio reported, bowing his head. Karen did not respond immediately, but slowly extended his hand. A strand of his black robe immediately extended toward a wine glass on the side table. A glass filled with liquid was pulled to Karen's front, and he took it, sipping before saying, "I heard that Talon sent the nightmare dragon Tazus to the new continent. Now he has arranged another one at the border. That means he has very few level 7 monsters left under his command. Only one should remain," Licio answered, looking down. "Does the Overlord plan to launch a surprise attack on Talon's position?" "No, it's not time yet," Karen shook his head. "Let us wait until the number of zombies increases a bit more." Then he asked Licio, "Is there any news from the new continent?" "Overlord, the new continent remains sealed by spatial forces, and our army cannot enter. We can only camp at the gap in the Kia Mountains." Karen nodded, indicating that Licio could leave. After Licio left, Karen opened the system interface and continued with his previous operations. After several upgrades, his system not only became more feature-rich, but also issued a main quest titled King of the Otherworld. The task requires Karen to defeat the monster Queen Talon within a certain time frame and unify the entire Terra continent. If successful, Karen could become a deity in this world and freely traverse time and space, returning to the world before his journey. However, if Karen fails to complete the task within the time limit, the penalty will be the emergence of a new player on the Terra continent. A month ago, Karen exceeded the stipulated time limit, and immediately, the penalty for task failure manifested as a new land appearing in the southeastern corner of the Terra Basin. This new land is quite small, with a diameter of about 100 kilometers. Although new land has appeared, the new players mentioned in the rules have not emerged alongside it. Karen detected an important strategic resource point, a source crystal mine, within the new land. He promptly dispatched his daughter, Jelavan, to explore it. However, Jelavan lost contact with Karen shortly after entering the new land. The entire new land was enveloped overnight by a powerful spatial force, completely isolating it from the outside world. Karen attempted several times to break through this spatial barrier, but was unsuccessful. The only connection he still had was the ancestral virus within Jelavan, which allowed him to sense whether the virus was active or not. In terms of individual strength, Jelavan is not weaker than Tazus. If there are humans within the new continent, the ancestral virus could absorb life energy and transform them into zombies, giving Jelavan a significant advantage. Karen believed that the possibility of Jelavan being defeated by Tazus was very low. The emergence of the spatial barrier was likely to protect the new players arriving. The system indeed shows favoritism towards newcomers. Karen stroked his chin thoughtfully. This indicated that the newcomer's strength was not highly regarded by the system. He recalled when he first arrived in this world, completely alone, with no protective measures from the system. However, his system was powerful enough. The virus's transmission ability was formidable, and the resulting zombies quickly helped Karen establish an advantage. True strong individuals can rise through adversity, even from a weak position. Therefore, although Karen felt frustrated for not completing the main task within the stipulated time, and missing the reward of becoming a deity. He did not take the punishment of a new player too seriously. It was just a weak minor character. He thought it would be better to focus more on the Monster Queen Talon. He closed the system interface and was about to head to the zombie factory at the foot of the mountain to check on the production progress. Suddenly, the ancestral virus within him reacted slightly. The black, smooth robe instantly wrinkled significantly, and the ancestral virus quickly relayed an urgent message to Karen. What? The virus energy within Jelavan has been depleted? A look of disbelief appeared on Karen's face. How did this happen? Could she have been defeated by Tezis? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Karen self-denied it. This is impossible. There must be some other reason. Could it be that the crystal veins were occupied by a certain entity, absorbing energy and undergoing a transformation upgrade? Kalen shook his head again, dismissing this idea. The possibility was too slim. After all, even the Monster Queen was only level 8. Currently, the spatial barrier of the new continent remained intact. Even though Kalen was one of the strongest in this land, there was no way for him to obtain information from within the barrier. What Kalen could do now was either to inquire with the Monster Queen, though she might not explain the reasons to him, or to continue waiting with his questions. Proud as he was, Kalen would obviously not choose the former. Chapter 200. The Monster Queen begins a new life in the eastern half of the Terra continent. In the New Birth Valley, the stronghold of the Monster Queen. This place is located in the northern part of the eastern region and is a beautiful valley. Unlike the dead mountains ruled by the virus, which are filled with twisted structures and green toxic gas, the New Birth Valley boasts a greening rate of 90, with lush trees and very few stone structures. At the bottom of the abyss in the center of New Birth Valley, the Monster Queen was soaking in a pool of red, boiling magma. She was stunningly beautiful, with 2 curved horns on her forehead and golden pupils. Her body was obscured by the magma, making it hard to see clearly. However, from her exposed shoulders and deep collarbones, it was evident that her figure was exceptional. The queen's demeanor was aloof, radiating a domineering aura. She softly called out, "System." Yes, this Monster Queen, one of the strongest in the Terra continent, was also a traveler with the system. Her system granted her the ability to cultivate and transform monsters. In fact, she was the original traveler of this Terra continent. However, unlike the virus ruler, she did not indiscriminately kill innocents. Monsters could be created and strengthened using resources, without needing to kill humans for their life essence. Thus, in the beginning, the queen maintained a peaceful relationship with the indigenous humans of this world. Furthermore, she appropriately showcased her power, making the monster group a formidable symbol in the human world. Under the deliberate embellishment of certain indigenous humans, monsters became objects of worship for some human tribes. They depicted the image of monsters, serving as totems for their tribes. Of course, this kind of worship was meaningless to the queen. However, this situation did not last long, as her system issued a main quest called King of Another World. The task required her to eliminate the humans of this continent within a certain time frame, allowing the monster forces to unify the entire Terra continent. If successful, the queen would become a deity of this world and could freely traverse time and space, returning to the world before her crossing. However, if she failed to complete the task within the time limit, the punishment would be the emergence of a new player on the Terra continent. Undoubtedly, the queen failed. Then the virus sovereign Kalen joined this continent as a new player, leading to the subsequent battle between the 2 major forces of zombies and monsters. At this moment, Talon, who was operating the system, suddenly furrowed her brows. A temporary prompt popped up in her system, informing her that her general, the level 7 monster nightmare dragon Tezis, had fallen. When a high-level monster dies, its essence returns to Talon. She can consume a large amount of resources to summon this monster again through the system. However, the resurrected monster will lose its former strength and revert to a weak cub, starting from scratch. The resource consumption for nurturing a high-level monster is immense, and Talon generally would not choose to resurrect it unless the fallen monster had exceptionally unique abilities. Tezis's ability involved mental attacks, creating a nightmare realm. This ability was highly effective against humans with weak mental fortitude, and the human tribes and nations destroyed by Tezis far exceeded those taken down by any other monster of the same level. However, compared to whether to resurrect Tezis, Talon was now filled with questions about Tezis's sudden fall. The effect of Tezis's nightmare realm on zombies was relatively weak, but it shouldn't be too difficult for self-preservation. Talon knew that the virus sovereign Kalen had also dispatched powerful progenitor virus hosts to the Nora Basin. Although she did not have high hopes for Tezis successfully occupying the Nora Basin, at least Tezis could act as a nail, firmly embedded in the enemy's territory, preparing for a future large-scale attack on the Nora Basin by the monster army. Moreover, monsters inherently possessed physical qualities that surpassed all other life forms on this continent. With such favorable conditions, Tezis's fall in the Nora Basin left Talon perplexed. Could there be entities within the Nora Basin that were comparable in strength to level 7 monsters and progenitor virus hosts? If that were the case, then Kalen's progenitor virus host dispatched to the Nora Basin would also have no reason to survive. However, this was merely Talon's speculation. To clarify the situation, the only thing Talon could do was either inquire with the virus sovereign, though the latter might not explain the reason, or continue to wait with her questions until the spatial barrier outside the Nora Basin was lifted. Proud as she was, Talon clearly would not choose the former. There was no need for any preparation or lingering attachments. After Hammers gathered all the tribespeople, he directly led them, following behind Qin Yang, out of the underground mine where they had lived for over a decade. The higher they ascended, the better the air quality became. Many tribespeople had never breathed such fresh air before. They momentarily stopped, standing still and greedily inhaling deeply. Hammers urged them several times before they continued their ascent. The distance from underground to the surface was only a few dozen meters, a journey that could be completed in less than 2 minutes. However, these tribespeople took their time, taking at least 10 minutes. Finally, when they reached the surface, the sunset's afterglow bathed their faces. Everyone revealed a rare and relaxed smile. The real world is outside. From now on, they bid farewell to the dark underground and will begin a new life in the sunlit surface world. Chapter 201. Occupation of the Central City. On both sides of the streets in Central City, 5 steam-driven vehicles were already parked. These vehicles had a square shape, with the front half being a cabin fitted with seats, accommodating about 12 people per vehicle. The back half housed a large, complex, and heavy steam engine with a big chimney, and a small portion was designated as a fuel storage area. Each vehicle was operated by 2 drivers, one responsible for fueling the steam engine and the other for controlling the vehicle. A total of over 300 displaced individuals were brought up from the underground mines, and at least 5 trips were needed to transport them all with these 5 vehicles. Upon first seeing these uniquely shaped technological creations, the tribespeople displayed expressions of shock and fear, bustling with discussions. Oh my, what on earth is this? It looks like a monster. Are these outsiders going to let us inside the monster? Do they want to feed us to it? Don't worry, this monster doesn't seem alive. It's different from any monster we've encountered before. Come on up, it's really comfortable to sit on those seats. The chieftain, Shuai, was the first to board one of the steam vehicles. His curiosity was no less than that of the other tribespeople. However, as the chieftain, he couldn't show the same naive expression. Is this a horse-drawn carriage? It looks like an artificial creation, but making such a large vehicle must be quite a challenge, right? How on earth is it done? Shuai indeed had more knowledge than his tribespeople. At over 60 years old, before being captured by the outsiders to mine underground, he had seen some man-made carriages. He felt that the function of this steel contraption should be similar to that of a horse-drawn carriage. The driver climbed up to the platform on the roof and honked the horn twice, signaling that the vehicle was about to start. Following the signal from another crew member, Shuai and the others settled into their seats. As the steam engine roared to life, the vehicle shook violently. The passengers inside the cabin huddled together in fear, thinking the monster was finally going to attack them. However, once the initial tremors passed, the vehicle began to move forward slowly. After waiting a while without encountering any danger, the passengers finally calmed down. The bumps on the road caused the passengers to bounce occasionally, and with the swaying of the cabin, everyone began to curiously gaze out the windows at the scenery outside. After watching the first batch of steam vehicles leave, Qin Yang turned and walked towards the palace in Central City. Upon entering the palace, it was empty except for the stone coffin of Jellivan and a stone throne. Jellivan had expended too much energy and was unlikely to awaken anytime soon. Qin Yang walked past the stone coffin and casually approached the stone throne. From his perspective, the throne was flickering with a faint glow. This situation had been encountered before in the Sheep Village and Raccoon Town. This Central City represents another map resource that can be occupied by player lords. Occupying Sheep Village and Raccoon Town had yielded rewards of increased daily population. And given the vast size of the Central City, the rewards here would surely be greater than the previous 2. After considering this, Qin Yang sat down on the throne. As soon as he settled in, a prompt appeared before him. Unclaimed city detected. Do you wish to occupy? Occupy. Immediately, a long list of information popped up. Central City, Source Crystal Production Site. After occupying and settling 100 civilians, you will receive the following daily rewards. Increase of 525 civilians summoned daily. Increase of 500 to 1,000 gold coins daily. Receive 1 technology research reward based on the tech level of the occupied city, up to 10 times. Special. Probability of summoned civilians having mining talent increased by 20. Obtained. 2. 837 units of source crystal Oregon obtained. 1 large source crystal vein, mineral reserve 83. The larger the territory, the more civilians are required for settlement. The number of civilians needed for the Central City is equivalent to 5 times that of Raccoon Town. However, the daily benefits it provides to Qin Yang are also roughly 5 times that of Raccoon Town. The last technology reward he received increased the probability of agricultural talents appearing. And now he got one for mining. With the acceleration of industrialization in the territory, the demand for mineral resources will surely grow. Having more mining talents is definitely more useful than agricultural talents. Not only did he acquire a large amount of source crystal but he also managed to take control of the mineral vein. Qin Yang speculated that this source crystal mine would be one of the resources used when upgrading the command center to a higher level. Now that he could stock up on it, once other conditions are met in the future, he could immediately continue upgrading the command center without delay. The route for the steam vehicles traveling back and forth had been simply cleared of obstacles. A barely passable road for vehicles had been opened. But mud and potholes were everywhere, making it difficult for the vehicles to maintain speed. The first batch of steam vehicles reached the main base after an hour and a half. The vehicles stopped outside the eastern wall of the main base. Hammer and others gradually got off the vehicle. Their attention was immediately drawn to the towering walls. Wow, these walls are really high. They must be at least 20 meters tall. No human could possibly scale them. There were also many terrifying weapons installed on top of the walls. Who would dare to climb over? That would be seeking death. Living within such high walls, they should no longer have to worry about zombie and monster disturbances. Are we going to live inside this high wall from now on? As the city gates opened, about 10 smiling civilians walked out, carrying baskets filled with fruits, water, and food. They distributed the food and drink to the incoming refugees. This action made the refugees feel both surprised and delighted. My goodness, I've never had such sweet and smooth water. It's so delicious. Can this thing be eaten? It looks like some kind of tree seed. These fruits are so sweet that they're making me almost cry. I really envy the people here. They get to eat such delicious food and drink clean water every day. But there's no need to envy. We will be living here soon and experiencing the same life as them. The chief looked at the faces of his people, which had wiped away the gloom, replaced by bright smiles and hopeful shining eyes. The doubts he had about the future and about Qin Yang dissipated. Even if everything before him only existed today and would disappear by tomorrow, he felt it was worth it. After a simple meal, the welcoming civilians began to guide the chief and others through the city gates. Everyone had laid down their guard against this unfamiliar city and was filled with anticipation for their new life, eagerly entering one after another. Chapter 202, New Talent Ability. Awakening during a break while transporting the civilians, Qin Yang checked the game interface to review the newly recruited civilians. A total of 312 refugees had been gathered. Let's see if there are any special talents among them. Upon reviewing, he found that a significant number possessed talent abilities, nearly 200. However, the quantity wasn't the main concern. What mattered was how many new talents there were without repetitions. Qin Yang patiently screened these civilians, and indeed, at least 90 of the talent abilities overlapped with those already present in the territory, such as logging, fishing, and gathering. It can't be said that these abilities are useless. Rather, they are too saturated, and the territory already has enough of these basic resources. Qin Yang was quite welcoming of some of the repeated combat talents. Civilians with combat talents could develop considerable combat power with just a bit of training. As the total population of the territory continued to grow, Qin Yang began to consider forming a well-rounded official army instead of randomly leading a militia to slay dragons and monsters. Ultimately, he selected 10 talent abilities that he found particularly novel or valuable. Talent ability: Element Crystal Gatherer, gains an additional 2 when collecting element crystals. Talent ability: Crystal Engraver, skilled in embedding element crystals onto surfaces, granting corresponding elemental effects. Processing speed 10. Success rate 10. Talent ability: Crystal Researcher, gains an additional 10 research experience for each element crystal project studied. Talent ability: Source Crystal Gatherer, gains an additional 1 when collecting source energy crystals. Talent ability: Digger, during excavation. Digging speed 20, stamina consumption reduced by 10. Talent ability: Earth Eater, can relieve hunger by consuming soil. Eating special minerals grants additional effects. Talent ability: Rough Skin, long-term friction makes the skin rougher and tougher. Armor value 5. Elemental resistance 1. The affinity for the earth element 1. Affinity for the earth element indicates that these commoners who have emerged from underground possess innate abilities related to elemental crystals or have been influenced by elements, resulting in abilities connected to them. These individuals must frequently interact with elemental crystals, and with their involvement, I no longer need to worry about the collection of elemental crystals. The fact that these refugees are assigned by a certain leader to collect source energy crystals in underground veins shows that they have mastered the methods for gathering this resource. Therefore, even if we disregard innate abilities, these commoners are still capable of gathering elemental crystals. Other commoners should also understand how to collect elemental crystals. The elemental sculptors and researchers possess innate talents related to the application of elemental crystals, and with these too, I need not be concerned about the embarrassing situation of having resources, but being unable to utilize them. Aside from the 4 innate abilities related to crystal collection and processing, the remaining abilities are rather peculiar, more generalized talents. Is digging holes and burrowing really an innate talent? Qin Yang scoffed, but didn't he find it particularly hard to understand? After all, there are even more bizarre talents in his territory, such as climbing banana trees. However, when he saw the talent for eating dirt, he was taken aback. Seriously, this guy must be addicted to eating dirt to have acquired this talent, right? Upon first seeing this talent, Qin Yang thought of another talent in his territory called Food Enthusiast, which grants up to 8 times the enhancement of all attributes as long as one is well fed. Now, this dirt eater is even more impressive. Eating dirt fills the stomach, and consuming rare minerals could grant permanent enhancements in certain areas. These two truly complement each other. The next talent, Rough Skin, is actually similar to Li Shan's defensive talent. The difference is that Li Shan's talent focuses on stacking health to increase physical resistance, while this Rough Skin talent increases physical resistance while also providing spell resistance. The last talent, Affinity for the Earth Element, left Qin Yang a bit puzzled. What is this? A superpower? By the way, isn't the concept of elemental affinity usually found in fantasy novels? However, with only 1 point of elemental affinity, it's likely too weak for the person to even notice. Regardless of this elemental affinity talent or the previous 7 talents, their current effects are not sufficient. Qin Yang needs to manually amplify them 100-fold before he can utilize them. In the northeastern part of the Nora Basin, in the Monster Canyon, lies the lair of the nightmare dragon, Tasis. With Tasis's fall, the black mist that shrouded the area began to dissipate. This process lasted about an hour, and when the black mist completely cleared, the hypnotic field also lost its effect. All life forms that had been turned into puppets by Tasis gradually began to awaken. Haha. Qi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air. He felt the world spinning around him, and a heavy sensation in his chest made him uncomfortable. Unable to endure it, he expelled a large mouthful of sour liquid. After vomiting, his physical discomfort eased slightly, but he immediately noticed that his body felt exceptionally weak. Weak to the point that even moving his limbs was difficult. A low growl from a nearby beast echoed through the area. Qi Yuan turned to look in the direction of the sound and discovered a monster resembling a wolf, but with 6 legs. The creature initially spotted Qi Yuan not far away, but just as it regarded him as its first meal to regain strength, it found Qi Yuan disappearing before its eyes, and its memory of his existence began to fade. Ultimately, the monster could only rise from the ground and drag its weakened body away in search of something else to eat. Safe now, Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although his body was too weak to move, at least his innate abilities were still functioning. My fish monster's eye has been destroyed by the creature, and I can no longer contact the Lord. Qi Yuan's condition was dire. He felt he couldn't escape his predicament alone, and the only option left was to seek help from the Lord. Unfortunately, he had now lost even that single means of assistance. It seemed that he would ultimately die here. As he gazed at the darkening sky, he felt a sense of despair. At that moment, shouts from humans suddenly reached him, speaking in a familiar language. Over here, come quickly, he asked here. The people who found Qi Yuan were the civilians who had built the artillery outside the Monster Canyon. After being turned into puppets by a certain entity, they had gathered near Qi Yuan. With their help, Qi Yuan was able to recover some of his strength. Then, this group began to move towards the outside of the Monster Canyon. However, they hadn't gone far before the sounds of a battle erupted ahead. A human squad was quickly and efficiently clearing out the lower-level monsters they encountered as they advanced deeper into the canyon. It was their own people. This was a team dispatched to collect spoils. After the two groups converged, the leader, far away in the central city, saw the rescued civilians through the fish monster's eye. As long as there are no casualties, he immediately arranged for some to escort the injured back to the main base, while others continued to explore ahead. After the fall of the entity, the black mist that had permeated the depths of the Monster Canyon dissipated, and the hypnotic field was no longer present, revealing the full view of the canyon's depths to the leader. It appeared to be a naturally formed deep pit, lush with trees and a beautiful environment. However, in the northern part of the pit, there was a blue barrier resembling the boundary of the ocean. Strangely, half of a monster's body lay outside this barrier. The cut surface looked as if it had been sliced cleanly by a sharp blade. The leader instructed the civilians to approach the edge of the barrier and observe closely. These scales, this pattern looks very familiar. The more he looked, the more he felt that this half of the body bore a resemblance to that of a certain legendary creature. After careful recollection, it seems that Tasis was always hidden in a thick black mist. When it fell, the black mist naturally dissipated, and Tasis's form was finally revealed to Qin Yang. The corpse of the nightmare dragon indeed only had half of its body, which surprised Qin Yang at the time. It appeared that its body had been severed by this barrier. TSK, Tasis really was unfortunate, lying right on the boundary of the game area. While feeling a bit lucky, Qin Yang also felt a wave of fear. Even with Taza split in two, it was still such a tough opponent. If it were in its complete form, even if he successfully allied with Jelivine, it would be hard to deal with. Because of this, Qin Yang gained significant insight into the strength of high-level monsters. Given his current territorial power, let alone facing the Nightmare Dragon, even dealing with a level 6 monster seemed improbable. It appeared that prolonging survival and developing the base was indeed the right choice. The civilians entering Tazis's lair began to search for potential loot. Qin Yang initially thought that such a large space would yield at least a few lordly treasures. However, after a long search by the hundreds of civilians, they found no lordly treasures but did discover two rare plants of unusual shapes. One of the plants resembled a windmill, gently spinning in the breeze and emitting a faint green glow. Qin Yang stared at this plant for a couple of seconds, and a related description appeared in his vision. Starlight grass, a rare plant that typically grows in areas rich in source energy. Consuming it greatly enhances mental power. The other plant was a bare, fiery red flower, which, at first glance, resembled the head of a giant dragon. Dragon's head flower, a rare plant that usually grows on dragon dung. Consuming it increases affinity for fire elements. Since the recipe for the territory's health soup required only 3 rare plants without specifying which ones, it seemed that all rare plants could be used, right? Qin Yang murmured to himself and left a few civilians to guard these 2 rare plants. He didn't want the hard-to-find rare plants to be snatched away by some low-level monsters that hadn't been eradicated yet. Moreover, these rare plants looked exceptionally delicate, and they surely couldn't be handled roughly. Qin Yang thought it would be best to let professionals gather them. So he immediately arranged for 2 civilians with gathering talents from the base to head over. After wrapping up the search in the Nightmare Dragon's lair, Qin Yang began to contemplate the development of his territory. Although he had just upgraded the command center to level 5, it was time to consider the upgrade to a level 6 command center, as one should prepare for the future. The upgrade of the level 5 command center mainly focused on electrical technology and mechanical manufacturing. This phase was the most similar to real-world society, with everything revolving around electricity. For example, supplying electricity to residences so that civilians could use electric lights. For example, vehicles have evolved from steam-powered to electric, directly transitioning from steam-powered war machines to new energy combat vehicles. However, after witnessing the versatility of zombies using elemental crystals and the fantastical powers displayed by monsters, Qin Yang felt that relying solely on simple modern technology would not equip him to venture into the larger world outside. He glanced at the various resources required to upgrade the command center from level 5 to level 6. The basic resources needed were over 10,000 units. The population had to reach 300, and the energy reserves needed to exceed 2,000 units. In addition, there had to be more than 8 buildings upgraded to level 5 within the base, along with 9 promotion keys. The requirements for basic resources and population were straightforward. The energy reserves lacked the necessary facilities, but as long as he built more energy workshops, that issue could be resolved. Achieving 8 level 5 buildings would take some time, but he currently had enough promotion keys in stock. All in all, upgrading to a level 6 command center didn't seem too difficult and could be planned for the short term. After considering the upgrade of the command center, Qin Yang turned his attention to his points. Currently, he had over 180,000 points, which was more than enough for either upgrading the effects of the civilian leader or drawing a new ability. He thought it would be more practical to use these points for upgrading the effects. Upgrading the effects required 120,000 points, while drawing a new ability cost 100,000 points. The former was controllable, while the latter was random. Being generally satisfied with his current effects, Qin Yang decided to play it safe. So, which effect should he upgrade? He ruled out the manual hundredfold increase, as the 5 daily uses were sufficient, and spending a large amount of points on this would be a waste. The upgrade effect linked to talents merely increased the binding quota or shortened the cooldown time of abilities. Given that the overall improvement was quite limited, Qin Yang felt that 20 civilian talent bindings were already enough. This time, he was particularly interested in enhancing the ability Everyone for Me. After the incident with Jelivin, Qin Yang began to pay more attention to this effect. If the duration of Everyone for Me were a bit longer, he could have more interactions with Jelivin. Having made up his mind, he immediately spent his points to upgrade the skill effect Everyone for Me. A flash of light signaled the completion of the upgrade. He opened the ability interface to check. Active effect 5. Everyone for Me. Extract the talent abilities of 7 civilians, amplifying the effect by 3 times and bestowing it upon oneself, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 16 hours. Civilians cannot use their talent abilities again within the next 8 hours after having their abilities extracted. This effect was indeed the right choice to upgrade. Qin Yang felt that the enhancement of Everyone for Me was substantial. Firstly, the ability to extract 7 talents would qualitatively improve his strength. The previous 3 extraction slots were indeed quite limiting. When Qin Yang uses the ability of everyone for me, he always has to consider enhancing his combat power by leveraging the talents of ordinary people while ensuring his own survival and also wanting to be faster than others. The desire to utilize too many talents results in the 3 available slots being insufficiently allocated. Moreover, the main issue with everyone for me is its short duration. With only 3 minutes, everything must be timed meticulously. However, after his ability upgrade, these 2 primary issues have been effectively resolved. In the following 2 days, Qin Yang's territory finally entered a stable and rapidly developing phase. There were no individuals or forces in the Nora Basin that could pose a threat to him. During this time, due to the continuous increase in his popularity, Qin Yang's cultivation level finally rose from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. This elevation in realm brought about a significant enhancement in his physical attributes. If the foundation establishment Qin Yang could have a 50-50 chance against a peak-level opponent, the golden core version of him could easily defeat several opponents without any difficulty. Qin Yang then focused inward to examine his dantian and noticed that the energy mass, which had grown to a certain extent, began to undergo a transformation in form. The surface of the energy mass shimmered with a faint golden light, resembling a solid sphere. With a thought, the newly formed golden core moved through his meridians as if it were an extension of his will. Out. With a word from Qin Yang, the golden core emerged, floating in midair before rising above his head. As the saying goes, one golden core can break myriad laws. By maintaining this protective state, Qin Yang could briefly become immune to certain negative effects, such as the confusion from Bo Duo Jie or the hypnosis from Tasis. After testing the effect, Qin Yang thought again, and the golden core immediately descended, circulating back into his body. The golden core could not only be used by himself, but could also be placed above others to help them shake off negative states. In this way, Qin Yang truly mastered a means to counter control abilities. In addition to his cultivation improvement, the technological reward he previously received from the Siege Research Center, named Fallen Angel, was finally completed. Upon receiving the report from his subordinates, Qin Yang promptly went to the mechanical factory for inspection. This was a 25-meter-tall humanoid exoskeleton armor, crafted entirely from steel and alloy, and it appeared somewhat bulky. The front housed a cockpit for the driver, which could be operated by a single person. The back of the armor carried a container resembling an oil barrel, which actually contained fuel. The Fallen Angel was essentially a powerful flamethrower device, with both arms equipped with formidable flamethrowers. By filling the barrel on its back with fuel, the flamethrowers could continuously unleash intense flames to incinerate any enemies. An exoskeleton armor? What is this, Iron Man? It looked pretty cool, to be honest. Filled with curiosity, Qin Yang entered the cockpit of the Fallen Angel to personally experience a test drive. Buzzing as the machine was activated, the indicator lights lit up, and electrical energy instantly flowed to various parts of the device, with visible sparks jumping from some exposed wires. The version 10 Fallen Angel was still very rough in craftsmanship, looking at first glance like a hollow skeleton. Clunking, Qin Yang took a few heavy steps forward, feeling an immense weight. Operating this thing truly consumed a lot of physical energy. Since the technology of this machine was not advanced, there were no systems inside to lighten the driver's burden. At least 80 of the machine's weight had to be borne by the driver. Fortunately, the civilians Qin Yang had were superhumans who had completed extensive training programs. If it were an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be able to operate it. The combat function was too singular, only capable of breathing fire, and the speed was relatively slow, which greatly limited the operational capacity of this combat unit. The Fallen Angel was quite effective against groups of zombies, as one of the zombies' weaknesses was fire. However, if it encountered zombies embedded with elemental crystals, the fire attack might not be fully effective. The functions of elemental crystals were diverse, often possessing effects that countered certain elements. If the Fallen Angel faced a zombie embedded with fire elemental crystals, it might even have its own flames absorbed by the enemy. If it encountered a zombie with water elemental crystals, it would be even worse, as fire could be countered by water and rendered ineffective. However, with the main framework already established, upgrading it a few more times and adding more weapons wouldn't be a difficult task. Qin Yang felt a sense of anticipation. Speaking of the future development of the Fallen Angel, would there be armored suits like the Mark series from a certain iconic character? He didn't even need the most advanced liquid armor. Just the most ordinary kind would suffice. Time passed quickly. On the 37th day in this other world, there was less than a day until the 5th wave of the zombie tide. That afternoon, Zhang Qilin, who had gone out for an adventure, returned once again, bringing Qin Yang a new lore treasure. Chapter 204, Raven Shrine, Crystal Embedding. Raven Shrine, Silver Quality, summons a spirit form raven to assist in reconnaissance and communication. The spirit raven is invisible, can relay lord commands, and can summon up to 5. This was a black square shrine, about 15 centimeters long, resembling a young student's pencil case. The surface of the shrine was very old, with carvings that had become blurred over time. Above the shrine floated wisps of light smoke, which occasionally morphed into the shape of a bird. This treasure came at just the right time, perfectly filling the vacancy left by the fish monster's missing eye. The fish monster's head had lost more than half of its paired eyes, greatly reducing its reconnaissance efficiency. Qin Yang could initially operate with 4 lines of vision, but was now limited to a maximum of 2. Now, this raven shrine could provide 5 spirit ravens for reconnaissance, which meant it could support visibility in 5 directions. It also supported communication functions, making it convenient for Qin Yang to remotely command and control. Zhang Qilin is truly a talent, always bringing back some very useful items. After sending Zhang Qilin to rest, Qin Yang immediately used the Raven Shrine. Using this Lord-level treasure consumes mental energy. The longer one controls a raven, the greater the burden on mental energy. As Qin Yang chose to summon, light smoke gathered into the shape of a complete raven. Although its body was made of thin smoke, its eyes sparkled with a red light like gemstones. Just like the indicator lights on an airplane at night, they are easy to see even from a distance. Qin Yang assessed his mental energy and felt that summoning a single raven would have negligible consumption. This was also because he had recently eaten whale meat stew, which had enhanced his mental energy. Otherwise, he would have felt a significant drain. He sent the raven out to patrol aimlessly in the Nora Basin. As the reconnaissance began, the situations observed by the raven were shared with Qin Yang through a small screen in the system interface, making it more convenient than the eyeballs of the fish monster. He decided to summon more. After the first raven was summoned, the light smoke above the shrine disappeared. Weak sparks emerged from inside the shrine, seemingly to recreate the smoke. After a few seconds, wisps of light smoke floated up again, allowing for further raven summons. After summoning 2 more ravens, Qin Yang finally felt a noticeable burden on his mental energy. Although the mental energy consumption from summoning was considerable, if he could scout while eating some food prepared by Aunt Chrysanthemum that temporarily restored mental energy, it shouldn't be difficult to maintain. After sending the subsequent 2 ravens in different directions for reconnaissance, Qin Yang donned the fish monster's head and checked on the civilians exploring the central city. Although the central city had been occupied by Qin Yang, it still housed a large number of zombies and mutants, which would yield points once eliminated. Additionally, the central city was vast, and searching within could yield a lot of useful supplies. Lord, we have discovered a secret chamber behind our palace, which contains many strange statues, reported Wang Baoqiang, who was in charge of the search, as he stood in front of a stone-constructed house. He looked quite similar to those outdoor streamers. Qin Yang instructed Wang Baoqiang to take a look inside. Upon entering the stone house, he noticed that the room was quite large, with many stone pillars erected inside. Some of the pillars had statues atop them, depicting a tiger, a snake, and a turtle. Seeing these statues, Qin Yang immediately thought of the barbarian bull statue placed on a lookout tower outside the command center. Previously, Chang Zhou had identified this kind of statue and mentioned that it was a set-type Lord-level treasure, totaling 6 pieces. Qin Yang counted the number of stone pillars in the room, and indeed there were exactly 6. Each golem represents a unique ability. The bull golem can increase the health and recovery capabilities of the commoners. I wonder what abilities the other golems possess. Qin Yang instructed Wang Baoqiang to pack up the 3 golems found here and take them back to the territory. There are only 3 golems left in the palace. And counting the bull golem in my possession, we are still missing the hawk and horse golems. I don't know if they are still within the Nora Basin area. After Hammer and his tribesmen joined the territory, everyone was assigned to several newly constructed communal housing units. Each unit can accommodate 20 to 30 people, and the rows of housing are built closely together, resembling the 2 buildings of the 1990s. With so many residents, the environment naturally cannot compare to small, independent villas. However, for Hammer and his people, any living situation is better than the underground mines they lived in before. The communal housing feels like a paradise. Hammer also discovered that the Lord here is very attentive to the daily needs of the commoners. Not only are all their basic needs met, but the clothing provided is made from materials they have never seen before, and it is extremely comfortable. They can travel using a mode of transport called a train, which is faster than horse-drawn carriages and can accommodate dozens of people at once. However, the train routes are currently quite limited, and the distances are not very far. The Lord is also very concerned about the work of the commoners. Almost no one in the territory is idle. Even children who cannot work are organized to receive education in a dedicated place. The day after Hammer and his tribe joined, they were assigned to work in a mining operation. Having something to do made everyone feel more at ease. Otherwise, constantly eating, drinking, and living without contributing feels like being raised just to be slaughtered when fattened up. Before they began work, the Lord summoned Hammer and 5 others to his command center, saying he wanted to help them awaken their innate abilities. Speaking of innate abilities, Hammer immediately thought of some strange situations he had encountered here. Many of the commoners possess special powers. Some can lift thousands of pounds and move swiftly. Some can shoot arrows with perfect accuracy, even blindfolded, and can even shoot using their feet. Others can move at incredible speeds, appearing suddenly right in front of you, speaking a few words before vanishing to another location. After a detailed understanding, Hammer learned that these special abilities are collectively referred to as innate abilities. They were quite curious about the Lord's mention of helping them awaken such powers. Could it be that we also possess such superhuman abilities? The scene of manually amplifying one's abilities is quite common. Those who were enlightened, like their predecessors, viewed it as a divine miracle, and their loyalty significantly increased. After the amplification ended, Qin Yang glanced at the innate abilities of these individuals. Innate ability: Elemental Crystal Collector Master. When collecting elemental crystals, gains an extra 200. Talent ability: Crystal Carving Master. Success rate 100, can complete processing in 1 second. Talent ability: Crystal Researcher. When researching elemental crystal projects, each time gained research experience is an additional 1000. Talent ability: Digger. When performing excavation work, excavation speed increases by 20 times, and physical consumption is reduced to a minimum of 1 point per hour. Talent ability: Soil Eater. Can alleviate hunger by consuming soil, and eating special ores can gain additional effects, randomly enhancing effects by up to 210 times. The work of Chue Yi and others is the same as in the central city, which is mining. However, unlike before, helping Lord Qin Yang is not forced, and there are many benefits. For example, the working hours are strictly regulated. The morning shift starts at 9 a.m., and workers must finish by 11 a.m. for meals, with a 2-hour lunch break. After returning at 2 p.m., at 3 p.m., someone will come by with a tea cart to distribute drinks and kindly encourage diligent workers to take a break, saying, "It's 3 o'clock, time for tea." Work ends at 5 p.m., and all civilians must return to the protected area behind the high walls. After dinner, except for those who need to guard the walls, other civilians can move freely. They can go to the small square to listen to some people sing or join in group dances for a lively experience. After 9 p.m., everyone must return home to rest and cannot wander around the territory. Life here is relaxed and orderly, creating a stark contrast to the apocalyptic environment outside. The resource collection point assigned to Chue Yi and others is, remarkably, the elemental crystals their families have dealt with for generations. The civilians here have no experience in mining elemental crystals, so the collection of such special minerals has never been initiated. Since they are back to their old profession, Chue Yi and others can get started right away. The miners responsible for collecting crystals will first put on some specialized clothing before working. This clothing is also made from elemental crystals, but it employs a special crystal embedding technique that ensures the energy of the crystals not only does no harm to the wearer, but also provides protective effects. Chue Yi is the one who mastered the crystal embedding technique. When asked by Lord Qin Yang, Chue Yi explained his craft in detail and mentioned that the shield elemental barrier hanging in the command center was made by his grandfather. Elemental crystals can be embedded onto most metal objects. Once embedded, they can add special elemental powers to the object. For example, embedding a fire elemental crystal onto a sword may cause explosions or burning effects upon striking a target. Similarly, embedding a soil elemental crystal onto armor would trigger a layer of rock shield to deflect damage when hit. In summary, this crystal embedding technique is somewhat similar to equipment enchanting in online games. Having mastered this technology, Chue Yi was granted permission by the Lord to avoid going out for mining. He only needed to enchant equipment within the territory. This allowed him to easily engage in his original profession and continue honing his crystal embedding skills, while no longer worrying about survival. Chue Yi was very satisfied with the Lord's arrangement. You have received a technology reward related to crystal research. Would you like to extract it immediately? A prompt appeared before Qin Yang's eyes. After choosing to extract, the technology rewarded this time was elemental ammunition. As the name suggests, this technology allows the addition of powdered elemental crystals into bullets and shells to enhance power and special effects. It seems that crystal technology is the next avenue for territorial development after electrical energy. Although they had already acquired a developer of elemental crystal technology and received a related technology, without the necessary production tools, crystal technology could only be set aside for observation and could not be put into regular production. Qin Yang wondered if there would be a solution for this aspect once they reached the level 6 command center. He closed the system interface and ascended to the highest point of the command center. This was an observation deck, since the command center had been upgraded to level 5. This villa styled in the aesthetics of a certain country had expanded into an ancient and elegant manner. The main building now stood several dozen meters tall, and from the top observation deck, one could overlook the entire territory. Currently, after merging Base 1 and Base 2, Qin Yang's main base had grown to roughly half the size of a central city. The internal area of the territory was reasonably and orderly planned. While the outer walls still consisted of 3 layers, now grand enough to be described as magnificent, stretching several kilometers in just one direction. Such a scale of walls naturally required an increase in defensive personnel. The current population of the territory had surpassed 2,000 people. Nearly 80 of the civilians had completed military training, and 50 were in peak fighting condition, fully equipped with supplies. Estimating their combat power, a fully prepared civilian should have no problem taking on a level 2 monster. However, merely improving the combat literacy of civilians was not enough. The defensive technology within the territory had been continuously upgraded. The cannons installed on the walls and the ammunition used had undergone several upgrades. Now, these cannons not only had greater range, but also significantly increased power. Moreover, the attack effects of the shells varied widely, allowing them to handle different types of opponents. This wave of undead was probably here to provide me with points. Qin Yang was full of confidence in the territory's defensive capabilities. After all, he was the only player among the 200 who had held out until the 5th wave. Having gone through many experiences, he could anticipate the intensity changes in the next wave of undead and beast hordes. Given the strength of Qin Yang's territory, even if a level 6 monster were to come knocking, he would still have the ability to resist. The intensity of the 5th wave of undead, of course, would not reach that level of monster strength. Chapter 205, The 5th Wave of the Zombie Tide, Day 38 of the Otherworld. The 5th wave of the zombie tide has begun. Countless zombies emerged from the portal. It seems that the reason for this might be that only one player force, led by Qin Yang, remains in the Nora Basin. Kongda's territory has also been taken over by Qin Yang. The zombies in this wave no longer require guidance from a shepherd. As soon as they appear, they directly charge towards Qin Yang's territory. Qin Yang observed the situation of the zombie army through the summoned Soul Raven. The most numerous were the runners, estimated to be around 700 to 800, all charging at the front. If they were ordinary runners, this wave of zombies would pose no challenge at all. However, these 5th wave runners are super zombies embedded with elemental crystals. The wind elemental crystal allows the zombies to gain a momentary acceleration effect. Some of these zombies, equipped with such crystals, suddenly sprint forward like in a racing game when they have filled up their energy, creating a significant gap from the main group and leading the charge ahead. These leading zombies quickly came under fire from the defending civilians. On some watchtowers built above the city walls, the station's civilians wielded a type of slender firearm that, at first glance, resembled the famous military sniper rifle AWM. This weapon has an extremely long range and much greater firepower than ordinary firearms. The sound of gunfire echoed as several runners within range were immediately taken down by sniper shots. Killed runner, elementally enhanced, points 50. Killed runner, elementally enhanced, points 50. Killed runner, elementally enhanced, points 50. The points awarded for each runner have increased. With so many runners, it seems that the total point gained this time will be quite substantial. Unlike beast tides, which emphasize individual combat strength, zombie tides focus on sheer numbers and often combine various functions based on that quantity. In addition to the basic type of runner, zombie tides usually feature other different types of mutated beings. Qin Yang directed the Soul Raven to fly further ahead and soon noticed that behind the runners, a large number of spike throwers and lickers were gathering. Spike throwers can shoot sharp spikes from their throats, making them high attack but low health ranged attackers. Lickers, on the other hand, far exceed runners in speed and can launch mid-range attacks with their long, spiked tongues, acting as assassins within the zombie ranks. These mutated beings are embedded with 2 elemental crystals. Since the runners have undergone elemental enhancements, it is only natural that these higher-tier zombies are also significantly strengthened. Not only are they embedded with elemental crystals, but they also have 2 crystals embedded at once. The complementary energy from the crystals provides these mutants with even greater strength enhancements. For instance, a spike thrower has both wind elemental and fire elemental crystals embedded in its body. It can attach the powers of wind and fire elements to the launch spikes, greatly increasing their flight speed, and upon hitting the target, they will cause a violent explosion. Originally an ordinary ranged unit, it instantly transforms into a super long-range unit that combines demolition and sniping capabilities. For example, the Eaters possess both earth and water elements. They can maintain high-speed movement while having strong defensive shields and impressive healing abilities. This significant enhancement in durability allows them to charge forward and launch surprise attacks without needing to deliberately dodge their opponent's attacks. Qin Yang roughly estimated that there were quite a few of these elementally enhanced spike throwers and Eaters, with about 300 of each type. Based on the points these mutants usually provided, there could be over 100,000 points to gain here. However, the focus of the mutant army this time is not on the elementally enhanced spike throwers and Eaters. The key point is that among this mutant army, There are also 36 large and robust super mutant tanks. Each of these super mutants stands about 45 meters tall, with muscles that look like they are made of reinforced concrete, giving an impression of being indestructible and unstoppable just by standing there. Each tank is embedded with 3 elemental crystals, which are evidently well matched, primarily featuring wind, fire, and earth elements. This compensates for the tank's shortcomings in mobility while making their already formidable offensive capabilities even more ferocious. They are undoubtedly the strongest among this wave of the undead army. The aces naturally make a grand entrance, so this super mutant force is positioned further back. They follow behind the spike throwers, marching toward Qin Yang's territory, each one impatient and constantly emitting beast-like roars, as if driving their fellow mutants ahead. As the vanguard runners quickly enter the main firing range of Qin Yang's territory, the cannons of the territory defenders set up on the city walls began to operate with a clatter. The loaders meticulously categorized and loaded the shells into the lower barrel slots. After multiple upgrades, the current territory defenders can load 3 shells simultaneously. In the design process, the new type of territory defender can fire 3 times in succession before needing to reload, significantly improving output efficiency. Additionally, the 3 shells loaded at the same time can be of different types, such as one slot for incendiary shells and another for armor-piercing shells, to handle specific situations. The sound of cannon fire echoed continuously above the city walls. The cannons, made of a steel alloy, create a violent shockwave with each shell fired, which is clearly felt by the civilians standing on the walls. As the cannon tubes slide and the shells ignite, they speed through the air, following a parabolic trajectory, capable of reaching nearly 1,000 meters at their maximum distance. Boom, boom, boom. The shells accurately landed among the vanguard of the horde, creating a widespread explosion. The immense power sent some of the running undead flying into the sky, and upon landing, they instantly turned into pools of black sludge, utterly dead. Some zombies embedded with earth element crystals automatically activated their elemental powers, quickly showing signs of petrification on their surfaces. During this time, their defensive capabilities were several times stronger than in their normal state. However, it was of no use. The damage from the shells had long exceeded the limits that these petrified forms could withstand. These zombies were blown apart by the shells while in their petrified state, fragments of stone flying everywhere. The zombies embedded with earth, wind, and water elements fared relatively well. But what left the undead speechless were those embedded with fire element crystals. Fire element crystals are inherently flammable and explosive. Even a mere brush with the shockwave from the explosion would cause them to self-detonate immediately. As a result, these zombies carrying fire element crystals would cause nearby zombies to suffer as well. Even if they managed to survive the bombardment, they would face betrayal from their own kind, being burned to death by the exploding fire element crystals. This round of bombardment lasted several minutes, during which Qin Yang received numerous notifications of points gained, scrolling before his eyes. It was exhilarating. After a rough calculation, Qin Yang found that this round of shelling brought him at least 50,000 points. That meant at least 1,000 elementally enhanced runners had perished in this barrage. The once dense and widespread runners were now significantly sparser. They had entered the trap area outside the city. Various landmines buried beneath the surface were immediately triggered, and the roaring sounds returned just a few seconds after falling silent. Currently, the traps Qin Yang had set were primarily remote-controlled mines. The zombies did not need to step directly on the traps, as long as they entered the explosion range. Qin Yang could choose to activate the traps and blow them up. The second round of trap explosions lasted much longer than the first round of bombardment. Amidst the explosions, nearly 500 runners were taken down. Qin Yang once again earned 70,000 points. His total points from this round had reached 120,000. This was before he had even eliminated half of the zombies, and the subsequent mutated forms had yet to appear. The points gained from this fifth wave of the horde were truly substantial. While he was contemplating this, the remaining fewer than 1,000 runners finally rushed past the trap area and reached the foot of the city wall. Behind them, the mutated army followed closely, stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades and successfully entering the trap area. The runners, being low in intelligence, typically chose to leap over obstacles, even if the obstacles were too high for them to clear. The runners at the base of the city wall immediately began to stack themselves to form a human ladder. However, this tactic was only effective when there were enough runners. Now, the army of over 3,000 runners has lost more than 2/3 to Qin Yang's bombardment, and they can no longer form a human ladder. Additionally, most of the runners carrying fire element crystals have been severely injured or killed in the first 2 rounds of bombardment. Without the high explosive power provided by the fire elements, these runners' limbs alone can no longer inflict effective damage on Qin Yang's alloy-structured level 5 city walls. Moreover, There are 3 sturdy walls built around Qin Yang's territory, which present an insurmountable obstacle for these few hundred runners. The runners below can be ignored for now. It's better to deal with the mutated creatures behind them first. Qin Yang believes the runners trapped under the outer wall are no longer a threat and can be dealt with slowly. The enhancement provided by the elemental crystals to ordinary runners is significant, and it would be even greater for the mutated zombies. This is especially true for the super mutated tank creatures embedded with 3 elemental crystals. Qin Yang had a brief encounter with such super mutated beings back in the central city. Although the civilians with shared talents easily dealt with this formidable foe, these super mutated creatures are now attacking in groups under the cover of other stingers and lickers, and their destructive power cannot be underestimated. Snipers, prioritize taking out those big ones. Let's see if we can eliminate them all before they reach the walls. Artillery, adjust the range of the territory defenders and switch to the most powerful shells, focusing fire on the mutated creatures within range. Qin Yang issued his commands. The civilians, with 100 loyalty and a sense of territorial belonging at level 5, executed the orders without hesitation. The defensive line above the city wall operated like a precise machine, continuously and efficiently. The sounds of cannon fire mixed with gunfire echoed above the walls. The shells raining down on the mutated creatures were still unstoppable. Even if the stingers and lickers were not killed by the explosions, they would suffer severe injuries, losing their ability to continue attacking. In comparison, the super mutated tanks were tougher than these ordinary mutated creatures. As long as they were not directly hit by a shell, the damage they sustained was quite limited. Some tanks, embedded with water element crystals, could even recover from injuries thanks to the power of the water elements. For these super mutated creatures, the sniper rifles, which have immense single-target power and are easier to hit weak spots, proved to be more effective than cannons. As the snipers on the city wall watchtower began to focus on the super mutated tanks, large amounts of flesh and blood erupted from their ugly heads. The damage from headshots was far greater than that from attacking their bodies or limbs. Even a tank with thick blood and high defense could not withstand it. Soon, one tank exploded after being shot 3 times in its weak spot. The massive creature immediately ceased its movements, collapsing to the ground. Its formidable body, akin to an iron tower, dissolved rapidly like an ordinary zombie after death, turning into a large puddle of black mud within just a few seconds. Super mutant tank killed. 500 points. With the first tank taken down, the efficiency of subsequent tank eliminations improved. The snipers on the watchtower shared a tremendous output, and one tank after another was shot down before they could escape the trap area, turning into black mud and allowing Qin Yang to harvest points. Just from killing super mutants, Qin Yang amassed nearly 20,000 points. However, despite sniping the vast majority of tanks, 1 or 2 managed to slip through, aided by their elemental crystals, successfully advancing to within 100 meters of the city wall. At this moment, the super mutants were furious, their granite-like muscular backs arching high as they lowered their heads. The elemental crystals embedded in their bodies were activated, and these terrifying muscle monsters' speeds surged dramatically. With a rapid charge, they quickly closed the final distance. With a loud crash, several tanks collided heavily against the outer city wall. Chapter 206, Elite Hall and Miracle Academy in the live broadcast room of the Summer Kingdom, as a new wave of zombies began. The previously sparse bullet comments became lively once again. The appearance of these zombies was somewhat bizarre, as if each possessed special abilities. What the heck? Zombies transforming into stone men. They can self-destruct? What is this? Oh, don't make a fuss. Such superpowered zombies have appeared in the city where the giant girl, Jelloin, resides, just with some flashy skills, nothing to worry about. After Qin Yang unleashed a round of bombardment, a third of the runners embedded with elemental crystals were directly taken down. Seeing that Qin Yang was handling these super zombies effortlessly, the audience relaxed their worries, and the atmosphere in the comments lightened up again. It was clear that these zombies were doing their best. Zombie, I'm having such a hard time. Can I just lie down? Mainly, Qin Yang defended his territory too well, leaving no chance for the zombie wave. If the zombies could spread out and charge, they might have a chance to reach the city wall. TSK, with the firepower of Qin Yang's weapons, they were already comparable to modern weaponry. Just boasting, after all. Qin Yang is forever the best. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the mutants at the back of the zombie wave began their attack. However, under the powerful firepower suppression from Qin Yang, they still could not advance an inch. In the end, only a few tanks, aided by the elemental crystals, barely broke through the defenses, crashing into the outer city wall. The audience was shocked by this scene and worried once again whether Qin Yang's city wall could withstand such an impact. What a tough kid. This type of mutant seems a bit fierce. If they crash into it, they won't survive either. Impressive. They seem willing to sacrifice themselves to pave the way for the larger forces behind. But don't they realize that there are no forces left behind? It is well known that the intelligence of most monsters is inversely proportional to their size. Don't mention it. These mutated creatures certainly pack a punch. I've noticed several dents in Qinyang city walls. Just dents. Though, if they haven't broken through, it can't be counted as damage. In this other world, a few tanks recklessly crashed into the outer city walls, causing the walls to tremble and making Qinyang furrow his brows. Are they that reckless? Don't they value their lives? Well, zombies are inherently mindless creatures. These tanks' charges were one-time events. After crashing, they wobbled and fell to the ground, entering a prolonged state of dizziness. The snipers on the walls didn't give them a chance to recover, treating them as fixed targets and picking them off one by one. All the super mutated creatures that posed the greatest threat to the territory were eliminated, turning into large pools of black sludge. And Qinyang continued to collect a substantial amount of points. From a high vantage point in the command center, Qinyang was surveying the battlefield outside his territory. The number of runners had dwindled significantly, dropping to less than one-third of the original count, and the number of mutated creatures was even lower. Despite this round of runners and mutated creatures being enhanced by elemental crystals, they never posed even the slightest threat to Qinyang's territory. Qinyang took another look at his points bar. As of now, he had accumulated over 300,000 points. Although most of these points were generated from the main base, a small portion also came from his ally's territory. Ever since he allied with Qinyang, his ally had entrusted the defense of his territory entirely to Qinyang, while he focused solely on managing civilian development and building facilities. Before the fifth wave of zombies began, Qinyang had already sent 200 fully trained civilians to his ally's territory. Once the zombie wave started, he sent another 20 civilians with shared talents, along with 4 from the hero list, all to assist his ally's territory. With such support, his ally had no pressure in defending against the fifth wave of zombies. If they could clean up the remaining zombies, perhaps the points from this round could reach 400,000, with the points yield from the zombie wave hitting a new high. Qinyang couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, pondering whether to use these points to upgrade skills or for a lottery draw. Since he had enough points, why not do both? He first opened the point shop interface. The option to upgrade skill effects required a full 240,000 points to activate. The point requirement made Qinyang's cheeks twitch. Each click doubles the cost. With my current reserve of over 300,000 points, upgrading once would leave me nearly empty. Better to go for a lottery draw first. The level 5 lottery costs only 4,000 points per draw, and a 10 draw costs 40,000. Let's do it. After selecting the lottery, a series of prompts appeared before Qinyang. You won 1,000 gold coins. You won the blueprint for Elite Hall. You won the blueprint for Miracle Academy. You won 10 civilians. You won 35 units of elemental crystal water. In this round of 10 consecutive draws, the most valuable rewards are 2 architectural blueprints. Elite Hall, a building that can award elite medals to civilians with outstanding contributions. Wonder Academy, a building that allows you to obtain wonder concepts. Elite medals? Qinyang noticed this term mentioned in the introduction of the Elite Hall. He immediately recalled the viral laboratory discovered earlier beneath the Night Demon Cave, which required elite civilians to be stationed there for research to commence. He wondered what changes would occur once the civilians leveled up. Qinyang decided to arrange for construction of this building as soon as the zombie wave was completely over. As for the other blueprint, the Wonder Academy, wonder concepts again? It seemed he had drawn this once before as a reward in technology research. Accumulating 5 wonder concepts would allow him to randomly unlock a type of wonder building. Although he wasn't entirely clear on the difference between wonder buildings and ordinary buildings. Since he had drawn this blueprint, he might as well construct it. Chapter 207. Virtual Life. After the zombies lost their numerical advantage, they no longer had the ability to attack Qinyang's territory. It was only a matter of time before this wave of zombies ended. Seeing that there were basically no zombies standing outside, Qinyang ordered the civilians to open the city gates and finish off the remaining zombies. This wave had a large number of zombies, and even the finishing touches took quite some time. By noon, a civilian reported that all the zombies outside had been eliminated. At this point, Qinyang checked his points bar again. This wave of zombies had brought him a total of 384 million points. He had just spent 40,000 points on a level 5 draw, leaving him with 440,000 points. This amount of points was already quite substantial, and continuing to hoard them was meaningless. Qinyang then spent 240,000 points to upgrade the Everyone For Me effect once again. Active effect 5 Everyone For Me. Extract the talent abilities of 12 civilians. Enhance the effect fourfold and apply it to oneself, lasting 15 minutes with a cooldown of 8 hours. Civilians whose talent abilities are extracted cannot use their talents for the next 4 hours. The effect of Everyone For Me had increased fourfold compared to the beginning. Considering Qin Yang's own cultivation at the Golden Dance stage, he felt that if he didn't account for certain mental-type attacks, he would be capable of defeating a level 7 monster, Tazuas, within 15 minutes. As for the remaining 200,000 points, Qin Yang decided not to use them and planned to wait until the command center reached level 6 before using them for a draw. At midnight on the 39th day, in the real world, the otherworldly live broadcast room, the banner popped up on time in the live room. This wave of zombies has ended. Rewards and penalties are being calculated. Congratulations to the contestant from the Summer Nation for successfully resisting the zombie wave. The apocalyptic tower defense game has rewarded the contestant from Summer Nation with 1 virtual life. The audience waiting in the live room immediately erupted in excitement. Virtual life? This seemed like something out of a science fiction novel. Wow. Virtual life is a more advanced existence than artificial intelligence. With virtual life, our information technology would take a significant leap forward. However, virtual life is still life, with its own thoughts. What if they cannot be controlled by us humans? Wouldn't our civilization be at risk of being destroyed by them? Hey, isn't that thinking a bit too far? I think the possibility is low. This Doomsday Tower Defense game has clear rewards and penalties. Since this virtual life is granted in the form of rewards, there shouldn't be any negative effects. We can only wait for news from the authorities. I heard that Qin Yang's parents donated all these rewards to the country. They are truly great people. Only such generous and selfless parents, who love their country, can raise someone like Qin Yang, a pride of our nation. After the rewards were distributed, another message popped up regarding the punishment for the eliminated countries. All eliminated contestants will have 2,000 runners, Elemental Improved Version, 200 spikers, Elemental Improved Version, 200 lickers, Elemental Improved Version, and 10 super mutants randomly appear in their respective countries. In the remaining live streams, comments flooded in again, with most discussing the only country that had not been wiped out globally, the eliminated country. This time, it seems that country is finally going down. I've been waiting for this moment for too long. In terms of punishment severity, the arrival of zombies is definitely much fiercer than that of monsters. That country managed to deal with the monsters from the last round of punishment, but they absolutely can't handle this round of zombies. The zombie virus spreads exponentially, and there's no antidote developed, making it impossible to defend against. By the way, what does Qin Yang from our nation plan to do with Kant, the player from the Teutonic country? Has he been forgotten in a small corner for several days now? I am a citizen of Iron Juice Nation, and I send my congratulations to our nation for holding strong against the 5th wave of the zombie tide. And I also thank Qin Yang for helping our players survive until now. I am a citizen of Romantic Nation, grateful that Qin Yang has accepted our players as slaves. Now our nation is one of the safest in the world. In a villa on the outskirts of Changhu City, even before the zombie tide began, staff had been on standby outside the villa of Qin's parents, using mobile devices to monitor the live stream from another world. When the stream displayed the message that the zombie tide had ended, and after the rewards and punishments were distributed, they quickly sprang into action. These staff members, filled with excitement, tidied up their clothes and energized themselves. Although they had experienced this situation multiple times, each time Qin Yang held strong against another wave of zombies, their hearts would uncontrollably swell with excitement. Captain, I heard you injected the first batch of gene optimization serum in the RD department yesterday. How was it? What were the results? One staff member eagerly asked the team leader walking ahead. Do you see anything different about me? The captain countered with a question, turning to look at the staff member. The biggest change is that you look much younger, at least 10 years younger. The staff member concluded after observing the captain closely. You look just like those in their early 20s now. In fact, the captain is already 38 years old this year. Not only that, the captain nodded appreciatively and continued. My physical fitness has also improved significantly. After the injection, I tested myself and can easily run the 100 meters in under 7 seconds. Wow, that's incredible. The staff member was astonished and quickly asked, when will our batch get the injections? Currently, the gene optimization reagent cannot be mass-produced, and only internal personnel from the research institute can receive it first. This staff member's rank is too low. He won't be able to receive the first batch of the gene optimization reagent yet. Don't worry, once we finish our first batch, it will be your turn. The captain reassured him. I heard that the second batch of reagents has already been manufactured. After completing this mission and returning, you should be able to get it. That's fantastic. The staff member was filled with excitement, and then asked, the last gene optimization reagent was already impressive. I wonder how different this new virtual life will be. You'll find out once you experience it, the captain replied. Due to the advanced technology rewards from the Doomsday Tower Defense game, the staff members couldn't confirm whether this virtual life was what they imagined until they saw it in action. Soon, the group arrived at the door of Qin's parents. Once inside, without needing the staff to state their purpose, Qin's parents already understood their intent. The rewards had indeed been distributed. Qin's parents exchanged a glance, slightly embarrassed. and raised their voices to call out, Yang Yang, come out for a moment. Coming. As soon as the words were spoken, a small virtual figure jumped out from the LCD TV hanging on the wall. This little figure emitted a soft blue light, with golden pupils and a semi-transparent body. The figure was very lively, floating in midair as if defying gravity, first flying to Qin's father's shoulder and then to Qin's mother's head, appearing very affectionate towards the couple. Is this the virtual life? The captain leaned in for a closer look, but was met with a playful face from the virtual being. What abilities do you have? Can you show us? The captain asked Qin's parents, pointing at the virtual life. He could tell that this virtual being likely only obeyed the couple's commands. I'm not too clear either. It appeared suddenly. We only know it's called Yang Yang, Qin's father replied, looking confused about what virtual life even meant. Yang Yang, tell the captain what you can do. Upon hearing this, the virtual being jumped down from Qin's mother's head and, with a flash, reappeared on the TV screen not far away. I can do anything in the virtual information world, like retrieving encrypted information files or transmitting data. My speed is incredibly fast. Is that all? The captain responded. Even a skilled hacker can do things like stealing encrypted information, right? And as for transmitting files, just being fast doesn't seem that powerful. The staff present looked at each other, feeling that this virtual being's abilities were nothing extraordinary. The virtual being seemed to understand their expressions, sensing that it was being underestimated. Its little mouth immediately pouted, and its pupils changed from gold to red. Welcome to the game, it exclaimed. Ladies, buy it. Several staff members began to emit strange sounds. They quickly realized the source of the noises and hurriedly fumbled for their phones. What the? Is my phone moving by itself? I can't turn it off. How embarrassing. Wow. I actually got a pentakill. This is a ranked match. Seeing that all the electronic devices were malfunctioning, the team leader immediately thought that this situation might be the work of the virtual being in front of them. All right, we acknowledge your power. Please show us some mercy, he said with a smile, pleading with the virtual being. The phones that were operating automatically finally quieted down. However, their owners soon discovered a new situation. Is this still my phone? Why does it feel smoother and more responsive? It seems like my phone's system has upgraded, and the upgrade is quite significant. How long has it been? It upgraded so quickly? It was clear that this was also the doing of the virtual being before them. Just as the virtual being had said at the beginning, it could handle everything related to virtual information. The virtual world was its domain. Hey, can you leave here and come back with us? The team leader had recognized the virtual being's powerful capabilities and quickly stated the purpose of their visit. No need to go anywhere special because I am everywhere, the being replied, shaking its head and snapping its fingers casually. Its body shook, and immediately a duplicate that looked exactly like it appeared beside it. If you really want me to follow, then I'll let it go with you. The newly appeared duplicate bowed to the team leader, then flew up and landed on his shoulder, following the staff back. Day 39. Another world. After completing today's civilian summons, Qin Yang prepared to assign the territory construction tasks for the day. The Elite Hall and Miracle Academy were neither territory defense facilities nor particularly important, so they could be built in relatively remote locations. While thinking this, he checked the material consumption required for constructing these two types of buildings. Building the Elite Hall required 100 units each of 5 different elemental crystals, while the other basic materials were not particularly demanding. Fortunately, he had recruited this group of refugees in Central City. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to construct even a regular building, let alone continue upgrading the command center. Qin Yang glanced at the territory's storage. With the mining over the past few days and the help of the Hundredfold increased talent, the warehouse now had more than 100 units of elemental crystals like fire, water, earth, wind, and thunder. Since the construction conditions were met, why wait? Let us build it immediately. He then planned the construction site for the Elite Hall in the new area to the east of the main base and dispatched the currently idle Jin Jian for the construction. Jin Jian's building speed was incredibly fast. As long as the materials were in place, he could complete the construction in just 1 second. The Elite Hall is completed. You can now promote your territory's civilians through this building. Upon receiving this prompt, Qin Yang opened the system interface to take a look. A new interface named Elite Hall had appeared, allowing him to select a target from the civilian interface and drag it into the Elite Hall interface for promotion. The upgrade shouldn't be that simple, right? Qin Yang casually selected Ding Dali and dragged him into the Elite Hall interface. A new prompt immediately popped up. To promote civilian Ding Dali, his territory belonging level must reach level 4 or above, and it will consume 3 promotion keys. Promotion keys? This thing can not only upgrade the command center, but also promote civilians? Qin Yang glanced at his remaining 12 promotion keys. If each civilian upgrade requires 3 keys, then I can promote at most 4 civilians? No, upgrading the level 6 command center will also require 9 promotion keys. So after that, I only have 3 keys left to use, meaning I can only promote 1 civilian? With that thought, Qin Yang frowned. He quickly recalled the methods of obtaining promotion keys. Besides being purchasable with points in the points shop, promotion keys can also be obtained by eliminating other players. What a loss. I've eliminated too few players. Currently, in the Nora Basin, there were only Kant from the Teutonic Kingdom and his ally Abasai left. If slaves could be counted, then there was also Lure from the Romantic Kingdom. The allied Abasai couldn't be moved against. Calculating this, Qin Yang could still obtain 6 promotion keys by eliminating other players? That number is still far from enough. I can only buy them with points. Fortunately, the point cost for purchasing promotion keys seems to be much lower than for upgrading skills. Let us promote Ding Dali first. Chapter 209, Level 6 Command Center. Newbie Zone to be unlocked. As one of the first civilians summoned, Ding Dali's territory belonging level had already reached level 5. If Qin Yang activated the blood boosting skill, it would double all of his attributes. He called Ding Dali to the command center and, without further ado, directly chose to promote Ding Dali. 3 promotion keys were spent, and a silver-white light emanated from Ding Dali. The light pulsed like a breathing lamp, expanding and contracting repeatedly, continuing for more than 10 seconds before stopping. Promotion completed. Your civilian Ding Dali has been promoted to elite civilian. Is that it? What will be different after the promotion? Qin Yang immediately checked Ding Dali's information. Well, it seems there are no changes in Ding Dali's attributes. Looking again at the talent ability, strength beyond mountains. Strength is 600 times that of an ordinary civilian. 600 times? Ding Dali's talent ability has doubled once again. Just with 300 times the strength, that translates to about a dozen tons. Now that it has increased to 600 times the strength, doesn't that mean it can reach nearly 30 tons? Goodness. With one punch from Dali, it's almost like having a dozen cars crashing down. An average person would probably be flattened beyond recognition. In addition to the old talent ability being doubled, the elite version of Ding Dali has also unlocked a whole new talent ability. Talent ability. Overwhelming. Ding Dali will inflict overwhelming attacks on targets with strength less than his own. This damage cannot be mitigated by armor. This talent ability is impressive, as it cannot be mitigated by armor, which means it is true damage, right? With Ding Dali's exaggerated level of strength, he should be able to inflict overwhelming damage on any opponent. There might be some physically strong beings among the monster faction, but that is not particularly important. Qin Yang's territory doesn't rely solely on Ding Dali for output. Therefore, this elite upgrade mainly enhances the existing talent abilities of civilians and unlocks a new one. Considering that using the key for promotion means one less for future use, and that purchasing with points will definitely become more expensive, Qin Yang decided he must think carefully about how to use the upcoming promotion slots. After sorting out the matters of the elite hall, Qin Yang arranged for the construction of the Miracle Academy. The Miracle Academy is a type of research-oriented building, with construction costs similar to that of the elite hall. Once completed, the structure has a rather unique appearance. It looks like a giant stone tablet, standing in the eastern region of the territory. Its height comparable to Qin Yang's command center. From a distance, it resembles a wizard's tower from a fantasy movie. Currently, this building can only accommodate 3 civilians. It can only research miracle concepts, and even if a miracle construction blueprint is successfully obtained, it cannot be immediately built without the corresponding materials, right? Thinking about this, Qin Yang felt that obtaining this miracle concept might not be that important. So he hastily arranged for 3 individuals with talent abilities unrelated to research to move in, and whatever progress they make is fine. In the following days, Qin Yang continued to arrange personnel to clear out the remaining zombies and monsters in the Nora Basin while stockpiling various resources and developing the territory. He received several technological rewards, both in research and engineering, and even managed to develop a miracle concept. In the 6th round, Qin Yang still faced the zombie tide, which would arrive on the 45th day. Although elemental zombies are powerful, they are still not enough compared to higher-level monsters. Who knows what tricks the zombies might have left? Qin Yang did not let his guard down due to the strength of his territory. By the 42nd day, all conditions for upgrading the command center to level 6 were ready. Should the command center be upgraded to level 6? Well, upgrade. The materials prepared in the warehouse instantly vanished, and the promotion key on Qin Yang's body was reset to 0. The level 5 command center in front of him once again turned into an illusory state, entering a lengthy upgrade phase. Qin Yang glanced at the upgrade progress. Oh no, another 64 hours to wait. Who can wait that long? He quickly called over a civilian with talents in upgrading buildings, and, in just 1 second, successfully upgraded the command center. A large number of upgrade rewards appeared before Qin Yang. This time, the armor value of the command center tripled to 3,600 points, exceeding the sturdy walls of the territory by more than 2,000 points. As long as there weren't any monsters above level 7, or he wasn't surrounded and attacked by a horde of super mutants, Qin Yang no longer had to worry about the command center being destroyed. The number of civilians summoned daily also increased, raising the count by another 5. Now, Qin Yang could summon over 50 civilians each day, and he could no longer remember all their names. All he could do was filter through their abilities and assign those with lesser talents to personnel management. The key to upgrading the command center was still the accompanying technological rewards. Initially, the level 5 command center rewarded cable transmission and power transformation, compensating for Qin Yang's lack in energy usage. This time, the level 6 command center came with a crystal collection site and a crystal research center. As expected, after the upgrade, it was time for resources like crystals. Qin Yang had accumulated tens of thousands of units of crystals by defeating level 4 monsters and Tazes. Once the Crystal Research Center was built and the corresponding creations were developed, he could immediately start production using crystals. Additionally, the appearance of the command center underwent a significant transformation upon reaching level 6. If the level 5 command center looked like a noble estate, the level 6 command center resembled a palace with distinctive style. Not only did the area increase, but the interior was also constructed with greater intricacy. He felt like a local emperor in a different world. Qin Yang pondered for a moment and was about to head towards the upgraded command center when suddenly, a new notification popped up in front of him. Detected that player Qin Yang is the first to upgrade the command center to level 6. Upon completion of the 6th wave of Zombie Tide, the game area protection restrictions will be completely lifted. What? The restrictions in the novice area will be lifted? Chapter 210. From now on, the blue star will be the blue star of Summer Nation. Qin Yang thought that eliminating all other players might be a prerequisite for opening the game boundaries. He didn't expect that reaching level 6 for the command center was also one of the conditions to unlock the game boundaries. Moreover, only one of the 2 conditions needed to be met. Fortunately, the notification that popped up was merely a reminder, announcing the specific time for boundary opening, and did not directly lift all boundaries. So it would open after the 6th wave of the Zombie Tide? I still have 3 days to prepare. So at least I'm not caught off guard. Qin Yang breathed a slight sigh of relief and began to think about how to build the defensive line in the next 3 days. The Nora Basin is surrounded on 3 sides by the towering Kia Mountains. This serves as a natural protective barrier, and aside from the gaps in the mountains, there isn't much to worry about regarding the intrusion of zombies and monsters. The only places where zombies and monsters can invade the entire Nora Basin are the ocean and the gap in the Kia Mountains. The gap in the Kia Mountains is not far from the main base, and its area is not very large. After the 5th wave of the Zombie Tide ended, Qin Yang sent people there to build defensive fortifications. Now, a few days have passed, and a considerable fortress has already been established there. 3 walls have been built, equipped with various state-of-the-art and powerful weaponry. Additionally, Qin Yang has deployed 10 fallen angels to assist in guarding the area, and given the advantageous terrain, the difficulty of defense should not be too great. The bigger issue lies with the ocean. The game boundary at sea is approximately 100 kilometers from the land. Qin Yang estimates that, given the speed of the monsters, this 100 kilometers would only delay them for about an hour at most. And there are some monsters that excel in aquatic movement, possibly requiring even less time. The main base is too far from the eastern side, so the defense work along the coastal line can only rely on the territory of a Baisai. Qin Yang had long arranged for civilians to head to a Baisai's territory, where a large number of territorial defenders cannons were built along the coastal line, and significant modifications and enhancements were made to a Baisai's territory. Even with these preparations, it still doesn't seem enough. If only I had more time to develop. Just like the Virus Lord and the Monster Matriarch are completely unaware of the situation in the Nora Basin, as the representative of the human race. Qin Yang is also completely in the dark about the outside world. How are the 2 opposing factions developing? Where is the main base located? How many types of troops are there? He doesn't even have a clear concept of how vast the outside world is. The information he possesses about the outside is sporadically obtained from the indigenous refugees he has incorporated. By the way, didn't I recruit a few refugees from the players of a certain country who came here earlier? I can call them over for a detailed inquiry. These refugees include Leon, Ada, Jill, and others. Since joining Qin Yang's territory, based on their gifted abilities and relatively high initial attributes, they have been assigned to combat teams. During this time, they have participated in various battles with the troops, contributing to victories from defeating Bill Wilson to taking down the nightmarish dragon Tazes. Soon, Leon and the others were summoned to the command center. As natives of another world, they had never seen such a palace in the style of a certain country and were admiringly taking in their surroundings. Qin Yang had them sit in the grand hall and directly inquired about the situation in the outside world. My lord, the information I know comes from the older generation of survivors, so I cannot guarantee its complete accuracy. After seeing Qin Yang nod and allow him to continue, Leon recalled, before the Nora Basin appeared, this world was divided into 2 camps, one occupied by zombies in the western half and the other by monsters in the eastern half. The leader of the zombie camp is known as the Virus Overlord. while the leader of the monster camp is the monster matriarch. Besides having countless zombies and monsters under their command, their own strength is also unfathomable. Oh, who is stronger between the two? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow and asked. That's unclear. We have never encountered the overlord or the matriarch. Leon shook his head and said, according to the older generation of survivors, those who have seen the overlord and the matriarch were unable to survive far from them. No matter where they hid, they would be found. That suggests they possessed some sort of life-sensing ability, right? However, if we were to compare, the virus overlord should be more powerful, right? After all, just one of his subordinates, a Goliath, is already so troublesome. The level 7 monster Tazus, although heavily injured, can be effectively countered by enhancing our mental attributes. This indicates that the opponent's weaknesses are still quite apparent. Lord, at this moment, Jill and the others conferred for a moment and suddenly asked, we heard you were going to start exploring the outside world? Indeed. This lord does not wish to remain holed up in this small basin forever. In fact, it was because the game boundaries were being forcibly opened, leaving Qin Yang no choice but to expand into the outside world. If the boundaries were not opened, he could survive in the small Nora Basin until all resources were exhausted. Is it possible for you to send an exploration team to check our former campsite? There might still be survivors living there. Jill and the others had evidently been considering this idea for a long time. However, due to Qin Yang's focus on developing within the Nora Basin and not showing any intention of expanding outward, they had not brought it up. Now that the opportunity had arisen, she certainly did not want to miss it. If they are willing to sincerely join my territory, I will definitely send people to rescue them. This kind of opportunity to recruit refugees and increase the population of his territory was something Qin Yang would not refuse. Speaking of which, although the population in his territory was not small, for greater and faster development, even more people would be needed. Especially those with special talents. More of them would be better. Filled with gratitude, Jill looked at Qin Yang, thinking that with such good living conditions here, only a fool would not want to join. After asking Leon and others a few more questions, Qin Yang let them leave. Although the game boundaries would open after the 6th wave of zombies, he could not let his guard down before that. Qin Yang opened the system interface to check the changes that appeared after upgrading the command center. Upgrading from level 6 to level 7 required a resource called Source Crystal, and quite a significant amount at that. The next upgrade of the command center required a total of 100,000 units of Source Crystal. Currently, Qin Yang only has a little over 10,000 Source Crystals in reserve, which is still far from enough. Fortunately, there is a large Source Crystal vein located within the Nora Basin, right beneath the old royal palace in the central city. He quickly arranged for people to go mining. In addition to the Source Crystal resources, the next upgrade requires the territory to have 10 level 6 buildings and 5 elite civilians among other conditions. Upgrading the buildings is manageable, but the requirement for 5 elite civilians is more challenging. Most of the buildings in Qin Yang's territory have already been upgraded to level 5. He can easily choose 10 buildings to upgrade in order to meet that condition. The resources needed can also be gathered within the Nora Basin. However, promoting civilians is different. It requires the use of promotion keys. There is no other option but to eliminate players from certain countries first, as this will at least yield 6 promotion keys. Since the game boundaries are set to open, keeping players from those countries around is pointless. This plan was quickly put into action. Not long after, Qin Yang received notifications. Your civilian has defeated player Kant from another country. You have eliminated a player, earning 10,000 points and 3 promotion keys. Your civilian has defeated player Luer Hugo from another country. You have eliminated a player, earning 10,000 points and 3 promotion keys. In the real world, with Luer and Kant eliminated, the remaining 4 live streams were reduced to just 2. All the viewers were still in a daze, unable to comprehend what was happening. What is going on? Why did the live streams from those 2 countries close? Was there a malfunction in the streams? Or were their players eliminated? How could that be? Weren't the players from those countries being kept by Qin Yang in the base? Did Qin Yang actually kill these 2 players? It seemed impossible. He seemed to treat them well. As the audience waited for a while, it became evident that Luer and Kant might really have been eliminated by Qin Yang. Wow, Qin Yang is ruthless. Once they were no longer useful, he just took them out without hesitation. Good job. Those players were of no use, still clinging to Qin Yang. How could he be trusted? The people from that country are not trustworthy. They are all liars. Our country is doomed. Why did Qin Yang have to kill our players? Ha ha ha, serves you right. You thought you were better than us, and now you're facing the same fate as us. Humph. I've always said those people can't be trusted. Qin Yang is just a cheating little person. If it weren't for the protection of Qin Yang, your country would have been wiped out after the 2nd wave of zombies. Exactly. Instead of being grateful, you come to slander Qin Yang, a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Stop talking. The next wave of zombies will be the day of your demise. The live streaming room was buzzing with the news of Qin Yang suddenly eliminating 2 players. Offline, leaders from various nations gathered once again, although many of them would never attend such meetings again, due to the spread of the zombie virus. The format of the meetings shifted from in-person to online. With the assistance of virtual life forms, there was no concern about internet disconnections due to zombies. Everyone could connect seamlessly. Friends from the romantic nation, please provide us with an explanation, said a representative from Xia country. In the virtual image, the leader of the romantic nation sat upright in a suit, but his face was filled with anxiety. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he clearly bore great pressure. What kind of explanation do you need? The representative from Xia country retorted. Aren't we in an alliance? The romantic nation leader's words were laced with panic. That is your unilateral assumption, the Xia country representative stated firmly. Xia country has never established any alliance with your nation at any time or place. However, the romantic nation leader wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the representative from the Teutonic nation. Stop with the useless chatter. Just tell us what conditions Xia country needs to send peacekeeping troops. Currently, only Xia country had the capability to deploy peacekeeping forces to other nations. Moreover, due to the nuclear technology supplements and gene optimization agents, Xia country's peacekeeping troops were exceptionally strong, capable of easily clearing a medium-sized city's zombie hordes and monsters. Well then, let's discuss the conditions in detail, the Xia country representative nodded. The blue planet is our shared home, and Xia country does not wish to see most regions on this planet turn into apocalyptic scenes. Therefore, in terms of the number of peacekeeping troops dispatched, Xia country had always been the highest globally, far exceeding the numbers of the former prominent nations. However, Xia country was not a charitable organization and would not assist other nations in clearing zombies for free. After all, deploying troops involved significant costs. Additionally, while peacekeeping troops sent to eliminated nations did not have to worry about attacks from monsters and zombies, they would face obstruction from the hidden forces of those nations. For instance, a peacekeeping team sent to the cosmetic nation recently encountered an ambush by an army disguised as refugees. Although they ultimately annihilated that army thanks to their firepower, several peacekeeping troops were injured or killed, incurring considerable losses. Since then, Xia country vowed never to send peacekeeping troops to the cosmetic nation again, regardless of the conditions proposed by its leader. Furthermore, following that incident, all requests for peacekeeping actions from other nations would undergo strict evaluations, and the fees for such actions were significantly raised. Negotiations lasted nearly an hour. Eventually, the representative from the Teutonic nation accepted the conditions proposed by Xia country and, after signing a series of unequal treaties, finally secured a small-scale peacekeeping operation from Xia country. Times have changed, and the unification of the world no longer seems distant. After the meeting, the leader of the Teutonic nation let out a long sigh. He glanced at the romantic nation leader who was slumped in his seat, looking pale. From now on, this blue planet would belong to a certain nation. No, perhaps even this solar system, or even the entire galaxy, would belong to them. In Chapter 211, the importance of source crystals and the mining plan was discussed. After eliminating the last two players, Qin Yang obtained 6 promotion keys, adding the 3 he had left. He now had 3 slots for commoners to be promoted. Such precious promotion slots required careful consideration. It would be best to choose candidates who could immediately provide significant help to the territory. Qin Yang screened through the commoners with the highest sense of belonging to the territory. He originally intended to give these slots to the earliest group of commoners, such as Wang Baohua, Geng Gong, and Wei Dong. However, to be honest, promoting these individuals would not yield significant benefits. For instance, Wang Baohua's attack power of 100 would only double to 200, which was minimal compared to Ding Dali's 6-fold increase in strength. Similarly, Wei Dong's logging efficiency had already reached a sufficient level, especially after a significant boost in physical attributes, allowing him to clear a whole forest in one go. Investing promotion slots in these commoners, while not a waste, would yield very little return. The overall strength of the territory cannot be solely based on the capabilities of individual commoners. Even the strongest talents have limited impact. Although Ding Dali could take on high-level monsters, he would be helpless against thousands of zombies. The saying many ants can kill an elephant applies here. Individual strength is still vulnerable in the face of overwhelming numbers. To deal with hordes of zombies, the most effective method remains leveraging technology, using cannons, employing powerful traps. To possess these strong combat weapons, there is no shortcut, only the continuous advancement of territorial technology. Therefore, from this perspective, Qin Yang felt that he should allocate these 3 valuable promotion slots to researchers like Yang Shi. If Yang Shi's talent ability were doubled, he would gain an additional 2,000 experience points for each technology research session. With the continuous upgrading of research facilities within the territory, the current research center and engineering center required researchers to provide a substantial amount of experience to receive a technology reward, even with a 100-fold increase in corresponding talent. It often took considerable time to unlock new technologies. Qin Yang felt this pace was still a bit slow. No matter how fast technology develops, it is never enough. Especially with the sixth wave of zombies approaching in 2 days, and immediately after, the game boundaries would open up, revealing monsters and zombies waiting outside. If he could promote researchers like Yang Shi to elite status now, doubling the speed of technological research might allow for obtaining 12 additional technology rewards before these major events arrive. This is all about enhancing territorial strength. With this in mind, Qin Yang felt that this might be the best promotion plan at the moment. He immediately summoned 3 researchers from the research and engineering centers. After some arrangements, Yang Shi and the other 2, following Ding Dali, all became elite commoners. Talent ability, academic genius, gains an extra 1,000 experience points when engaged in technical research work. Gains an extra 2,000 experience points when engaged in technical research work. At the same time, Yang Shi also gained a new talent ability. Talent ability, flash of inspiration, when engaged in technical research work, each time experience points are gained, there is a 50 chance of a double critical hit. The newly unlocked talent ability did not receive the 100-fold boost from the commoner leader. However, a 50 probability means a high chance of triggering. Now that I have research-oriented elite commoners, the previously discovered virus laboratory can be put into research immediately. The virus laboratory, like the energy workshop, was also discovered beneath the Night Demon Cave. It had long been copied into Qin Yang's territory construction interface by commoners with reverse deduction talent. Although Qin Yang could have built the virus laboratory long ago due to its stringent operating conditions, he had delayed construction in his territory. Since the next wave is a zombie tide, and this facility is related to zombie virus research, it should be constructed immediately to begin research, as there might still be opportunities to find more efficient ways to eliminate zombies than firepower coverage. With this thought, Qin Yang promptly assigned the task of constructing the virus laboratory. With Jin Jin's construction speed, the task assigned by the Lord was completed in less than half an hour. The construction only took 1 second, with the rest of the time spent on mobilizing construction materials. The virus laboratory, like other research buildings, was constructed in the northern area of the territory. Qin Yang glanced over and noted that the building looked simple and unadorned, square in shape, and less than 20 meters tall. Compared to the Research Center and Engineering Research Center, which had been upgraded to level 5, this building appeared small and inconspicuous. Compared to the uniquely designed Miracle Academy, it seemed devoid of artistic flair. After connecting the virus laboratory to the energy workshop, this new building could be put into use. Qin Yang checked the specific functions of the virus laboratory. This research facility could only conduct research on the single project of viruses. The building's initial level is 5. Since the command center has reached level 6, this building can still be upgraded by 1 level. Qin Yang looked at the upgrade conditions, and the first requirement was to obtain all 10 technology rewards from level 5 buildings. Since this first condition was not met, there was no need to look further. He did not waste any more time and immediately arranged for Yang Shi and others to move in and start research work. Next, Qin Yang prepared to do a 10-time lottery draw. After all, the command center has reached level 6, so the lottery has been upgraded as well. A level 6 draw costs 6,000 points each time. Qin Yang isn't short on points and directly spent 60,000 points to exchange for 10 draws. Lucky me, he exclaimed in his heart as he chose to reveal the results. A series of prompts appeared before him. You have won the blueprint for warehouse renovation, foldable space. You have won 2,000 gold coins. You have won 2,300 gold coins. You have won 20 civilians. You have won 50 units of energy crystals. You have won the blueprint for the Crystal Palace. You have won 55 units of energy crystals. You have won the blueprint for the dimensional base station. You have won the territory recipe for the elemental feast. You have won 20 civilians. This round of 10 consecutive draws yielded excellent rewards, including 3 level 6 building blueprints and 1 territory recipe. Qin Yang first checked the 3 building blueprints. Warehouse renovation. Foldable space. Renovate your level 5 warehouse to achieve a space folding effect, increasing total capacity by 10 times. Crystal Palace. Not promoted grants basic climate control capabilities to enhance the growth speed of all crops within the territory. Dimensional base station. Can be used for short-distance teleportation, with a maximum teleportation distance of 20 kilometers. At least 2 dimensional base stations are required for teleportation. After the command center reached level 6, it seemed that technological development was leaning towards spatial aspects. Qin Yang felt that these 3 new buildings would significantly benefit the territory. Speaking of which, my warehouse has already been enhanced by the civilians' innate abilities, increasing its capacity 100-fold. Now, with the foldable space renovation, it adds another 10-fold on top of that. I could easily store another 1,000,000 units of stone if needed. The second Crystal Palace primarily helps control the weather to promote plant growth. This functionality seems a bit lackluster, but it also has a not promoted label. suggesting there might be a stronger upgraded version. Perhaps the upgraded Crystal Palace could allow me to create disastrous weather to strike at opponents? Qin Yang recalled an old game he played that featured a technology called Lightning Storm, capable of summoning thunderclouds to attack enemies, which was incredibly powerful and considered an ultimate weapon. The third building, the Dimensional Base Station, is essentially a portal under a different name. Qin Yang had long been familiar with the ability for long-distance teleportation, having witnessed it more than once. His ally, a player from the Iron Juice Kingdom named Basai, had teleportation abilities, but only among allies and with time limitations. Among the eliminated players, a player from the Teutonic Kingdom named Kant had an initial ability called Blitzkrieg, which allowed for group teleportation. Additionally, during zombie and beast tide outbreaks, the zombies and monsters entered the Nora Basin through teleportation. This indicates that teleportation technology is a relatively common ability in this alternate world. It is said that I possess extraordinary speed abilities, and after various enhancements, my speed is now comparable to teleportation. I can also use my talent to share and enhance the speed of ordinary people, achieving effects similar to teleportation. However, this pseudo-teleportation can only be effective for myself and ordinary people. Even with talent sharing, I can at most transfer 20 ordinary individuals, which is far less convenient than group teleportation techniques. Moreover, this type of pseudo-teleportation cannot transport supplies. Currently, I rely on modified transport vehicles to deliver supplies to the territory of a certain region. Speed-wise, it's not commendable, even with the roads repaired in advance. It takes about a day to complete the journey. For the sake of convenient supply transportation, I feel it is necessary to build this dimensional base station. However, the initial base station is only effective within a 20-kilometer radius. If I want to teleport ordinary people and supplies from the main base to that territory, I need to transfer through at least 5 base stations. Even so, it seems more time and labor efficient than driving there. I decisively added these 3 new buildings to my territory construction interface. I also checked the construction requirements for these buildings. A level 6 command center is part of the source crystal resource phase. Undoubtedly, constructing these new buildings will require source crystal resources. Transforming the warehouse requires 5,000 units of source crystals, which directly accounts for about half of my source crystal inventory. Building a dimensional base station requires 10,000 units for one, and it also consumes a large amount of source crystals during use. The requirement for constructing the Crystal Palace is even higher, needing a full 50,000 units of source crystals. With such a large reserve of source crystals, I could save up and directly upgrade to a level 7 command center. However, I'm just saying this. When the command center upgrades by 1 level, it usually generates corresponding level technologies and buildings. At this time, a period of pause is necessary to lay a solid foundation. If I choose to continuously upgrade the command center, it won't be very useful, as the new resource demands after the upgrade might overwhelm the player lord. The pressing matter is to stockpile a batch of source energy crystals first. I have already dispatched personnel to the source crystal mine in the central city and placed the source crystal collection facility rewarded for upgrading to a level 6 command center. Now, the daily output of source crystals is around 2,000 units. This output is not insignificant, but I remain unsatisfied. Relying on collecting 2,000 units daily would take at least 50 days to gather 100,000 units of source crystals. Not to mention the large amounts of source crystals needed to build new buildings in between. If I want to upgrade to a level 7 command center, it seems like a distant goal. By the time I gather enough resources, the zombie and monster factions might have already flattened my territory. Relying solely on such accumulation is certainly not promising. I must find ways to generate resources. There are no other source crystal veins in the Nora Basin, so I can only wait for the game boundaries to open and seek opportunities in the vast outside world. Qin Yang did a simple calculation. A large source crystal vein produces 2,000 units of source crystals daily, and he needs to control at least 5 large veins to achieve freedom in source crystals. He can conduct talent sharing once a day, which would significantly boost the collection speed of source crystals. Among the displaced miners he had previously recruited, there was a civilian who could increase the yield of source crystals. By using this civilian as a foundation and binding them with another civilian who could enhance collection speed, he could replicate the previous situation of excessive stone collection. Although the issue of collection speed can be easily resolved, the reserves of the large source crystal vein in the central city would soon be depleted, and the total amount of source crystals collected would definitely not be enough for the development of his territory. This problem ultimately has to be addressed by opening submines. So it's decided. Once the game boundaries are opened, the first thing he will do is to scout the nearest source crystal veins and then send troops to occupy them, starting with the opening of submines. Resources are fundamental to the development of the territory. No matter how fast the development speed is, it would be pointless if resources can't keep up. Chapter 212. winged demons and regenerators after Yang Shi and others settled in the Virus Research Institute. Qin Yang received a technology reward related to viruses in less than half a day. You have received a new technology reward, Virus Activity Inhibitor. This is a special reagent that can reduce the activity of zombie viruses, manifested in that zombies become sluggish after infection, and their bloodthirsty characteristics are somewhat weakened. Additionally, if a normal human is unfortunately infected with the zombie virus, injecting the inhibitor before the outbreak can delay the onset of the virus. Although it cannot completely eliminate the virus within the zombies, weakening them makes it easier to deal with them. Qin Yang called upon a civilian from the engineering center who specializes in developing ammunition technology and instructed him to add the virus activity inhibitor to the ammunition for use. Over the next 2 days, Qin Yang continued to plan the territory and the construction of the fortress at the mountain gap. By the 44th day, important buildings in the main base had been upgraded to level 6. In particular, buildings closely related to combat and defense, such as walls and training grounds, were prioritized for upgrades. The population of civilians in the territory also approached 2,000, with civilians possessing accelerated training talents. At least 80 of them completed the training programs at the training ground. Considering the upgrades in the territory's food recipes and equipment, the average attack power of these civilians now reached around 150 points, with stamina exceeding 3,000 points and armor value as high as 200. They also have a certain degree of resistance to elemental attacks. Saying they are a group of humanoid monsters would not be an exaggeration. Regarding the mountain gap at the Gaia Mountains, the triple walls have also reached level 6 in strength, providing such high defense that even facing a frontal assault from 100 super mutants would not be a significant concern. The defenders on the city walls have undergone a significant upgrade, and their numbers have also increased considerably. Along the coastal defense line, walls and rows of defenders have also been constructed at the exit, providing a defense force that is not much weaker than that at the mountain gap. Everything that needed to be done has been completed, and now it is just a matter of waiting for the arrival of the 6th wave of the undead. Day 44 in the other world. Dead Mountains. Zombie Production Factory. The virus overlord, Kalen, is inspecting a new batch of advanced zombie units known as rejuvenators. This is a type of mutated zombie with regenerative characteristics derived from the progenitor virus. The initial form of a rejuvenator is a pool of black liquid, resembling the appearance of each zombie after being eliminated. When Kalen activates it, the black liquid quickly gathers into a humanoid shape. In less than 10 seconds, the black liquid transforms into a 2-meter-tall figure, appearing cold and expressionless, with hollow, lifeless eyes. A few wrinkles begin to form on its bare upper body, gradually outlining a black leather protective suit that covers the rejuvenator completely. Master. The rejuvenator approaches Kalen with heavy steps and half squats to bow. Kalen perceives the various attributes of this rejuvenator and nods in satisfaction. At that moment, a cacophony of calls comes from the sky. A massive zombie mutant with bat-like wings circles in the air before slowly landing next to Kalen. This mutant is called a winged demon, serving as an aerial unit for Kalen's forces. Although its individual combat strength is not strong, its high mobility due to flight makes it suitable for ambush operations and intelligence gathering. This winged demon brings back some intelligence for Kalen. The progenitor virus establishes a communication bridge between Kalen and the winged demon, allowing Kalen to understand the information. Another batch of zombie troops has mysteriously disappeared. Kalen furrows his brow. This situation is not the first time it has occurred. About a week ago, a zombie legion amassed in the northern region of the continent suddenly vanished overnight. Although a few thousand troops are insignificant compared to the millions Kalen usually deploys against monster camps, the reason behind this incident has remained unclear, which leaves Kalen quite puzzled. The intelligence comes from Li Xiu, who is responsible for this investigation. He suggests that the missing zombies may have gone to the still-sealed Nora Basin. Based on Kalen's understanding of the monster matriarch, she should not possess the ability to instantly teleport an entire army. Therefore, Li Xiu's assessment might be correct. Since the newly emerged area can seal off the entire Nora Basin, it would be easy for it to transport a portion of the zombies. Kalen quickly speculates on the purpose of the new area, transporting zombies. There are new players who have recently joined this world in the new area. Could it be that these zombies are meant for leveling up these new players? Combining this with his own situation, Kalen considers this possibility. Many years ago, when he had just entered this world, he also went through a period of leveling up and slow development. Among the zombie army that was teleported last time, there still existed super mutants. This was not something that could be dealt with during the novice stage. Super mutants are high-level combat units within the Kalen faction, incredibly powerful. 3 super mutants can easily tear apart a level 4 monster. If there are other functional mutants assisting, the combat power of the super mutants would increase exponentially. Due to his trust in the super mutants, Kalen did not take this matter seriously at the time. He merely thought that those new players would be easily torn apart by the powerful super mutants. However, reality slapped him in the face. The disappearance of the army occurred again, indicating that those new players had not been wiped out by the super mutants. In this intelligence report, Licio made a count of the missing zombies. This time, the number of missing zombies was less than 5,000, and besides the super mutant tanks, there were also regenerators and aberrants, two types of high-tier troops. Regenerators and aberrants are both types of units that give the Monster Queen a headache. These newcomers had only just entered this world, and the last time they survived in the hands of my super mutants was likely due to luck. Even if their development speed was rapid, it could not be fast enough to withstand the attacks of three types of high-tier troops. To think they could rely on my power for development, that was simply seeking death. Chapter 213. The Sixth Wave of Zombie Tide. Virus Suppressor Day 45. The sixth wave of the zombie tide has begun. Blue light portals appeared in various locations of the Nora Basin. One by one, mutants rushed out of the portals, their furious roars echoing over great distances. This time, the zombie tide army was a mixed bag of mutants, including stingers, super mutant tanks, and shriekers that could rally other zombies with their cries. Additionally, this wave of the zombie tide has introduced some new members. For example, the tall and sturdy regenerators clad in black leather combat suits, and the winged aberrants that can fly in the sky while making loud noises. Ordinary runners have completely exited the zombie tide ranks. Even with the enhancement of elemental crystals, their strength at this stage is not enough, no matter how many there are. They are merely giving points to Qin Yang. Surprisingly, there are now air units. From the command center lookout, Qin Yang, using the eyes of the Soul Raven, saw the scale of the zombie tide from afar. The aerial units of the zombies move quickly and are agile. Once they come out of the portal, they head straight towards Qin Yang's territory. In just a few minutes, they could reach above the territory and launch an attack. Without the long-range observation of the Soul Raven, Qin Yang would likely have been caught off guard by this wave of airstrikes. He ordered everyone to prioritize shooting down the aerial units of the zombie tide, hoping to prevent these air units from entering the territory. Qin Yang noticed that this group of air units was carrying some projectiles embedded with fiery red crystals. These are clearly highly flammable and explosive items made from fire element crystals. If the Air Force makes an unimpeded advance and drops these explosives into the territory, it would undoubtedly cause significant trouble for the defending civilians. Wang Teng, who was nearby, received the order and immediately relayed it to the commanders in various combat zones within the territory. All defending civilians quickly prepared to counter the enemy Air Force. The standard weapons currently held by the civilians are firearms that have undergone multiple improvements, boasting great power, long range, and magazine capacities exceeding 100 rounds, meaning they hardly need to change magazines during a battle. Additionally, the civilians have received training in long-range combat, resulting in very high shooting accuracy, as if each of them possessed an uncanny ability to hit their targets effortlessly. As soon as the wave of winged creatures acting as the vanguard entered the firing range, gunfire erupted continuously from the walls of the territory. The sky was immediately filled with the anguished cries of the winged creatures, as they were pierced by the powerful bullets that struck their wings and bodies, with blood, severed limbs, and entrails raining down. In just one round of fire, around 100 winged creatures were killed on the spot. The fire element explosives they carried fell to the ground, causing explosions that echoed incessantly, creating hundreds of deep craters, with flames continuing to burn within them. The bombs made from elemental crystals truly pack a punch. Fortunately, they didn't land in my territory, otherwise they might have killed quite a few people. Qin Yang reflected for a moment, thinking that his territory could perhaps learn from this and develop these powerful elemental bullets and bombs. There were still many airborne units attacking the territory, but under the continuous barrage of fire from the civilians, these aerial units could only invade to about 200 meters from the walls. Although they couldn't strike within the territory, they inadvertently caused significant damage to the traps set at that distance, as the fallen elemental bombs triggered the explosive traps. This inadvertently provided considerable convenience to the other advancing mutated forces. Once the Air Force was mostly eliminated by the defending civilians, the ground forces, including regenerators and tanks, advanced with a rumbling pace into the trap area. Without the traps to hinder them, the strong land forces maintained their speed and charged straight toward the walls. The defenders on the walls quickly adjusted their cannons and began bombarding the rapidly approaching mutants. The sound of cannon fire rang out continuously, and nearby, violent explosions erupted around the mutants, sending dirt flying and smoke billowing. However, as the dust settled, numerous writhing black slime masses appeared on the ground, with some super mutants, their bodies charred from the explosions, still standing defiantly. They let out furious roars and continued their final charge toward the nearby walls. These super mutants are incredibly resilient. Looking at the super mutants that were about to rush through the final stretch, Qin Yang waved his hand and ordered all the civilian combatants switch to special ammunition, and the gunners should also use special shells. The so-called special shells here are those that have been infused with a new type of virus suppressant. Although they successfully applied this suppressant to the shells, Qin Yang had yet to test it on any zombies after their production. Hopefully, it will be effective. The sound of gunfire came first. The speed of changing magazines is certainly faster than reloading shells. Civilians armed with suppressant bullets were the first to launch an attack on the approaching super mutants. With a series of puff puff puff, numerous blood splatters and bullet holes appeared on the mutants' solid muscles. Subsequently, shells exploded all around. Besides causing intense explosive damage, they also spread a white gas into the air. The suppressant quickly began to take effect. Roar? The grotesque and twisted faces of these super mutants revealed a surprisingly human-like confusion, and their massive bodies began to shrink slightly, losing their vigor. Their charging steps slowed down, wobbling unsteadily. A few super mutants, heavily injured, collapsed to the ground under the catalyst of the virus suppressant. Unable to get back up. It works. Qin Yang clenched his fist, a joyful expression appearing on his face. With the assistance of this virus suppressant, dealing with these zombies became significantly easier. Currently, the suppressant is still in the experimental version, and its effect is estimated to last no more than 10 seconds. Alright, everyone continue to attack with special bullets. While these mutants are weakened, let's take their lives. After the command was issued, the guards on the city wall kept firing, injecting more suppressant into the bodies of the mutants below. Many super mutants could not withstand the massive doses of the suppressant, leading to their viral structures collapsing. As virus receptors, these super mutants died on the spot, their bodies rotting and dissolving into pools of black sludge. Chapter 2:14 Infinite Regeneration. The fifth wave of the zombie tide only had over 30 super mutants. By the sixth wave, this number tripled, with no less than 100 super mutants appearing near Qin Yang's main base. High-level mutants, when killed, provided substantial point rewards. Just from these 100 or so super mutants, Qin Yang earned 50,000 points. Killing ordinary runners would require taking down at least over 1,000. However, compared to dealing with these high-attack, high-health super mutants enhanced by elemental crystals, Qin Yang preferred to face the runners. After all, runners posed no threat to his heavily fortified territory. Each aerial unit could provide 300 points. This time, around 300 winged demons attacked Qin Yang's territory, resulting in nearly 90,000 points in gains. Before even clearing half of the zombie tide, Qin Yang had already accumulated close to 150,000 points. The points reward momentum from the sixth wave of the undead is clearly much more intense than that of the fifth wave. Those black liquids seem a bit strange. After calculating the points earnings, Qin Yang, who was patrolling the battlefield, was suddenly drawn to the writhing black sludge on the ground. He initially thought that this black sludge was formed from the dissolution of super mutants after their death. Typically, the sludge produced by the death of zombies would quickly degrade into the ground and disappear. However, this black sludge not only failed to degrade and vanish, but it was also continuously writhing. This was clearly abnormal. Qin Yang recalled that earlier, amidst the horde, there was a type of zombie wearing a black leather combat suit. This type of zombie was not as large as the super mutant tanks and did not charge at high speed. As they approached his territory on foot, they were quickly distanced by the running super mutants, causing Qin Yang to overlook their presence. Now it seemed that these black-suited zombies were also affected by the previous bombardment, their bodies collapsing into black sludge. However, given that they had been reduced to this state, other zombies would have certainly perished. Yet, this type of mutant appeared quite resilient, as the black sludge was actually reforming. What kind of creatures are you? Qin Yang stared at the writhing black sludge on the ground for a moment longer. A new zombie profile automatically popped up before him. Regenerator, special mutant, containing a small amount of the primordial virus, possessing a strong self-regeneration ability. Primordial virus? ISNT that's similar to the virus inside Gale 1? After dealing with zombies for such a long time and learning some information about the virus from Gale 1, Qin Yang now had a considerable understanding of the zombie virus. The zombie virus is classified into different levels. The highest level, which is also the original virus, is the primordial virus. This virus primarily resides within the virus overlord's body. The overlord then shares part of the primordial virus with their subordinates, and Galewan is one of them. Next are the viruses found within mutant zombies. These viruses are considered weakened versions of the primordial virus and can cause ordinary zombies to mutate, giving rise to various strange abilities. The least potent are the viruses within ordinary zombies and runners. These viruses spread quickly and have a short transformation time, but they only kill living beings, turning them into ordinary zombies. The Regenerator that has now appeared possesses a virus that exists between the primordial virus and the mutant virus. It is a product of the perfect combination of the primordial virus and the mutant virus by the virus overlord. This allows mutant zombies to gain the regenerative energy of the primordial virus, significantly enhancing their survival ability, making them harder to kill. Soon, Several pools of black sludge on the ground completely coalesced into humanoid forms. They returned to their original tall and robust appearance. Even the black leather combat suits they wore restored to their original state. Unlike super mutants, the Regenitors do not emit various beast-like howls. They were in an absolutely quiet state, moving forward like cold machines, relentlessly stepping towards their territory. Without any orders from Qin, the civilians guarding the city had already begun to attack these restored Regenerators. Bullets poured down on these machine-like mutants like rain. The combat suits worn by the Regenerators had strong protective capabilities, only showing signs of damage after withstanding a significant amount of bullets. It wasn't until these black combat suits were completely shredded that the Regenerators' bodies began to take damage. Their physical strength was even greater than that of super mutants. And despite facing such firepower, they endured for nearly half a minute before being reduced to a puddle of black sludge. However, merely turning them into a black sludge did not completely eliminate them. The sludge began to wriggle again, and given just a few seconds, it could reassemble into Regenerators. Damn, is this never-ending? Qin felt a long-lost sense of difficulty. How many times can these things regenerate? Will they keep coming back to life? From the current situation, unless their weaknesses were identified, it was indeed possible for them to keep regenerating. Speaking of viruses, he wondered if the virus suppression agents would be effective against them. Qin then instructed the civilians to switch to bullets and shells mixed with the virus suppression agent and began attacking the writhing black sludge on the ground. The special bullets and shells with suppressants still failed to completely eliminate the sludge formed by the Regenerators. However, there was some effect. Qin noticed that the coagulation speed of the sludge had significantly slowed down, but it merely extended the time it took for them to reform from half a minute to about 1 or 2 minutes. The inability to completely eliminate these Regenerators meant that they would eventually reassemble. Although these Regenerators seemed to possess no other powerful offensive capabilities besides resurrection, they posed less of a threat to the city walls than super mutants empowered by elemental crystals. However, the fact that they could not be completely eradicated meant that this security risk would always exist. This wasn't too concerning, as Qin could simply assign people to keep watch over the sludge, continuously administering the virus suppression agent during their reformation process until he developed an effective killing method. In their sludge state, these Regenerators posed no threat. However, Qin was currently unable to obtain the points rewards for killing these Regenerators. Given how difficult they were to kill, it was evident that the points for successfully eliminating them would be substantial, but unfortunately, that was not possible at the moment. Qin felt helpless and speechless about this. Chapter 215, a full-force strike, damage off the charts aside from being unable to handle the Regenerators. The remaining spike beasts and whalers from the 6th wave of the zombie tide were relatively easy to deal with. Qin was somewhat puzzled as to why this round of the zombie tide included whalers among the mutants. The main ability of the Howler is to boost other zombies, enhancing their attack speed and movement speed. Its own combat power is nearly zero. The Howler is meant to work in conjunction with the Regenerators. Qin glanced at the Regenerators, who were restrained in a black sludge state. Although the Regenerators had not made any attacks and were firmly controlled by the virus suppressor, it was evident from their robust physiques and the influence of the progenitor virus that these high-level mutants possessed considerable combat strength. The slow movement speed of the Regenerators is likely their biggest drawback, and the Howler's ability perfectly compensates for this shortcoming. If they had not been contained and managed to leverage the Howler's power to break through to the foot of the city wall with the boost in attack speed, they might have already inflicted significant damage to the level 6 city wall. After clearing most of the subsequent pinchers and Howlers, Qin noticed that the rewards from this wave of zombies had already reached 390,000, surpassing the total rewards from the 5th wave. If he could eliminate all these Regenerators, the score from this wave could easily reach 500,000. Without hesitation, Qin spent 240,000 points to upgrade the Everyone for Me skill. Active Effect 5, Everyone for Me. Extract the talent abilities of 16 civilians, enhancing their effects by 5 times and applying them to oneself for 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 4 hours. Civilians cannot use their talent abilities again for the next 2 hours after their abilities are extracted. From the description alone, it was clear that Qin explosive combat power had reached a higher level. However, there was no target available for him to fully demonstrate this power, making it impossible to gauge its intensity. Suddenly, Qin had an idea and looked towards the Regenerators outside the city wall that were continuously recovering. Everything has a limit to its endurance. Even the strongest zombies and monsters are no exception. Even the Tide of Blood form of Golovin would experience collapse if the attacks exceeded its limits, let alone the Regenerators, who were far inferior to Golovin. Let us use you to test my full explosive strength. With this thought in mind, Qin activated his energy, soaring into the air and quickly reaching the area outside the city wall. Everyone disperse. to avoid injuring nearby individuals while unleashing his full power. Qin Yang first ordered all civilians responsible for restraining the regenerators to evacuate. Then he activated the effect of everyone for me, starting to extract the talent abilities of the civilians. Since the targets were now in a restricted state, Qin Yang didn't need to consider extracting abilities that enhanced survival. He only needed to focus on combat talents. The 600-fold strength enhancement from Brother Dali was a must, and the 100-fold critical hit was also essential. And the attack speed boost. Golden light gathered from within the territory into the sky, then transformed into meteors that rushed towards Qin Yang. With each infusion of golden light into his body, the radiance surrounding him grew increasingly brighter. As the 16 beams of golden light were fully infused, Qin Yang radiated brilliance, becoming as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Wow, I feel incredibly powerful. Qin Yang had an overwhelming sense that he could crush anything with a single punch. He descended from the sky, landing in front of a pool of black sludge that belonged to a regenerating entity. This sludge, having lost the effect of the viral suppressants, began to coalesce again and had formed the shape of half a person. Facing the impending catastrophic blow, the regenerating entity had no awareness of its fate. As the black sludge continued to move sluggishly, Qin Yang wasted no time, raising his fist and beginning to gather power. Since he wanted to test his full strength, he naturally unleashed all of his energy. In addition to the innate abilities borrowed from civilians, Qin Yang also fully released his cultivation at the Golden Core stage. A terrifying aura began to concentrate around Qin Yang's fist, with dust on the ground slowly rising into the air, creating a strong pressure around him. At this point, even the dull-witted regenerating entity could sense the overwhelming pressure. The surface of the black sludge rippled, as if it were experiencing goosebumps out of fear. However, it was unable to move or communicate with Qin Yang, seeking mercy. As the pressure reached its peak, Qin Yang completed his charge. Here it comes. This punch is going to be heavy, so brace yourself. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a glint of determination flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and his raised fist began to descend. With the enhancement of his speed talent, his fist moved with incredible swiftness, creating a howling sound that erupted into a thunderous boom. Boom. The ground trembled violently, the sound of the shockwave startling everyone, causing even civilians on the distant city wall to jump involuntarily. In the area around the impact point, roughly a 10-meter radius, the ground collapsed, forming a large pit. The regenerating entity, which had only partially recovered, now bore the brunt of this powerful punch enhanced by multiple effects, leaving it in a horrifying state as if it had been hit by a bomb. The black sludge on its body began to vaporize and evaporate until the entire pool of black mud vanished completely. With just this one strike, the damage exceeded the regenerating entity's limit, leaving not a trace behind. You have killed the regenerating entity, earning 1,200 points. Only 1,200? This zombie mutant was more challenging than high-level monsters, yet it only awarded 1,200 points. Qin Yang scoffed, feeling that dealing with such regenerating entities was a thankless task. However, there was no choice. These potential threats had to be eliminated. After taking care of one regenerating entity, Qin Yang seized the opportunity while the state of everyone for me was still active and hurried to find another regenerating entity to confront. With each punch he threw, terrifying shockwaves resonated rhythmically, continuously reverberating, causing the civilians on the city wall to bounce up and down in sync. The surface outside the city walls had turned into a landscape of giant pits, each with a diameter of up to 20 meters, resembling the surface of the moon. Chapter 216, Open Borders, Merging of Live Streams. As the original host of the ancestral virus, Karen could sense every movement of the virus. The regenerators were products of a combination of fragments of the ancestral virus and mutated viruses. When the first regenerator was killed by Qin Yang, the ancestral virus within it perished along with its host, and Karen immediately sensed it. How could this be possible? Karen's delicate and fair face instantly twisted into a grimace, his fists clenched tightly around the armrests of his chair, continuously tightening. For his zombie army, regenerators held a crucial position. They were not ordinary runners, which could be produced in any quantity. Each regenerator required a fragment of the ancestral virus to be successfully created. The division of the ancestral virus to produce this small fragment required the consumption of a large amount of source energy crystals, which was one of the reasons why Karen needed the source crystal veins so desperately. The value of a single regenerator exceeded that of ordinary runners by 10,000 times. Losing one caused Karen immense pain. However, what hurt him even more, even to the point of heartbreak, was yet to come. Next, Karen continuously felt the sensation of those ancestral virus fragments being destroyed. This sensation occurred a total of 99 times. It was the 100 missing regenerators. Karen held his forehead, his expression pained and gasping for breath. He quickly realized that these deceased regenerators were the ones sent to the Nora Basin. Even the level 7 monsters under Talon had no way to deal with his regenerators. How could a mere group of newcomers manage to kill regenerators? Karen's grim expression gradually returned to calm. From now on, he finally began to take the new players in the Nora Basin seriously. What kind of power did these newcomers possess? Karen knew that the Monster Queen Talon was also a player in this other world, just like him. He wielded the power of the virus, while Talon wielded the power of monsters. Since this newcomer was also a player like them, they should also possess a special power. This was one of the signs of being a player. Karen's eyes flickered, but ultimately, due to limited information, he couldn't make an accurate assessment of the new player's power. It seemed that the situation was becoming increasingly complex. If he left one alive, wouldn't the zombie tide never end? In front of the last puddle of black sludge, Qin Yang chose not to strike. He gathered his subordinates and continued to inject a large amount of virus inhibitors into this puddle of regenerators to limit their recovery. The condition for opening the borders was the end of the 6th wave of the zombie tide, as long as he prevented the tide from ending. He could maximize the delay. Now, the only thing to consider was how to keep this last regenerator alive for as long as possible. The virus inhibitors were also harmful to the zombie virus. Once the accumulated damage exceeded the regenerator's tolerance limit, that regenerator would still die. After returning from the battlefield to the command center, Qin Yang checked his points. Although he spent 240,000 points midway to upgrade the effect of everyone for me, he still had a stock of 400,000 points. Using them for a lottery seemed a bit wasteful. It would be better to exchange them for some promotion keys to upgrade more elite civilians first. He opened the points shop and noticed that purchasing a promotion key required 7,000 points. The increase in points after each purchase of a promotion key wasn't very high, only about 2,000 points each time. Qin Yang, feeling generous, decided to go all in and spent 432,000 points to buy 18 promotion keys. For the new 6 promotion slots, he didn't hesitate and directly assigned them to 6 civilians with research talents. With the game boundaries now open, the territory was about to face a massive number of zombies and monsters. In this situation, the effectiveness of individual combat power was quite limited. Continuous advancements in technology were necessary to develop weapons with greater lethality and wider damage ranges to effectively deal with the opponents. In the remaining live broadcast room of the Summer Kingdom, everyone was shocked by the scene of Qin Yang single-handedly defeating the regenerators. Wow, is he that violent? Qin Yang has become superhuman. Did he activate some ability? Didn't you see the golden light surrounding him? The black water that kept regenerating was completely obliterated by his punch. During this wave of zombie tide, Qin Yang managed to hold his ground again. He quickly ended the battle and returned to the command center. The barrage was filled with questions. Aren't all the zombies dead? Why hasn't the reward and punishment been issued yet? They can't all be dead, right? I saw Qin Yang deliberately leave a puddle of black water uncleaned. He also left one when eliminating players before. Now he's leaving a zombie too. Is Qin Yang intentionally stalling for time? Could it be that he killed too many zombies and has drawn the attention of their leader? What is there to fear? He is strong. With Qin Yang's current combat power, what zombie can withstand him? After all, he carries the fate of our Summer Kingdom. I think it's wise for him to be cautious. Waiting for the last regenerator to die was a rather lengthy process, so the barrage started discussing various topics. Recently, the country began distributing virtual lives, which is the reward Qin Yang received last round. I also got one. By the way, this virtual life is something else. With it, I've completely ditched my phone and computer. It's hard to believe that a product from a sci-fi world has appeared in our daily lives. What if the virtual life grows stronger and starts to overthrow us humans, just like in the movies? You're thinking too much. My virtual life obeys me. I believe it will never betray me. 2 days later, the last regenerator finally couldn't withstand the destructive power of the accumulated virus suppressants. The black water could no longer coalesce and vaporized into nothingness. As Qin Yang earned 200 points. He also received 2 new notifications. The host has completed the 6th wave of the zombie tide. After 10 minutes, the game boundaries will be fully opened. The detection of the zombie tide has completely ended, and the host points mall has acquired a new function. It really can hold up. It has bought me 2 extra days. I was only given 10 minutes of preparation time. With these extra 2 days, Qin Yang reinforced the defenses at the gap in the Jia Mountains and the coastal entry point. With better preparation, he felt more confident in holding off the assault from the zombie and monster hordes. The points mall has actually unlocked a new function? What a loss. If I had known, I wouldn't have gambled all my points at once. As Qin Yang regretted his decision, he opened the points mall to check what the newly unlocked function was. Trading post? Trading post. The host can use points to purchase goods at the points mall's trading post. The trading post updates its inventory daily. Currently, there are 2 types of goods available, and upgrading the inventory can increase the variety of goods. After a brief introduction, Qin Yang saw the two types of goods currently available at the trading post. 1. Fire Element Crystal 20 units, 200 points. 2. Territory Civilian 1 person, 100 points. You can even buy population. Qin Yang was quite surprised. Moreover, it was very cheap. You could buy 1 person for just 100 points. Buying 100 people would only cost 10,000 points. If he hadn't spent points on the promotion key just now, he could have directly bought over 4,000 civilians. Wow. The population of the territory would directly triple. However, summoning so many civilians at once would immediately lead to shortages of housing and food. Additionally, ordinary civilians had not received any training, and their combat abilities were very limited. Sending them to the battlefield would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Qin Yang felt that given the current scale of his territory, buying 500 civilians at once would be the maximum. However, I can now be considered to have unified the entire Nora Basin. The zombie tide has completely ended, and there won't be any more random teleports of zombies and monsters. This means he can plan and develop the entire area of the Nora Basin. Within the Nora Basin, he doesn't need to worry about building walls to protect civilians. He just needs to secure the gap in the Jia Mountains and the coastal entry point. New goods would refresh tomorrow, meaning that if he didn't buy now, there might not be a population purchase option for a while. Qin Yang felt he couldn't miss this opportunity. He looked at his remaining points, which were just under 20,000. He decided to buy everything. Would you like to spend 18,700 points to purchase 187 civilians? Yes. Purchase successful. You have obtained 187 civilians ready to be summoned. Let's summon them directly. Although the new civilians might not be much help in combat, they could assist with logistics. With that in mind, Qin Yang chose to summon them all. Immediately, a large number of portals appeared in the square at the entrance of the command center, and new civilians stepped out of the portals, curiously and unfamiliar with the magnificent city before them. The 10-minute countdown for the border opening was about to end, and Qin Yang had no time to screen the newly arrived civilians for their abilities. He directly assigned them to the officials responsible for organizing work. Attention! Only 10 seconds left until the border opens. 10:98. Qin Yang summoned all the Soul Ravens and divided them into 2 groups, sending them towards the gap in the Jia Mountains and the coastal exit. At the same time, he issued the highest level of combat orders to all civilians in the territory. At this moment, at the gap in the Jia Mountains, a 1-kilometer-long breach had been fortified with 3 walls that snaked like long serpents. These walls were all level 6, over 30 meters high, and 20 meters thick, with an astonishing armor value of 5,000 points. Furthermore, the outer side of the walls had been modified with spikes, giant saws, flamethrowers, and other devices to concentrate fire on the zombies crowded beneath the walls. Above the walls, the latest version of the territory defenders lined up, numbering over 100. With plenty of ammunition prepared nearby, civilians were paired up to operate each territory defender. Additionally, dozens of watchtowers, each 3 meters high, were built on top of the walls, staffed with snipers specifically tasked with taking down the more troublesome, mutated zombies in the horde. Just from these 2 layers of combat power, nearly 500 civilians were assigned. And with those responsible for logistics, Qin Yang had arranged for over 800 civilians at the gap in the Jia Mountains, highlighting his emphasis on this fortress. On the other side, at the eastern coastal exit, the forces stationed here were no less than those at the mountain gap. There were 2 coastal exits along the eastern shore, one near the Abasai territory and another near the territory of Chris, a player from a certain region. Therefore, 2 defensive structures needed to be built. Fortunately, these 2 gaps were not as large as the one in the Jia Mountains, measuring about 200 meters and over 300 meters, making it much easier to construct defensive fortifications. Qin Yang set up 3 walls of the same specifications as those at the mountain gap at these 2 exits, equipped with numerous combat weapons, and also installed many elemental crystals to enhance the wall's resistance to magic. Considering that the monster factions relied more on individual combat power, their numbers were significantly less than those of the zombie faction. Thus, the defensive strength on the ocean side focused on snipers, who offered higher output. The number of snipers accounted for more than half, and they were equipped with various high-penetration, high-damage ammunition. As the countdown ended, beyond the mountain gap, in the distant ocean, an invisible barrier suddenly disappeared. The Nora Basin was fully revealed before all the monsters and zombies. In the real world, in a certain country's live broadcast room, many viewers were puzzled when they saw Qin Yang suddenly summon over 100 civilians. What was happening today that there were suddenly so many civilians? Had Qin Yang activated a cheat again? Qin Yang's ability is to enhance the strength of ordinary citizens, and with the sudden increase of over 100 people, isn't this going to boost the overall strength of the territory? At this point, what matters is not the power of the civilians, but the defensive capabilities within the territory. By the way, what about the rewards and punishments for the 6th wave of the undead? Why haven't they been announced? Just as everyone was discussing this, a banner popped up in the live stream. Player Qin Yang has become the winner of this game. The game boundaries are now open, allowing players to enter a larger world for development. This game will enter countdown mode. Player Qin Yang must defeat another player from a different realm within 30 days. Upon completing the task, Qin Yang will gain the authority to open a dimensional portal, connecting the real world and the game world. If the task fails, a new batch of players will appear on the Terra continent. Detected that player Qin Yang has unlocked the Terra continent. This live stream will merge with 2 other live streams. Chapter 2:17. Begin defense. After this prompt appeared, some viewers noticed that 2 new live streams had popped up in the subchannel. The number of viewers in these 2 new live streams was not less than that of the live stream from the summer country. What are these 2 new live streams about? Are there still players who haven't been eliminated? Aside from the allied players from Iron Juice Nation, all players in this world should have perished, right? Everyone quickly went to check the other 2 live streams. One was showcasing a zombie territory, while the other seemed to be a monster territory. As some viewers brought back information about the new live streams, more and more viewers flocked into them. In live stream 1, the scene focused on a lush and green valley filled with fierce-looking monsters. A woman with horns and exquisite features was wielding a whip, teaching a few baby dragons a lesson. The first thing the audience noticed was the woman's beauty and figure, prompting many comments. So beautiful. Which country's player is she from? Her figure is amazing. International models can't compare. So big, and she's wearing so little. Love it. I declare this girl my new goddess. However, this live stream seemed to have a group of original viewers. Upon seeing newcomers, they immediately became displeased with the comments made about their queen. Where did these foolish viewers come from? How dare they comment like that about our queen? It seemed that a prompt for the merging of live streams had just appeared. Could another live stream have merged in? This is bad. The last live stream merge happened because of the rise of the virus sovereign. Is a new power emerging again with this latest merge? Having another force would be great. It's a bit challenging for the queen to deal with the virus sovereign alone, and perhaps they could ally with the new force? The viewers from the summer country were also somewhat confused. Aren't these viewers from our world? Oh no, this must be a live stream from a parallel world. How many participants are there in this apocalyptic tower defense game, anyway? I never expected that the monster forces and zombie forces in another world were actually developed by players. In Room 2, we are viewing from the perspective of the zombie camp. When viewers from a certain country entered, they interacted with the original audience in the stream. Where are these people coming from? They don't seem like they belong to the monster live stream. A new live stream has appeared, and there are so many humans in it. It seems that a new faction has joined the other world, belonging to the human race. ISNT that player Karen. Who is helping us? Humans are the perfect carriers for the zombie virus. Haha, I bet these humans 1T survive a month in the other world. ISNT at the case that the humans there were exterminated by Karen's virus? With just bows and knives, they can't possibly stand a chance against the zombies. Most of the viewers entering Room 2 are loyal fans of Qin Yang from a certain country. Hearing the bold claims from the audience in Room 2, they couldn't hold back and quickly retorted. Who knows who 1T survive a month? Aren't they just zombies? My father Qin has killed at least hundreds of thousands of them. Let the zombies come over and feel the taste of being bombarded. Sir, times have changed. Who still shoots with bows and cuts with knives? Have you heard of the truth being everywhere? The integration of the live streams not only allows viewers from the 3 rooms to interact with each other, but they also notice changes in the perspectives of the live stream. The camera no longer focuses solely on the player Qin Yang from a certain country. Instead, it switches automatically to highlight some crucial scenes, as if there's a director behind the scenes operating the battlefield in real time. For example, right now, the live stream is focused on the gap in the Jia Mountains and the coastal inlet, switching back and forth between 3 directions. As the game boundaries opened, the war fog that had spread beyond the borders gradually dissipated. The ocean boundary is quite a distance from the coastal defense line, and the viewers still cannot see the situation of the monster swarm attacking. But on the side of the Jia Mountains gap, a large number of staggering figures have begun to emerge from the fog. The vanguard of the zombie forces is still the most ordinary zombies. Seeing these staggering, decayed, and incomplete zombies, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel nostalgic. A month and a half ago, when he was just selected for this game and opened his eyes in the other world, he was faced with these zombies. At that time, Qin Yang was still very weak. Without help, he wouldn't even be able to handle these weakest zombies. Fortunately, luck was on his side, allowing him to obtain a powerful ability, the civilian leader, from the beginner's gift pack. The snipers guarding the Gap Fortress have already launched their attacks. They fired continuously, turning the decaying zombies into pools of black sludge. Your civilian killed a rotting corpse, gaining 2 points. Your civilian killed a corpse, gaining 3 points. Your civilian killed a rotting corpse, gaining 1 point. Is this point reward a joke? Used to earning hundreds or thousands of points. Qin Yang felt that these 1 or 2 points from the corpses were quite underwhelming. Come on, give me something more impressive. I'm waiting to redeem points for the population. Though I'm complaining about it, Qin Yang feels quite helpless inside. Battles always need to progress step by step. Then let us speed up the process of clearing out these nuisances. Qin Yang immediately issued orders to the commander of the fortress through the Soul Raven. On the towering walls of the fortress, Commander Ma Yuan raised his hand and commanded, "Open the city gates. Mobilize the troops. Everyone deploy." The civilians responsible for guarding the gates quickly followed the order, straining to open the heavy gates. At the foot of the wall, 23-meter-tall fallen angels were activated by their pilots, their indicator lights glowing blue, and the mechanical joints made a metallic, grinding noise. The fallen angels formed into two lines, marching mechanically, and streamed out through the two city gates. Once outside the fortress, the 20 fallen angels lined up, raising their dual arms equipped with powerful flamethrowers, and began advancing towards the zombies. The distance between both sides rapidly decreased, and as the zombies entered the range of the flamethrowers, they opened fire. The commander of the fallen angel squad roared the order. With a whoosh, the flamethrowers ignited, shooting forth 40 flames that reached over 10 meters long, sweeping towards the oncoming zombies. The flames engulfed the charging zombies. The intense heat ignited them upon contact, charring them, and ultimately shattering them into a pile of black ash. No zombie could stand for more than 2 seconds in front of the powerful flamethrowers. Meanwhile, Qin Yang's interface began to flood with notifications of point earnings. Wow, this is exhilarating. Watching the fiery scene made Qin Yang's heart race, and he quickly checked his points. Yet, despite the frenzy of notifications, he had only gained about 100 points in total. Killing these useless zombies was such a loss. The points earned were less than the resources consumed, especially since each attack with the flamethrower used up oil resources. But there was no choice. They had to be eliminated. If these minor foes were not cleared out first, the elite forces of the zombies would come in later, potentially causing trouble. As the fallen angels advanced and sprayed fire, after about 10 minutes, the large accumulation of ordinary zombies had been mostly wiped out. From behind the zombies, a horde of runners surged forward, clearly attracted by the carnage and the scent of living flesh. They howled like beasts, their running postures twisted, moving at speeds comparable to a normal person's sprint. Facing these runners, the fallen angels showed no mercy, unleashing flames once again. The runners didn't even get close before being incinerated to ashes. Your civilians killed a rotting runner. Points 5. Your civilians killed a rotting runner. Points 5. Your civilians killed a runner. Point 7. Another wave of notifications flooded in. Qin Yang estimated that the zombies and the current runners combined had brought him approximately 2,000 to 3,000 points in total. If these runners keep attacking continuously, it would be best if it lasts for a day or two, as the points gained would still be quite good. From the current perspective, the multitude of runners in the distance seems so numerous that it looks like they could never be completely eliminated. Qin Yang is also pleased to see this situation. He initially thought that once the game boundaries were opened, some very powerful zombie types would rush in from outside. Not to mention, they would all be regenerators. At the very least, there would be a large group of super mutated tanks, right? If he really faced such a scenario, the defensive pressure at the Mountain Gap Fortress would be quite significant. But now it seems that, at least for the short term, the defensive pressure here is relatively small. Could it be that the virus overlord did not receive a notification about the opening of the game boundaries? If that is the case, then Qin Yang's chances would be much greater. Seeing that the defense at the Mountain Gap was not a problem, Qin Yang shifted his focus to the ocean direction. On the surface of the East Sea, with the removal of the game boundaries, some monsters closest to the boundary barrier immediately sensed it. They raised their heads and let out sharp howls, using their unique way to convey this information to all the monsters present. In an instant, the monsters were stirred up, and under the leadership of some high-level monsters, this wave of ocean monsters marched towards the Nora Basin. The Soul Ravens, flying invisibly in the sky, with their red glowing eyes, transmitted the situation they observed in real time to Qin Yang, who was stationed at the command center. With the speed of these monsters, it would take at least 3 hours for them to reach my coastal defense line. Compared to the virus overlord, the monster matriarch seems to pose a greater threat to attacking human territories. This attacking monster army includes many level 4 and above monsters, but there are no level 7 monsters like Tazus among them. Qin Yang wondered whether the defense forces on my coastal line could withstand this monster army. He placed more emphasis on the monster army in the East Sea and decided to reassign 2 combat heroes from the main base to the coastal front. After that, there was nothing to do but wait. Speaking of which, the points rewarded for monsters are much higher than those for zombies. Thinking about it, he felt a bit of anticipation. In the real world, within the 3 major live streaming rooms, after a period of adjustment, the audience has accepted the fact that the other 2 live streaming rooms belong to parallel worlds. However, there hasn't been a minute of calm in the battles within the streaming rooms. Everyone is boasting about their own player strengths while threatening and provoking the opponents. You fools from the zombie camp. We humans will eventually flatten your base. Humans? A weak race. You're nothing but the best food for our zombie race. Prepare to be dominated by the zombie virus. To put it bluntly, in front of our powerful monster clan, both humans and zombies are just younger brothers. Some viewers, unable to win in terms of faction strength, began to comment on the appearances of the other two players. Whether you admit it or not, our matriarch is the most beautiful. Yes, you are the most beautiful, especially since the players from your monster clan are all female. No one can compare to you. I'm not any less impressive than that virus overlord. Just look at that person's appearance, clearly lacking vitality, with a pale face every day and no masculine energy at all. You guys don't understand anything. This is about class. We players are the leaders of the undead, and what's wrong with the undead being a little pale? Have you ever seen a certain ethnicity among the undead? Just then, the live stream belonging to the human race switched to the Mountain Gap defense line. With the opening of the game boundaries, battles had already begun here. When my 20 fallen angels made their debut, the audience in the live stream erupted in various exclamations. Wow, I've even built mechas. This is like a cow flying a plane, absolutely amazing. Strictly speaking, this can't really be called a mecha. It's more like a type of mechanical exoskeleton. Now that we have combat exoskeletons, won't we eventually see Iron Man suits, Gundams, and Stormred? The fallen angels marched to the outside of the fortress, beginning to clear the zombie army. The weak, rotting corpses simply couldn't withstand the flamethrowers of the fallen angels, turning to ash in the face of such powerful flames. The audience was once again stirred up by this scene. Is this it? This is the invincible zombie army? Too weak. With this exoskeleton, no matter how many zombies come, it's all for nothing. These zombies are the lowest level of undead. The powerful zombie army hasn't arrived yet, right? Even if they do, so what? Haven't I already killed plenty of powerful zombies? It's all good. I think the zombie faction won't pose much of a threat now. What we should be worried about is the monster faction. Chapter 219, Monster Siege. Mental Piercer. The monster attack came an hour earlier than I anticipated. Mainly because the fast-swimming monsters were lurking beneath the surface of the sea, they quietly approached the coast, trying to catch me off guard. However, these monsters underestimated the defensive capabilities of the coastal walls. When they launched their elemental energy attacks from the water, all were negated by the elemental resistance of the walls. Not only did the walls remain intact, but they also revealed their positions. The defenders on the walls reacted quickly. The snipers in the lookout towers immediately prepared to take down these underwater assailants. Bang, bang, bang. The sniper rifles roared, and the powerful bullets easily tore through the monster scales, penetrating their bodies and delivering fatal blows. The monsters lurking beneath the sea screamed in agony, and the surface soon turned red with blood. Some weaker fish-like monsters floated belly up to the surface, directly shot down by the snipers. Your civilians killed second-level monster sawtooth fish. Points, 200. Your civilians killed second-level monster ice armored turtle. Points, 250. Your civilians killed third-level monster ghost eye squid. Points, 800. Your civilians killed third-level monster abyss angler. Points, 1,000. Hints began to appear intermittently before my eyes. The difficulty of killing monsters is greater than that of zombies, and correspondingly, the points awarded are much higher than those for zombies. In just this wave of Monster Vanguard's raid, over 50 level 23 monsters were killed by Qin Yang, earning nearly 20,000 points. This is the kind of point gain that should be expected at this stage. Qin Yang expressed satisfaction and immediately used the points to purchase population at the trading post. The goods at the trading post are updated randomly every day. If he doesn't buy population today, he doesn't know when it will appear again. You have 200 civilians waiting to be summoned. Would you like to summon them immediately? He decided to hold off for now, as the 180 civilians from the last trade had not been settled yet. Qin Yang closed the system panel and continued to observe the battlefield in both directions through the Soul Crow. At the gap of the Gaia Mountains, runners kept charging towards the fortress in an unending stream, and their numbers seemed to be increasing. The fallen angels had run out of fuel and, under the cover of the wall guards, began to retreat into the fortress. The territory defenders on the wall seamlessly began to roar. Shells mixed with virus suppressants were continuously fired, exploding amidst the runners. The virus suppressants were not very effective against high-level mutants and could only slightly limit the recovery of regenerators. However, they worked exceptionally well against these lowest-level zombies. Ordinary walkers and runners, upon contact with the virus suppressants, reacted as if they had touched sulfuric acid, with their bodies beginning to dissolve rapidly. In less than half a minute, these zombies would be completely dissolved into a puddle of black goo. The power of the shelling was much greater than that of the flamethrowers. After a wave of bombardment, a dense mass of zombies would be incinerated in large chunks. The downside of shelling, compared to the fallen angels, is its short duration. Generally, after 1 or 2 rounds of bombardment, time is needed to reload. While the flamethrower can continuously kill monsters for at least half an hour. Both have their own advantages and disadvantages, but if used in combination, the efficiency of clearing zombies would be greatly enhanced. At the coastal defense direction, after the first wave of surprise attack monsters was completely eliminated, the middle attack was interrupted for more than half an hour, with slower monster groups still on their way. By the time more powerful monsters arrived, the bodies of the previously ambushed monsters had been nearly cleared away. Monsters are different from zombies. When zombies die, they turn into useless black goo. When monsters die, they are full of valuable resources. Blood and flesh can be used for cooking, and parts like scales, nerves, and claws can be used to craft weapons and equipment. Therefore, taking advantage of the break in the monster's attack, Qin Yang quickly sent out civilians with disassembly talents to recover the monster bodies. By the time the subsequent monster army arrived, the battlefield had already been cleaned up, and the guards on the wall were once again on high alert. A series of strange calls echoed from the direction of the sea. Monsters gathered at a certain point on the sea, upon hearing this sound, hurriedly dodged to the side, creating a wide open area. A large amount of white foam appeared on the surface of the sea, and a creature resembling an octopus, with 8 tentacles and a head covered in huge eyes, surfaced from the depths. Is it the one? The Soul Raven transmitted the image to Qin Yang, who immediately recognized the newly emerged monster. This was a high-level monster that had previously manipulated the monsters inside the barrier using mental powers from outside the boundary, causing them to sacrifice themselves to attack the barrier. Qin Yang's gaze lingered on the creature for 2 seconds and quickly saw a brief introduction. Mental Piercer, level 5 monster. Possesses powerful mental attack capabilities and can control other life forms with mental energy. So it's a level 5 monster. No wonder it has such a strong aura. In the past, Qin Yang would have worried about whether his civilian population could withstand the opponent's mental attacks. Now, most of the civilians in his territory had significantly enhanced their mental strength, and they were no longer afraid of the level 7 monster, the Nightmare Dragon's hypnotic domain, let alone a mere level 5 monster. The Mental Piercer slithered its 8 tentacles slowly toward the coastal defense line, spreading a terrifying mental pressure that suppressed the surrounding lower-level monsters, preventing them from approaching. When it came within less than 10 meters of the coast, the Mental Piercer finally stopped. This location was still over a kilometer away from Qin Yang's coastal defense line, just outside the range of some powerful weapons. The intelligence of this level 5 monster was clearly not low. Snipers on the city walls had already begun to attack the Mental Piercer with modified sniper rifles, which had a maximum range of 200 meters. If enhanced by ultra-long-range sniping talents, this distance could reach tens of thousands of meters. However, the bullets halted in midair when they came within 2 meters of the Mental Piercer, unable to advance further. It seemed that it could construct a barrier with mental energy to defend against attacks. Qin Yang analyzed this formidable enemy. Any defensive capability must have its limits. If it could block my sniper rifle, it might not be able to withstand my cannon. He immediately ordered the civilians on the coastal defense line to switch the territory defenders to long-range firing mode and load special long-range shells. Did it think that standing further away would keep it safe? My cannon could easily reach a kilometer away. Just as the civilians finished loading the cannon and were about to bombard the Mental Piercer, a sharp, piercing buzzing sound suddenly filled the ears of all defending civilians. This sound was extremely penetrating. Even if they covered their ears in time, it was of no use. Affected by this sound, all civilians stopped what they were doing, feeling their bodies paralyzed and unable to move. Actually, this was a relatively good outcome. If these civilians had no ability to resist mental attacks, they might have been left in a daze, with blood oozing from their orifices. Fortunately, the civilians here had consumed special food, whale meat stew, which had significantly enhanced their mental strength. During the subsequent development of viral reagents, the Virus Research Institute concocted a temporary mental enhancement drug. Before this expedition, Qin Yang specifically equipped civilians along the coastal defense line with a significant amount of this mental enhancement medication, aiming to prevent the presence of mental attackers. Compared to the straightforward zombies, the abilities of these monsters were much more intricate, making them harder to defend against. My preparations indeed had some effect. Civilians who were subjected to mental attacks experienced a restriction that lasted about 10 seconds before being lifted. During this time, the mental attacker realized that its mental assaults were not causing significant harm to the civilians. Consequently, while restraining its opponents, it emitted a howl to summon other lower-tier monsters to launch an attack. In an instant, various monsters lingering on the surface of the sea charged towards the coastal defense line with loud roars. By the time the civilians completely broke free from mental control and regained their ability to act, the fastest monsters had already landed on the shore. Some swift monsters immediately sprinted towards the city walls, attempting to breach the opponent's firepower net in the shortest possible time. Those with long-range attack capabilities unleashed their powers, launching remote assaults while maneuvering, providing fire cover for the charging troops. However, due to the opponent's advantageous height, most of the long-range attacks from these monsters were absorbed by the tall and sturdy city walls. The level 6 walls boasted an armor value exceeding 6,000. Faced with the long-range attacks from mere level 2 to 3 monsters, there was virtually no defensive pressure. Most of the attacks couldn't even chip away at the wall's surface. The civilians on the walls were also very safe. Once the restrictions were lifted, they returned to their combat positions in an orderly manner, with some firing their guns and others operating artillery. The charging troops from the monster faction were immediately intercepted by the artillery fire. The price of speed often comes at the cost of sacrificing one's defensive capabilities. These vanguard troops had no means of resistance against the bombardment and were swiftly overturned and eliminated by the concentrated fire, providing Qin Yang with a substantial amount of points. The remote monsters responsible for covering the rear, seeing the situation, understood that the ambush could not be completed and hurriedly turned to flee towards the sea. However, the level 5 mental attacker quickly discerned their intentions. Its 4 tentacles rose, fanning out behind it like a peacock displaying its feathers, each tentacle radiating a mesmerizing glow. Powerful mental waves swept towards the fleeing monsters. Upon contact with the mental waves, those monsters fell into a dazed state. As the influence of the mental waves deepened, these monsters became like the previous giant whale, their eyes blood red, and entering a state of furious rampage. They turned around and recklessly charged towards the coastal defense line again. The outcome was without any suspense. These monsters all perished on their charge, transforming into points for Qin Yang. Once this wave of charging monsters had mostly been eliminated, the level 5 mental attacker seemed to realize that the situation was untenable and that it needed to strategize for the long term. It supported the mental barrier while resisting the attacks from the coastal defense and began to slowly retreat. "Wanna run? You can't escape." Qin Yang hurriedly instructed the gunners to switch to long-range shells, all aimed at the mental piercer. Boom, boom, boom. Upon seeing the dense barrage of shells flying through the sky, the octopus mental piercer panicked. Its ability to maintain a mental barrier indeed had a defensive limit. Just as Qin Yang had anticipated, it could easily withstand ordinary sniper rifle bullets. But while the explosive power of the shells might not necessarily surpass that of sniper bullets, the damage from the explosions was area-based. The mental piercer found it extremely difficult to defend against area attacks, requiring significantly more mental energy than blocking bullets. Moreover, it wasn't just one shell approaching. A vast number of shells were heading towards it, too many to count. Even if the mental piercer had infinite mental energy, it was impossible to block so many shells. It began to panic, its 8 legs thrashing wildly, while its body started to sink, attempting to use the ocean to mitigate the impending bombardment. But it was already too late. The speed of the shells was too fast, and in an instant, they were overhead. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The mental piercer let out a cry of fear, despair, and unwillingness before being overwhelmed by the bombardment of the shells. Your civilians have defeated the level 5 monster, the mental piercer, earning 5,000 points. Finally taking down a big one, Qin Yang revealed a satisfied smile. This wave of subsequent monster attacks had contributed tens of thousands of points. Without any hesitation, he immediately spent all these points on purchasing population. Thus, in just one day, he had gained nearly 800 civilian population. However, aside from the first batch of over 180 summoned, the other gained population was temporarily stored in the trading hall without retrieval. With this wave of monsters repelled, they were unlikely to attack again in the short term. The zombie defense line also faced no significant issues. As the number of runners was too high, he estimated they could hold out for 2 days and nights. Despite the favorable situation, Qin Yang felt it was essential not to let his guard down. Taking advantage of the time gained, he needed to focus on developing his territory. Now that the zombie tide mode had ended, zombies and monsters could no longer enter the Nora Basin through teleportation. He could disperse the civilians to establish more subbases outside, allowing multiple bases to develop simultaneously, significantly accelerating his strength growth. Chapter 220, Reactions from All Sides. Large-scale assault the border has been lifted. Inside the palace atop the Dead Mountain, Kalen received intelligence transmitted by Li Xiu. This was truly good news. With no borders, my army can advance straight in and quickly occupy this new territory. Kalen was not worried at all about the monster faction competing for this new territory, as his forces were close to occupying 2/3 of the territory of Terra Continent. The newly emerged Nora Basin is located in the southern region of the entire continent, right within the territory of Kalen. If the monstrous queen wants to occupy this area, the only direction for an attack would be from the ocean. This indicates that their strongest ground forces are significantly restricted. Although the monstrous forces are not weak, they have been continuously losing territory, which is enough to demonstrate that they cannot compete with my zombie legion. A confident smile appeared on Kalen's pale face. He ordered 10,000 super mutants to launch a frontal assault on the human fortress at the mountain gap, while another 10,000 winged demons were instructed to cross the Kia Mountains and launch a surprise attack on their city, ensuring that this player faction is eradicated within a week. The winged demons responsible for delivering the message received the command, let out 2 calls to Kalen, and then took flight, leaving the castle on the Dead Mountain. After the previous 2 incidents of missing zombies, Kalen no longer underestimated these new players. The scale of the Legion deployed this time was not small, especially with these 10,000 super mutants. Even if sent to the front line against the monstrous forces, they could potentially turn the tide in some critical battles. In another direction, the eastern half of Terra Continent, in the Newborn Valley, the borders of the new area have opened. The monstrous Queen Talon received this news immediately. The army launching an attack from the sea was being countered by the new player faction and currently could not gain the upper hand. A level 7 general under her command spoke in a deep voice. The strength of these new players should not be underestimated. On the western front, our forces are suppressed by the virus sovereign, continuously losing territory. Another level 7 monster, resembling an elderly man in a robe, pondered, we cannot allocate too many troops to attack new territories. One level 7 monster, looking displeased, said, are we just going to watch as the new territory is occupied by zombies again? I believe our primary enemy should be the virus sovereign, not this newly emerged player faction. The elder, appearing wise, analyzed, the location of the new area is within the range of the zombie forces, and the virus sovereign will certainly not miss out on this opportunity. Once they choose to attack the new area, their forces will be dispersed, relieving the pressure on our western defense line. The monstrous Queen Talon listened quietly to the elder's analysis. This is also an opportunity for us. We should intensify our offensive on the western defense line while the virus sovereign is occupied with a new adversary, reclaiming all the lost territories. On the 46th day, in the Nora Basin, even at night, the Mountain Gap defense line still faced numerous runners' attacks. However, the defenders were clearing the zombies quickly enough, with the territory defenders and fallen angels taking turns on the front lines, preventing the runners from reaching the foot of the city walls. This morning, Qin Yang checked the score panel. After a night of killing zombies, he had earned 100,000 points. Did he kill over 10,000 runners in just one night? He summoned the Soul Raven and headed towards the Mountain Gap to take a look. The incoming runners continued to charge towards the Breach Fortress. However, compared to yesterday, their numbers had dwindled. Had they been completely exhausted? That seemed unlikely. Qin Yang had conducted an investigation around the fortress, covering a radius of several kilometers yesterday. He found that the number of zombies in the vicinity was overwhelming, far beyond counting. He felt that the 10 to 20,000 he had killed yesterday was merely a drop in the bucket. As the Soul Raven continued to fly forward, Qin Yang noticed many runners frantically rushing in one direction, like a herd of herbivores fleeing from a predator. What was happening? Was there a terrible presence approaching? Qin Yang directed the Soul Raven to fly in the opposite direction of the runners. This direction was due north, and as he flew, he saw not a single low-level zombie along the way. A terrifying aura permeated the empty road. After flying over 200 kilometers, a different situation finally appeared ahead. What was that? In the distance, the road was shrouded in dust, as if a large army were on the move. As the Soul Raven continued to approach, Qin Yang finally got a clear view of this dust-laden force. It was a uniform line of super mutants in tank form, the numbers stretching endlessly. These terrifying beings, nearly 3 meters tall, had 3 different colored elemental crystals embedded in their chests. When they ran, the ground shook beneath them. What the heck? Was this the true strength of the zombie forces? This was a spectacle Qin Yang had never witnessed before, even without having experienced the might of super mutants. It was easy to feel the overwhelming terror from this scene. The densely packed super mutants continued to charge forward, and this lasted for over 10 minutes without stopping. Damn! If all these super mutants were heading towards my territory, it would be hard to defend. Qin Yang's expression grew serious. A single super mutant, if operated well, could break through to the foot of his walls, and even have the strength to launch an attack on them. Now, with so many super mutants, even if he unleashed all his firepower, it would be impossible to eliminate them all in a short time. However, these numerous super mutants were not the entirety of the attack. With terrifying howls echoing in the sky, Qin Yang noticed a dark cloud forming at the horizon. This was not a naturally occurring cloud, but a massive group of flying mutants tightly packed together, creating a cloud-like formation. It was a large swarm of winged demons. The size of this aerial force was astonishing. It felt like he had poked a hornet's nest. With such a large army deployed, the virus overlord must want him dead. Fortunately, the speed of these two forces was different. The flying unit moved far faster than the ground-based super mutants. Qin Yang estimated that at the flying unit's speed, they would reach the Breach Fortress at the Jiao mountain range in about half a day's time. The super mutant troops are slow, and if there are no breaks in between, and considering the terrain factors, it would take at least a day and a half to 2 days to reach his Mountain Gap Fortress. The flying troops are somewhat easier to handle compared to these super mutants. It seems that the situation isn't too bad after all. I still have some time to prepare. Chapter 221. Configuration of the Pioneer Team. Let us first check what updates there are in the trading hall. Qin Yang opened the Points Mall and clicked into the trading hall. The items for sale in the trading hall have been updated. 110 units of steel for 3 points. 21 points of research experience for 2 points. Qin Yang could get as much steel as he wanted, so exchanging points for it would be a waste. However, the second option made Qin Yang very excited. Research experience can also be purchased with points. He definitely needs to buy this. To advance in the technology tree within the territory, this research experience is essential. Moreover, the research experience sold in the trading hall is not limited by type or research building. Once this experience is successfully purchased, it can be used to upgrade any research project. I currently have 120,000 points. If I exchange all of them for research experience, I would have about 60,000. This large amount of experience could help advance the technology tree, and for any research project, I could at least obtain 23 technical rewards. Qin Yang then checked the researchers who are currently working. The team led by Yang Shi from the original research center has already entered the virus laboratory for research. Although the 5 newly joined researchers all have talents related to research, the development progress is still slow. Currently, there are a total of 4 facilities in the territory that can utilize research experience. The Advanced Technology Research Center in the workshop, the Advanced Engineering Research Center in the Machinery Factory, as well as the Virus Laboratory and the Miracle Academy. None of the newcomers have drawn good research projects, so it might be better not to use this experience at the research center. The technology rewarded by the Miracle Academy is the Miracle Concept, and accumulating Miracle Concepts is necessary to unlock a Miracle Building. Additionally, the research experience needed to obtain the Miracle Concept is considerable. It's impossible to know what the rewarded Miracle Building is if it turns out to be a life-type building that doesn't significantly aid in combat. It would be a waste of this experience. Excluding these 2 incorrect answers, the remaining options are the Engineering Research Center and the Virus Laboratory. Under the leadership of Yang Shi, the Virus Laboratory has currently obtained 3 technological rewards. Apart from the initial virus inhibitor, the subsequent 2 research rewards are the Healing Potion and the Enhancement Potion. Both of these potions alter the original characteristics of the zombie virus, providing benefits to the human body instead. The Healing Potion can heal the injured in a very short time, but each person can only use it 3 times. Exceeding this limit would lead to the loss of virus suppression, putting the user at risk of mutation. The enhancement agent can significantly improve a person's physical attributes within 20 minutes and reduce pain sensitivity by 60, making it a very effective combination of adrenaline and pain relief. However, it also has limitations on the number of uses. What I need is a more powerful virus inhibitor, preferably one that can directly incapacitate supermutants. The current virus inhibitors work exceptionally well on ordinary zombies, but their effectiveness diminishes against mutants, and they are nearly ineffective against supermutants. The type of technological rewards one can obtain is largely a matter of luck. It's not possible to develop a specific technology just because one desires it. Betting so much experience on a new type of virus inhibitor, it would be better to invest it in the Engineering Research Center, where perhaps something more powerful in terms of weaponry could be developed. Qin Yang had already made up his mind. He immediately allocated all of his more than 60,000 experience points to the Engineering Research Center. Your shell research has leveled up, gaining 1 new technology reward. Your large combat weapon research has leveled up, gaining 1 new technology reward. After extracting the technology rewards, you have obtained a diffusion-type crystal explosive shell. You have obtained a Grim Reaper rocket launcher. Qin Yang checked both technology rewards. Diffusion-type crystal explosive shell incorporates 6 explosive fire element crystals into a regular explosive shell, allowing it to radiate outward after detonation, reaching up to 30 meters, or exploding if blocked. Grim Reaper rocket launcher, a portable explosive launcher with a maximum range of 400 meters. Was it a coincidence? These 2 technologies can be combined perfectly. The diffusion crystal explosive shell is undoubtedly an area of effect weapon, capable of supporting 2 rounds of explosions, dealing indiscriminate damage to targets within a 100-meter radius. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper rocket launcher provides civilian fighters with a means to deal with large groups of zombies in the wild. Staying cooped up in the Nora Basin is not a sustainable strategy. The resources here will eventually be exhausted. This is especially true for the energy crystal resources, which may be crucial for future development. There is only 1 large energy crystal vein in the Nora Basin, and at Qin Yang's civilian mining speed, it can only be mined for about another week. If no new energy crystal veins are secured within that week, the development of Qin Yang's territory may stagnate. Considering this, Qin Yang hastened the use of soul ravens to explore areas outside the Nora Basin. 1 soul raven stayed at the coastal defense line to observe enemy movements, while the other 5 departed from the mountain gap defense line. heading in 5 different directions to explore. Additionally, he needed to quickly form an expedition team. Let's head to the survivor gathering point provided by Leon and the others. Bringing these locals back could also provide more intelligence about the opponents. The fact that survivors from the outside have managed to survive until now indicates their ability to avoid danger. If they weren't deeply knowledgeable about the zombie threat, they wouldn't have been able to achieve that. Qin Yang quickly delegated the 2 new technologies he had acquired, urging his subordinates to build the corresponding factories as soon as possible. Then he arranged for civilians to enter the production lines. Next, he called 5 individuals, including Leon, to the command center. I have decided to mobilize 300 people to form an expeditionary combat team, and this task will be entirely entrusted to you. These 300 individuals must be elite soldiers who have completed all training programs at the command center, including snipers and firepower specialists. The weapons and equipment should be as advanced as possible: 10 aircraft for transport and 5 vehicles for carrying supplies, along with the newly developed rocket launchers and diffusion crystal bombs. The mission of this team is not only to locate new source crystal veins and more survivors, but also to construct dimensional bases along the way. Only by establishing these bases first can Qin Yang's logistics and personnel movements become quick and efficient, allowing this exploration team to venture further into the zombie-infested outer world. Chapter 222. Aerial Strike. Powerful firepower. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone, forget about the artillery and grab your guns. Get up to the watchtower, as many as can go. Set up the elemental disruptors quickly. At the Gap Fortress, 500 defending civilians were bustling with activity, preparing to confront the impending mutated army. Over an hour had passed, and the 10,000 winged demons dispatched by Karen were nearing the fortress. This posed an unprecedented challenge for Qin Yang's territory. His response was for everyone to abandon heavy firepower in favor of more convenient and faster-firing firearms. The winged demons excelled in mobility, but had average defensive capabilities. Using cannons might yield poor results. Their slow firing rate and low accuracy, combined with lengthy reload times, made them less effective against the fast-moving airborne winged demons. In comparison to cannons, allowing civilians to use guns would be more efficient. Currently, the firearms in the territory were mainly divided into 2 types. One type had continuous firing capabilities, increased firing rates, and expanded magazines, but offered average firepower. The other type was slow firing but had high accuracy and power, namely sniper rifles. Qin Yang had arranged for a large number of machine gunners among the defending civilians, with a small portion of snipers to deal with potentially strong enemies that might emerge. The walls could also accommodate fallen angels to defend against the winged demons that broke through to close quarters. While the fallen angels' flamethrowers had limited range, their close quarters lethality was unmatched among the territory's various weapons. With the mechanical factory operating tirelessly, Qin Yang had already acquired nearly 100 fallen angels. If one were to position a fallen angel every 10 meters along the wall of the Gap Fortress, there would still be plenty left over. Additionally, there was the Elemental Disruptor, which was another newly acquired technological development reward. The Elemental Disruptor rendered elemental crystals ineffective within a small range, with a limited number of disruptions. After testing, the current Element Disruptor can interfere with approximately 10-15 fist-sized elemental crystals. Qin Yang has deployed about 100 of these disruptors at the Gap Fortress, which can effectively disrupt the activation of 1,000 to 1,500 elemental crystals. However, the number of disruptors is still somewhat limited. The main attack method of the winged demons is bombing. They drop fire elemental crystals, which are highly flammable and explosive, from the air, causing widespread destruction. The number of winged demons attacking this territory clearly exceeds 12,000, even if each of them carries only 1 fire elemental crystal. A single wave of attack could render all elemental disruptors ineffective. All we can do is pray that the defense of the civilians is strong enough. The cawing of the winged demons echoed through the sky. The dense flapping of bat-like wings created a loud, howling wind. 10,000 winged demons approached the gap in the Kia Mountains like a heavy, dark cloud. At the Gap Fortress, civilians lined up neatly on the city walls, raising their firearms with the barrels aimed at the sky. Prepare. With a loud roar, the fallen angel commander issued the order. Dozens of fallen angels, each 3 meters tall, raised their arms and aimed their flamethrowers at the sky. A massive dark cloud had appeared in the distance, and the chaotic sounds penetrated the eardrums of the wall defenders. They felt the overwhelming visual impact of the approaching army. Many civilians began to tremble with their guns in hand. Steady. The overall commander, Ma Yuan, noticed this and reminded them, our firepower is strong, and our attack range is even greater. We can shred them to pieces before they get close. His words restored confidence to the civilians, and many of them showed determined expressions. The cloud of winged demons quickly approached within a kilometer. The sense of imminent danger intensified. Despite their tension, none of the civilians broke down. Countdown. 3 seconds. Ma Yuan estimated the distance between both sides and began to count. 3, 2, 1. Fire. The sound of gunfire erupted instantly. Due to the density, countless gunshots seemed to merge into one sound, like the rapid stitching of a sewing machine. A dense barrage of bullets flew toward the sky, forming a massive net of firepower. The winged demons at the forefront were struck hard. The powerful bullets easily tore through their bodies, shattered their heads, and ripped apart their wings. Some bullets accurately hit the fire elemental crystals carried by the winged demons. Boom. These crude, primitive explosive bombs are a double-edged sword. Before being thrown, it is the thrower themselves who is at greater risk. The area damage triggered by the fire elemental crystals instantly engulfed many surrounding winged demons. The machine guns in the hands of the civilians fired rapidly, with large magazines that allowed for sustained fire for over 10 to 20 seconds. Moreover, these defending civilians adopted an alternating shooting mode, where those in front would finish their bullets and be immediately replaced by those behind, providing seamless continuity and allowing the former to change magazines. With sufficient ammunition, this powerful firepower network could be maintained for 5 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, or even 1 or 2 hours without any issues. The winged demon army had approached to within 300 meters, and it was only a matter of time before they could throw fire element crystals onto the city wall. However, blocked by the firepower network, they were unable to advance any further. A large number of winged demons were shot down, their mangled bodies, blood, and severed limbs falling from the sky like rain, dissolving into a pool of black mud before they even hit the ground. At the same time, a flurry of prompt messages appeared in front of Qin Yang. Your civilians killed mutated winged demons, points 200. Your civilians killed mutated winged demons, points 200. Your civilians killed mutated winged demons, points 200. The points awarded for killing mutated types were significantly higher than those for regular zombies or runners. In less than 2 minutes, Qin Yang noticed his points had increased by around 80,000. This translated to roughly 400 winged demons directly perishing in the first wave of firepower. Well done. If this rate of extermination continued, he might be able to wipe out the entire winged demon army. Qin Yang rubbed his hands together in excitement. He immediately took all the newly acquired points to the trading hall and exchanged them for 40,000 research experience. What project should he focus on next? Chapter 223, Titan Combat Mech with 80,000 points. He exchanged them for 40,000 research experience. Qin Yang did not hesitate much and invested them in the Engineering Research Center. Compared to the Research Center and the Virus Lab, only the Engineering Research Center's technology rewards had a direct correlation to warfare. Your large combat weapon research has upgraded, gaining 1 new technology reward. You have obtained the manufacturing blueprint for Titan Combat Mech, Strength Type. The research project for large combat weapons had climbed to level 8, and it took over 40,000 experience just to elevate it to level 9, gaining 1 technology reward. However, this reward seemed quite impressive. A combat mech? Titan. Just the name sounded extraordinary. This technology reward was at least on par with the fallen angel. Qin Yang was thrilled and quickly retrieved the manufacturing blueprint. Titan Combat Mech, Strength Type, Large Combat Mech, renowned for its immense power, suitable for dealing with large opponents, with its killer feature being an electric pulse fist. Even without understanding the blueprint, Qin Yang could tell the size of the Titan Combat Mech, standing over 15 meters tall and weighing nearly 10 tons. This was indeed a colossal machine. With such stature and tonnage, this combat mech could probably easily tear apart super mutants. As stated in the blueprint description, this type of combat unit was specifically designed to deal with large opponents. Right now, my immediate priority is dealing with the zombie mutant army, and yet here I am, being presented with a massive contraption designed for tackling monsters. This combat mech would not be of use for the time being. Now is the time to quickly create more fallen angels to deal with the increasing number of mutants outside. The situation for the winged demons being attacked did not last long. The commanders within the winged demon army immediately took action. Huge dark clouds split into 3, with 2 armies of winged demons emerging from the sides, charging toward the gap in the fortress. Teams 2 and 3 blocked them quickly. Commander Ma Yuan maintained his fire while instructing his subordinates to adjust their formations. Boom, boom, boom. The fallen angels in the center moved to the sides, directing their flamethrowers at the winged demons rushing in from both sides. The mobility of the winged demons was too strong, catching the defenders off guard, and civilians could not shift their firepower in time. By the time the defensive fire on the left and right caught up, a massive number of winged demons had already approached within 100 meters of the city wall. A dense cluster of fire element crystals was hurled at the city wall by the winged demons. Quick, detonate them. The fallen angels positioned above the city walls were well prepared. They immediately ignited their flamethrowers, and a 20-meter-long jet of fire surged forth. The rain-like fire element crystals exploded upon contact with the flames, illuminating the sky with bursts of light as if fireworks were being set off. Most of the elemental crystals were detonated at a safe distance. However, there were still too many thrown crystals, and a few managed to break through the defenses and fall onto the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously, with civilians being either blown away, slammed against the battlements, or having their clothes ignited, the searing pain causing them to scream in agony. The wall's defenses were finally breached by the winged demons. More and more winged demons charged forward, throwing even more fire element crystals at the wall, creating the impression of an aerial bombardment. This situation couldn't continue. Time had to be bought for the defenders to reassemble their formations. Through the perspective of the Soul Raven, Qin Yang, who was monitoring the battlefield, quickly ordered the Sword Master Elvis to sniper the winged demons. This third-ranked hero immediately summoned his flying sword and soared into the sky from the city wall. After flying to the side of the winged demon army, Elvis hovered in midair, then, with a single hand gesture, gathered a large amount of sword energy. He pointed with 2 fingers towards the charging winged demon army. Countless sharp sword energies shot toward the side of the winged demon army, slicing through the attacking winged demons. The ethereal blades severed the bat-like wings of the winged demons and shredded their fragile bodies. The fallen winged demons rained down from the sky. Although Elvis's move was quite impressive, its power was insufficient to wipe out a large number of winged demons, only serving to attract and delay them. Seeing this, the commander of the winged demon army quickly dispatched a larger and stronger group of winged demons from the rear to encircle Elvis, aiming to eliminate him. Elvis's sniping mission has been completed, and he quickly left on his sword, taking the winged demon army away from the battlefield as well. With this turn of events, the guards on the city wall finally caught their breath, and at that moment, Qin Yang activated the home defender effect. The sound of the horn echoed from afar, reaching the hearts of the civilians. In that moment, a fierce fire ignited in everyone's hearts. The fatigue and pain in their bodies vanished, and their eyes were rekindled with fighting spirit. They picked up their weapons again, swiftly reorganizing their formation to continue firing and fend off the winged demons that were diving down. The winged demon army had already surged within 50 meters of the city wall, with many having even climbed onto it. However, once the defenders regained their morale, they were pushed back relentlessly. Several winged demons on the wall were taken down by the civilians in close combat. The civilians who had completed level 6 training had an average attack power of 120, boasting strong ranged firepower and formidable melee capabilities. Moreover, they were now empowered by the home defender status, doubling their attack power, speed, and reflexes. Defend our homeland, drive them out. The commander on the wall, Ma Yuan, roared hoarsely, leading the charge with his gun. Every bullet he fired hit its mark, and in a series of shots, he took down at least 30 winged demons. The other civilians still holding weapons were inspired and followed the commander in shooting. The dense rain of bullets began to form a deadly net of firepower, riddling any winged demon attempting to breach the wall, turning them into a mass of flesh and black mud. Chapter 224. The most crucial wave of defense half a day quickly passed. The winged demon legion, unable to breach Qin Yang's territory, finally began to retreat in groups. They suffered heavy losses in this battle, with nearly 500 winged demons falling here. Qin Yang also gained about 500,000 points from this. Of those, 400,000 points were used to exchange for research experience. The remaining 200,000 experience points earned him 2 new technology rewards from the Engineering Research Center. 1. Machine automation, unlocking a new research project for robots. 2. Aerial firepower, unlocking a new research project for aerial units. Both of these new rewards were project unlocks. With robots, Qin Yang could create a robotic army. This way, for high-risk missions, he could send the robotic army in, as long as there were materials and technology. They could be rebuilt no matter how many were lost. The unlocking of aerial units allowed Qin Yang to form an aerial army. This not only enabled him to effectively strike the winged demon army, but also allowed him to take the initiative to launch firepower strikes against the opponent's territory, gaining a greater advantage. Coincidentally, the large machine research project at the Engineering Research Center had reached level 10. With the researchers idled, Qin Yang immediately arranged for the research projects on robots and aerial units to commence. With the withdrawal of the winged demon legion, the gap in the Kia Mountains has ushered in a brief period of calm. The medical team, which had been on standby, quickly rushed to treat the wounded. Soon, the casualty figures were relayed to Qin Yang. In this defense of the Gap Fortress, over 20 human soldiers had died, and more than 30 were seriously injured, mainly due to the fire element crystals thrown by the winged demon legion during their initial charge. The number of lightly injured exceeded 200. Overall, this casualty rate is still acceptable. This battle can be considered a significant victory of the few over the many. However, Qin Yang cannot let his guard down. The threat from the super-mutated army is still on its way, less than a day from the mountain gap. The temporarily retreating Winged Demon Legion is unlikely to rest easy either. They will likely wait for the super-mutated army to arrive before launching another attack. The difficulty of defending against that wave will undoubtedly be the greatest he has ever faced. If they continue to defend under the current conditions, they will surely fail. The defensive strength at the Kia Mountain Gap is actually not much different from that of Qin Yang's main base. If the Gap Fortress cannot hold, then the main base will also have no chance of survival. There is half a day's time left, and it is crucial to enhance combat power as much as possible during this period. In the eastern part of the continent, at the front line bordering the zombie and monster factions, an endless stream of monsters from the Newborn Valley is gathering towards the front. This monster army mainly consists of level 3 and above monsters, all of which are very powerful in terms of size and individual strength. Under the leadership of the monster matriarch, these various types of monsters are divided into 3 formations: land, sea, and air. On the side of the zombie faction, the guarding strength along the eastern border has weakened significantly due to the mobilization of 10,000 super-mutated beings and 10,000 winged demons. Although the advantage of the zombie faction lies in mass production, this is only relative to lower-level troops. High-tier troops, such as winged demons and tanks, have enormous production costs and difficulties. Once troop numbers dwindle, replenishing them becomes an extremely time-consuming and laborious task. The monster army, like a hot knife through butter, cannot be stopped by ordinary mutated beings and runners, no matter how many there are. The Monster Legion quickly regained lost territory, sweeping away their previous defeat. Moreover, taking advantage of the Virus Sovereign's slow response, Matriarch Talon decisively ordered the army to occupy 2 source crystal veins that originally belonged to the zombie faction. Damn it! In the Dead Mountain Palace, the Virus Sovereign Kalen slammed his hand heavily on the table, his face contorted with rage, gritting his teeth. That which Talon, due to the continuous defeats of the monster faction, Kalen had once inflated his confidence, believing that the opponent was beyond recovery and that defeat was merely a matter of time. However, he did not expect that Matriarch Talon's strategy of retracting her front lines was actually a way to avoid confrontation and bide her time. Now, taking advantage of Kalen's attention being diverted by the newly emerging human forces, a large number of troops were drawn away to deal with this new faction. Talon decisively seized this rare opportunity, deploying all the accumulated resources to fiercely compete with Karen for territory and resources. What Karen never expected was that the newly emerged individual had the capability to withstand the assault of his 10,000 winged demons. Moreover, according to the feedback received from the system interface, nearly 1/3 of the 10,000 winged demons were lost within the newcomer's territory. If Karen had not acted promptly to retreat his winged demon army, the casualty figures could have doubled. This was truly a tough opponent. Karen's facial muscles twitched. Calculating the time, his army of super mutants was also about to reach its destination. Once they coordinated with the Air Force for an attack, Karen believed no one could stop them, and he remained optimistic about capturing the newcomer's territory. As for the Eastern Front, they could only hold on as best as possible in the absence of the main forces. The sound of heavy footsteps shook the ground. After crossing several hills, the army of super mutants successfully reached the plains outside the gap of the Kia Mountains. Utilizing the several kilometers of gentle terrain, their momentum for charging would be maximized. However, to be cautious, this army of mutants halted their advance, choosing to rest in place. They needed to wait for the defeated winged demon troops to regroup. Only a joint aerial and ground assault would constitute their strongest charging force. In the sky, the cloud of winged demons thickened once again. Countless winged demons flapped their wings, gathering in overwhelming numbers above the 10,000 super mutants. Their sharp and piercing cries echoed through the sky. At the Gap Fortress of the Kia Mountains, Qin Yang stood atop the highest watchtower of the fortress walls, gazing at the distant zombie army. The strongest wave of attack was about to come. If they couldn't hold, everyone would be finished. Witnessing the enemy's formation on the battlefield was completely different from viewing it through the perspective of the Soul Raven at the command center. The terrifying sense of oppression was enough to crush a person psychologically. To withstand this wave, Qin Yang had hoarded all his resources at the Gap Fortress, including himself. They had to give it their all. Chapter 225, Full Firepower. After considerable time, nearly 7,000 winged demons finally gathered. The monstrous cloud first moved towards the Gap Fortress. On the ground, the 10,000 super mutants also grew restless, raising their heads to roar like animals, digging into the ground with their powerful hind limbs. As the first super mutant could no longer hold back and charged, all the super mutants seemed to receive the command and started to move. In an instant, the densely packed mutants surged towards the Gap Fortress like a deep crimson wave. At the Gap Fortress, after half a day's rest, the damage to the walls had been fully repaired, and the injured defenders received the best treatment. Long before the battle began, Qin Yang had already dispatched all the civilians with medical talents within the territory to the frontline battlefield. After a hundredfold enhancement, the healing ability is astonishing. Even those civilians who were severely injured by the elemental explosion of the winged demons can bounce back to life within just a few minutes. Moreover, Qin Yang understands that morale is crucial in battle. Therefore, the rewards for the city defenders are extremely generous. Various delicacies from the territory are abundantly supplied, allowing the defenders to enjoy them freely. These dishes, prepared by talented civilians, not only serve as delicious and filling meals, but also grant temporary special status boosts after consumption. For the upcoming grueling defense battle, any increase in strength is beneficial. Above the walls of the Gap Fortress, well-trained guardians are meticulously making final adjustments to their weapons. Snipers are loading bullets into magazines and attaching calibrated scopes to their firearms. Heavy and towering fallen angels march in formation to their designated positions, making a clanking sound with their metallic footsteps. New combat units have also appeared on the walls. Some tall civilians are wearing a type of metallic exoskeleton that resembles the fallen angels to some extent. At first glance, this exoskeleton looks like a support frame, with a large cannon-like metal tube on the back. When the operator activates the device, the originally upright metal barrel slowly adjusts to a horizontal position, and the rear of the exoskeleton expands to form a support structure on the ground. This new type of combat weapon is the previously acquired technology reward, the Reaper rocket launcher. Its function is essentially a mobile version of the Territory Defender. Although its explosive power is not as strong as that of the Territory Defender, its advantage lies in its ability to adjust positions at any time for greater accuracy in strikes. More importantly, the simultaneously acquired technology reward, the diffusion-type crystal explosive, has also been completed and is ready for use. Currently, the number of these explosives is limited, and they are all allocated for this new weapon unit. The Gap Fortress has constructed 3 layers of walls. The frontmost wall is heavily fortified with various firepower weapons, including many Reaper rocket launchers. The subsequent 2 walls are primarily manned by long-range combat units, whose main target is the winged demons in the sky. In addition to the primary wall defenses, various high-damage traps have been set up in a range of about 1 kilometer outside the walls by the engineering teams dispatched by Qin Yang. At 4 in the afternoon, dark clouds formed by the army of winged demons appeared in the sky 2 kilometers away. Half an hour later, accompanied by a tremendous force and vibration, a legion of 10,000 super mutants arrived at the 2-kilometer mark. The sound of battle horns began to echo from the walls, signaling readiness for combat. Soon after, the zombie forces seemed eager to engage in the battle without further delay. The winged demon troops launched the offensive first, and the dark clouds quickly pressed down towards the breached fortress just like they did half a day ago. On the fortress side, the sniper on the watchtower fired the first shot in response. After a series of sniper shots rang out, hundreds of winged demon bodies fell to the ground like raindrops. This level of damage was hardly significant for the massive winged demon legion. Of course, the sniper could only take a few long-range shots to weaken the numbers of the winged demon army as much as possible. The main force to take down these airborne troops would still rely on the mid-range machine gunners. As the winged demon legion approached within about a kilometer of the first heavy wall, the territory defenders above the wall also began to activate. Powerful shells were fired into the sky, exploding perfectly among the cluster of winged demons. The effectiveness of this area of effect damage was far greater than that of single-point sniper fire. Groups of winged demons fell from the sky like rain, with most turning into pools of black mud mid-air. Even those that weren't killed by the explosions would succumb to the immense damage from the high fall. For the fast-moving winged demons, this last kilometer would take less than 10 seconds to cross. However, that 10 seconds was enough for the territory defenders to unleash 2 rounds of fire. The fragile winged demon legion could not withstand 2 rounds of direct bombardment and had to adopt a strategy of splitting their forces to disperse the firepower and reduce casualties. Nevertheless, when they entered the machine gunner's range, they still paid a heavy price with thousands of winged demons losing their lives. Next, the main force from Qin Yang's side awaited this winged demon unit. The machine guns roared to life, instantly creating a web of firepower in the air. The winged demon legion, which had dispersed into several small groups to avoid artillery threats, collided with the hard rocks like crashing waves, shattering into fragments. The powerful web of fire quickly claimed the lives of the winged demons, breaking them apart. Most of the attacking winged demons were intercepted about 200 meters from the first heavy wall, unable to advance an inch. As the death toll among the winged demons continued to rise, their offensive became increasingly weakened. If they continued to charge mindlessly like this winged demon legion might very well face total annihilation. On the ground, the super mutant army had just entered the trap area set up by Qin Yang. Explosions rang out continuously amid the swirling dust and flying debris, illuminating the super mutants with the glow of elemental crystals. Those among them with defensive capabilities raised their shields, while those with acceleration abilities immediately maximized their charge speed, attempting to rush through the trap area. Chapter 226. Withdrawal. Boom. 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 Shells landed among the densely packed mutants, unleashing tremendous power. The upgraded artillery shells have significantly enhanced lethality compared to before. Additionally, the new shell technology allows for consecutive explosions. The first explosion causes immense damage at the impact point, showcasing tremendous power. Even the strongest super mutants would be utterly annihilated, unable to survive. The second explosion then radiates outward like a wreath, triggering smaller but denser explosions. Those super mutants affected by the second blast may experience impaired movement or severe injuries, losing their combat capabilities. Qin Yang has divided the troops armed with death rockets into 2 batches to fire alternately, disregarding shell consumption to ensure a constant barrage. The unrelenting firepower effectively suppresses the charge of the 10,000 super mutants, initially scattering the main force before deploying the Titan combat mechs to harvest the dispersed mutants. Although the super mutant army appears vast and seemingly endless as they surge toward the fortress walls, their momentum slows significantly as they approach, being forcefully suppressed by the artillery. This clearly demonstrates the effectiveness of Qin Yang's battle strategy. At this moment, Qin Yang has personally arrived at the Gap Fortress, standing atop the highest watchtower to survey the battlefield. The continuous bombardment astonishes him. Fortunately, he had the foresight to establish a shell factory near the Gap Fortress early on. Otherwise, considering the rate of ammunition consumption, the stockpile would have been depleted after just a few rounds. With the threat within the Nora Basin eliminated, Qin Yang only needs to defend the Gap Fortress and the 2 sea entrances along the coast to ensure the general safety of the entire basin. Currently, for unknown reasons, the monster faction has withdrawn from attacking the sea entrances, allowing Qin Yang to concentrate all his forces on defending the Gap Fortress. However, merely relying on manpower is insufficient. The fortress's facilities must be continuously upgraded and reinforced. Before the mutant army arrives, basic urban structures have already been established here. Besides the 3 sturdy walls, the most notable features are the numerous shell manufacturing factories built near the walls. Qin Yang has arranged for many civilians to produce shells here to ensure the death rockets at the front line remain operational. As long as this trend continues, the longer the delay, the greater my chances of victory. The number of super mutants is not infinite. As casualties increase, their charge will weaken. However, the leader of this mutant army has also realized this. After half an hour of the mutant group's assault, Qin Yang notices dark clouds gathering in the sky, signaling the return of the winged demon army. This time, they are launching a coordinated attack from both land and air, with most of the winged demon forces concentrated on assaulting the fortress walls. Unlike before, this time the winged demon army has split into several smaller units, beginning to ascend in altitude, attempting to cross the Chia Mountains and enter the Nora Basin. Qin Yang is quite troubled by these aerial forces. His anti-air capabilities have always been relatively weak. The sniper rifle's firing rate is too slow, and the machine gun's range is too short, lacking in large-scale lethality. He can only send Elvis to handle them. The Swordmaster Elvis possesses powerful aerial strike capabilities, making him the most suitable choice to send at this moment. To be safe, Qin Yang also dispatched a team of snipers for support, to finish off some of the winged demons that are low on health. With the increasing popularity, Elvis's ranking on the hero list has surpassed Chen Saiju, now only behind Qin Yang, and his strength has improved significantly compared to before. With a single swing of his sword, countless sword shadows flickered, and nearly 20 winged demons were severed in half by the sword energy, falling like a rain of foul-smelling sludge. Through the Soul Raven, Qin Yang saw the scene of Elvis eliminating the winged demons and nodded in satisfaction. With that, this wave of surprise attack should be manageable. He shifted his gaze back to the fortress walls, due to the re-entry of the winged demons. The pressure on the defense line had surged again. The civilian soldiers defending the city were in disarray, wishing they could split themselves to fight. Many civilians were injured or killed during the winged demon surprise attack, and several Titan battle mechs were also damaged by the winged demons. The outermost city wall had become riddled with holes due to frequent suicide bombings by super mutants, reaching its breaking point. Seeing this, Qin Yang decided to completely abandon the first wall and reallocating the defending troops to the second wall for defense. One wall could at least hold for 40 minutes, allowing him to continue building walls behind the third wall. In terms of endurance, he could definitely outlast the super mutants and the winged demon army, which clearly could not sustain such a war of attrition. As the casualty numbers continued to rise, the winged demons in the sky became noticeably thinner again. On the ground, although the super mutants were still charging forward endlessly, their ferocity was no longer as intense as at the beginning. Qin Yang believed that it wouldn't be long before this historically difficult defensive battle would come to an end. Outside the fortress's high walls, the pockmarked ground still pulsed with the residual energy from the fired shells. This terrifying power would obliterate an ordinary person upon contact. Even super mutants would suffer injuries when traversing these energy-covered surfaces. The lighter ones would experience reduced speed, while the heavier ones could suffer severe injuries, resulting in dismemberment. In the sky, the commander of the zombie legion sat atop a winged demon, witnessing the brutal battlefield below. Initially, it believed that the command issued by the virus overlord to capture the Nora Basin at any cost and eliminate the newly risen forces would be easily accomplished. After all, it commanded an army of 10,000 of the strongest super mutants. This army had previously been unstoppable in battles against monstrous forces, able to tear apart even the most powerful monster lords with sheer force. However, what they never expected was that the resilience of this newly emerging force was beyond imagination. Their weapons were particularly unique, resembling energy attacks launched by giant monster lords. The difference was that the energy attacks from the monster lords consumed a significant amount of their energy, which limited their frequency of use. In contrast, the energy attacks of this new force seemed endless and inexhaustible. As the quantity changed to quality, although the super mutated army had formidable defenses, it was difficult for them to sustain this. If this continued, defeat in this battle was inevitable. The commander was already considering a retreat, but the decision was not theirs to make. They had to wait for orders from the higher command. Just as they were anxiously waiting, a shriek from a winged beast echoed in the sky. A massive winged creature swooped down and hovered beside the commander. On the back of this creature sat the commander of the winged army, who solemnly conveyed orders to the mutated commander. The Overlord has commanded that all mutated forces move to the northeastern part of the continent to intercept the monster army. Chapter 227. Fire-eating dragon in the northeastern part of the continent. One of the major generals under the Monster Queen, the level 7 fire-eating dragon, led the monster legion straight into the enemy positions, flattening one after another. Originally, the monster forces here were at a disadvantage, retreating under the attack of the super mutated beings. However, now the virus overlord had suddenly drawn a significant portion of the mutated army from the northeast, leaving the defenses along the northeastern border quite weak. Without a strong main force to defend, ordinary zombies and mutated beings could not hold their ground at all. The dragon only needed to stomp its foot to crush several of them. Roar! This terrifying monster raised its head and let out a roar. It stood at least 50 meters tall, resembling a giant six-legged lizard with 4 wings, its body covered in hard, fiery red scales, and surrounded by scorching red mist. As one of the 7 generals under the Overlord, its specialty was flame manipulation, a group of insignificant scraps. As it looked at a small group of mutated troops fleeing ahead, the dragon's yellow vertical pupils revealed a look of disdain. Its long throat quickly expanded, and the tightly packed scales were forced apart, revealing molten lava flowing within. The lava surged up its throat until finally, with a loud roar, the dragon opened its massive jaws, and the molten rock condensed into a giant fire meteor. It launched the fire meteor, which made a sharp sound as it cut through the air. The fire meteor rolled forward, soaring over dozens of meters before crashing into the fleeing mutated troop. Boom! The ground shook violently. The fire meteor caused a tremendous impact, resulting in a powerful explosion at the point of impact, instantly dissolving the mutated beings caught in it without a trace. Not only that, but after the meteorite landed, it rolled forward due to inertia, leaving a long trail of flames on the ground. All the mutants surrounding the path were ignited by the flames and ultimately burned to ashes. The battle against the virus overlord lasted for decades, and the monster forces were always at a disadvantage due to manpower issues. They continually lost territory, retreating to the northeastern corner of the continent to defend passively. Tychinus had never fought so freely as he did now. Soon, his army would reach the Death Mountain where the virus overlord resided. He thought to himself, somewhat arrogantly, that the newly emerged force had indeed helped them greatly. Tychinus was not particularly interested in the new force in the Nora Basin. His thoughts were similar to those of the virus overlord, Karen, who initially believed that a newly emerged force could not be very strong. Once they completely dealt with the zombie faction, the powerful monster legions could easily crush the new force's territory. After eliminating the encountered zombie troops, Tychinus was about to continue his advance when suddenly a giant avian monster flew in from the horizon. It emitted a piercing sound in the air, attracting Tychinus's attention. This was a messenger from the Newborn Valley, specifically sent to deliver orders from the Mother Empress to Tychinus. The bird monster flew close to Tychinus and respectfully said, "Esteemed Lord Tychinus, the Mother Empress commands you to halt your advance and regroup your troops for defense." Halt for defense? Why? Our situation is excellent. Tychinus could not understand the Mother Empress's order. The bird monster was intimidated by the pressure inadvertently emitted by Tychinus and trembled while responding. According to the intelligence relayed by scouts embedded in the Nora Basin, the virus overlord has ordered the army besieging the Nora Basin to retreat. They are likely to head north again to reclaim lost territory. Retreat? How is that possible? That's an army of 10,000 super mutants. Tychinus's eyes widened involuntarily, his vertical pupils quivering in surprise. He noticed that the bird monster used the term retreat. This indicated that Charon's mutant army likely suffered a defeat in the Nora Basin. Even someone as arrogant as Tychinus had to admit that the super mutants of the virus overlord were among the most powerful armies in the entire Terra continent. After all, this terrifying troop type was specifically manufactured to deal with monsters. How could an army that even Tychinus found difficult to handle suffer losses to a newly emerged force? Tychinus wondered if there had been some misunderstanding. Nevertheless, the Mother Empress was still being overly cautious, given the distance from south to north across the Terra continent. By the time the super mutant army returned to defend, the monster army might have reached the foot of the Death Mountain. However, although Tychinus was reluctant, he dared not defy the Mother Empress's command. Thus, the monster army began to take up position, preparing to resist the return of the super mutant army. The arrival of this intelligence successfully piqued Tychinus's interest in the new force in the Nora Basin. I heard that Tazuus also died in the Nora Basin. Could it be that this new force is behind it? Tychinus and Tazuus were born from the same batch of creatures, akin to identical twins, and they had a very close relationship. Tychinus has always doubted that Tazuus's death was due to the ancestor virus. Why not take advantage of the current situation where the Legion has no active battle plan and is merely on passive defense, and personally head south to investigate the true cause of his brother's death? Once this thought crossed Tychinus's mind, he couldn't shake it off. He immediately decided to set off with his flying speed. He could reach the southernmost tip of the continent in less than 2 days. Before leaving, he reported to the Queen that he had followed her orders to maintain guard. Before departing, Tychinus made sure to inform the messenger creature. He stated that he was now preparing to personally go to the Nora Basin to learn more about the newly emerged force, and if there was an opportunity, he would help the Queen eliminate this potential threat in its infancy. After saying this, Tychinus didn't wait for the messenger creature to stop him. And with a powerful flap of his 4 massive wings, he soared into the sky and flew rapidly southward. Chapter 228, Dawn Hall. Path to Ascendancy. After Charon issued the command, the battlefield commanders immediately relayed the order to retreat to all zombie mutants through the virus. Since the virus shares a common origin, the speed of communication through it was incredibly fast. In an instant, the super mutants on the ground and the winged demons in the sky ceased their attacks and began to withdraw. The zombies were emotionless machines, and all injured units were immediately abandoned, retaining only those combat units that remained battle-ready. For Charon, as long as materials were sufficient, his zombie factory could produce as many zombies as needed. If he were to exhaust his full fighting force to save the injured, it would lead to an even greater loss. On the third wall of the Gap Fortress, Qin also noticed the retreating mutant army. They are retreating already? He had thought that the mutant army would at least hold out until they toppled his third outer wall. It seems he had somewhat overestimated the hard power of this faction. However, Qin was already at a disadvantage in this battle. He had been struggling, and if the opponent could retreat earlier, it would reduce his losses significantly. Although the zombie remnants had retreated from the front lines, they still left behind many injured mutants. These were free points, and Qin naturally wouldn't let them go. He ordered his civilian subordinates to start clearing the battlefield, finishing off these injured mutants. Each super mutant was worth 500 points, and each winged demon was worth 200 points. Qin checked his points balance. Wow, it was all zeros. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. Although this large-scale battle lasted only about half a day, it had brought Qin over 3 million points in rewards. This represented the total number of super mutants and winged demons that died under Qin defense line, which was at least over 10,000. However, the casualties among civilians and equipment on Qin side have been unprecedentedly severe. The triple walls of the Gap Fortress were breached by 2 levels. More than 30 combat mechs were destroyed. Several hundred civilians stationed there lost their lives. In war, casualties are inevitable. Compared to the enormous gains, Qin felt that the losses on their side were still within an acceptable range. Next, it was time to make good use of this wave of points to develop his territory as much as possible. The zombie faction had suffered significant losses at the Gap Fortress, and their current situation was certainly not much better. Qin speculated that the monster faction would take the opportunity to create trouble for the zombie faction. With these two sides fighting each other and holding each other back, he would have more time for his own development. The battle had ended, and it was time for the teams that had been exploring to set out. Besides sending people to leave the Nora Basin to explore and map the area, Qin felt it was also time to form an expeditionary force. They couldn't always be on the defensive. To achieve lasting safety and harmony, they needed to completely eliminate the other two opponents. After returning from the Gap Fortress to the command center, Qin Yang took advantage of the fact that the day was not over and the system shop had not yet refreshed to exchange a large amount of research experience with his points. Before upgrading the command center, it would be a bit of a loss to use experience points to exchange for level 6 technology. The experience points for technology research could be saved up, and after the next upgrade of the command center, they could be used to exchange for level 7 technology. He could spend some experience points to see what wonders he could build. Previously, facing the attack from the zombie faction, Qin Yang had been eager to enhance his combat power, and all the resources and research experience he had were used to strengthen it. Now that he had repelled the zombie faction and gained a brief respite, Qin Yang also had the opportunity to tinker with these wonders. Thus, he invested part of his research experience into the Wonder Academy. The research progress of the projects in the Wonder Academy immediately accelerated, and 3 prompts appeared before him. Your civilians completed a research project and obtained 1 piece of Wonder Concept. Your civilians completed a research project and obtained 1 piece of Wonder Concept. Your civilians completed a research project and obtained 1 piece of Wonder Concept. Collecting 5 Wonder Concepts would allow him to exchange for a Wonder Building, and he had already gathered enough. Qin Yang found those 5 Wonder Concepts in the operation panel. These puzzle-like items had lit up with a glowing outline, and a prompt popped up beside them. Do you want to synthesize a complete Wonder Building? After selecting to synthesize, the 5 Wonder Concepts automatically pieced together. As the light spun, the fragmented Wonder Concepts merged into a brand new building blueprint. You have obtained the Wonder Building Blueprint, Dawn Hall. Dawn Hall, LV1 Wonder Building. Doubles the number of civilians you summon. Only 1 Dawn Hall can exist. Doubling the summons is indeed a powerful effect. Currently, Qin Yang's daily civilian summoning quota reached hundreds. With the doubling effect of the Dawn Hall, the increase in civilian numbers would reach a truly terrifying level. All summoned civilians will be enhanced into super civilians by the civilian leader's skill, making the expansion and development of the territory quite rapid. Unfortunately, such an excellent building can only be constructed once. However, it does have an upgrade function, and after upgrading, its capabilities should also double. It is worth mentioning that although the Dawn Hall has impressive functions, its construction requirements are not particularly harsh, only requiring a moderate amount of energy crystals. Given the current stock of energy crystals, constructing 10 Dawn Halls is more than sufficient. He immediately planned the construction site for the Dawn Hall and arranged for civilians with building talents to complete it in no time. A building, towering several dozen meters high and exuding a sacred aura, rose to the east of the main base. Its design resembled a traditional temple, adorned with numerous divine sculptures, and its open entrance served as a radiant portal. The moment the Dawn Hall was completed, he received a special notification. Detected that the player has constructed the first miracle building, unlocking a new quest, the Path to Ascendancy. Path to Ascendancy quest objective. Accumulate the construction of 15 miracle buildings within your territory, ignite the divine flame, and embark on your path to ascension. Quest reward, Divine Fragment X1. Chapter 229, Storm Spire, and Seer. The reward for this quest is a divine fragment. He was shocked by this quest. This means that completing such a task could allow him to become a deity in this other world. Although he didn't know what powers the gods of this world might possess, the title alone sounded extraordinary. Regardless of rank or prestige, it surely surpassed any virus overlord or monster matriarch. Perhaps upon becoming a deity, he could control the entire continent, and with a mere breath, extinguish the other 2 major forces. It only required the construction of 5 miracle buildings to obtain this divine fragment, which seemed quite easy. He immediately allocated a significant amount of research experience to the Miracle Academy. Your civilian completed a research task and obtained 1 miracle concept. Your civilian completed a research task and obtained 1 miracle concept. Your civilian completed a research task and obtained 1 miracle concept. Your civilian completed a research task and obtained 1 miracle concept. Your civilian completed a research task and obtained 1 miracle concept. You obtained the blueprint for the miracle building, Storm Spire. Storm Spire, LV1 Miracle Building. Can control the wind and rain climate within the territory and collect lightning elements from the atmosphere. When the energy reaches 100, it can unleash a storm of thunder that ignores distance. Ignoring distance. Now that's impressive. He found himself somewhat enamored with these miracle buildings. While he still didn't know the destructive power of the Storm Spire, construction was underway. He then had the civilians with building talents start working on the tower. The construction materials for the miraculous buildings are not very high in cost, and the resource consumption of the Storm Spire is similar to that of the Dawn Hall. After arranging the construction area of the Storm Spire to the north of the main base, some time was spent on resource allocation in the middle. However, the construction was completed almost instantaneously. The Storm Spire resembles a stone tower that is wider at the base and narrower at the top. with an impressive height that reaches the clouds. Its completion has also set a new record for the tallest building in the main base. Storm Spire. Current accumulated energy value, 1. Is it starting to accumulate energy already? Qin Yang gazed at the tip of the storm spire and noticed that energy seemed to be radiating outward in a wave-like pattern. Subsequently, some dark clouds began to gather towards the storm spire, following the spreading energy. Qin Yang opened the building page and found some operational options under the storm spire. The ability to control the weather is crucial for crop cultivation. Although there are civilians skilled in farming within the territory, the time from sowing to harvest is quite short. However, if weather control could be achieved, timely rain could be summoned when needed, making the cultivation process much easier. Compared to weather control, Qin Yang was more concerned about the attack effects of the storm spire. However, the energy accumulation speed of the spire is slow, and it will take a long time to accumulate enough for a storm strike. Fortunately, there is no limit on the number of storm spires that can be constructed, allowing Qin Yang to build one in his main base city, which can control the territory's climate and gather energy for powerful attacks, making it very useful. With 2 miraculous buildings already, he decided to continue constructing. After completing the storm spire, Qin Yang continued to exchange research experience for miraculous concepts. Soon, he obtained the 3rd miraculous building blueprint. You have obtained the blueprint for the miraculous building World Seer. World Seer, LV1 miraculous building. Randomly ignores distance to detect an area and automatically compiles a complete map of the detected area with a detection cooldown time of 12 hours. Only one Dawn Hall can exist. This building is equivalent to a detection radar from another world. So far, Qin Yang knows very little about his 2 opponents. Not even the locations of their main bases. Simply sending Soul Crows to explore would be too inefficient. With this Seer miraculous building, he can compensate for the shortcomings in map exploration. Being able to open the map without leaving his home is exactly what he urgently needs right now. The only uncertainty is the range of the detection area and the relatively long cooldown time for the detection effect. Once he had the blueprint in hand, Qin Yang immediately planned the construction. Shortly after, this new miraculous building was completed to the